5501 to 5550. 5501. Continuation about Babel. After several days, an orderly arrangement was effected round about that Babylonish district, and to the entire quarter. So that a girdle, or circumference, was made, at a distance from the midst, a little beyond the Babylonish district. All, there, were of the Catholic communion. 5502. At first, were transferred those hells, belonging to these communities, which were at the south and at the east, those at the south being magical hells, and those at the east, fantastical, and those who were there, were cast in the western sea. In vast number, and into the western gulf towards the north. This happened in the following manner: all who were in the magical hells at the south, were driven out thence and cast into the western sea at its southern part, and along its entire shore, for a great extent towards the west, for the sea extends in its length, to the west. Its width was not great, and, after this, the magical paraphernalia, reduced to powder, were scattered and strewed upon the sea, which powder looked like chaff. After this, those who were in the fantastical hells at the east, were driven out, also, to a nearly equal distance from the midst. And those who were there were conducted, by way of the north to the west, and part of them were cast into the western gulf there, towards the north, and part in the western sea. At the shore looking to the north, also in a long procession and an immense number. 5503. Afterwards, were taken from the west, in vast multitude, spirits who were under the earth there, and were concealed by the Lord, and so preserved from the contagion of the rest, who were idolaters. They were taken from various places there, and were conducted to the south, to the east, and to the north, and even into places where the evil were previously. So that their dwellings were given them, like the lands of the nations to the sons of Israel in Canaan, and this, too, round about, making a circumference. Those who were conducted to the south, were those who led a moral life from knowledges thereof. So that they lived well morally, but not spiritually, because they did not possess the knowledges of the truths of faith, inasmuch as the reading of the word was denied them, still, they were thus accepted. Those conducted to the east, almost at an equal distance from the middle place of the hells there, were those who said they loved God, but yet were destitute of knowledges as to how he ought to be loved. There was then seen a prostrate man carried through, thither, with face towards heaven, by which was signified that they were like that. These were borne by a short cut, over the midst, to the places they were to inhabit there. Those who were conducted to the north, were those who said they loved the neighbor, but regarded as neighbor whomsoever was wretched and unfortunate, almost without distinction. And this, likewise, from lack of knowledges, inasmuch as they were in ignorance, by reason of the cunning of the monks for the sake of gain in self-worship. There, also, were conducted by a short cut. There was a vast number of them, even to many myriads. In the western quarter, and almost at a like distance from the middle, were placed those who had their worship from the old established religion, and did like their parents, not falling away from their religion by reason of their lack of knowledges. These lay hidden near by the western sea, on the shore looking to the north. All these, and those who are mentioned above, were of the Catholic community, and simple good. 5504. After this, a great number were sent to all these from the middle, namely, of those who are called Reformed and Protestants, who are in the knowledges of the Church, to the end that they might instruct them, and so prepare them for heaven. For they were, for the most part, in the affection of truth, and it was now provided that they should receive their joys. 5505. Those from the middle, who were in the knowledges of truth and good from the word, were sent thither to all these, who were preserved there for a long time, as in a school, from different altitudes there. Wherefore, the places there, in the middle, were many times cleansed from the evil, those, namely, who were, only, in the pretense of good and truth, and yet have betaken themselves thither. Of such ones the middle region was, also, formerly purged in various ways, through a long time, for only those who were in knowledges, and the good who instructed the simple-minded of the Catholic communion, were intermingled with them. 5506. About vastations in general. Vastations occur in 3, 4, or even 5 ways: 1. by the person being let into his life, and then they are detected who make one with him, and thus who made one with him in the world. These are taken away from him and cast into hells, or into other places, but they are taken away. Hence, his life is gradually diminished, as he is let into his loves or into his principles. 2. They are borne around, which takes place in a circular course, from right to left. If, for example, they are in the west, they proceed, to the south, afterwards to the east, then to the north, and to their former place. And, then, those are discovered who are of a like character, and are taken away, and, so far as these are taken away, so far the persons are vastated. 3. These are also borne around. And those who have conjoined themselves with the one undergoing the vastation, are turned with their back towards him, and thus estranged from him as to disposition. They also separate themselves, and thus, likewise, his life is lessened. 4. These, also, are borne around, too, and all who make one with the evils belonging to them are cast into another place. When also they are together there, they are taken away from him, like a shirt from the body. And thus perishes communication, excitation, and his life therein. 5. General vastation takes place through punishments, which occur as often as the subject of the vastation tries to do evil to another. The punishments are severe according to the nature of the evil, and frequent according to the persistence in it. 6. He who cannot be vastated thus, is cast into the hells of the foolish, of the dumb and of the stupid, or into hells which suffocate the external life, the internal life remaining. 5507. I saw many such circular progressions. And with some, there was one, with some, many, and also severe and most severe punishments. Thus, there cannot be one who is not vastated, and, after the vastation, is cast into hell, or walks about with but little life. Some are not borne around in this way, but only change their places not by a circuit, and yet are just as much vastated. 5508. Vastations take place with all variety, first, interiors, and successively exteriors, even to extremes. And when these are reached, the thing is accomplished. Vastations are of the loves and of all the cupidities thence arising. The succession, from the inmost to the outermost of the mind, appears in the body, from the head, to the heel of the foot, successively, and, likewise, the progression is so felt in the body, and last of all in the sole of the foot. Spirits know, also, that, when it has reached thereto, it is completed. The reason that it is so, 207 is because all man's interiors close in his ultimate in the body, and this, progressively, from the head to the soul. Indeed, whatever the degree of succession of every single cupidity, it has its ultimate determination in the body. Hence, also this is the case when those things are called forth from a man which he did in the world, then, they advance from the head, to the arms, to the breast, to the loins, even to the ultimates of the feet. As if all things were written in that. For so, in man, are they arranged in order. In fact, the whole internal of man is like a man, it corresponds also to all things with man. Hence it is that the whole man, from head to heel, is his love. 5509. It is a most usual thing that evil spirits are allowed to do evil, which yet the Lord turns to good. These are the temptations of the good and the vastations of the evil, and they are for the sake of separations and cleansings. For cleansings, like those of the blood in the body, and of the evils in a man about to be regenerated, are continually going on. Those evil ones thus join themselves with the evil everywhere round about, in the rocks and in the mountains, and to such, particularly to those who seek dominion, attach themselves, for such are those who gather others together. After they have been consociated and collected, then, there are, as it were, with them, and in that place, all with whom they have been joined, for they thus make, as it were, one body with them. They then all appear in him, undergoing the vastation, as in a subject, and, then, they are everywhere cast out of the societies to other places which correspond, and to hells. When all with whom he was thus bound have been separated and cast out, then his vastation is accomplished, for he no longer has those who support him. Thus he falls into his hell, and is wholly in evil and its resulting falsity. I saw a certain one thus vastated, from whom the consociations of the evil were plucked away, and as it were stripped off from the head all over the body, from the arms to the heel. I saw another who was thus interiorly despoiled, who approached interior ones. He said that he would carry them upon his knees, which are between the natural and the spiritual. That one, who has thought interiorly, was able to gather together still subtler ones, even to genii, who were all cast out, and the mountains purged of them. This last continued throughout 3 days. 5510. Vastations and purifications are going on continually, but the last judgment only at the end of the church. 5511. There are many things which might be said about the purgings of societies, inasmuch as there are innumerable genera of evils and resultant falses which must be detached continually, or from which the heavens must be cleansed. Also, they are separated alternately, those who are best in the middle, and those who are not so good at the outskirts. And some, according to dispositions and their affections, are placed there at the east, some at the south, some at the west, some at the north, which, also, occurs in a similar way. Thence it is everywhere known what they are in disposition and affection, solely from the place, or situation, in the cities, and on the mountains and rocks, also, in the smaller societies as in the churches. 208. 5512. I saw, also, before they were cast out from the mountains, that they were, at first, thus arranged in order, or placed, and that they were afterwards cast out to corresponding positions. 5513. An evil spirit, when once his external is taken away, which served him in the world for purposes of gain, credit and reputation, lest he should run into a difference of life from others, and lest he should be punished according to the laws. Then acts from the internal, and carries on like a madman, according to all his lusts and cupidities, without restraint and without shame. Nor is he able to check himself. I saw many such, who, in the world, were held as honest, and were praised by the multitude. They would also do this in the world if those external bonds were taken away, as is manifest from men who take part in civil war, when external restraints cease. It is hence plain what conscience is. For they who have conscience, which belongs to the internal, are then, i.e. in the other life, in intelligence and wisdom more than in the world, for these things, also, belong to the internal. 5513a, about an earth in the universe. In wakefulness. I was led a journey to some earth in the universe, a thing effected through continual changes of state, which lasted for about 12 hours. I was in company with spirits and angels. I was led in a straight line towards the south, and now indirectly upwards, now downwards, to the side of a mountain, and over mountains, also over gulfs. I also heard, here and there in the way, spirits upon the mountains, speaking to one another. I then reflected how immense was the Lord's heaven. For I was able, from the extent which I traversed, to compute, by making a comparison with the extension of the spirits and angels from our earth, which dimension was known to me, that, if several hundred myriads of earths existed, and from everyone came as many men as from our earth, there would still be room for them to eternity. Nor would it ever be filled. 2. When I came into view, they accosted me from afar, asking who I was and what I wanted. I told them that I was there for the sake of traveling, and that I was conducted thither, and brought no one any hurt. One then asked what God I worshipped. I said that I worshipped the Lord. They replied that they also worshipped the Lord, and that they had feared whether I was from those strangers, who disturb them, and from whom they flee away, who say, and wish them to believe that God is a trine, whom they name Father, Son and Holy Spirit, and then make this trine one. They said, also, that they answered them that they know that God is one, and that he is the Lord and also man, and that they care nothing for that trine. Since, from it, they get an idea of 3 gods, owing to which idea they are altogether confused, and likewise there perishes with them the illustration they enjoy from the Lord. I told them that we, too, who are on this earth, acknowledge one God, and also that he is the Lord. And I related to them whence they, of this earth, have the idea of a trine, that, namely, in the Word, where their revelation is, those three are named. And that they, therefore, distinguish them, and thus the divine itself, into three persons, and have the idea of three thence. Also, that they are thus equally able to think otherwise, but that they still know that God is one, since, nevertheless, those three names are only names of the one God, and are not persons. I told them, moreover, what idea I had of the Lord, by making a comparison with an angel. Thus, an angel has his internal, which in man is called the soul, which thinks and wills. And he has an external, called the body, which sees, speaks and acts, and he also has a sphere of love, or affection, thus of life, around himself. These three make one angel. From this comparison, may be comprehended what sort of an idea ought to be entertained of the Lord, that, namely, the Father is in him, as himself says, his divine human is the Son. And the holy proceeding, which fills the heavens and constitutes them, is the Holy Spirit. Thus, this trine is one. When they heard this idea, they said that they comprehend, from that, whence the visitors got the idea of three. And, further, those who were in illustration said that they know that this is so, but they grieve that those strangers separate between the human and the divine in the Lord, when, nevertheless, they know that the Lord, as man, is God. And that, as regards the Lord, God and man are one. 3. They said, moreover, that those strangers confuse them by saying that they ought to have faith and believe, and that they are ignorant what faith is and what believing is, since they perceive in themselves that a thing is so, or so. To this, it was replied, that it is not necessary to tell those who are in illustration that they should believe, or have faith, since this would be like as if a man, who, with his own eyes, sees gardens, trees, fields, and the like, should be told that he must believe that the gardens, the trees, and the fields exist, since he sees them. And that the case is similarly circumstanced with the faith of the things which they say, most of which are such as they do not understand. I said, further, that the reason that they say, faith, is, because man's two faculties are understanding and will, and that most of them know things from the Word, and thus understand, but do not do. And that, therefore, because the sowing of the divine virtue from the Word goes no further than into the understanding, and not into the will, they say, believing, and faith, when they would have said differently, if, from willing, they also did. They were given to understand that, those referred to, are able to be regenerated, but no others have the understanding illustrated save those who live according to those things, the Word teaches, and thus desire divine truths in themselves. They comprehended this. And I perceived how greatly they were in illustration, also that their interiors were opened and in light, and that they were in the celestial kingdom, the subjects of which neither tolerate faith, nor are willing to believe, but say, yeah, yeah, or nay, nay. For, that they were in illustration, and perceived in themselves what was true and good, I was enabled to know from the fact that many things were told them about charity, about love, and about regeneration. And they immediately knew them to he as stated. 5. After this, I came to other spirits of the same earth, who were still farther on, at the western side of that earth. These told me that, with me, there was nothing but what was evil. I replied, that I knew it, and that the case was the same with them and with everyone, and that all the good which is with anyone is from the Lord. They thence perceived that I was in the truth. Therefore, they spoke with me about that matter, and showed their idea of good, namely, that it is from the Lord, and of evil, that it is in man, also, that the divine always leads to good, although evil follows with it. But, still, one is distinct from the other, so that the divine governs, and leads, and restrains, lest evil should be in freedom and prevail. 6. They afterwards asked me how the Lord appears to the angels of our earth. I said that he appears in the sun, and that, he is the Son of heaven, from which proceeds all the light there is with the angels and spirits, or all the light there is with all in the other life. They said that they know this is the case. But that, still, the Lord appears to them in a different way, when he descends and appears present. 7. Then was shown me, to the life, how the Lord appears with them. A dark cloud appeared at the front, at a certain altitude, descending. And, in descending, the cloud appeared more and more in the human form, and when it came to the spirits it then appeared in a flaming brilliancy, around which were little stars of the same color. And, when it was there, the spirits of that region assembled together from all places, and then it divided them, those who were good at the right hand, and those who were not good at the left. And thus arranged them in order according to the quality of their uprightness and goodness, and afterwards, thus arranged in order, sent them back. They said that this takes place as often as they begin to become evil and the upright to be led away by the evil. I afterwards saw him descending pretty deeply, and then it, i.e. the cloud appeared bright, but on the way the brightness was differently varied, and, at length, changed to obscurity. And it was said that this is altogether according to the uprightness and goodness of those whom it passes through, with those who are in truths it appears bright, with those who are in falses from evil, dark, with those who are in good, flaming. The spirits, there, also saw this, and they said that it often happens, and that it happens in that way. It was told them, also, that all things are thus reduced to order which were become disarranged. And that, as often as they are brought into evils and thrown into disorder, so often, the cloud, reduces them thus to order. 8. That which appeared sent to them was an angelic society from the Lord, in the midst of whom, at the time, the divine of the Lord was, for his presence in the heavens is the divine with angelic societies. 209:9. Then, 2, all the evil are separated by the Lord from the good and cast into hell, and thus those there are purged. This was the first visitation upon them, which they have been expecting. 10. Afterwards, I inquired of them about their earth, what kind it was, and especially about their son on that earth. They said that it was of the largeness of a man's head and of a flaming color. Also, that their day equals only 9 hours of our time, which they could tell by virtue of the ratio of our days, which was with me. I inquired about their years, they said that each has 200, of their days, which was nearly 76 days of our time. Hence I was enabled to conclude that they do not have winter but an almost autumnal season instead, for, since the days are so short, and the years so short, the cold cannot become severe, but there must be perpetual summer. They also said that it was always summer with them, and that their fields and their trees are continually in bloom. 11. They said, also, that they live on fruits and vegetables, and not the flesh of animals, and that they drink milk mixed with water, and that they have fleece-bearing, cows, like sheep but of the size of cows and young bullocks. 12. Further, that they live among themselves house by house, and never together, but that still there is social interaction with them between the families. And that also they have only one married partner, and not more, because this, with them, is against divine order. 13. Moreover, that they are called together every 30th day and listen to preachings by those who are illustrated by the Lord. And that this takes place under the open sky, also, that, the minister, preaches in a somewhat high pulpit, and teaches. Concerning revelation, they said that there are revelations with those who teach and preach, and sometimes also with others. And that revelation takes place in the following way: in the morning time, in the interval between sleep and waking, they hear, as it were, angels out of heaven, on divine truths and on a life according to them. And when they wake up an angel in white suddenly appears beside the bed and vanishes. It is thus evident to them that those things which they have heard are divine. This happens in order that they may know the difference between divine visions and visions not divine, for, in the latter, no such angel appears. 14. They said that they walk about, there, entirely naked, inasmuch as, they are, in their own homes and around them, and because nakedness, with them, has nothing to do with shame, there is nothing lascivious in it. Maidens, however, do not go out, but stay at home till they arrive at a marriageable age. They are then taken to stated places, and posted behind a certain bench, by which the lower parts are screened and the breast parts left exposed. And then the young men who were about to marry come to the place and see them, and choose themselves one for a wife. They see, instantly, from their faces, whether they are like themselves in minds and habits, inasmuch as their interiors are not hidden, but are manifest from their countenances. This occurs in different places. The young men who are about to take a wife come thither, and, if they do not meet with one, they go back. Also, when they have chosen, she follows him, and they dwell in a place prepared for them. There is always an old man, above, at the back, who sees to it that things pass off becomingly, and at one side is an old woman, who also takes precautions that all things go on decorously. 15. The men wear on the head a felt hat, round in the brim, and black. Their houses are low, made only of white-colored woods, over which is a roof, flat on the higher part, with a sloping cornice at the sides. At one part of that house are the wife and husband, with the maids and men servants. The house is also continued into the distance, where the fleece-bearing cows are. 16. I saw the men there. Their faces were longer than the faces of the men of our earth. They were flesh-colored, as with us, but the eyes were exceedingly piercing and glittering from internal light, for they have internal light, because they are in such a state. 17. As regards their spirits, moreover, they bitterly complain, of the strangers who come to them from other earths, that they greatly disturb them as respects those things which belong to their worship, and said that they flee from them. Also that the strangers speak of such things as they are not able to understand, but which they say ought to be believed, and that they themselves who say this do not understand those things. And that they aim at nothing else than that they may rule over them. Many of those strangers appeared, but were separated from the spirits of that earth. The spirits of that earth were on the western side, but the former ones on the eastern side. Amongst others who come thither are monks. And it was perceived that they were of those who, in the world, have travelled all round about and converted the heathen. They also travel about in the other life, in similar fashion. They said of one of these, that, when he first came, he did not say anything else than that the faith ought to be held about the Lord, that he was born, and that he was crucified and suffered for us, and that they ought to venerate his missionaries. When they hear this, they say that they know the Lord to be man, and that they cannot learn anything from them, i.e. the monks, since the Lord himself teaches them, also, that they do not know what they are aiming at. 18. I said that the inhabitants of our earth dwell together in towns. When they heard this, they all fled as from fear, but, still, I spoke with them at a distance about that matter. They said that those strangers wished them to do the same, and that therefore they fled. Knowing, that if they should live together, then many evils would assail them, as the lust of ruling, and also of possessing the goods of others, and of envying others, and thus enmities, of which evils they know nothing when they live alone. House by house. They also comprehend that those strangers endeavored to persuade them to such practices in various ways, solely from the lust of governing, and therefore it was that they fled away as soon as they heard of towns. 19. I then saw that a visitation was made upon those strangers, and that they were assembled in one place, up to several thousands, and cast out thence, and thus, the residents, were freed from such ones. With those also who were cast out, was the monk, who appeared naked, but only to the waist, being girt with a mantle, and, as to the feet, encased in shoes. 20. When I went away from these, a spirit from them followed me, in order that he might see the sort of objects that were on our earth. He saw many utensils made of porcelain, or of Indian clay. He saw things made of iron, of silver, and of various kinds of wood, and many articles of household furniture. He said that he had never seen such things. And, when I wished to show him a town, which lay open to the gaze when I ascended in the house, he instantly fled away, being unwilling to see it for the reason mentioned above, since, when I had the idea of a town, I had also government by kings and by primates, and many like matters, in the idea. 21. The strangers called the spirits of that earth simple, because the former place all understanding and intelligence in evil doing. But I said that the spirits of that earth appear simple in such things, but yet they are 1,000 times wiser than the strangers. With them is heaven. But with the strangers hell, where wickedness is wisdom, and wisdom, simplicity, and almost nothing. 22. I next spoke with the monk who had been with those strangers. Inquiry was made as to what sort of a man he was, and what he did there. He said, that he taught them about the Lord. What else? About heaven and hell. What else? About faith in all the things he was going to tell them. What else? About the Pope, that he has the power of opening heaven to whomsoever he pleases. They heard this, and investigated as to whether he believed in the Lord. It was found, that he believed, in no God, and, as to what heaven and hell are, he knows nothing more than that heaven is above and hell beneath. And about faith, that people ought to believe whatever he wished. When they heard about the Pope, they said that there is folly with every man, and that he, the monk, ought to be ranked amongst fools. For they could not imagine that such things could come into the mind of anyone. He was asked, what more? He said, that he should rule over them. To this they said, what is this? What is it to rule? Also, that thus he wished to take from them all heavenly light, and bring them into the darkness of hell. Since he knew nothing except such things as were from hell, not even what the Lord is, of whom he had the idea of a humanity altogether like that belonging to himself. It was thence manifested that he tarried there, animated by the lust of ruling. They asked me why he wanted to rule. I said, in order that all might be his slaves, that, thus, he might thereby rule the hells, for dominion is their love which they hug. At these things they were amazed. Moreover, he was exceedingly cunning in leading others astray, and gloried in that skill, although he knew nothing of divine truths. 23. It has been mentioned, that they dwell alone, house by house, family by family, and tribe by tribe, and that the patriarch is supreme amongst them, and they revere him. He does not, however, rule over them from the love of self, but from the love of them, or towards them, therefore, he wishes well to them more than to himself, like a parent to his children. They consult him and he advises them about every matter whatever. Thus, the rule of love is amongst them, the rule of love for the sake of others, as different as possible from the rule of the love of self. That love, also, is from heaven, where the divine love is of such a nature, and self-love is from hell, because there the love of self reigns. But, at this day, no such rule, or no such republic, can be established, inasmuch as there resides in everyone, from heredity, the love of reigning over others for the sake of his own honor and repute. And the love of possessing the wealth of the world beyond necessaries. And, if it could, it would also wish to possess all things in the universal earth. 5514. About the hells of preachers who care nothing for the word and doctrine from the word. About Babylon. Preachers who indeed know the doctrine of their church, but yet care for it and for the word no otherwise than that they may preach it and be promoted to dignities and to profit, and thus who think only of the world and of self. And still live morally in externals to obtain reputation, in a word. Who are merely worldlings and not Christians in thinking of a life according to the precepts of the word or of the church, these are led into a certain hell which is in the northern district towards the west there. Not as far as the boundary of the middle part. A cloud appears there, like a dense cloud on earth. They are led into that, and there are allotted their places under the ground. And, when there, they do not know whether the divine is anything. Usually, they ask what the divine is, what the Lord, what heaven, what hell, thus they live in a sort of maze. 5515. About the African race. About the new heaven and the new earth. About the last judgment. It has been previously related, how, from the middle heaven, where those are who are in truths from the word, thus, where was the college 210, many were sent to those of the Catholic communion, who, although in darkness, were still in the affection of truth for the sake of truth, by reason of a life of good. 5516. I was now led down to the Africans, first, by a northerly, after by a westerly way, for they dwell in the west far removed from the midst, towards the northern angle there. And, at first, I came to a certain palace, like one of stone on earth, where some people were. And, after that, farther on where I halted, and heard then a vast number, who had been, sent forth from the midst, or from the college, 211 to the nations which were at a distance. And, communication being granted, it was discovered that those nations were Africans, and that they were there who have lived well according to their religious belief, and acknowledged one God, and him under the human form. 5517. I spoke somewhat with them about the Lord. They said that they are looking for information, and that they love to know truths. I told them that those who have acknowledged one God under the human form, and have lived a life of good, are the ones who are able to be instructed and illustrated, since these are in the affection of truth. For good of life desires nothing more than it does truth, for it desires to know how to live well, hence those rejoice when they are instructed, also, that all such receive truth from the Lord, and are illustrated according to the kind and amount of their good of life. They acknowledged this and rejoiced, and, afterwards, I also heard that a great number of spirits and angels who are instructed in divine truths from the heavenly doctrine, were sent thither. 5518. The African race is the one in this earth which is able to be an illustration beyond all other races, because they are such that they think interiorly, and receive truths, and acknowledge that they are truths from that ground. Differently from other races, for example, Europeans, who think exteriorly, and only receive those things in the memory. Nor do they see that they are truths from any other ground than that they have been so instructed from infancy, and that someone said so about whom they have faith that he knows, thus, from authority. The Africans in our globe are the ones who are of the genius in which are the angels in the celestial kingdom, Europeans, those who are of the spiritual genius, the difference in the nature of which may be seen in the A. Percana Coelestia. 5518a. In a word, the Africans live according to their religion and its laws, which they love, and, therefore, they are of such a character, namely, interior. They were told that Christians do not thus live according to their religion, but according to the civil laws, and only have the doctrinals of religion in the memory, and rarely think from them on account of life, but only on account of doctrine. For they believe they are saved by the faith of doctrine and not by life, nor do they have doctrinals of life. This they wondered at exceedingly, not being willing to believe that it was so. Believing that there is no man who does not live according to his religion, and, if he does not, he cannot do otherwise than become stupid, because, then, he does not receive anything from heaven. 5519. About the celestial kingdom, what sort are there? There was a certain one along with those who were of the Lord's celestial kingdom. He was a preacher. He belonged to the spiritual kingdom. The reason that he came thither, was because I spoke with him about those who were in that kingdom. When he came thither, he saw them sitting at a table, and, upon the tables, were foods of various sorts. When he saw them, he noticed how they passed the foods one to another, changed the plates, and various other things, which he supposed to be actings and drunken gesticulations. He was asked whether he understood what those things meant. He said that he did not. Others, who were along with me, who belonged to the same kingdom, did not see them acting, thus, but, saw, that those things were appearances corresponding with their thoughts. It was explained by the latter what it signified, which was done by means of spiritual ideas, and they said that they could not express the thousandth part by spiritual ideas, and even through those few movements, nothing in fullness. They also said that they did indeed speak together, but by a cogitative speech that entered through an internal way, and thus became audible in a particular manner. The ideas of those who belong to the spiritual kingdom cannot be otherwise expressed than that they are variegations of light. But the ideas of those belonging to the celestial kingdom, that they are variegations as it were of the flame from which the light is, consequently, inexpressible in words of natural speech. The celestials understand the spiritual readily, but not vice versa, because celestial things are interior, and, from the interior, exterior things can be seen and perceived, but not the other way about. 5520. The doctrine of the Church passes immediately into the life. With those who became celestial they live according to it, in simplicity, as soon as they know it. Neither do they think at variance with it, or reason whether the thing should be done differently. But the doctrine of the Church, with the spiritual, first passes into the memory, and thence into the understanding and into the life. But they reason whether the thing is so. 5521. Their speech is not sonorous as with the spiritual, but is like a gentle undulation which is yet audible. This was shown me. 5522. They who are of such a quality, do not know how they imbue, or learn, truths. But they yet, in the other life, learn truths in other ways also, namely, so that they become as it were infixed in them, for they are not infixed, but are inflowings, or are received in that way through influx from the Lord. 5523. There are also intermediates. These are sent among the spiritual, and, when they stand there, then they keep quiet and observe, and they wonder that they, i.e. the spiritual, are such, as they are. And thus they themselves, also, imbue their good through truths, but the truths do not pass into the memory, but into the life, and yet are all the while implanted. 5524. Those who are in the highest heaven belong to the celestial kingdom. They are the best and wisest of all, and innocences, because they are in self-knowledge and humility more than all others, consequently, more than all others in the state of receiving good from the Lord. They appear naked, and as infants. But they who are in the hell of the genii, who are opposite to these, are the worst and stupidest of all, and entirely contrary to innocence, because they are in self-love more than all others. These wish to appear as giants. 5525. About the Last Judgment. About Christians. They were afterward separated, we have seen above, all according to the life, not according to the external life but the internal, which is of the will or of charity. Those who lived as Christians, in accordance with the doctrine of the Church, are separated from those who lived as Christians according to the Word, from which they drew many things which suited their fancy, without doctrine. Those also were separated, who, indeed, believed according to the doctrine of the Church, but still lived according to the Word as regards the life. They who only believed and did not live according thereto, were cast out. Partly into desert places and partly into hells. 5526. In the other life, they do not care whether a man has lived well according to the civil laws and on their account, but whether he has lived according to the divine laws and for their sake. For this latter life affects a man's interiors and sets up a communication with heaven, the former, however, a man's exteriors only, consequently, it is a life, for the sake of self and the world. These refrain from doing evil from fear of punishment, but the former from aversion to evil on account of its being evil, and from affection for good. 5527. About the state of those who are in heaven and in hell, and of those who are not yet vastated. They who are in hell turn themselves unvaryingly to self-love, and this however they may turn about the face and body, and wherever they go. The quarters are always constant with them. Their east is the life's love, or, there is their delight. When, spirits, are such, then they are fully vastated and in hell. 5528. In heaven, also, those who are there turn their face unvaryingly to the Lord. There, with them, is the east, to the right is the south, at the left, the north, and at their back the west, and this no matter how they turn themselves. The quarters, there, are in a contrary direction from quarters in the world. The reason is, because the Son of the world is to them a black body at their back, the Son of heaven, which is the Lord, is to their face. Hence, also, it is, that worldly things are opposed to heavenly things, for the sun of the world is relatively black, it signifies the love of self, and the moon the love of the world. The angels in heaven, also, see to the sides and at the back, when they turn the face to the Lord consequently, they see to the south, north and west, at the same time as to the east, but, inwardly in themselves. It is, also, as if their sight was all around. This, too, has been granted to me, for the light from the Lord, with an angel, sends rays in every direction, but, still, indistinctly to the other quarters. 5529. But those who are not yet vastated, that is, who are not yet in heaven or in hell, do not turn themselves to their ruling love unvaryingly, but, in whatsoever way they turn themselves, they change the love. And also the understanding, accordingly. So that there are rotations, and this variously according to the place they are in. With those who come from the world, this lasts, with some, only a week, with some, months. With some, years, even as many as 50, entirely according to, their, use there, for they attend on man, and serve the rest as subject spirits. Those who are such are said to be in the world of spirits. These, if they are cast into hell, keep on returning, but they who are vastated, and are once in hell, do not return. If they only raise out the head, they are fearfully tortured. I saw some taken out thence, but this was by favor of the Lord. But, afterwards, I saw that they relapsed into their hell of themselves. They are let out, sometimes, for the sake of certain uses, but never without special permission from the Lord. I saw that Sixtus V was taken out of hell, in order that he might speak with the last deceased pope, because he particularly desired it, but that he was not able to remain there. He eagerly desired to sink down into hell, because, above hell, he came into torture. 5530. The evil in the world of spirits, all communicate with the hells, but in different ways according to the kind of evil and falsity they have confirmed by the life. And the good communicate with the heavens, in like manner according to their goods and truths, and, with the latter, evils are successively removed, but, with the former, goods. When the evil come into hell, they instantly put on the falses of their evil, and are confirmed in them. When, the good come into the heavens, they put on their own truths. The good, also, are confirmed in these truths to eternity. 5531. It ought further to be known, that, when spirits not yet vastated turn themselves about, they do not at all appear to the rest, but as it were vanish out of sight. This the evil in the world of spirits know, and thereby make themselves invisible. Disagreement of love and of thought produces the like result. Likewise, those who do not agree with them do not see their homes, or anything belonging to their dwellings. They instantly cease to appear, although they are there. The reason is, because the mind of these is elsewhere, and their love elsewhere. Hence, there are many in a town who are not seen, and many who do thus appear, likewise their houses. The evil are able to ascend the mountains where heaven is and see nothing at all there, as if the mountains were destitute of men, when, nevertheless, they are full. The cause is disagreement of loves. And, where the loves are, thither they turn their interiors, and, therefore, they do not see those things. 5532. About the former heaven and the last judgment. Visitation was made on priests in various places in Protestant Christendom, and those separated who can be called dragonists, from those who had not been. And the dragonists were found to amount to many thousands, and were cast out, by troops, into various hells, chiefly into the west, both, nearer to, and farther from, the midst. And when they were cast out, a sphere of filthy adulteries, which were variously within the prohibited degrees, was perceived from them. 5533. They were, such, as, when they become priests, and even read the word and know it, yet care nothing more for it than that they may preach therefrom, since it is assumed that preachings, must be, from it. Besides, they care nothing for it, nor hold it as holy, and apply nothing from it to their life. They only apply themselves to it so that they may be advanced to higher posts, or with the aim of gain, which are their loves. Consequently, their internal is entirely closed up towards heaven, and the external open to the world. Some are able to dissimulate and introduce themselves, by flatteries, into societies of the simple good, who believe them to be only good, and better than themselves, because they are able to preach. Others, effect such things, differently. 5534. Of what quality these are may appear from the crew which followed them, the number of which was immense. Which crew, also, was cast out of the mountains, hills and rocks in the midst, where are those who had the word and were able to be illustrated and to receive spiritual life. All these were such as in the world have lived a merely natural life, and, so far as they lived in societies, a civil life, which thence has also appeared moral. They have attended churches, listened to the preachings, partaken of the sacrament of the supper. But, inasmuch as they have had no interior bonds, in fact have thought and willed evil and also done it, have never thought that such and such a thing is sin and thus against God and the neighbor. But have abstained from doing it only on account of external bonds, which are fears on account of the law, of opposition, of the loss of profit. Honor and reputation, these have all had no conscience, thus not any spiritual life but only natural and civil. And he who has no spiritual life has no communication with heaven, but is shut out from it. For, when externals are taken away, such ones are carried off without restraint to every crime, nor can they be withheld therefrom by heaven, since they are without communication therewith. And, howsoever the Lord may inflow through heaven, still nothing is received from that. That they are such, cannot, owing to their civil, and thence apparently moral and Christian life, be known by anyone, but only by the Lord. And, because they are not Christians, therefore neither, spiritually, alive, they cannot be together with the societies of heaven, with whom is the life of heaven. They are able to know in the world whether they were of such a character, from the sole consideration whether they have thought in themselves, this is a sin, thus against God and the neighbor, or, against the divine precepts. And therefore against the word and doctrine, whether they have so thought in themselves, and not only so said with the mouth. For many speak thus with the mouth, but in themselves do not so think. These latter have no conscience, neither anything of heaven in themselves, only the world. They fear their magistrates and not God. They return from churches, preaching, and the Holy Supper just as they were before. This is, they reckoned, their duty, because it ought so to be done. 5,535. All such, to an immense number, were cast out from the Christian region this time, out of the middle. The majority towards the west, in desert places there, where they wander and dwell together in their own huts, under magistrates who hold them in bonds by punishments and various fears. They were cast out from the Christian region because they are not truly Christians. 5535a. They were also explored, by being led into the general state of their life and turning themselves to the west. And, when to the east, still they spring back to the west, like as when a spring is twisted back and recoils, for, at the west one is turned to the world, at the east, to heaven. Some, also, turn themselves to the east when they think of it. They do not then put themselves into any simulated holy state, but this is apparent, for angels then look at their interiors, which turn of their own accord, and not at the exteriors. For the latter, with them, are then struggling in a contrary direction. The ruling love, which is the world, constantly prevails. 5,536. I heard such ones saying that they believed, since they have lived morally and civilly in externals, and have known the doctrine of the church, or listened to preachings, that they were going to come into heaven. But that they now see that civil life is a very different thing to spiritual life. 5,537. If they only think that a thing ought not to be done because it is morally evil, it is still well, or, that it is not just and equitable, and that one must not do so, because such morality is still a plane for spiritual good and truth. It is otherwise when they act only on account of civil and worldly considerations. 5,538. About adulteries, about hell. Afterwards, all the adulterers were cast out, who were all those who perceived delight in adulteries. Of whom, also, there was a vast number. But, they were cast out, according to the species of the adultery, for there are many genera, and species of genera. Adulterers are not cast out into desert places like those who are adulterers spiritually, of whom, also, above 212, but into hells. The reason is, because such as perceive delight in adulteries have no communication at all with heaven. For heaven is formed upon love truly conjugial, inasmuch as conjugial love is from the conjunction of good and truth, and therefore is of heaven and of the essence of heaven, which, essence, is that conjunction. Wherefore, they do not possess the fundamental constituent of heaven, because they who have perceived delight in adulteries are not able to love their married partner, nor, consequently, to receive heaven. 5539. In Christendom, at this day, adultery is so common that scarcely any who think from human learning or from themselves, think adulteries to be abominable. They confirm themselves in various ways, in the belief, that they are harmless. From which, also, the quality of Christendom is manifest, and, also, that its last time has arrived. The reasons are, because they do not make the doctrine of the Church a matter of life, and thus because they do not care for the life. And thus, again, because they are adulterers spiritually. 5540. Continuation. I was in a state of sadness, but did not know the cause. I then heard that a vast number was being let down out of heaven towards the lower places. The reason having been sought out, it was said that they were those who rejoiced that they possess heavenly doctrine, saying that they wish to embrace it because they believe all things which are in it. Many, also, perceived that those things were truths. But, as soon as they heard that that doctrine was not only a doctrine of faith, thus that the things which were therein were not only to be known and acknowledged, but that it was a doctrine of life, and the things in it were to be willed and done, also, that doctrine affects nothing with those who merely know and affirm it, but only with those who at the same time do it. For these, from the heart, love it and embrace it, then, they because sorrowful, and all rejected it, not wanting it. Hence was my sadness. And hence were they sent down into the lower place towards the north, where there was little communication with heaven, but yet where was some communication. 5541. Those who were let down inquired of me how much must be done, whether all the things which are in that doctrine, adding, that they could by no means do this. It was granted me to tell them that it is not grievous and difficult. Since it only intends that a man should live sincerely, both in his calling and outside his calling, with everyone, and in every matter, because if he does otherwise it is sin, that is, against God and against the neighbor. They said that they wish this, namely, to live sincerely and to think in that way, but, on examination, it was found, they did not wish this, inasmuch as they desired, to act, with fraud, cunning, and deceit against others for the sake of themselves, and also to injure them in many ways. Which things they did not reckon to be evils. Wherefore, they were sent away. For to live sincerely includes all such things, as, for example, that one ought not to steal, not to commit adultery, not to injure, not to cheat, and all other things of the doctrine of charity towards the neighbor. It was also found that no one is able to live sincerely for the sake of God and the neighbor, except he who is Christian as to life, and not he who is so only as to faith. 5542. Among these, also, are they who are in false doctrines solely from the sense of the letter of the word. These care nothing for the real truths themselves, however plainly they stand forth in the word and however much they may be preached to them in the other life, if they have only confirmed themselves in the former. Those of them, however, who have lived in good, they, by virtue of the good, constantly crave genuine truths, for good craves truths as food does water. Each desires conjunction, inasmuch as one loves the other. There were seen, in immense number, those, from the Lutherans and others, who had been of such a character. Because they did not wish to embrace anything of genuine truth, they were cast down out of heaven, and sent across into the earth towards the east at the north there, and, those of them who have lived ill, into the hells at that part. 5542a. It was said, that the dragons are opposed to heaven because they are opposed to heavenly doctrine, for heavenly doctrine does not appear in the sense of the letter, save only to the enlightened, wherefore, also, they are opposed to heaven. And, if they come thither, they immediately extinguish the wisdom of those there. But, still, when those dragons who are called forth to that part are attentively observed, they cast themselves down, by reason of a very interior obscurity which arises, and torment thence resulting. Those constitute the body and head of the dragon who have confirmed themselves, in those false doctrines, more than others, and they are situated therein according to the kind and amount of the confirmation. Their presence induces a sluggishness, even to extinction, of the affection of truth with those who are in intelligence from doctrine. From experience, such ones were below me, and above me. And, so far as they were present, so far was the affection benumbed, and if they had not been removed, numbness and loathing even to nausea would have taken entire possession of me. When anyone speaks to them from doctrine they do not understand. They oppose, and at length persecute, him, some from aversion, some from hatred, and so forth. When they are without any doctrine, they appear to themselves to be in light, consequently, also, in their life and in the liberty of feeling altogether as they will, for and against, variously and wildly. 5543. About the Last Judgment and the New Jerusalem. I saw that a vast multitude was let down out of heaven eastwards, and there allotted a place towards the front. Those who were evil were cast round about into deserts and into hells, those who were good lighted upon mansions there, to dwell in. Afterwards, I heard an immense concourse, which was let down out of heaven to all the rest of the quarters round about, to the western, southern and northern, with whom it fell out in like manner. And those who were good were allotted mansions and dwellings there. This lasted through several hours, during the whole night. 5544. This was not a visitation, for that had often happened before, but an arranging in order. For, in the middle are the best sort, and at the boundaries are the good according to the degree of their good, towards the east also are those who are in the clearness of good, those at the west are they who are in the obscurity of good. Those at the south, they who are in the clearness of truth, those at the north, they who are in the obscurity of truth. 5545. Observe, that, in the prefaces to the doctrine, it is to be said that many intellectual things are therein. For the reason that angels are in the intellectual degree, when they are in wisdom and intelligence, likewise, that with the man who is enlightened by the Lord when he reads the word, nothing of understanding comes immediately. The intellect, also, is for the reception of the truths which are of faith, and the will for the reception of the goods which are of love. And that, without such intellectual degree, a decision could not be arrived at 213 as to what is true, since, from the sense of the letter of the word everyone is able to conclude that that is true which he proposes to himself. As, for example, that there is fury with Jehovah and that it burns even to hell, 214 in David, also, that he rejoices to do evil, while he also rejoiced to do good, Deuteronomy 28 verse 63. So in very many other places. This is the reason that there are also intellectual things in that doctrine. 5546. About heaven. They who are in the heavens live there as they have done on the earths. Those who lived apart, or distinct, according to tribes, families, and houses, as the most ancients in our earth, live there also in like manner, and those who live under monarchies and in towns, live similarly there. But, still, these are also distinguished, in the towns, according to nations, families and houses, thus, according to relationships in their order, but, according to the relationships of truth from good, which are spiritual relationships. 215 Those who are in spiritual relationships, there, know each other at first sight, exactly as if they had been kinsfolk and relatives on earth. They are like intimates, although they have never seen each other before. 5547. About heaven in general and about its degree. There are heavens above heavens, and communication between them. Spirits and angels do not know how the case is with the communication and conjunction, except those who are in the highest heaven. There are 7 degrees of these, distinguished, in general, between those who are internal and those who are external. Those who are internal are called celestial, and those who are external are called spiritual. The internal are distinguished into 3, and the external into 3, and, between the internal ones and the external ones is given a medium for the sake of conjunction. The ones who constitute the medium are called celestial spiritual. Hence it is that there are 7 degrees. 5548. The first degree, which is the inmost one with the internal, is the Lord's alone, and may be said to be the very dwelling place of the Lord 2:16 in heaven. For what is there transacted the angel does not know, but yet he is ruled by the Lord through it. The second degree with the internal, is one which comes to their perception indeed, like the internal of man does to that of his external. The third degree is the one in which these angels live, and where they have their perception, their human is there, and their soul in the second degree, just as man thinks in his natural and sensual, and not in the internal intellectual. Thus those in that heaven possess an external like all spirits, but it is quiescent with them, and they do not know that they have it, thus, it is quiescent like a man's external when he is asleep. But, still, that external is filled with their internals. Through it occurs the communication with those who are in externals, or in the spiritual world, 217 by means of the celestial spiritual. 5549. The angels who are in the spiritual heaven, are not in internals but in externals. That external also is tripartite, namely, into internal, middle and external. The external, which approaches towards the external sensual in the world, is quiescent in the middle degree, they live, as to thought and observation. The internal is like a soul to them. They indeed have the internal which is above, but it is shut up. The communication, of the Lord, with these occurs through the celestial spiritual heaven, across the celestial. Hence it is that spiritual angels are in the internal of the natural. 5550. From these things it is plain that there are 3 degrees of heavens, or of angels in the heavens. The same number of degrees, also, are given with men the world who are angels. But, then, they do not know what is transacting in the internals. After death these are opened. 5551 to 5600. 5551. These degrees are altogether distinct for each other. But I doubt whether the learned of the world can take this in, for the reason that, for the most part, they have the idea, about externals and internals with man, of continuity from gross to subtle, without any other distinction. 5552. Man, or the human race, is the ultimate, and what heaven closes in, for the reason that man has heaven in himself and corresponds to it. His sensual which stands forth in the world, is the ultimate itself, and therefore, also, the foundation upon which heaven rests, like a house upon its foundation, for there is a connection of all things, from firsts to lasts, also. Man's sensual is comparatively fixed. What sort of fixity it is, can only be known by this, that all things which are on earth, are also in the heavens, but there they are not fixed, still however, there is the appearance as of fixity. Many things may be enumerated, as houses, fields, gardens, carriages, animals. It is hence plain, that, when man lives in the world, he acquires to himself a plane of fixity, and that this, therefore, cannot be changed. Whence it is that man remains to eternity of the quality he has been in the world. He has this plane with him, but it is entirely passive. Still, his interior's close in it. Except he has this correspondence with internals in him, it cannot be well with him. It is well with him, also, to the extent to which this correspondence prevails. But he must have his interiors good, if the interiors are evil then he comes into hell. 5553. In order, therefore, that the divine might rule all things, both in the heavens and on the earths, from itself. Which happens through all things, through firsts and at the same time through lasts, to this end, the Lord came into the world and put on the human, and rose with the human even to the ultimates, as also he taught the disciples. For thus he was able in the world to subjugate the hells, and, so, afterwards, to rule the heavens and earths, and no otherwise, for, at that time, man had entirely withdrawn from the heavens into, his, ultimates. So that, then, the foundation began to perish. 5554. The speech of the celestial angels. In order that I might understand the speech of these, one example was granted me. I perceived that a certain woman loved her husband, but was restrained by others, through speech, from doing so openly. Sometimes, persuasive speech, which merely aimed at fettering the affections of others, which occurs by restraining them, by insinuating other affections, by hindering communication. By substituting others who inflowed more powerfully into the exteriors. When those were removed, she openly loved her husband very demonstratively, kissing and embracing him. Then I said that the case here was like that of a bowstring, or spring, which, though held back, still strives to rebound. This is called its conatus, or effort. The essential of a spring is in the effort. Nor does it know anything of act, before the fastenings are brought together. In man, it is called will. For will is living effort, for all things in the living subject are named differently and exist under a different guise, while yet it is the same, only into organic, or substantial forms, life inflows. That which any man wills, he is in the effort of, and, when obstacles are removed, it becomes act. This, which is in the human will, is his love, for the will itself is his love. Hence, so far as anyone's love is held back, which happens through various causes which are called impossibilities, and also through other loves, outward and intermediate, so far it does not act. Thus it is in all things and every single thing of nature, in the universe, as regards the atmospheres, in the vegetable kingdom, as regards all and every one of the things therein. In the animal kingdom as regards all and every one of the things in it, in man, as to all and every one of the things in him. Hence our equilibrium, efficient causes from ends, and effects from causes. Inwardly in the supreme sense, of the word, is the Lord's love of saving the human race, and of giving them wisdom and happiness. The obstacles are with man and his loves. 5555. These things were expressed through words and ideas, and observed by spiritual and celestial angels. The spiritual understood these well, and with delight, because they are intelligences. But the celestials did not do so before something from a spiritual idea came into their idea, which is interior, and yet founded upon the spiritual idea. It is more general, thinking obscurely of such influx and consequent action, or of such state and consequent act. They thought, as it were, only in a general way of such state of all in the complex. And then the gestures of the body and of the face acted in like manner, and they showed this through the motions of all parts of the body, and also by the expressions and flashings of the eyes. 5556. That angels have the human form. Everything of the life of man, conspires, from the Lord, to the human form, the least and greatest of it. Everything of truth and of good, belonging to the understanding from its will, which is from the Lord, strives after the human form. For the reason that the Lord is man, and heaven in its complex is a man. Hence is the human form with man, hence, also, with a spirit, hence, also, with an angel. When man lays down his body he has the human form. And when a spirit is laid to sleep as to the exteriors which are in the human form, he is under the human form still more perfectly. The soul is a man. If you say that the soul is the very life which inflows from the divine, that is in the human form, for whatsoever is from the divine, thus from the Lord, is human in form. Love, or the good of love, is the very esse of that form. And truth thence, when it becomes good, is the very existere from that esse. That many learned men doubt about the resurrection, and have a notion about a resurrection of the body, is because they have thought about the soul from theories, and have had about it only the idea of wind, and some, differently, as of air, of fire, of flame. Hence that learning has blinded them, and confounded and annihilated the interior perception about man's life after death. The simple are different, unless they think similarly about the soul. Wherefore, in Christendom, when they think about the soul after death, they are not able to have an idea of the human form. When, nevertheless, that idea remains with all who have not annihilated the interior perception concerning the life after death by such notions, for example, those who are outside the learned world, all Mohammedans, and the wise heathen. That such idea, amongst the learned in the Christian world, is from that source, was shown by their ideas being examined and discovered to be such, and there was not only doubt in them, but also negation from them. In that obscurity, of their minds, were such things as suffocated all heavenly light about the life after death. The ideas of the simple were also examined, and it was found that they entirely agree, with those, of a spirit concerning himself. Everyone's faith is according to his ideas. Those of them, who have thought about the life after death from the impossibility that the universal heaven along with the stars, sun and earth, should perish and that, then, man's body, consumed, by worms, mice, fishes, and divided and scattered to every quarter of the globe, should undergo resurrection, have denied the resurrection. Which denial being once made, is afterwards buttressed by various arguments. Because man in the Christian world is such, it has been permitted him to believe that the body would undergo resurrection at a certain last judgment, otherwise all who thought from their intellectual would have rejected the doctrine about the resurrection. Which being rejected, everything of the church and of heaven with man perishes. 5557. About the speech of spirits and of angels. The speech of the celestial and the spiritual angels differs greatly, also the speech of angels and spirits. Which difference may be manifest from the very nature of their speech, in that they express, themselves, from ideas, in natural sound, which sound is, as it were, their love. When, therefore, they speak, from their ideas, they speak such things from themselves. It proceeds from their whole being, as if not only from the thought but also from the whole body. For the whole spirit is his love. Hence is their speech. 5558. Hence is manifest of what nature is the speech of the angels who are in celestial love, that it is most delightful and lovely, for they speak from their love. Such, also, is the speech of the wise angels, that it is filled with ideas of wisdom which do not fall into the ideas of angels not so wise. Also, it is manifest, of what sort is the idea of the simple, unless they be in the company of the wise. 5559. Hence is manifest of what nature is the speech of those who are in hell, namely, that, by reason of their foul ideas, it is foul, and that it cannot have conjunction with the speech of the angels. For such ideas as are in hell do not fall into angelic ideas, because they are destructive, thereof, moreover, that the speech varies there according to the genera and species of the loves. For everyone's love is what thinks and speaks, because the whole spirit, as to interiors and exteriors, is, as it were, his love. The exteriors are their ultimate forms. Hence is manifest what the differences are. The differences are of such a nature that the infernals can scarcely at all understand angelic speech, which, although from ideas in like manner, yet is from such ideas as are opposite to their ideas. But angels can understand the infernals. By this means, also, heaven is separated from the hells. 5560. About those who relate to the nails, hell. Those who relate to the nails and toes of the feet, are the most wicked of all. They care least, and scarcely anything, for those things which belong to heaven and the church. Their wickedness exceeds the wickedness of all others. At length, however, they become the most stupid of all. Such is Cartouche. 218. 5561. About books and the word, in heaven. They have the word there, and also books. In the spiritual heaven the writing is like writings in the world, with Roman letters, but they are not at all intelligible to those who are in the natural world, for they are in an entirely different language, which is a universal one. They who read it, comprehend it instantly. The words in it are according to their natural ideas. They were many times seen by me, but, when I was in a natural state, though I was able to read I could not understand. I saw books, the letters were before my eyes, I read them, and this on many occasions. They have the word, likewise, some, according to its internal sense, some, according to the external sense, but yet a more spiritual one, than with us. 5562. In the celestial heaven, however, they have no such writing, but the letters are different, almost like the Hebrew, and there they see in the separate syllables, little horns and apices, the many things which they signify. For there is with them a different speech. This was witnessed by me, and there was an angel with me at the time who explained. Hence, what we read in the word as regards every little horn and every apex. 219. 5563. They also write letters, and send to others, and also to other places, as, likewise, I have seen. 5564. About speech and wisdom in heaven. Spiritual speech is universal, from ideas. But its sound, or its articulation, flows from the very affection itself which is natural to one, so that the affection expresses itself by the sound, that is, the articulation, with them, like as every affection has natural gestures along with it. Consequently, the sound of the speech, or their words, flow from the entire spirit. The ideas are of the affection, and these, also, are similarly formed in the spiritual region of the spirit's body. But what spirits speak amongst themselves, cannot, as respects the greatest part, be expressed in natural language or speech, for it does not fall into the words, neither into the sensual ideas, of the thought which is with man in the body. In the body are the generals of things. 5565. The case is similar with celestial speech in relation to spiritual speech. In celestial speech is such wisdom as cannot be expressed in spiritual speech, nor even grasped in idea. As, also, was proved by a certain one who had doubts about it. He was led into the company of celestials, and then he perceived those things which they spoke. But, when he went by to his fellows, who were spiritual, he was not able to express anything, not even by ideas of thought. He said that the things spoken were most replete with wisdom. He was the London Spectator. 220. It was also proved that spiritual speech does not fall into the natural speech which is with man. 5566. All angels, both celestial and spiritual, are perfected, as regards wisdom, to eternity. But, still, they cannot be perfected to any such degree that there is any proportion between their wisdom and the divine wisdom of the Lord, because the divine wisdom of the Lord is infinite. And there exists no proportion between infinite and finite. 5566a. That every one of the ideas of thought flows from the affections which belong to the love, as light from flame, so that it can be said that the understanding is the production of light from the affection of the will as flame. In every single respect, this was perceived, in heaven, to be so. It was perceived, too, that it originates from the Lord as the Son, who is love, and from the light thence issuing, which is their divine, also, from the fact that the Lord dwells in every single thing of theirs. Likewise, in the circumstance that it, namely, thought, is relatively general. 5567. About the abominable Babylonish crew. Those of the Babylonish crew who have displayed holiness in external matters, and thereby persuaded the vulgar that they were holier than the rest of men. And nevertheless have inwardly in themselves believed that they possess heaven and thus have a right over the souls of men, and have also persuaded the vulgar of this, and thereby ensnared their souls and deprived them of their possessions. Those of them who have believed nothing, and have done such things from deceit, these, in the other life, devise abominable arts and achieve the like things in a different way. They are behind, in the western quarter, upon a certain not very high mountain, and another kind of them upon a mountain nearer to the north. 5568. The former ones, who are at the western quarter almost in the midst, in another place verging also towards the north, these come clandestinely to the hinder parts of men and spirits, either themselves, or through thoughts, or by messengers, and there are in the persuasion that Christ was there present. Those who try to do this, are able to feign, and to induce a persuasion just as if the Lord was there, from having such a faith in the world. Then, all who have influx into the hinder parts of spirits turn away, and thus lead them whithersoever they wish, just as if the Lord were leading. They who come to the hinder parts of man, beneath the back head, rule the man's thoughts. If any simple upright spirits approach, they attract them to their side immediately, for persuasion so acts. And if they are detected as being spirits, they say that they have been sent by the Lord, or that he inflows through them, inasmuch as the Lord is thus omnipresent. Those simple upright spirits having been entrapped, do to the man and spirit whatsoever the others wish. These are, for the most part, present when man is in temptations, when in misfortunes, in states of despair, and when the mind wavers about the Lord and his providence and sticks fast in doubt. They then lead man to wicked thoughts. And if a spirit does not give himself, and whatever he has, entirely to them, they plunge his thoughts into hell, which happens through denial of the divine. They act chiefly against the more innocent. They are inwardly in the love of self beyond all others, and are interior devils. Such have frequently been with me and in concealment, so that I was wholly unaware of the fact, save for the change of state as to the disposition. At length they were exposed, and then seen. I spoke with them also. And it was proved that they were most inveterate enemies against the Lord, and persecute all those who worship the Lord if they do not give them all they have, as to their souls, and as to their possessions. To them, the worship of the Lord is for a means to such abominations. I saw that crew, which was very numerous, was cast down into a hell in front of their mountain, where the sulphur within, and the infernal fire within, is fearfully increased. Now, also, as soon as they come there, for there is their assembly, they are cast down into that hell. 5569. The other sort, which dwells nearer to the north in the western quarters, possess interior cunning, and are more cunning than the former. They do all things, however, so that the spirit and man may be unaware. They speak sincerely, and piously too, but they do not so much display sanctity as sincerity. Inwardly, however, they are like the others. These, through their arts, seek to approach to man and spirit, not so much at the hinder part and sway the thoughts there, but they go about the left ear and occupy that province, which takes place by various and secret methods and arts. All of which I am not able to describe. Thus, they turn away there from all the influx out of heaven, for heaven inflows from every direction. And when they have possession of that province, then they possess the spirit and the man, for the whole power of apperception comes through that way. And thither enters the whole of that which affords the man delight from his ruling love, in a word, the entire delight of the interior thought. The influx of heaven has its axis around the ear. So that the axis of influx is there, for the reason that the ear receives such things, and those which enter there come to a man's perception. When they have occupied that province, then they immediately perceive a spirit's thoughts and affections, not before, and, then, in various ways, the spirit being unaware, they introduce many things which belong to the love. And which are contrary to the love, and seek out what it is, which, when he does it, brings him into sadness, or into joy, or occasions him delight, or unpleasantness. And, when they discover this, they insinuate such things as drive him to desperation, either about his salvation, or about providence, or about the divine, or something else, until, at length, the spirit is so that he is scarcely in his right mind. And so they possess him, and either thrust him out of his possession so that he flees to another place, and thus strip him of all things that belong to him. Or else attach him to themselves and have him among them as a slave, so that he may surrender to them all he has. After this, also, they search for the influx, out of heaven to that part, from all sides, and even as far as to the loins on both sides. And, when the influx is known to them, they then possess the whole of him and subject him to themselves, a vile slave. Some doubted of such wickedness, and it was permitted those, wretches, to operate into them. And, at length, they confessed that the others were able, if they wished, to thrust them down into hell of their own accord, for they induce such a state. In a word, it is a nefarious crew. 5570. When man is in inward joy, or in inward sadness and melancholy, it comes from nowhere else than from the influx of spirits who talk and speak contrary to his loves, or in agreement with his loves. This was shown me many times. And this, also, many of the most wicked in the other life know. They spoke to each other, and it was not heard, but, through delightfulness and disagreeableness, it was perceived. 5571. About numbers in heaven. Sometimes numbers appear, a paper filled with them, they also appear on the walls, which signify such things as the celestials think, but scarcely anyone is able to know them except those who belong to such, i.e. celestial, heaven. When the numbers are simple, as, for example, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc., to 12, then they have a significance according to those things which are described in the Arcana Coelestia. But when they are compound, they have another sense, for example, 90356/358. These signify, God be with thee, and every single number something. The sense named, however, is according to those things which are above, referred to. Take 358, here. These numbers, which are here and there, determine the sense into such a series. They who are of that, i.e. celestial, kingdom understand immediately, and this without instruction, as if of themselves. Every single idea has its own number. In general, even numbers correspond to good, as 2, 4, 8, and odd numbers, as 3, 9, to truth. 5572. About the genii and their hells. The genii dwell deep down at the back, and there spread themselves widely under the hells of spirits, from whom they are distinguished and separated, by, as it were, a hard rock, which can never be penetrated. Because there is no communication except through intermediates, just as between the celestial and the spiritual. They also correspond to the celestials, and are ruled and kept in subjection by the Lord, through them. 5573. A certain one belonging to the genii, was known to me in the world, lag, frolic. 221. He was long among the spirits. And he was able to lead all whomsoever he wished, namely, through thoughts, and also to lead them away at his pleasure. They did not know that he was of the genii. They said, also, that they were altogether unable to resist him. But that he could compel them to think whatsoever he would, as, also, he himself admitted. He came to me, likewise, and did in like manner with my thoughts, so that he was able to lead the minutest things there. And also introduced himself, by the hand, into the province of the breast. It was there, also, discovered that he was one of the genii, and among spirits with whom I was acquainted in the world. Many spirits adhered to him, even up to several hundreds. They said that he was able to take up their thoughts, others not so. They were evil and mostly naturalistic, and, inwardly in himself, he was also. 5574. From the life of these ones in the world, it was permitted me to know of what quality they are in the world who become genii, that, namely, they remain firm in their own thoughts, partly owing to solitary life in themselves, that is, from the delight thereof. From sad lots then intermingled, and from continuous thought about them at the time. Hence they were able to be in one thought a long time, and to be kept, in it. And not to fluctuate, like those who are in joy, and in variety, and with whom there is no sadness. It was chiefly through this that they were able to remain long steadfast in thinking about one matter. Such was that one. They at length become such that they say what they think, however another speaks. Nor does, such a one, fall into doubts through any considerations, but holds himself continually in his own idea of a matter about which others are speaking, and abandons nothing thereof. Not attending to the reasons of others any otherwise than, to say, that it is not so, and that their reasons are worthless, so that he does not rely upon others in any matter whatsoever. He makes nothing of authority, or the reputation of learning in spiritual and rational things. Thus he is in continuous thinking against any other who speaks differently from himself. They who are such become genii, and lead any who are of the spiritual, genius, by their thought, for the spiritual are bent hither and thither according to various things, the rational, according to reasons. The non-rational, according to the accepted opinion about the sincerity, doctrine, and learning of another. Such ones become genii, and rule others, in the other life, constantly, by means of their closely consecutive thoughts. And especially through the affections belonging to the others, which are the interiors of the thought. For these are in self-love beyond others, and are affected by their own thoughts, and love them. Hence the affections which are of love, belonging to others, by means of which the thoughts of all are ruled, follow them instantly. 5575. Those of them, also, who reason, are intermediates. The celestial angels, in general, correspond to the heart and pulse of the grand man, and also to the flesh, even to the tendons, sinews, and bones therein. But the spiritual to the lungs and respiration, also to the various fibers and the blood, and to the animal spirit. 5576. The genii, however, are, on the contrary, opposite to the flesh and heart. Thus, the bulk of them become as it were bones, or as it were ossifying, cartilaginifying flesh. For they are so entirely opposed to good, in greatest and least things, that there is no soundness in them, they are opposite to the truly human voluntary faculty. In their hells, they at first appear like scarcely visible flying things. They flee from one another, because one is not able to bear the sphere of another's thoughts, for there is perpetual collision. Hence, they make themselves invisible. He who does not think similarly to another in the other life, is invisible to the other. 5577. Few of the English become genii, because they rely on the authority of others, with self-thought at the time, and on the reasonings and reasons of others, according to their apprehension and consequent reception thereof. Hence, also, they are yielding. If only they believe that a man is learned and sincere, and of their own nation, then, their thought is clear and interior. Many of the Dutch, however, become genii, because they from their own thought think contrary to others, and do not disclose the fact. Their thought, in the spiritual world, appears lower and more obscure. Many of the English also embraced the heavenly doctrine in the other life, and thence came into the New Jerusalem, because they are such that they embrace the truths of faith when they see them. And they see them in a certain interior light, and so remain in it, i.e. the heavenly doctrine. This the English do quickly, but the Dutch slowly, for they who covet heaven see slowly and take up immediate truths. And when they grasp the fact that a life according to the precepts of that doctrine leads to heaven, they at length acknowledge them. They walk according to the form of heaven. And what they then know that is higher, this also they practice, according to interior representatives. Thoughts are according to the form of heaven, and, what man is unaware of, rational, ideas, which are truly analytical, are of truth from good. 5578. About the writings of the celestial angels. There was shown me a sheet of paper on which something was written in Hebrew characters. And there was a certain spirit with me who said what every detail there signified, not what the sense of the letter was, nor that the interior or spiritual sense, but what the inmost sense, which is the celestial. He did not see this from the words, but from the syllables and their inflections and curvatures, or, as is said, from the apices and little horns. 222 It was hence manifest what every jot, apex, and little horn, of which we read in the word, signifies. 5579. Moreover, it was told me out of heaven that their writing there, in the celestial kingdom, was wholly different from the writing in the spiritual kingdom. In the spiritual kingdom, it occurs through words written in a like diction to that which is written in the world, but their words there belong to their natural 223 or universal language, in which all spirits and angels are versed. I often saw such words in the Roman characters, but, when I was in the natural 224 sphere I understood nothing at all of it. There were the words, but they were not understood, but they are understood by any spirit you please, whoever he may be. It was according to their natural language which before. But the writing of the celestials is entirely different. It consists of various inflections in various forms, and every curvature and inflection signifies something. And thus they express, in one such form, more things than can be expressed by very, very many words in the spiritual tongue, while, yet, it is only some exterior things, that they express. Thus, celestial angels know perfectly how to write and read, and this without any previous instruction. 5580. I was told, also, that they saw the spiritual writing, and indeed understood it according to its spiritual meaning. But, yet, they understood, at the same time, other things from the inflections of the syllables alone, which the spiritual angels wondered at and which they did not understand. A certain syllable was shown me. There were only curvatures, in various forms, almost as with certain Orientals. 5581. It was also said, that the ancients, when writing first began, wrote thus, namely, those who preceded the Hebrews, before the Hebrew language existed. But that the Hebrew language indeed somewhat approached it, though it still deviated from it, inasmuch as in it there are sharp terminations in the syllables, which there are not in the celestial language. Still, however, in it, and in every single one of its words which are in the word, celestial things are in the very syllables themselves, which things are understood by the intermediate angels. Therefore, also, such celestial things, are inmostly therein. 5582. In other writings, however, no such thing exists, save in those things, which are from the divine, thus in the words. In ordinary spiritual writing which is not from the divine, something, indeed, lies concealed, but it is not according to correspondence. 5583. Whence such writing was also perceived, that, namely, it is according to the form of heaven, which is of such a nature, about which many things can be said, but not now. Celestial angels know perfectly what corresponds, as, in what way good proceeds to this or that quarter, and this from engrafted knowledge, because they are led by the form of heaven. Hence is their writing, and many other things. So that they know what is true without teaching, Jeremiah 31 verses 33 and 34. It is permitted me to relate a certain marvel about a like matter. When angels see any spirit walking below them, then they instantly perceive, from the path in which he is walking, and the bendings of the path hither and thither, of what quality he is, and what he is thinking. Whether he is going according to that form in which his thought is, also, from the form they draw their conclusion. Thence it might be manifest to me that the inflections of the writings are according to the form of heaven. To walk according to the heavenly form, and to write according to the heavenly writing, nobody can learn by art. If anyone should learn something of it by art, he would immediately withdraw from heaven, and also would be instantly detected. Especially one who is walking, and this, from the set of his face, even when his feet go differently. 5584. What all numbers signify, therefore, comes also from the celestial kingdom. But it is from a loftier origin than can be described in a few words. Hence, is the signification, of the numbers in the word, as, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, to 12, and so forth. I saw writings of numbers alone sent thence. But the numbers are there differently written, they fall in the natural sphere, according to the methods of calculation. 5585. About the speech of spirits. The speech of spirits is natural. 225. It is from their interior memory, the ideas from which become words, but such as comport with the matters themselves, which, also, are the beginnings of natural 226 words. Such ideas are with man, although he is unaware of it. And in the other life he speaks from them. It is, therefore, a universal tongue, for everyone is able to speak it with another, nor needs to be previously instructed. That speech is heard as sonorously as speech in the world only, however, by a spirit, not by a man. When spirits speak with a man, that speech falls into the words of the man's language, like his interior ideas into the speech of his words. When a spirit turns himself to such a man, then the spiritual speech perishes, and he does not know any other speech but the man's. 227. He is even unaware that any other speech exists. Some, also, speak from ideas. But this now rarely, for, then, the quality of his truth and good is perceived, but, if there are with anyone genuine truths in connection, he is able to speak from ideas readily, and the more instructed anyone is, the better, the speech. But he must beware of that speech, it is interior. I have frequently spoken in such speech, by means of ideas, with spirits and angels. 5586. A certain spirit turned himself to me and spoke in my language, but when to a spirit, he spoke in the spiritual tongue. He also observed the distinction. That, namely, the speech of angelic spirits is sweet, and differs from the ideas of others, because their interior ideas are filled with truths from good. Evil spirits do not understand the speech of these, when they speak from their ideas as well as, from the interior memory. The speech of the evil is foul, and good spirits do not like to hear it. The speech of the celestial is external. For they do not talk about anything else than those things which they see, and not those which they bear. These things were written when a spirit was present who had no ideas, but only spoke from the interior memory apart from ideas. Therefore, I was not able to describe it from thought. By means of so acting he prevented me. 5587. About the speech of the celestial and of the spiritual. The celestial do not speak anything from their interior, because this does not fall into words. All truths are inscribed in their interior according to the order of heaven, so that an image of heaven is in them. And because they are thus in the truths themselves they never talk about them, and consequently not about such things as belong to reason, or rational things, neither about morals, or civil matters as regards justice and equity, since they see them all from the truths in which they are. That they talk nothing at all about them was granted me to prove, for such a celestial one is with me. I was also informed out of heaven that such things as are rationals and they hear, they never utter, neither are able to utter, because they have not a memory for those, other than that they know and perceive them when others speak of them. And, then, they say, or think, yeah, or, nay, nay. They said, moreover, that whatever from such things enters by means of hearing, they do not utter, but yet still they perceive. What, however, they see before their eyes, this they know, and this they utter as readily as others, for these are such visible worldly and exterior objects as pertain to their body, or their human. I was led into the like state, so that I might know how the case is. But things must be seen by them, not so much heard. The things which enter through hearing into the perception, enter into the interior man, thus into the voluntary or into the affection, but those which enter through the sight, enter only into the exterior man, and into the external intellectual. Hence it might be evident to me, that their memory is of such a quality as that of spirits, which is exterior, from which, also, they can speak, but it is not interior. They, therefore, do not speak with ideas. Moreover, they speak by various gestures and by their movements, in doing, going and sitting. 5588. As regards the speech of spirits, it is from the ideas of the speech thought, which ideas are distinct from the words which are with man. For, when a man speaks, he thinks only the sense of the thing about which he is speaking, and that sense is what falls into the words. That thought which is the speaking, or exterior thought, separated into ideas, constitutes the speech of spirits. And it is from the interior natural memory. For the internals which the spiritual have are closed, wherefore, they speak about truths and goods. 5589. This memory is pictorial, formed from the visible objects in the world. And when it becomes active through the influx of light out of heaven, it constitutes that speech, which, because it is from the light of heaven, renders the ideas thereof conformable to the nature of the things in the universe. Every single thing has its conformity from the influx of heaven. Those heavenly fashioned ideas, fall, among spirits, into words, which, also, are distinctly spoken out, and distinctly and sonorously heard amongst themselves, like all speeches on the earths amongst men. Hence it is that the speech of spirits is a natural 228 speech, and also the universal of all, whereby spirits from every nation of the earth, and from every globe, are able to converse together. And this as readily with the most ancient people as with the moderns. Into this speech, every man spontaneously comes immediately after death, and when he then speaks, he is unaware that he has ever spoken differently. Hence, also, it is manifest, that the common speech of spirits is in every man whatsoever, and will become of the same character, as it is with spirits, if one man should enter into the thought or another with his own thought. And, also, that thus he can bring forth, in one moment, more things than, by words, during half an hour. From these things it was also manifest, that speech is one of words, but entirely different words, formed according to the notion of the thing, and articulated by means of sound, so that the sound is articulated, expressing all the things belonging to the matter. It differs from the speech of brutes in this way, that is continuous, but that of spirits discrete, because there is with them the thought of the thing itself out of heaven and from the divine truth there, which, there, is light. Hence, with men, speech is discrete and articulate, because they are intellectual, with beasts it is continuous. 229. 5589a. But how much the words of the language of spirits differ from the words of the language of men in this world, could also be plain to me from various considerations. It can be expressed in the world by sound, even distinctly and articulately. But nobody there can understand it, because it is the spiritual of speech but not the natural, in which latter man is. Speech also differs from the interior thought of man and of spirit. For it is exterior, and care is taken lest, that, thought should enter it, for thus would be manifested of what sort the spirit was. Therefore, those in the other life who are rational, or who speak from reason, and those who speak only from the memory of a thing without its thought, speak alike. And those there are also able, as much as in the world, to pretend that they are learned, although they speak solely from the memory. 230. 5589b. Thus also preachers speak, each one from his doctrine without interior ideas at the same time. They only let themselves into the exterior affections, or into a wholly external state, in which their speech is just as in the world. The hearers hear only the speech in such affection, and are affected from that apart from interior affection. 5589c. In a word, their speech is every bit as natural. 231 as hearing, sight, taste, touch and smell are natural. Such natural speech, man in the world possesses, just as much as spirits do, but it is only manifested in the other life. There are many reasons why it is not manifested in the world, of which, elsewhere. 5590. The speech of spirits with man falls into the man's words. And, then, a spirit is in the like speech with the man, of whatsoever nation he may be, it also, falls, into the foreign languages which are with the man. Such spirit is, at the time, unaware that there is any other speech, or that he is a spiritual being, among spirits. Similar is the influx of the speech of spirits into man as, the speech, of the man in himself. He is a man-spirit. And his speech inflows from his spirit into the natural 232 speech of man, and man is then unaware of the quality of his spirit, or that there is in him another speech than the language of earth. And when he is neither speaking, nor thinking that his speech belongs to his words, he is unaware of the fact, in like manner the spirits who are with a man. The case is precisely similar. Make the comparison. 5591. Through the common speech of spirits all are able to be in converse together, both the celestials with the spirituals, and the spirituals with spirits of whatever kind, all, of whatsoever religion they are, likewise, angels with infernals. The only difference is, that everyone speaks according to his own opinion of mind. Thus, they are able to reason and to dispute. Neither does thought manifest itself otherwise than through a speech of words, as in the world. But angels cannot bear infernal speaking, on account of the falsities and foulnesses which they speak, and infernals cannot bear angels speaking, on account of the truths and good affections they utter. 5592. There exists, besides, a speech through accompanying ideas, and also without accompanying ideas. I have spoken with angels and spirits through speech accompanied by ideas, and also not accompanied by ideas. The speech through accompanying ideas is also sonorous, and exists at the same time along with words such as pertain to men in the world, and at the same time, also, along with words such as pertain to spirits and angels. And it is sonorous. But speech through ideas alone, without words, is likewise twofold, but both kinds are tacit, not sonorous, the one is of thought, the other of affection. 5592a. When intellectual ideas of thought are present, then appear all things whatsoever that a man, or spirit, has known about the same matter, but, in the midst, and thus in the light, is the matter which is then the subject. And the rest are round about at a distance, in shade. If the obscure things which were at a distance, are in the middle, or in the light, then the rest are at the circumference in the distance, like objects of sight when the sight is forcibly determined, strained to a certain object. The case is quite similar. It must be known, that, when a man, or spirit, speaks, all things whatsoever that he has known about the same matter are then exhibited present, in order, according to the form of heaven, in which he is if good. For the connection is similar. Wherefore, such speech diffuses itself widely, if the man, or spirit, has known much, and the things, he has known, are truths from good. Then it is towards heaven and in heaven. 5592b. But, if they are not truths and goods, then, the speech diffuses itself towards hell, and its form is different, thus, if in falsas from evil, he is in the opposites. But speech from affections without intellectual ideas, is still fuller. The affection is presented with its variety, and the angels, especially the celestial, apprehend all things distinctly, according to the truths from good inscribed in them. Such speech is obscure to man, and also to spiritual angels. With such speech also I have often spoken, and the angels readily understood. It differs, likewise, according to the quality of the affection, resulting, from the truths. Those who are in genuine truths are able thus to speak in the celestial manner, and, then, internal holiness, which is holiness itself out of heaven, is called forth, but not external holiness without that internal. There is more of the human element in external holiness, but in internal, more of the divine holiness. 5593. One spirit is not able to hold conversation with another by means of that speech from ideas and affections, if they are not in like truths and in like affections from truths. For collision immediately occurs, and, indeed, of such a nature that the one must needs be carried away by the other, according to the ideas and their affections. Those who are of differing religion cannot converse together, at all. Neither angels with infernals at all. Such speech is most beautiful in heaven, because it proceeds from the whole angel and from all and every single one of those things which constitute him. Because an angel is his own truth and his own good, thus, the speech is of such a form as belongs to angels. They make one. There, is the speech of love and charity. In hell, is the speech of hatred and spite, or the delight of adultery. And this is altogether external without anything internal. Few are in this speech, because there is contrariety, also for the reason that few in the world have thought rationally and spiritually, from truths and goods themselves. 5594. I have frequently spoken with angels by means of that tacit speech of ideas, and also with others, and, then, I was able to express even material things without words, by only thinking about them, whether they are facts, or persons, or places. I have thought about merely scientific matters, and they have immediately known all about them, about persons, without the name, and they have known instantly. About places, towns and kingdoms, and they have at once known, because then, all the things which I have known about them are together, and the spirits then suppose that they know them as perfectly as I. Such is the communication. But places and persons are presented in certain quarters, according to the corresponding states at the time. 5595. It must be known, moreover, that spiritual speech is in many expressions of human speech, principally those which belong to sensation, as, for example, when seeing is spoken about understanding, about perceiving, smelling is said. About tasting, in like manner, but in a grosser sense, that to hear is to obey, and so on. There is a spiritual therein, from the spiritual world. In the words of human speech are many such cases. And man is unaware that they are from the spiritual world, because he does not know what the spiritual is, nor what correspondence. The speech of the most ancient people was of such a character. At that time, the speech of words was exceedingly full of such instances. At first, it was spiritual, afterwards more and more natural, and at length sensual, such as it is at this day. That there was a most ancient speech of ideas and affections, see what is said about it in various places. 5596. When a spirit turns himself to another spirit, or to a man who speaks from ideas or affections, fully or cogitatively, then he is wholly in the like, both in perception and in sense, if he speaks from truths confirmed in himself. This has often happened with me. And then they understand and perceive altogether like the other, if only his interiors were opened, for then the communication is full. The one is as it were in the other, or in the spirit of the other, as regards thoughts and affections, and then knows what he had not known, just as if he knew it of himself. Thus takes place, in the heavens, consociation and communication of all. But, as soon as one turns himself away, looks to the side, or backward, then he is brought into another thought. And, if he turns to his love, and to his faith, then he is in precisely the opposite perception, and the other's thought, with him, altogether perishes. Such a thing has frequently happened with me, and then the very infernals have acknowledged celestial truths, for celestial truths have such force, but, as soon as they turned themselves backward, they were in the contraries. I was often, by this means, harassed by spirits, who yet did not want to admit it. They believed that it was they who knew all the things which I knew. And so they wanted to instruct me, unaware of the fact that their knowledge was from my mind, or from those things which were with me. When, nevertheless, from themselves they knew nothing at all about that identical matter, as, also, was shown them several times. 5597. When celestial angels hear truths from others, they then see them. Thus, also, when they hear rational arguments, they see them outside themselves, thus from the others, but not within themselves as the spiritual do. Hence, also, it is, that they know that those things inflow from others, and, if the others speak falses, that they do not receive them in themselves or believe them. By this also they are distinguished from the spiritual. 5598. Continuation about Babylon. Because there are a large number of such as are called Babel, or Babylon, who are not yet vastated, but roam at large in the world of spirits, and this up to several hundred thousands. Who are vastated successively as new ones arrive from the earth, it is, therefore, permitted them to carry on in like manner as at first, and, indeed, in the same quarters, or places. Similar things, therefore, were continually recurring, but, immediately thereafter, they are destroyed and cast into hells. This also was seen, and it happened when I was asleep. They assembled, up to many thousands, at the southern part towards the west, but in the remotest boundary there, and began to carry on similarly, to establish monasteries, to scrape together riches from others, and to lord it over souls. And, when assembled to the number of many thousands, they took upon them to wish to destroy those things which belong to the Lord, or which are with those with whom the Lord was. Then commenced their destruction. And they were cast, partly into a western place, and partly into the two gulfs there, and, when they were destroyed, that place appeared like the ruins of houses laid waste by fire, not anything being left, black from fire. It so happened after this, in every part, that, as soon as they are assembled to the number of several thousands, they are thus destroyed, also, everywhere else. For, such ones cannot be assembled elsewhere than in their own places, thus in places agreeing with their love. But this takes place, several times alternately through several alternations, after the last judgment, until, it happens, at length, that they are carried directly into the hells. 5599. The former places, where their dwellings were in the surrounding quarters, are entirely deserted. There appear there only as it were stones round about the part, and barrenness everywhere. Thus those places are uninhabitable. 5600. About a certain Christian among Mohammedans, about the one God. All of ill. There was a report about the Mohammedans, that they acknowledge the Lord, but only as the grand prophet, and do not acknowledge his divinity. For the reason that they have not been able to understand how the divine could exist divided into three persons, consequently into three gods, and that, therefore, they have acknowledged one God the Creator of the universe. But the Lord as the grand prophet. And have affirmed the Holy Spirit to be spirits and angels. That Christian wanted to know whether such was their doctrine and sentiment. He approached them at the western part, wishing to question them about that matter. They spoke as they thought from their religion, but they asked the Christian what he believes about God, whether he believes that he is one. He said that he believed that God was one. But they examined the ideas of his thought, which easily takes place in the other life. They said that he does not believe that God is one, but that he is three, because in his thought he sets up three persons, and every one of them as God. They then said, further, that he says one God, but, in heart, in faith, or in thought, he believes in three, when, nevertheless, a Christian ought to speak as he thinks and believes and not differently. Since he was unable to deny this, they then went on to say that it ought to be to the shame of Christians to think three gods, and that the very heathen are wiser, for their wise ones think that there is one God, and do not have more in their idea. As the Christians do. Wherefore, he retired, and said that he would never return to them, for he was overwhelmed with shame. He wanted to say that the three were one through agreement. But, still, he set up the idea of three gods who were unanimous, when, yet, God is one. That there is a divine trine, but a trine in the Lord, see the heavenly doctrine, 233 concerning the Lord, nos. 288 to 291 and 297, 234 and the appendix to the heavenly doctrine at the article concerning the Lord, HD 306. The Mohammedans kept him in the idea of his thought, in a manner which occurs in the other life, and he was not able to tear himself away from it, thus, not to deny it, and, then, he was, of consequence, overwhelmed with shame. I presented, afterwards, the Trinity in one person, and this in the Lord, together with certain declarations from the Word. And then they said that they perceived the thing could be so, and would be able to believe it, if, in the world, they had not felt differently. Nevertheless, they see that he is more than they have believed, from the fact that he had bound Muhammad, and, also, that he is called the Son of God, and that he was conceived of God himself. 5601 to 5650. 5601. How they are admonished in the heavens as to whether their interiors are in a good state. Those who are there do not attend closely to the state of their interiors. When they think and do anything they are admonished, through the external appearances, both without the house and within the house, and also upon their clothes and in the face, if they have not thought rightly. If, for example, anything of evil, lasciviousness, or insincerity, has crept in and they have not rejected it, then, outside the house, when they go out, the garden products and the like, appear to have either vanished, or changed as regards varieties and as regards beauty, or as regards brightness. If they have vanished, or appear dim, they instantly know that they have thought something of evil, and they also reflect whence this is, and what of evil, or of falsity, it is. And it is given them, from themselves as it were to know themselves, and they recollect, and, then, they shun it, or it causes them to repent of those things, which being done, the former loveliness returns. And if spots appear upon their clothes, or if they become less bright, then, in like manner, they thence recollect, wherein they fell away, they are lustrous, white and roseate when they have thought truths from good. The like happens in the beds, and on their ceilings, in which sometimes appear beautiful variegations of many adornments, when they lead the life of truth and of good, in any other case, they are changed. Thus in 1,000 other instances, all of which are admonitions. Maidens are also admonished, through changes of beauty in their face. 5602. About books and the word in the other life, in heaven. They have books there, written as in the world, and similar writing in them as in the world, in the Latin, Hebrew, and Eastern languages. I have seen the books frequently. And, also, papers have been sent to me out of heaven, written from top to bottom. I read them as in the world. But whence the writings come, shall be told elsewhere. Each thing that a man writes, remains in the interior book of his memory, and is read before him. 5603. But they have the entire word, from beginning to end, so written that everyone can read it. The preachers there preach on it, and the rest read it, as in the world. They also have songs, and sing from them, precisely as in the world. The spiritual angels are exceedingly fond of songs. 5604. But they have the word written in the spiritual language of which we have spoken previously. They have the word in twofold wisdom. The spiritual angels have the sense intermediate between the internal and the external. The interior spiritual have it altogether according to the internal sense, and the celestial angels according to the inmost sense. In their word, there are not names, nor numbers, but, in their stead, things. They who wish to be intelligent and wise, can be instructed from the word about the minutest details. Instead of the history of the creation, there is, something about the new creation of man. 5605. They have the word of the ancient church, the title of which they call, in part, Enunciations, in part, the Wars of Jehovah, and Propheticals 235, concerning which the ancients have this. But they said that that word is so written that they can be instructed in minutest things. It is also inspired, but, inasmuch as it was no longer of service for the men who succeeded them, another word was written. Of what kind this, ancient, word is manifest from the first chapters of Genesis, which were taken thence. 236. 5606. There are 4 classes of men there, just as in the world. The first attend to the uses in the word. They also see, indeed, the other things, but do not pay attention to them. They serve as a plane. Thus it is read by the celestials. The second, are those who take the doctrinals of the word therefrom, thus the spiritual understand it. The third, are those who are delighted only with its holy external, without intelligence, these are they who are in the ultimate heaven. And the fourth, are they who attend only to the literal sense, and they who attend only to the words. As, for example, the critics and those who write various things about it, the former, of these, are in the threshold of heaven, and the latter are in the very extremes. 5607. How the angels have their wisdom from the word, and about influx at the time. I have been instructed from heaven, that the angels are in wisdom from the word, but that they pay no attention whatever to those things which are in the sense of the letter. Nor to those things which are in the thought of a man at the time when he reads it, but to the interiors of the word from the man. Wherefore, I was instructed how this matter is circumstanced. 5608. The natural thought of man is a plane in which all things of angelic wisdom close, it is a foundation like that of a house. Into that plane all things which the angels think fall. Thence, afterwards, is a plane which is also of such a quality as their wisdom becomes, in other words, as are the ultimates so are the primaries. 5609. If the men who are reading the word, or thinking, or preaching, from the word, are wise, the angels are unaware of it at the time, but, still, the wisdom of their thought falls into them as into its plane, as was said. And they are entirely ignorant that it so happens. 5610. Angels have told me that they are sometimes in great wisdom, sometimes in less, sometimes in clearness, sometimes in obscurity. And that their thoughts are variously directed to the quarters, now this, now that, and that they are in greater clearness, or obscurity, according to the direction, but they are not turned to themselves but to men. Also, that they thence know that, they are turned, to the human race, where such things are to which they are determined. They said that they have this from much experience. And, when, they are turned, to those things which are in my thought from the heavenly doctrine, then they are in greater clearness than in any other case. 5611. Those things are circumstanced like all things in nature. In nature everything is fixed and ultimate. So with such things. Moreover, that all internals close in externals, see externals degrees, and many things besides. 5612. How interiors subsist may be illustrated from various things. Angels have their paths and methods, from interiors. 5613. I read something in the Word, and they who are in heaven perceived all things clearly according to the internal sense. See what has been written about the correspondence of heaven with the Word. 237. 5614. Such correspondence occurs as with the man who feels from ends and speaks thence, and as with the man who attends to the ends and uses of a speaker, and with him who attends only to the sense. And with him who attends only to the eloquence, thus to the affection of speech, and with him who attends only to the words, these last are stupid. 5615. It was also observed, from experience, that, like as ultimates are directed by the Lord from priors, so also, in turn, priors from ultimates. And the Lord is the first and the ultimate, or in the first and in the ultimate, in order that, so, all things of heaven might be directed. And, therefore, he became a man, so that he might also be an ultimates of himself, and not by others, they being men. Owing to that, he himself directs all things from the first and the ultimate, ultimates, through priors, in heaven. And priors, through heaven, from ultimates, hence is the nexus. 5616. Natural truths are in the place of a foundation, hence thought is filled with such ideas, and, then, when a man is reading the Word, he is in them. 5617. The plain and ultimate is with an intelligent man, whether he is thinking about such things, or is thinking about other things, or is asleep, for it is with him constantly. This also I know from much experience, and also because the whole man is of such quality as the truth and good with him. Many men can at the same time serve as a plane for one angel. The Lord so arranges that what is absent in one may be in another. He, also, composes one thing from many, so that it may still serve at the same time for one plane. 5618. Continuation about the Word. There were certain maidens who read the Word daily. One of them was of the celestial genius, 2 others intermediate between the celestials and the spirituals. These 3 had the Word. When 2 of them did not read it for 10 days, then their copy of the Word did not appear. But they pondered whence this arose, and it was perceived that it was because they did not read it. Then, they took a copy of the Word out of a rock, and, when they read it, the characters of the words were similar, but they did not understand. They were in the celestial style. They afterwards received the Word and read it daily. Their word was according to the interior sense, which is midway between the natural and the spiritual. It was historic and prophetic. But, instead of the names of persons and places, and instead of numbers, there were things. In place, there, of Moses, of Aaron, of David, there was the Lord. 5619. About the Jews in the other life, and about the Hebrew tongue and its correspondence. The Jews dwelt within the Christian world, because they had the Word and have known about the Messiah. They dwelt a little to the left, in a parallel with the sole of the foot and below, and there was a vast multitude there. Those there venerated Moses and Abraham, and others in the Word. Moses appears to them when they do anything of evil, with a staff in his hand, and terrifies them and admonishes them. A certain angel in heaven appears in such a form, and they persuade themselves that it is Moses. I know, too, many things about Abraham, but it is not yet time to disclose them all. They read the Word in the original tongue. And, from their ideas derived from that very tongue, the celestial angels take up the celestial things which are in the Word. For the correspondence of that tongue, as regards the very syllables even, is with celestial forms, of which in another place. 238. But, a little while before Babylon was destroyed, those, Jews, from the Christian world, were also cast out there, and even to the northern quarter in the direction of the length there, where they wander alone, and, there, are in a wretched state. They are still withheld from their internals, which are vile, and in the externals, in which closed-up internals they are able to be more than any other nation. These things the Lord predicts in Matthew, that, namely, they were tolerated thus far for the sake of the word, through which there might be some communication with heaven. The evil of them are in a certain desert, which is called the desert of robbers, which is also in the northern quarter. 5620. Celestial angels said to me, about the Hebrew tongue, that all the letters, or syllables, therein, have correspondence, and that, according to the inflections and curvatures, they have a significance in agreement with the heavenly form. It was permitted them to examine the letters from beginning to end, also certain words, and they said that there is correspondence, except in the case of certain rough letters, as, daleth, kaf, and several which are pronounced roughly. But they said that, so far as there is roughness in them, so far they do not correspond. They also said that, for this reason, in the earliest times, they were not rough but smooth, and that, therefore, in every one of such letters, there is a point in the middle. And this point signifies that it is pronounced roughly, but that, without the points in the middle, not roughly. All rough sounds pertain to spiritual things, and, therefore, the points in the middle of these. They further said, as, also, I have frequently perceived, that they, i.e. the celestial angels, have not the vowels I and E, but A, O and especially U, and that Y is an intermediate between the celestial and the spiritual. Also, that, because they are such, and only serve the purpose of sound, there are, likewise, no vowels in the Hebrew tongue as in other tongues, but they are annexed by means of marks placed above and beneath. ++ 239. 5621. It is hence evident, that the word is divine in all its details, not only in the words, but also in the syllables and letters. And hence may be known what that signifies, that not the least apex or the least little horn 240 should perish, and why the Jews have been impelled to number the separate letters. ++ 241 and that they have believed mysteries to be in even every least constituent of a letter, ++ although they have not been aware in what way. 5622. I read something in the Hebrew tongue, without the rough accent, and rapidly skimming the vowels as only sounds. And, from the syllables alone, they formed the celestial sense in the inmost heaven, and declared that there was correspondence. They who were of the most ancient times speak almost so with each other, from correspondence. But not so the celestials of modern times, still, however, these understand. I read in the Hebrew tongue, Psalm 32, verse 2, 242 without the rough accent, and almost without even the vowels. And they then declared that they understood what it is from the sound namely, this, that the Lord pities those men mentioned because they do evil. It is said, from the sound, and it is meant, from the natural 243 speech of those who are there. Instead of a, there, they say ao, diphthong, instead of I there is nearly y, and instead of ae there is eu. 5623. That they do not know what time and space are in the other life. Those who die while infants, and who come into the interior heavens, do not know what time and space are. As regards time, the reason is this, because the sun, there, does not perform a revolution like the one in the world, consequently, neither does it produce the years and days. The sun, there, which is the Lord, is always in the east. Therefore, no other variations exist there than of the states of life as to good and truth, which make their periods. And, since the sun is not of such a nature as the one in the world, they are, therefore, unable to have any notion of time, but only of state, albeit, relatively to the duration of state there is time, just as much as in the world. But they cannot thence have the notion of time, because the states do not recur in regular alternations. In the interior heaven, even the idea of time perishes. Because, with those who come thither, the natural, which is in the notion of time, is put to sleep. 5623a. Nor are they acquainted with spaces, because these are variously changed according to the states of their life, hence they are the appearances of states, neither are these fixed as are those in the world. Those spaces, also, are varied as regards distances and magnitudes, likewise according to the states of life, and, because their spaces are of such a nature, neither do they have the notion of them, although they still exist. 5624. I spoke with some such ones, and I asked what space is, and what time, but they were entirely unaware. They called spaces, after the variation of appearance, either beautiful or not beautiful. But times differently, saying that they were qualities of life. It must be known, however, that they are still spaces and times, but it is owing to the reasons here assigned that the angels have not any notion of them. 5625. It may appear from these things, that all their natural ideas pass away, for these are based upon spaces and times. And, consequently, that material ideas perish, and those which are in their stead relate to the changes and variations of their state. From very many ideas closely observed, it may be evident how it is that natural thought, and especially sensual thought, cannot withdraw from the notion of space and time, and that, if it withdraws, it is scarcely able to think. For the natural cannot think abstractedly from times and spaces. 5626. Hence also it is, that spiritual wisdom grows in the proportion in which it is removed from the material notion. And it on this account is that the ancients used to say that men come into the light as far as they are withdrawn from the sensual. 5627. Neither do they know what spring, summer, autumn and winter are. Nor what morning, noon, evening and night are, still, they have notion of heat and cold, also of light and shade, not, however, from time, but from the state of their life. Besides, they see all things there as in the world, still, however, they do not perceive them according to space, but according to the states of their life. 5629. 244 About Babylon and the exceedingly crafty there, and about the 7 mountains. I spoke with Englishmen, and inquired whence it was that they were such, namely, that when they hear truths, they see them and follow them, and that, then, they are apt at conforming themselves. For, with them, in the other life, there appears a whiteness which is above their natural and which is of heavenly light, from this also it is that they are intelligent. Likewise, the Dutch. But, with these, the whiteness does not appear, but a certain solidity in their natural, wherefore, also, they are more tenacious. I spoke with the English, asking whence they have such whiteness, also, such a life. Which differs, as they perceived, from the life of all other nations. It was then permitted me to set up a comparison between the government which was among them and among the present-day Italians. Which governments are perfect opposites, thence, also, it is that their geniuses differ. In England, there is liberty of speech and of writing about both civil and ecclesiastical questions. But no liberty whatever of cheating others, of employing deceits and craft, nor of assassinating, nor of robbery, nor of slaughter, and this, restraint, and that, liberty, are their general. But it is the opposite among the Italians. There is almost entire liberty of cheating, by cunning and deceit, and also of killing, on account of there being so many places of sanctuary, but none whatever of speaking and writing about ecclesiastical questions per contra. Neither about civil abuses, for they have inquisitions there. Hence it is, that the Italian race keeps all things within, and those of them who are evil, retain a fire inwardly in themselves, which is hatred, revenge, ferocity. Which fire also is like that which lies concealed under the ashes after a conflagration, and smoulders. But the English race differently. With them, such fire is not concealed but instantly flares up and burns out, because it is conceded to them to speak and write freely, and, because they are kept in sincerity and justice, by means of its not being permitted them to cheat, to rob and to slay. For in such cases there is no pardon. 5630. After these things were said, I was conducted, along with certain Englishmen, to Italians who have been exceedingly crafty, and such inwardly, and who have burned with such crimes in their life. When I came to a distance, from them, I immediately perceived, in them, contempt for us who were coming in a great notion of themselves, as if they would possess heaven and earth. We approached nearer, and, then, I spoke with them. I asked, at first, something about the Lord. They said that they have all his power, inasmuch as it was given them through Peter. But I asked what they thought about God the Father, whether they have his power, also. They said that they have not, but only that of the Lord as regards the human. We asked, in reply, how they understand this, that the Lord yet declares himself to be one with the Father, that the Father is in him and he in the Father. And that his divine and human is one like the soul and body, and, that because this is so, they cannot be divided. And, pointed out, that they do not so perceive the matter unless they say that they have divine power, and also that of the Father himself. At this, they, at first, held their peace, and consulted together. Afterwards, they said that they have not heard such a thing before, and that they cannot reply to it until after they have consulted among themselves. They still wished to say something, but we answered that the speaking native to man is through the speech of ideas such as belongs to the wise in the other life, and not through a speech of terms. But, that, if they want to hunt up terms from the schoolmen and from Aristotle, this is ridiculous, and is never admitted by any intelligent man, because, in this way, the greatest falsehoods may be confirmed. Then, after they consulted further, they sent to me a certain one who had been an inquisitor among them, but, when he approached, he said that he is not of that religion but of another, and, moreover, that he did not dare to say anything there. Wherefore, they wished to resort to their arts and deceits, and said that they would reply in another way. But I said that this avails nothing, because we speak from divine truth. And that they know that he who attacks divine truth assails the divine itself, also, that nobody ventured anything against divine truth in the other life. 5631. These dwelt in a mountain in the west, afar off behind a wood, where were the most wicked, and there they hid themselves. It was said, that, around them, appears a fieriness as it were of burning, from the loves of self and the world. Inasmuch as such burning lies inwardly concealed in them, by reason of the fact that they believe themselves to possess heaven and men's souls, and, also, desire to possess the universal earth. 5632. When they saw us, they said among themselves, they are paltry men and not in any eminence, on hearing which, I asked how they understand the Lord's words, that he who is least should in heaven be greatest, and the greatest least. They wanted to say that they declare themselves least, but I replied that this word does not mean to be least according to the mouth, but least in heart. When, nevertheless, although they style themselves least, they are yet thoroughly well known as wishing to be greatest. It was then inquired where such ones were. 5633. To this interrogatory, they said that they have an inquisition, and that they send thither everyone who is not willing to receive their religious decrees. But that, when they seek for them, they find them released, nor do they know how they get off, also, that the inquisitor says that he wishes to resign that post because it avails nothing. It was shown, moreover, how cruelly they treat those who are not willing to profess their religious notions and acknowledge them as gods. Those enormities with which they maltreat these latter, must be kept secret, because they are horrible. They hang them up by hooks fixed under the ribs. 5634. Afterwards, was exhibited how such ones are dispatched to hell. At a bridge behind that mountain, more to the western parts, is a desert into which they who are such are cast, which is done in succession, as, also, themselves confessed. They said, that, when those who descend from the mountain at this part, where there is a narrow swampy space, come above that, they utterly lose everything of understanding and become most stupid. They appear like corpses. Nor do they know that they are men. They wander there in great multitudes. There is also a long opening there, which leads under the ground. They who are worst enter thither, and the more deeply they enter the stupider they become. They lie like corpses. Some were let in thither, and they said that it is so. That wide passage leads, in a curve, to a second bridge, and the farther they come along it, the stupider they grow and the more corpse-like. The reason is, because the interiors of all who have been deceitful, and burned with revenge, up to the end of life, and perceived their delight therein, are closed in spiritual death. With these, at length, no soundness remains. Some went out from that passage. They were like corpses, and the love of self exhaled from them. It was said, that, as long as they are such, they lie like corpses, almost dead. Also that those with whom that love is broken, have yet something of life afterwards, but that, still, they dwell in that desert. 5635. Then, also, I saw many descending from that mountain into the desert. These, at first, began to be as it were insane, thus they lost their ingenuity of wickedness, and, afterwards, they were let down. And it was said that they who go across that swampy space can never return, and that, if they try to return, they fall into a swoon from the anguish produced, wherefore, they turn back. They were asked what they felt about those there in the desert, whether, or not, they fear them. They said that they do not fear them. They believe that they were themselves still more crafty and skillful, therefore, they cover up their heart. Those were let down over the swampy space who were obdurate in heart, and would not desist from their heinous cruelty against everyone who does not acknowledge that they have power over heaven and on earth. A certain one of them wanted, through crafty magical devices, to go backwards. He was thrown into a swoon near that swamp, and fell, on account of magical thought from the word about God the Father, and rolled himself over the swamp. And then he said that he wanted to cease from his former cruelty. He was among the governors there. But, as soon as he came thither, he returned into similar, and into yet greater, cruelty. To such a degree that he wanted to be in place of the executioner. Wherefore, he was dispatched thence among the former ones, and perished like the others. 5636. At length, those who were in this mountain underwent visitation, and perished in almost the same manner. The whole mountain sunk down in the midst, and they were cast altogether into the depth, and waters were drawn off from the western sea, k. Figure 5, which overwhelmed them, so that these were also immersed in the waters of the sea, though not where the rest were, of whom, I have spoken, above, number 5300. They afterwards struggled to emerge, and so get out. But there then appeared a sulphurous smoke of fire, from the love of self and of ruling, which was seen on all sides. This was a sign that they have been still more deeply immersed in the cupidities of that filthy love. 5637. Those of the surrounding crew who were of the same genius, but did not rule because they were meaner, were taken down behind the mountain at the southern side, and cast into gulfs according to their evils. 5638. Devils who feign themselves angels of light. From the assiduity and deceitfulness of men in the world, it comes to pass, when such ones enter the other life, they are able to present themselves as angels, when, nevertheless, they are devils, and also to enter the heavens where the angels are. They who are skillful in this, are able so to dispose their interiors that nothing else is observed and perceived than what is angelic, some by one art, some by another. And, although the angels have a tolerably good notion of observing and perceiving, still they are deceived. 5639. This, those especially know how to accomplish who had been in a sacred function, as many Jesuits and others. For the reason that they have so disposed their countenances in the world, and, at the same moment, have shut up, or separated, the interiors and their evil affections, from the gaze of men. 5640. This takes place, either by means of affections, which are of the will, or, by means of those things which are of faith, which belong to the understanding. Few can feign themselves angels of light in the heavens by means of affections, because the perception of such things there is exquisite. But, in a lower sphere, and with all the simple at the threshold of heaven, they are able to counterfeit angels of light by means of affections, for, those do not have interior perception, nor penetration from knowledges. And because, also, in the world, they have esteemed as neighbor whoever was wretched, poor and a beggar, if only he displayed his misery. But they can by means of the truths of faith, and so through intellectual things. They are able to speak more admirably and in a more Christian manner than others, from the understanding, and from the light of heaven, and, then, they hide their affections by art, nor do they dare to imitate goods. They know, also, through communication with the simple good, how to bring it to pass that good affections may inflow into their truths, and thus to present themselves before the angels, as angels, too. They are also received, but are not able to disguise themselves long. I saw such ones, and heard how they worm themselves in, and how they behave, also that they are received. There are still more arts. As, for instance, how some are able to bring themselves even into the celestial heaven. 5641. It should be known that the intellectual of man is preserved entire by the Lord, whatever may be the state of his voluntary. To the end that everyone may be able to be reformed, which takes place by the means of the intellectual, and I have heard infernals both well understand the truths of faith, and enter into arcana as ably as the good. And they are likewise able to speak intellectually, although the heart is far away. When they are speaking, also, the voluntary is separated, and they scarcely know otherwise than that they are such in heart and mind, although they are not. Like many preachers are wont to do, who, when they are in the act of preaching, believe that the thing is as they say, and speak as from faith and love, when, nevertheless, by themselves at home, they are quite the reverse. 5642. They who act in this way and are in this purpose of ruling, and of subjecting all to themselves, and likewise of turning all their away from the Lord to themselves, consequently of destroying heaven, these are principally of the Catholic religion. Their arts in the other life are exceedingly many. Such are they who are meant by him who came into the marriage and was not dressed in a wedding garment. The wedding garment is truth from good. 5643. The spiritual speech. How regeneration takes place. Heaven. That regeneration takes place by means of the truths of faith, is shown in many places in the Arcana Coelestia. But through the speech and the thought of ideas, in the other life, how the case is in this matter, can be seen. Let there be, for example, principles of truth, also marriage, and the love of self. The truth of faith is received in a man's memory, and the good of love in his will, the will through the intellect, or the will in the intellect, sees, in the memory, that this truth is in agreement with its own good, whatever that may be. Then, it contemplates it, loves it, thinks it, and also, when opportunity offers, speaks and does it. Thus is good conjoined with truth in the natural memory, and, then, at the same time, in the spiritual memory. And they unite themselves in a marriage. For example, again, when any man, or woman, wishes, from the good of his, or her, will, that the marriage should be genuine. And, from the truths of faith which are in the memory, knows that married partners ought to be as one man, and that the marriage will endure to eternity if a true marriage. Also, that love is the fundamental of all loves, then, he, or she, loves those truths because they agree with his, or her, will, or good, or love, and places them under his, or her, view. And, as often as he, or she, thinks about marriage, the internal sight falls upon such things, until they are conjoined in the exterior and interior memory. But those with whom is no good of the will, reject such things, and procure falses in their stead. In like manner, the love of self, if, from the truths of faith, it is known that love is infernal, consequently that it is hell, then good, through the internal sight, makes for itself, about that love, an idea of hell, at which it is horrified. Wherefore, as soon as such a thing as is of that love recurs, and it perceives that it is such, then the good of the will, through its sight, examines into the idea of hell and is then withheld by the Lord from those things which are of the love of self. And the more completely he is withheld and the better the good is, the more things he begins to know, for the desire of knowing grows according to the good of love, and, also, is increased through the increases of good. So that he is at length sensible of the genera and species of the love of self, and this in himself. Hence he becomes more and more wise. The speech of ideas, when genuine, is of such a nature. Wherefore, the evil cannot endure it. Because they have a different and contrary speech of ideas, which is from the falses of evil. 5645. 245 That a man's spirit appears in the other life. Sometimes man appears as to his spirit among others there. They said that they sometimes see them, and nevertheless know that it is not a spirit as yet after decease from the world, from certain signs. But it happens only with those who think inwardly in themselves more deeply than the rest. At the time, with him, his thought is withdrawn from the sensuals of the body, and he appears thus. They, however, who think only in their sensual, and do not raise their thoughts above it, never appear. Nor do spirits know anything about man, where he is, inasmuch as the corporeal does not appear before their eyes, as spirits do not appear before men's eyes. Some have searched into this matter, at great pains, but have not found out. The wicked did this, but they were foiled, for, if evil spirits knew where man is, and that they were with man, they would destroy him utterly, and thus the whole human race, for such is their interior ferocity. They also hold men as of no value, and altogether despise them. But the Lord loves men. 5646. About walking, that they are changes of state about the forms of spirits, and that spirits are appearances. Walkings, goings, and departures, are nothing else but changes of the state of the interiors, but, still, before the eyes of the spirits and angels, they appear exactly like walkings, goings and departures. Which is like the case is with man's life, that he believes he lives from himself, and, by reason of his understanding of truth and will of good, that he believes he understands truth and wills good from himself, because it entirely appears so. Those appearances are so real, that the spirits are altogether unaware that they are from that origin, nor are they willing to know that they are thence, and the angels of heaven know, indeed, but do not talk about it. This is of the Lord's divine providence, in order that everyone may seem to himself to live and act from himself. This derives its origin from man's walkings and goings in the world. Naturally, men walk from place to place, because space is there and time is there, but, in the other life, there are neither spaces nor times other than appearances according to states. But, when men actually walk about, then it is indeed the body that does it, but it is from the will in the plane of action, and, so far as the will is present, in that degree the man himself walks. Wherefore, when they are in the other life, instead of spaces and times, there are states and those things which are appearances of state, and a spirit, also, is an appearing man. 246, For a spirit, there, is an appearing man before the eyes of others, owing to the fact that the Lord's divine in heaven is a man. Hence are so many varieties, as regards forms, in the countenances of spirits, according to the changes of state, their presence and absence. Spirits and angels are, indeed, actual forms, but they have nothing of life from themselves. They are led by the Lord according to their life, for in God we live, move, and are. These forms are recipients of the divine, and, in whatever manner they receive, just such they are. Because those forms are the forms of interior nature, or are in the spiritual world, they are adapted to all the changes and variations of state, and this to an immense and incredible extent. And in greater extent according as they are in interiors to what extent and of what kind, there, is incredible. Hence is manifest how much, fuller, recipients they in the heavens who are in the inmost, heavens, are, than those in the lower, heavens, and in the world of spirits. Consequently, recipients of the wisdom and the bliss which belong to life from the divine. 5647. Walkings there, are either total changes or only partial. They are total when interiors and exteriors act together. At such times, when they walk with the whole being, and where they then come there they wholly are. Appearing there as respects place, but actually there as respects the state of their life, which is the state of the affection which is of love, consequently of the will. Walkings are partial changes, however, when the interiors are stationary and the exterior states change. 247 Then, also, they appear to themselves in like manner to walk, nor do they know any difference. But, still, it is not the whole spirit, but only his intellectual, they themselves remaining in their own place, or state. Nor do they then know otherwise than that they are walking, and the majority do not distinguish, the one kind from the other. But the evil are then in their fantasy, because in their interiors and in evil, therefore in insanity, the good, however, are then in their wisdom, but, yet, all fall back, in will, to their own state and place. A certain book was exhibited, and was instantly taken away by another, spirit, upon a mountain which happened in a moment. I inquired the reason how this is. They said that it is only by placing one's self in the state of another. Likewise, that presence with the book, occurs, instantly, and that, when this happens, they simply stretch out the hand, which is a sign. 5648. Continuation about Babylon and the 7 mountains. There are many mountains there, which are in that part and northwards from it, as many as 20, but they are all called in the Apocalypse, 17:9, the 7 mountains upon which dwells the beast. 248 because 7, in the opposite sense, signifies a profane state. And the majority who are there, are of the Italian nation. On that, about which something has been previously related, the Romans dwell, because they are in the love of governing more than all the rest, neither do they care so much for knowledges. Behind them dwell the rest of the Italians who are of such a character, as those who are higher up than Rome, for instance, those who belong to Tuscany, Genoa, Venice, Milan, and the Transalpine provinces. These dwell upon the middle mountains there. In the farthest mountain, towards the north, are those who were from Naples, and farther on, from Sicily, for the worst dwell towards the north there. They who were from Sicily, are those who have been in the subtlety of falsity, and in falsas, more than the rest, and not so much in the love of governing, like the Romans. 5649. It must be known, also, that many of the Reformed religion betook themselves thither, and that they have professed the Catholic religion, but only those who have been in the evil of life. Who, since they betook themselves in vain to piety and to prayers, had recourse to their faith, which in the world they held interiorly in themselves, and embraced all things of religion which the others wished, inasmuch as, in their heart, they regard religion as nothing. Hence there is, there, a very numerous crew from various nations, who are all their servants. That external Catholic religion is also, there, and is for such ones. 5650. When visitation was accomplished among those who were on the 3 mountains, it was next made upon the Romans. And it was found that all things there were diabolical, and that, yet, they came to that insanity that they not only rejected the divine, but also wanted to be themselves acknowledged as gods, which, also, was done. At first, they there adored God the Father, and passed by the Lord altogether, because they said that they have all his power themselves, so that there was no longer anything of power, belonging to him. And that the reason they worshipped him so holily in the world, as in the churches and in the sacrament of the supper, was in order that they might be adored, as being in his stead on the earths. When they became such, and thus not only took away all power from the Lord and arrogated it to themselves, but proclaimed themselves as gods. And also established the worship of themselves, for such insanity seizes them in the other life when exterior bonds are taken away and they are left to their internals, then, the last judgment came upon them. All were taken away from 2 mountains there in a moment, thus were let into their interiors, and so cast into the gulfs, in an instant, some into the higher western one, some into the lower western, some, but few, into the sea there. Some into the higher southern gulf. But the mountain which was in the midst, that sank down in the middle, and those there were cast down deeply into hell, and a black smoke mounted up. 5651 to 5700. 5651. After this, visitation was made upon those who were more towards the north, where those were who are from Lower Italy. And it was found, that, when left to their interiors, they betook themselves wholly to idolatrous worship, and made themselves idols of various kinds from such things as are in the sea, on earth and in heaven, and began to worship them. Saying that the ancients on earth did so, and Gentiles also with whom it is well and proved, by various kinds of worships, the idol the worship of which was the more successful, and that which was successful, chose. Thus the mixed multitude worshipped idols of such kinds, and made entirely after the pattern of all things which are in the sea, earth and heaven, in animals of various kinds, birds, fishes, serpents, representations of the moon and of the sun. And so forth. They also passed by the saints, whom they worshipped in the world, having proved that they are of no use. Such worship is ingrained in them, from the worship of images on earth. When, therefore, it was found that they were complete idolaters, worse than the idolaters on earth, in respect to the fact that they have denied the divine and believe that such things avail, because through correspondences, then the last judgment came upon those mountains. Some an earthquake first fell upon, which appeared like vast billows of the sea, and then, the towns there were shattered, and the palaces there, and fell to the ground. Which being done, the mountainous, surrounding, was rolled back, thus moving to and fro over them, and so they were altogether carried off from the face of the earth. It is not granted to know whither they have been deeply cast down. About their Inquisition, see another page, number 5656, which we here immediately subjoin. 5652. The mountains which are nearer to the north, where the Neapolitans are, and at length those from Sicily, which are the most remote, these, also, were subjected to visitation. And it was found that they have wholly rejected their religion, and, from usage and purpose, have adopted contraries, which they said were falses, and also were falses. So that, whatever was false, and was against faith, the word and the divine, this they have adopted and worshipped, or have established worship thence. They divided their mountain region into two parts, at one part were the worshippers of falsity, and at the other those who were in external holiness, saying, that it is of advantage to worship a devil on the one side and the divine on the other. In order that thus they might be protected on both sides, and that thus, however they turn themselves, they may be in security. Where their treasures were, there they placed those who were in external holiness, and the altar, and those who were in continuous employment. And thus they preserved their treasures, for this takes place through such permanent faith, otherwise, the treasures of silver and gold and precious stones, with the evil, vanish of themselves, in the other life, about which elsewhere. I saw a female saint of such a quality, who came to me, and who was clothed in linen as if belonging to a monastery. She, because by means of holiness she had communication with good spirits who were in the threshold of heaven, was in such perception that she could see the secret thoughts and affections of others. She said that she could come into heaven whenever she liked, but it was replied. 5653. That there was, still, the intention of doing evil, for she wished to do evil in every manner, according to all the pleasure of the rulers there. And that, therefore, she could not be in heaven, for the intentions are there perceived. She said that she could not in an interior heaven. Also, that she went inside and stayed there for some time, but, yet, when it was exhibited that she was of such a character, she removed herself away. But she drew out of a deep hell such things as belonged to her intention which were diabolical. Hence, she was driven into insanity, and rejected along with those who are utterly mad. Those, also, who are on the other side, where are their saints, so called because in holy external worship are such that they do all things according to the pleasure of the rulers who are on the other side, and who have the devil worship. Thus, the one side favors the other, and holy things, profane, and thus profanation there prevails. Moreover, through the holy things of the one side, they have communication with those who are in the first threshold of heaven, who dwell above them. There is a mountainous region that rises up thence, towards the middle space, there dwell whosoever are simple good or upright. With these they procured to themselves a quite powerful communication. And, so far as they have communication with them, so far have they power. They speak with them, and they perform mutual kindnesses to one another, and, sometimes, they associate. But those who have been unrighteous and favored them in evil doing, are cast down from that wide mountain region, and thus power is, in part, taken away from them. They who are in those mountains surpass others in malignity. Especially those who are in the remotest mountains near the north. They are in such sharp-sightedness and interior acuteness, that they were able to see though the thoughts of others. 5653a. And to read all things out. This occurs by virtue of the communication with those who are in the first threshold of heaven. In a word, they are most keen, especially those who are from Sicily. There hence appears at the tip of their nose, a certain bright light. And, from their ears, as it were a shrub, glittering with crystals and suspended, but the part below the nostrils, or the region of the mouth, was completely black, like hell, so that it could not appear. I told them that they place wisdom in wickedness, when nevertheless wickedness is not wisdom. Because wickedness brings them to hell, or to eternal unhappiness, but true wisdom which is without wickedness to heaven, consequently to eternal happiness. At these things they became silent. And, at length, they said that they do not know that any other wisdom exists than such as they possess, and that the wisdom of others is only simplicity, in which they by no means wish to be. 5654. That the exceedingly wicked are near the northern quarter, and also remotely there, is because those become the stupidest of all, when vastated, because wickedness, with these, penetrates all and every single one of their interiors. Hence they have afterwards so little intellectual life, that they are as it were logs, as was said. It is known, to me, that, in the confine between the northern and the western tract under the mountainous region, are the stupid. 5655. 249 That they were worshippers of a devil was also discovered. They had books in which the doctrine of their worship was, and books in agreement therewith, and one book and another was taken away from them, and read before others. In it, was a doctrinal of this kind, that they should beseech God the Father that he would excuse them for having recourse to a devil, because he is not willing to assist them, and they know that they obtain aid from the devil. Wherefore, they have recourse to him, and set up his worship, calling him their patron. And the other book was opened, which was written in mere characters after the manner which prevails in the celestial kingdom, and this by means of curves and simple inflections, and it was deciphered. It was, that nothing was from the divine, but everything from the devil. Such, also, had been their interior religion when they lived in the world, although the exterior appeared different. They were asked why they so behave. Since they have whatever is necessary, as houses, food and clothing, and likewise were able to live among each other as in the world, what more they want, that they should betake themselves to the worship of a devil. They answered that it is in order that they may rule over all others round about and possess all. 5656. They are accustomed to treat all whomsoever they come across, in the following manner: they are able, by their art, to lead to themselves anyone they see, and to cause his presence with themselves, howsoever he may resist. And, then, they disclose his evils, for evil spirits, especially sirens, are able to do this, and, thus, they accuse and condemn him. If he is not then driven to accepting their worship, either their devil worship, or the hypocritical acting of holiness on the other side. 250, they cast such ones into dusky caverns around their mountain, but, still, they are taken out by the Lord. 5657. 251 Those things, which belong to them, as respects souls and bodies, and that they do not obtain this from the divine. Wherefore, it was said, that, therefore, they will avail nothing, nor rule over a single one, but that they will be the slaves of all. 5658. Then, the upright spirits from whom they had their acuteness, having been removed, they became insane, and rushed from the southern part of the mountain, where the devil worshippers were, downwards, out of the mountain into the hell which they adored. And so, did, they all, to a place, where were black caverns, into which they entered. And so it happened to them as was said. Their town, also, fell together in a heap. Those who were at the other side, where were the external sanctities of which above, were also nearly all cast out thence into the northern gulf, where the stupid are. One of the Sicilians came to me, and he was dusky and black like a devil. 5659. About naturalistic persons in the other life. The majority of these are such as have thought in the world, when they heard from preaching, or came into any thought from the speech of another, and seem to be vanquished by some reason which they cannot gainsay that, whether it is, or is not, true. They do not know whether there is a God, whether there is a heaven, whether there is faith, whether such things as belong to the church, saying to themselves, I might easily believe them if I were to see them in another life, if I come thither. Supposing that they will believe if they see for certain, or hear for certain. But this by no means happens. They who have not faith when in the world do not have faith in the other life. I have spoken with such ones. And they were convicted of being in error. They seized upon the truth. And, when they turn the face to me, they believe. But, immediately they turn themselves to their own loves, or turn themselves away from me and to themselves, then they are instantly in the like faith to that in which they were in the world. And altogether against those things which they have heard. Nor are they any longer able to be led to the truths of faith, for the whole interior intellectual life is from their principles, wherefore, to be so led, would be to destroy that life. 5660. How maidens are educated in the other life and in heaven. 3, 4, or 5, are kept together, and each one has her own room, and in it her bed, near that, is a tiny little chamber for their clothes and for necessaries. There is also given them a cupboard, scap, with cases, or drawers, later, so that they may put away in them things which they value. In these they take much delight, and store such things up in them. 5661. They are always kept at their work, which is embroidery worked upon white linen. They embroider flowers and such things, and the things they produce by their labor are either for their own use, or they give them to others, they do not sell them. 5662. These groups, i.e. of 3, 4, or 5, unawares to themselves, receive garments with which they clothe themselves every day, a better garment for feast days. 5663. And they have a little garden, also. And, as long as they are maidens, there are only flowers in them, but no fruits until they become wives. 5664. When they see spots on their clothes, it is a sign that they have been thinking ill, and that they have done something which ought not to be done. The spots cannot be washed out, as from clothes in the world. When they find out what they have thought and done, for, at such a time, they always think about that, they, then, see their blemishes and their evils. If they then get the better of them again, the spots disappear from the clothes of their own accord. In like manner, when they see in their chamber that any one of their clothes is missing, they then immediately know that they have done amiss. Hence is their self-examination, and, if they do not themselves know what is wrong, a wife comes, who tells them. If they see that there is a new garment in their chamber, they then inwardly rejoice, because they know that they have done well. 5665. When, also, they see that the flowers in their little gardens become dim, or change into worse ones, their attention is arrested, if into better and more beautiful ones, they rejoice, because it is a token that they have thought well. 5666. Also, there are given them coins of silver or of gold. These they carefully treasure up, because they are tokens of industry or of virtue. They have the written word and psalters, and they take them with them to the preachings. They likewise read in them, and if they do not read, either some garment is taken away, or the little garden disappears. 5667. The preachers sometimes visit and examine them. 5668. The education of infants. 1. They are with nurses whom they call their mothers. 2. They read the Lord's Prayer, and learn prayers from the nurses, by means of influx out of heaven. 3. There are preachers for them. 4. Intelligence, and wisdom 2, inflows, which excels the intelligence of the learned in the world, although they have only a childish idea about those things. 5. There are with them representatives out of heaven. 6. They are dressed according to their industry, principally with flowers and garlands. 7. They are led into paradises. 8. They are tempted. 9. They grow in accordance with the state of reception. 10. They are of diverse dispositions. 11. Nurses are appointed them who have loved infants in the world who, also, are like mothers, and there is granted them a perception as though they were their own babies, but this is not granted to others than those who are in good, and are able to receive influx out of heaven. 12. Those infants who have been brought up there, do not know otherwise than that they were born in the other life. 13. They do not know what time is, what space is, and such terrestrial matters. 14. Within a month, they speak the angelic tongue. 5669. The sphere of violation, and hell. The sphere of violation appears horrible, like sexual intercourse obtained by violence. Those from whom that sphere exhales, are such as in their heart deny the divine and those things which belong to the church, but outwardly appear courteous, affable and moral. They enter the heavens everywhere, and remain there for some time, for they know how to conceal their inmosts. These are such as, when the injury of the worshippers of the Lord is being advocated, are silent, and abstain from taking part until they see that the matter begins to hasten to some catastrophe, where they are instantly present, and assist with all their power, stopping at nothing. Many such ones were borne down through a sphere of violation, and cast down out of the heavens, as I saw. This is meant in the internal sense by the violation of virgins, and by the violent, in the word. Inasmuch as they are outwardly affable and courteous, there appears, when they walk in the streets, as it were a luminous brightness on both sides of their face, which quivers in unison with their movement. And there also sometimes appears a burning flame flickering around them in the streets where they are walking, but it is a consuming fire, which is a sign that it is a violent one. A fire, on the contrary, which is not a consuming one, is angelic. Moreover, the part in their face which is beneath the nose is hideous, dark-colored and corpse-like. Such ones, when cast down out of heaven, appeared in face and body black and as it were bony, because they are inmostly evil. When they are cast down out of heaven, the interiors burst forth into the whole body, for then it is not permitted them to dissemble any longer, since the communication with the upright, from whom their courteous demeanor is supplied, is taken away. Their hell is very deep down under the buttocks. They sit there, like charred Egyptian mummies. 5662a. Syncretists, the Last Judgment. High above the head there, on the mountain, at a considerable height, dwelt those who have deliberated together about the union of religions, or syncretism, and they decided that they would make one church from many, or all. To such an extent that they wished Mohammedans to be included as well, on the ground that they acknowledged the Lord as the grand prophet, and as the Son of God, who was sent to teach the human race wisdom. Thus they wanted to make one church out of many, but they thought, to do this, only through the doctrinals which belong to faith, and the intellectual, and not through life, which is of love and charity, thus, the voluntary of man. These at last proceeded to such a length that they had almost profaned goods, and they sought out from the word such things as they might accommodate to everyone. They inflowed with me, and this was experienced as a likeness of profanation. But they were discovered, and it was granted me to speak with them, and, then, to say that this is evil, inasmuch as they thus wish to make one church from mere idols and graven images. For when only those things which belong to intelligence are taken into account, and not those which are of the will, man appears like ebony, or like a stony thing without any life. And if they want to make their one church out of such things they may. But if, on the contrary, they want life in them, consequently, to have not images but men to constitute the church, regard must be had to the good of love and of charity, thus to the reception of life from the Lord. When this is adopted as the foundation, the church becomes one, for the Lord then arranges all according to heaven and its form, and presents all as one man. Such is the Lord's church in the entire circle of earths. From which those who are only images are cast forth, and most of them are in hell, save those who have to some small extent lived according to doctrinals, which they have thus made of the life, or have thus made alive, in themselves. Since they were on high, and consequently inflowed into the lower places, and were only in doctrinals, therefore they were cast down thence, lest they should profane good with others. 5663a. The Mohammedans and Muhammad, the Last Judgment. Mohammedans dwell in the western side, outside the Christian world, in many mountains there, even to a great number. The better ones among them were transferred thence to the eastern side, namely, those of them who in the world acknowledged the Lord as the grand prophet, and called him the Son of God, and believed him sent by the Father to instruct the human race. Consequently, that he was wiser than others. Such ones, who had at the same time lived well according to their religious belief, and practiced justice and equity and sincerity from religion, and acknowledged the God of the universe, although they also declared Muhammad to be a great prophet, were transferred towards the east. This transfer has been previously treated of. Also, that then he who at that time was Muhammad, was cast down into the lower regions, where he was in chains lest he should get out. 252 The reason he was cast down, he himself afterwards disclosed, when it was made known of what character he was, because, namely, he knew that all those who did not worship him looked towards the east. And as soon as any did this he became aware that they did not worship himself. For which reason, when he saw that the whole multitude was transported thither, i.e. towards the east, he realized that he was being altogether deserted, therefore he burned with anger and wanted to hinder them. This was the reason. 5664a. Many, amounting even to hundreds of thousands, remained at the other side, in the boundary where Christendom ends. There they worshipped that Muhammad as God, neither did they think about the Lord, and but little about the God of the universe. They all labored assiduously to release Muhammad from his fetters and restore him again to his original station, and, after attempting this in vain, they appointed for themselves another Muhammad, at first from their own number. But, since this did not answer, they elected a certain one in a lofty mountain, above Christendom, with whom they took counsel, and whom they obeyed as they previously did Muhammad. But that crew, which was of such a character, was not content with this, but even, by the advice of their new Muhammad, began to betake themselves into the Christian world, and, in various ways, and by various devices, began there to claim power to themselves. They inflowed with some, and injured the Christians. And also they dispatched their most skillful one to me, and he put himself in possession of the province of my left ear, and hid himself for some time, and thereby so strengthened them, that, at length, they could scarcely be resisted. 5665a. But when this was discovered, an investigation was made, and it was found that it was from those Mohammedans who were in the boundaries on the western side. And it was inquired what kind they were, and why they did such a thing, since they had not intruded themselves into Christendom before. It was then found that that crew was of such a character that they worshipped Muhammad as a sort of God, and that they did not think anything of the Lord according to their religious belief. It was also inquired what sort of idea they had about God the Father. And it was found that they had no other idea than as of a created universe, and that the idea was devoid of a human idea, as with all others, consequently, that they had not any idea of God the Father. They said, that they could have thought about the Lord from their religious faith, if they would, and approach him rather than Muhammad, who to them, according to their religious belief, was a lesser prophet. But they said that they cannot do this, because they had rejected that thought in the world, on account of the Christians, who were their enemies. It was ascertained, afterwards, what an inconstant race they were. They are neither willing to do anything, nor to take up any sort of work, just like those who are on the mountains there, who have governments and forms of governments. 5666a. Inasmuch as that crew was of such a character that they worshipped Muhammad to so great an extent, it was therefore shown how things were with Muhammad. The very Muhammad who wrote the Quran and was buried in Mecca, was taken away from his own place where he was. He was deep down in a place a little behind the right foot, and was raised up above to the left of my head, and there appeared to them. He appeared gross and swarthy. Such are corporeal men, and they have little of life. Those who are in that place are almost idiotic. I spoke to those, Mohammedans, and said that he is such, and that he is among the corporeal there. Afterwards, also, he retired to his place. 5667a. After this, the second Muhammad, who was in chains, and for whom they sought, was led forth. And it was discovered who he had been in the world, that, namely, he was born in Saxony, and afterwards became a ship's captain and was made captive by Algerians and set at liberty by them. And as he there adopted the Mohammedan religion, he was trusted as a ship's captain there. Then he was taken prisoner by Genoese, and set at liberty by them also, and was thus imbued with both the Christian and the Mohammedan religion. He also took up a position in the Christian world of which we have before spoken. And, since he persuaded those in the boundaries that he was Muhammad, and was possessed by the lust of governing, he governed them for quite a remarkable time. Acknowledging the Lord from the Christian religion, and thence was able to be led by the Lord. Respecting him, see many things before related. There was also another Mohammed, who was a Christian from Greece, who had a place behind that one, and he, because he sometimes undertook his duties and worked diligently, was proclaimed Muhammad by the former one, and acknowledged by some among them who have thought of many Muhammads. And so as regards another also. 5668a. Respecting those who are in the mountains there, they indeed think of Muhammad when first they come into the other life. But, afterwards, they abandon him and think of God the Father, the Creator of the universe, and of the Lord as the grand prophet, wisest of men and Son of God. They were examined as to what sort of idea they had of the one God, the Creator of the universe, and it was ascertained that it was as it were something human, and not as with the former ones, as of a universe. 5669a. Some of the Mohammedans, when they heard many things about the Lord, wanted to accede to that church. But they were told that they may remain in their own religion, if only they think respecting the Lord, according to their doctrine out of the Quran, that he was the grand prophet, the Son of God and the wisest of men. For they cannot acknowledge his divine in heart, only some with the mouth and from the intellectual, inasmuch as they have from infancy imbued themselves with a belief in such tenets. And spiritual good is formed by such things as have belonged to their faith in the world, which cannot be thus suddenly extinguished by a new article of faith. It is sufficient that they live in their good, observe sincerity and justice, and acknowledge that all justice is divine. Also, they can thus still live happily in their own way, and be gradually led to the Lord. It was added, that those who live in justice and in their own good, are able to be better than Christians, because these take away all divinity from the Lord. The majority of Christians, who are called papists, arrogating to themselves the whole power of the Lord in heaven and on earth, and consequently taking from him all divinity, which they no longer acknowledge in him but in themselves. And all the other Christians, who are called Reformed, know, indeed, and from doctrine confess, that the divine belongs to the Lord, and he is one with the Father. But, still, when they think of the Lord, they do not think otherwise than as of an ordinary man who is like themselves, and at such times they do not think of his divinity at all. Wherefore, also, they supplicate the Father that he may do what they ask for the sake of the Son, and do not go to the Lord. Such, also, is the idea of those Christians. Hence they saw that good Mohammedans think better about the Lord, in their heart, than Christians do. They also acknowledge Moses as a great prophet, but inferior to the Lord, but of Moses they think no longer. 5670. Illustration by means of the Word, and man's intellectual in relation to the Word. It is man's intellectual that is illustrated when he reads the Word. As is plain from the fact that one who has not the intellectual 253 is aware of nothing beyond the sense of the letter when he reads the Word, nor can he be led to the truths themselves which are there. Hence it is that boys cannot, that the holy simple cannot, and that those who are in obscurity about things cannot. 5671. The intellectual cannot be illustrated except from heaven. Nor can anyone be illustrated out of heaven save he who is in heavenly love, consequently, who is in a life of good, communication with heaven thus takes place. Then, he can be kept in the light of heaven, and, moreover, it is the light of heaven which illustrates the whole, according to his understanding. Those who are in worldly affairs cannot be illustrated, because they are in the light of the world and not in that of heaven, and that light induces darkness, as, also, is plain. In a word, the intellectual is illustrated according to everyone's affection, for the affection of love is the life of the intellectual, and the affection of love must he from heaven. 5672. Nor can man be illustrated by a living voice out of heaven. In this way, the thing does not enter into his rational, but only into his memory, and there it is as it were a matter of the memory only. Hence it is that immediate revelations are not granted. Neither can those be illustrated who have confirmed themselves in falsities of doctrine, because their intellectual, as regards spiritual things, is then formed by those. In a word, illustration takes place according to man's quality as to good and as to understanding, also as to desire from love, and as to the quality of the intellectual, hence, according to the quality of reception. 5673. The quarters in the other life. In the south are those who are in external light, in worldly things, and who are in riches. 5674. In the north are those who are not in light, in worldly things therefore, or in riches. Thus, who are relatively in darkness and poverty. 5675. At the east are those who are in love divine, consequently in internal light. 5676. In the west are those who are in the love of self and in interior darkness. 5678. 254 Man at this day does not believe heavenly things, if he thinks about those things which are there, or when they are directly under his observation. Of what quality the man of the church is at this day, may be manifestly known from the fact that all the things which are in the heavens can only be described and related, and also believed, if they are not placed under his thought, or his observation, in the midst. The reason is, because, then, he reflects upon them, whether the thing is so, and, at this day, in the world, especially in the learned world, the state of the human understanding is such, that they only think whether a thing is so or not so. At such time, also, they reflect from worldly and bodily things, in which they place everything, and believe that what is beyond them is nothing, consequently, those things in general which they do not see and hear. Thus, that those which are extant to the senses of the body and are felt, are everything. They know nothing about interior things, nor will they receive if they know. Wherefore, as soon as they are not observing in themselves, they are drawn into bodily and worldly things and reflect from them. For which reason they arrive at apparent paradoxes, and, among the learned, who attribute all things to nature, at nothing. This is, perhaps, the reason why those things which are said about heaven, about the dwellings there, about their clothing and food, and about their human form, when placed in the midst under their observation, do not sink deeply into their faith. When, nevertheless, they are the veriest truth. Examples can prove this. 5679. As, for instance, if anyone describes the sight of the dying or dead, then, if the state of the angels is ascribed to him, as, that he is raised up among the angels and beholds magnificent things there, many of them such as are in the world, then, if he have lived well, all things fall without delay into the intelligence, and also into faith. Should it be plainly said, however, that the thing is so, it is not believed. 5680. The case is similar with man's life after death, if the resurrection and last judgment are thought of. 5681. Likewise, if the human form of man's spirit, and also of spirits and angels in general, is thought of, as to whether there is such a thing, and still more when the soul is thought of from adopted principles. In like manner, as regards the dwellings of angels and spirits. Likewise concerning their clothes. So in all things else, wherefore, I know that this characteristic is possessed by some. 5682. They believe that such things appeared to the prophets as, for example, angels in the human form, dwellings, temples and many other things. But, if they are placed immediately under their observation, the thought comes up that they are visions in which is no reality. But the simple do not place a material thing under the midst in this way, and investigate whether it is so. Wherefore, those of them who are not altogether corporeal and worldly, believe, the learned to a less extent, and the more learned they are, the less do they believe such things. But, still, it has been granted me to know from the living interaction of many years that those things are really so. 5683. The reason why men at this day are of such a character, is because they think in the bodily sensual. Nor can those matters be elevated by them into the light of heaven, and, therefore, they are altogether in a worldly and corporeal state. This is a proof that they are of such a character. 5684. Let whoever chooses, think, if I tell him that angels are human forms, that they are dressed in splendid garments, that they live in magnificent dwellings, and let him at the same time think from the sensual, or from the body, or its senses. Let him also think from his ideas about the soul. Will he think anything else than whether it is so or not? Will he think beyond this? Will he not then stop there, and at length deny it all? But let him who can be withdrawn from sensuals and bodily things, and raised above them, think at that time, and then he will not think whether the thing is or is not, but that it is so, and then, for the first time, is man able to come into wisdom. Otherwise, he will long stand outside the palace of wisdom, and not see the threshold. If he will enter, he will see numberless and ineffable things. I have spoken with angels about these matters, and it was shown that it is so. The ancients were not so sensual. They were able to be raised above the sensuals of the body. They, therefore, were able to be in interior wisdom, and also to converse with angels, because they were in a like light with them. This cannot happen at the present day. 5685. This I am able to declare, that those things which are in heaven are more real than those which are in the world. 5686. Hence, also, such thought is entertained in the world, because they do not apprehend anything else but that man's interiors are nothing, just as, it is supposed, that thought and will are only as it were atmospheric things which pass away. For they cannot apprehend interior things from bodily, consequently neither spiritual things, for there is no physical influx. Still less can they apprehend that these are more real than bodily things, nor, consequently, that those realities are the essentially human things, and bodily things relatively subservient, formed to correspondence. Which, since they are lower and subsequent, are less real than the interior or higher things. 5687. Those who call the soul breath, and thought wind, think differently from this, those who acknowledge nature and deny God, differently still. Differently, also, those who make nothing of faith, and differently again those who are more and more in the loves of self and of the world. Those also think otherwise who have confirmed themselves in falsities by reason of a life for evil. 5688. Recent arrivals in the other life are kept at first in externals. Why? Those who first come into the other life are kept in externals, for a time, to such a degree that their life there is almost of such a kind as it was in the world. Some of them scarcely know that they have departed from the world. It is, therefore, a continuation of life. But, afterwards, externals are taken away, and then is made evident of what quality the interiors are. 5689. The reason they are at first kept in externals, is because their interiors are then to be conjoined with their externals or to be separated from them, and the spirits are to be thus prepared for interior life, which is the life itself of man after death. Those who then have a heavenly interior life, owing to their having done and thought the things they did and thought for the sake of God and the neighbor, when they come into their interior, are wise. Those who have not, who are those who thought only about self and the world in all things, are afterwards comparatively insane, and desire nothing else but evils, and think falsities. 5690. The first external life serves the purpose of harmonizing internals with externals, for, in the other life, they act in unison, nor is anyone allowed to feign in appearance what he does not will. 5691. The majority, also, are let into their interiors and into their externals alternately, and by this means the conjunction and the separation take place. 5692. The cunning and deceitful in the other life. Their hells. The cunning and deceitful dwell, for the most part, in the western quarter, and, there, partly upon high mountains, and partly in the plain, according to the fantasies arising from their self-love. Those who practiced cunning and deceit in secret are invisible to others, because they think in themselves, and so remove the interiors from the body, thus from the observation of others. There were such, in great number, upon the mountains in the western quarter, in various places. They were also invisible to me, but still they were discovered. They are discovered, when, as to their ideas, they are let into the body, or the external sensual. And then they are able to speak courteously and do whatsoever they wish, even if it be falsity and evil itself, to confirm it so that it may appear like truth and good. Such are against the divine, and make nothing of those things which are of the church. In themselves they are sensual, they are also serpents, but more poisonous than others, and vipers, such, too, in the light of heaven, they appear. All and every single one of them are congregated in their places and in their heights there, according to the nature of their deceit and cunning. But their lot is, that they become more stupid than any others, because their interiors are filled with hidden and thus profound cunnings and deceits, wherefore, also, the most cunning and the most deceitful are near the north in that quarter, where the most stupid are. Such are their hells. 5693. What, and of what sort, vastations, there, are. All those who led an evil life in the world, are vastated as to truths, and at length to such a degree that nothing remains except evil and its falsity. And thus the vastated one gravitates to hell. This continues, uninterruptedly, from the first moment when such a one comes into the other life, and thus variously, according to everyone's evil and the nature thence acquired. It lasts sometimes for years, even as many as 50, 255, some more quickly, some more slowly, and, meanwhile, they perform a use by being the means of temptations with the good, and by being with men. They have communication with the hells, and influx takes place thence. Some, indeed, are called forth from the hells. When they are called forth, it happens by permission, and for various reasons, but, still, they fall back of their own accord. 5694. Those, however, who are to be raised up into heaven, are continuously vastated as to evils and falsities, so that at length they are in their own goods and the truths thereof. They cannot be raised up into heaven before. For their evils and falsities weigh them down. And they are also vastated as to the gross externals, which are corporeal, and the grosser worldly things, which are merely bodily pleasures, and thus are reformed. They then become as it were light, so that they can be elevated into heaven. It cannot take place before. This, too, lasts for 1 to 5256 years. Meanwhile, they also undergo various temptations, which promote the separation of their external evils, for, then, the will of resisting evils is interiorly born in. And, as far as this is received, so far heaven is within, and this drives away hell, which dwells in the externals. 5695. All vastations take place through the separation of evils from the good, and through the separation of goods from the evil. For every evil in man has its communication. It takes place in very many ways. I could recount the ways, but it would be prolix beyond measure. Arranging in order takes place by the gathering together of evil or good spirits, and their separation and dispersion. And when these are being dispersed, or separated, the spirit is of his own good or of his own evil, and has communication with his like. 5696. The Last Judgment. At length were exposed all those from the Christian world who were, indeed, in light as regards spiritual things, but not in any charity as regards voluntary, so that they have understanding but not will. Such ones are accepted in the beginning, and are delighted with knowledges, not for the sake of other uses, but only on account of the delight. With these, too, in the other life, such delight is increased, and also the understanding, which is kept in light, and thus in a pleasant state, but the voluntary is then rendered torpid, nor does it appear. Such ones in the other life appear on mountains, here and there, and some of them on the lofty mountains, partly within the middle portion, and partly in the western side. There they conjoin and consociate themselves together, and this widely by means of thoughts, by which, their presence takes place, and they believe that, so circumstanced, they can never be disturbed. They have no faith in the divine, save intellectually when things go smoothly with them and they have happiness. Afterwards, when these pass away, they recede. Such ones, also, do not care how things are with a neighbor, they see him, but render him no assistance. They cause themselves to appear as innocences, or angels. They take up various principles from the intellectual, as to why they do not do it, i.e., the truth, as, for example, that they do not wish to reject evil from themselves and so to infest others, just as the divine does, besides other reasonings by which they excuse their disinclination. They likewise league themselves with the evil everywhere, and defend them, believing that they themselves are the stronger. In a word, because their voluntary is of such a kind, they tolerate and countenance evils anywhere and everywhere, although they see that they are evils. Such are they who interpose themselves between the Lord and the evil in the other life, yea, between the Lord and man, and entirely deaden all effect. They as it were block up the way, so that the divine operation is not able to make its way into the lower places. They desire to have rule over such ones, viz., the evil, when, nevertheless, they themselves are inwardly evil, and in self-love. 5697. There were such ones on a mountain in the middle region, such ones, also, were on a somewhat high mountain in the western quarter towards the north, and everywhere round about, on the slopes of the mountains all round. Those on the high mountain did not appear. They were able to make themselves invisible. They also conjoined themselves with all the others round about. And they all believed that they were in heaven, because, as has been said, they were an intellectual light without heavenly heat. Hence, they are the most dangerous of all, because they keep themselves out of sight and act with the evil. Against the good they venture nothing, until they see that they are beginning to fall away. Then they approach them, and these possess more power and render more aid than the evil, because they are also allied with the simple good. 5698. When it was ascertained that these were of such a character, they were cast down from the mountains, also from the mountain that was in the midst, and from the high mountain that was in the western quarter towards the north. And afterwards all who were on the slopes of the mountains round about, with whom they were leagued. And this until the myriads who were on the high mountain were hurled down beneath their mountain. The mountain opened itself and swallowed them up, and they fell down, or were thrust down, deeply, and were let into great darknesses. There inflowed darknesses which laid hold of them. The darknesses are falsities, which to them are in place of light. The rest, also, were cast down into the hells, according to the quality of their will. 5699. After those evil ones were cast down round about, those who openly endeavored to perpetrate evils under their auspices, or through conjunction with them, had no more power of resisting, these were then, consequently, cast down into various hells. Some were in plains, some in mountains. This happened March 30th, 1757. 5700. Those who were called learned and were believed because they could confirm their own dogma whatever it might be, in the other life. There are many who can confirm anything whatever, and so dexterously that it appears, at the time, entirely as if they were true, and by this means also pass in the world as learned, and as more rational than others. When, nevertheless, they have almost nothing of the understanding of truth, but this is dark and closed with them. This was proved by many. One was Rosenadler, who was able to confirm anything whatever so skillfully that scarcely any could surpass it, and, when he had confirmed it, he himself believed it to be true. He was believed by others to be possessed of an interior understanding beyond other men, and that his great faculty of confirmation was from that source. He was sent to a place where there was interior thought. And then he became blind, so as to be able to see nothing, and it happened so, as often as he was led into thinking interiorly. He said, therefore, as he believed in the world, that he could make out whatever he chose, to be true. But it was shown him that this was a fallacy, and that he was not even able to see that which is true in itself. One of the siren kind was exhibited, who was able to make herself more beautiful than others. She appeared so beautiful that all who looked upon her from the natural, declared that she was the most beautiful of women, she was likewise able to adorn herself with becoming and magnificent clothes. But when this deceptive external was taken away, she appeared in a diabolical form. 5701 to 5750. 5701. Others, also, are similar. A certain one could likewise convey himself into others so cleverly, and dispose his dexterity into such a form, that he was able to penetrate to the soul's interiors. With this skill, moreover, were mingled such things as belonged to erudition and inward cleverness from memory. They also supposed him to have an understanding of such a kind. But it was ascertained that he had not any from an interior ground, not even in any single matter. Gustav Benzel's Journal. 5702. Many others, also, have been esteemed as learned in the world, and some as more learned than the rest of mankind, because they knew how to speak from the memory as if from the rational, when yet nothing was from themselves but from others. Their interiors were fast shut, and in them there was obscurity and gloom, in place of light. Lars Benzel's Journal and Erik Benzelius. 5703. Of a like character are those who have by many means confirmed their own doctrinals, which were nevertheless falsities, until they appeared to them as true, according to the extent and kind of the confirmation. These, howsoever it may be declared to them that the truth is true, do not apprehend it in themselves but outside themselves, thus, in natural or external light, not in internal. It is ascertained that such have not an intellectual, with them, this is obscure and closed. But the simple good, who have not confirmed themselves, have the interior open, and not only apprehend more readily than those learned ones, but, also, when they hear the truth, believe, principally from good. 5704. Of such a character are those, especially, who have confirmed themselves about faith alone, and have not lived the life of faith because they have believed that the life counts for nothing. But that salvation is by faith alone and not by any goods of life. 5705. Investigation was made as to whether such ones are able to be raised into heavenly light, and it was proved that they are not able, because their intellectual is closed and cannot be opened. There were present, at the time, certain Englishmen, who, because they have interior light, lux, were elevated. In general, the case is thus, that sensual lumen appears like spiritual lumen to the uninstructed, so long as it is not known whether it is from the memory or from the understanding. And, besides, sensual lumen is more brilliant than interior lumen, because it is in the world. Especially are those in sensual lumen who are evil. They are far more crafty than others, wherefore, they were called by the ancients, serpents, for they are better able to reason than others. 5708. 257. I remarked to spirits, respecting the light arising from confirmation, that, when a thing has been confirmed, it appears luminous. This was made manifest by experiences, but I said that they must remove confirming things, and contemplate the principle itself which is confirmed, and examine whether they are able to see anything of light, namely, whether the principle is true or not true. Because, whatever exists or comes to the mind from another, even though most false, is yet able to receive light through confirmation. When they were brought back to the principle itself, they saw nothing at all. They were in darknesses, so that they did not see anything. It was then granted me to say that they would be able to see, if they could admit light from heaven into it. But light from heaven enters through good, thus through the will, wherefore, if they were in good, then light, lux, would be in the principle itself, so that they would see it clearly. For heaven does not enter by any other way than by way of good or of love, thus through the will. Consequently, that if they have lived the life of good, they would then see light in the principle itself, but otherwise, nothing but darkness. Hence, they would then see confirmatory things in the word, and would likewise see confirmatory things in their memory. Those only which confirm would be called forth, and thus there would be light thereto. It was shown, further, that even though it were truth itself which by confirmation had received light, yet if there was not good of life, the truth itself would in like manner be in darkness, also. Wherefore, they were told that, even if they knew all things which were in the universal heaven, and yet were not in the good of life, they would still not have heavenly light, but an inferior light which is merely natural. Which is such, that if there were evil of life, it would still perish. 5709. Afterwards, I spoke about the foundations of truth, that they are two, one from the Word, the other from nature or from the truths of nature. And that the foundation from the Word is for the universal heaven, thus for those who are in the light, lux, of heaven. But the foundation from nature, for those who are natural and in natural light, lumen, thus for those who have confirmed themselves from the letter of the Word in things not true, yea, in falsities, so as to be convinced of them. For these are no longer able to be convinced from the Word. But, still, they, i.e., these two foundations of truth, agree the one with the other, which is proved by a contemplation of certain things in the Word. Since sciences have shut up the understanding, therefore, sciences may also open it, and it is opened so far as men are in good. And it was also proved that all things of heaven constantly have their foundation in the laws of the order of nature, in the world and in man, so that the foundation remains permanently fixed. Just as are the body in the things which are of the body in its sensation, compared with the interior things which are of the will and understanding. But, still, because falsities have shut up the intellectual, and all ideas of thought are based upon natural things, therefore, also, such things must be as a foundation to the former, with those whose ideas are false. 5710. The Word, also, was spoken of, namely, that it is the foundation itself, but only for those who live well and acknowledge the Word as holy and divine. But, with those who are in doubt respecting it, either by reason of various things in the sense of the letter, and the style, and such things as they think to be trifling, and for other reasons, that for them, the Word, such as it is in the internal sense, or in its interiors, must be laid open even by natural truths, by means of which conflicting ideas are thrown off, etc. How the foundation from the Word accords with the foundation from the truths of nature, was shown by two examples as, for instance, he who has confirmed himself against the divine because he sees the good in a mean condition and in poverty, but the evil honored and rich, and that such things are obtained by craft. In such a case the natural truth is also founded on the Word, because being promoted to honors and riches in the world are not real gains, or real blessings. Both for the reason that they seduce and lead away from heaven, and that they are temporary and thus nothing to eternity, therefore, comparatively, they have no esse in themselves. When yet what the Lord grants is that which is eternal, and through means which lead thither, and riches and honors are not such means. The second is, that, there are those, who think that there is no life after death and that man dies like the beasts, also think that there is no more of intelligence in man than in beasts, save that man is able to speak. That beasts think as much as men, and draw conclusions from various things, and in many respects are more skillful and more intelligent than men, and very many other things. But science teaches that with man there is given an internal and an external, and that the internal can be elevated to God, and consequently think about God, and about those things which belong to heaven, which are innumerable. Also, that it is able to be affected by divine things, and so be conjoined with the divine, which is eternal, and that which can be conjoined with the divine is also unable to die. This scientific conjoins itself with the Word, that, namely, there is a life after death, that man has an internal and an external, that the internal can be elevated to God, can perceive those things which belong to heaven, and can be thus led by the divine according to the laws of order in the heavens, which are the truths disclosed in the Word. So in all other matters. In brief, nothing can be founded upon scientifics except it be previously founded upon the Word. This must be first, the other is only a confirmation from man's scientifics. 5711. The Last Judgment, and Town in the Other Life. My interior sight was opened, and I looked into a street of Stockholm, the large new street, 258, and then saw many people walking about there. I was afterwards led through into that street. And there were angels with me who said that in the surrounding houses in that street not any one was alive, but all were dead, that is, spiritually, so that they shuddered, and were unwilling to go farther. When those in the houses there are dead, no windows appear in the houses, but holes, within which all is dark, but when they are living, windows appear and men at them. I was next led through to the little new street, 259. It was said that some few, there, were living. After this, I was conducted back towards, 260 at the marketplace. There, scarcely anyone was living, that, there, some were. Likewise at the other side of the bridge, where, in the marketplace there were not any who were living, except in one house at the corner, none, moreover, in the large houses there. Next, I was conducted, to the long street out of the marketplace, the chemist's shop, 261 also, no one was alive, but I did not look far within. Nor was there anything living from the marketplace towards the sea, and so on. They said that, nevertheless, all the houses were full, but those who are not alive do not appear to the angels, but that when spirits, especially evil ones, walk about in the streets there, windows appear, and the men there in the light. For the evil see in their own light, and also see those who are in a like light. Bergensjourna was there, in the street, the large new street, also others, who said that they, the inhabitants, appear before their eyes, though not at that time. 5712. Afterwards, I was led through the London which is referred to above, 262, and was there conducted along the back part by the meaner thoroughfares, almost as far as the Exchange. 263. And it was said that neither were those there living, nor, also, those at the other part. In Cheapside, some were, and also at the part by the Temple. 264. I was not led any farther. Hence it was plain that few at that part, there, were living. 5713. It was said, moreover, that, at the east side of London in the other life, is a little city where upright and good men dwell, but the vile appear, to those who are in the town, towards the west. Also, that it is not allowed those who are in the town to enter into that city. They are prevented by watchmen, and, besides, they cannot endure the sphere of their life. As soon as they come thither, they are seized with agony, and retire, thus are those protected. They are at the east there, because the east is the good of love and of charity. It was perceived, moreover, that, as long as the large town is preserved, there is there such a city at the east, but that there is not such a city in Stockholm. I was also conducted through that little London city, and some there spoke with us. 5714. It was said, moreover, that, outside every city whatever are out-and-out robbers, in great number, fields full of them. And that nobody dares go outside a city, for then he falls into the hands of the robbers and incurs many perils as to life, wherefore, all remain in the cities, nor do they go out. I was also conducted outside the city. And there was a crew of robbers, who knew instantly what I was, and how they could attack and destroy me. For such things are their study, so that, as soon as they see any, they perceive their lives and attack them. Those robbers do not dare to enter into the cities. If they enter, they are not admitted into any house, but remain in the streets, and when they make an appearance they are ordered to go out, which also they do. For, when they stay in the streets they have not any power, because, in the cities, law always reigns, and hence there is security, as in the cities of the world. But, it was said, that if they are admitted in a house, they destroy those who are there. Not one of them, however, is admitted into any house, unless the house is such that those who are there are no longer able to remain in it. For as soon as they enter and see the men in a house, they know instantly of what character they are, and connect themselves with their dispositions, and, as soon as they are connected, they have communication with them. This is also the case when they are outside the cities. They, i.e. the dwellers, are thus infested until that house is rifled. 5715. It was said, moreover, that, when a city is such that there are no longer any good there, it is then destroyed, and that this is their last judgment. It was also said that such cities are destroyed in a very short time, and that the dwellers in them are scattered abroad, and everyone driven away to his own place. 5716. The reason there are such cities, as in the world, and similar houses, is owing to men in the world who dwell in cities and houses there, and because such ones are in them in the other life as in the world, and in like houses. Also, because the correspondence is close and material, according to the ideas of the thoughts of men in the world. But now, in this last time of the Church, another arrangement takes place, and another correspondence, thus, through correspondences not so direct and close, but more remote. 5718. The part of the city of London to the west was also destroyed. 5719. It was said of those in the houses, in the cities, who were not good, that they pay no attention whatever to heavenly things, but turn themselves from them. And that they do nothing else but talk to each other about worldly and bodily matters, and eat and drink, and listen to the things which happen round about, as with such people in the world, that, in a word, the delights of the world and the body are their life, and not at all the delights of heaven. They formerly attended churches, but, now, there no longer appear churches for them. 5720. 265 After death man becomes as he has lived, also, he is in human form. That a man is his own good and his own truth, was shown from the obedience and unanimous agreement of the body with his spiritual world, or with his will and understanding. This appears to the life. So that when the man wills the body acts, and when the man thinks, he also speaks, with all the organs, the face also speaks too, to such a degree that the very will appears as it were in the body. So that, when the hand does anything, it is as if the will is in the hand, when the mouth speaks, that it is not the thought but the mouth with its organs. And so on with the rest, thus, that the man's will is everywhere in the body, and not as it were enthroned in one place, although its beginning is in the brain. Hence is plain what the body is, that it is only the voluntary and intellectual in a form. Why not, also, the spirit? Which is the man after death. This is more than a man, or, more than, will and understanding. For a spirit is nothing else in a form, which form also is the human, because the whole heaven, and the whole divine, is from such a form and in such a form. And since such has been man's form in the world, still more must it be when he becomes a spirit. Hence it is that a spirit appears altogether according to his love, thus according to his will, or according to his interiors. It is plain, from this, that a man's life determines the quality of his spirit, and that he is such as his life is, thus as his will and understanding for the whole of man's life refers itself to those two, and proceeds from those two. 5721. 266 It was moreover stated respecting those in Stockholm, that they care for nothing except to hear what happens in the city and outside the city. As, for example, who was with me, whether a thing is still so and so, but nothing at all about doctrinals, even, what they are. They allied themselves with those who were merely natural and material, although they knew that they were devils. They do this, walking about in the streets and markets, and ridicule all things, thus, there is nothing of the church and of heaven with them. They are almost all of such a disposition that they want to lead and rule others, this is fixed in them. I saw the devastation of a part of Stockholm. The left side of the New Street 267 was entirely destroyed, so that there was no longer a single house, but only a waste. Also a part in Södermalm, at the farther side there, right up to the houses nearer to mine, and everyone was cast forth according to his nature. 5722. The Dragonists. There was a certain one who was only a material or sensual man, who was yet an archbishop, Eric Benzelius. In the life of the body, he cared nothing at all for the word, and very little for the doctrine of the church, but only for worldly things, languages and researches relating to his country. He possessed the word. But it served him only for preaching, and nothing at all for life or doctrine. He even despised it, and did not believe anything, as another, to whom he confided that it was so, stated. He believed a thing to be so, whether it was in favor of doctrine, or against the doctrine of the church. He loved himself above all things, and esteemed justice and equity as of no moment, save so far as they served for reputation. In a word, he was utterly corporeal, or sensual in the extreme. I saw him in the light of heaven, he was in a horrible form, no longer human. From his authority in the world, and from his manner of speech thence acquired, also from feigned affection, he was able to win others to himself. 57:22a. Those who believe the word, but only as to the letter, constitute the head of the dragon. They do not care for doctrine, and love themselves and the world above all things. Those to whom the word serves as a means of honor, are the head of the dragon. Those, however, constitute his tail, to whom the word serves only for preaching, but not at all for life. When these think regarding it they despise it. Those, also, who devise plots and schemes in the world, constitute his life, or poison. 5723. I saw a great number of robber priests who adhered to him, i.e., the dragon, cast out of heaven, who, being explored, were totally opposed to the truths of faith, save for the sake of externals in the world. To them the gate into heaven was closed, for they did all things on account of self and the world, and nothing on account of the divine. All these never think about the Lord's divine when they think of the Lord, but only about the human, namely, that it was entirely like another man's, and nothing more, some that it was yet meaner. The bulk of these were of the number of those who are in faith alone, wherefore, they are also, from doctrine, of such a character that they care nothing about life, but only faith. And all these are cast into the lakes of those who are at the southern side, towards the east. Those who were there before, are cast in still farther. 5724. These are of the dragon. But those who are from the Catholic religion are the beast 268 of the sea and of the earth, which are mentioned in the Apocalypse. 5729a. 269 The Mogul, also the Last Judgment. The Mongols are at the southern side beyond the Christian region. They are haughty, and desire to be distinguished above all others. They are also hostile to Christians. I saw that they were likewise cast down into hells. There were many mountains there, on which they dwell, and they were cast down. The part sank. Those from some of them were cast down into the hells, those on others, to certain places in the desert. They are haughty on account of being rich. There is a diamond mine with them, also, gold with them. All those underwent such judgment who think only about Muhammad and little about God, as all there do who are in the love of self. 5730. How some are instructed in the other life. There also occur instructions of boys and girls, and also of the simple, in the following manner. Where those are assembled who are of the celestial kingdom, who are such that they see truths and thence know them, but are not able to give expression to them. These, when they hear those who are of the spiritual kingdom talking to each other, say, when they utter truths, that it is so, and applaud, but, when they utter things not true, they say that it is thus, and should be said thus. Where also, they are city dwellers, and can be instructed by means of civic things, they say that they can speak better if they will, if they reflect, and so forth. Hence they think that what they speak, and what they are about to say, is true. And then resume and say it differently. If it is then true, they, i.e. the celestials, say that it is so, and applaud. They are kept in a regard for the speaker, and, moreover, he is silent. He himself, too, is thence instructed. For those things which he hears are insinuated into his sight, and thus he knows things he previously did not. The former are just as much perfected by the spiritual, as the spiritual by the celestial. For, if the latter do not hear truths, and thus see them, they are dull, for they cannot think. 5731. The vastation of those who are not in any charity, the Last Judgment. I was at length led into a heavy state, which was one of charity grossly natural, with which earthly delights mingled themselves. It commenced from a certain one who infused profanation. He was such that he perceived doctrinals better than others, and clearly perceived those things which were stated about truths. But, on the other hand, he was such that he held in hatred all who did not pay him homage as some one superior to other people. In the world he persecuted these, so far as they did not address him obsequiously. Such was his will. And, because he was such, he could also inspire profanation in others. And when he did this, he likewise so artfully simulated friendship that they did not perceive his real purpose, from which infusion many were miserably tormented. He was the provincial governor of Ostrogothia, who was the king's secretary. But this was turned, with me, into such an external, mixed with delight, and at the same time with some good, in such as most at this day in the world would be able to be in. This was done in order that it might be known of what quality is the Christian world at this day, and of what quality their charity, consequently, what kind of heaven they have. And I was kept in this state for 2 days, so that it might be known who were able to be in it, and those who were in it were separated. 270. 57:31a. Then, in the meanwhile, those who were in faith alone, or who were in the doctrine which they call the doctrine of faith, who reject charity as of saving efficacy, or deny that heaven is in it but only in faith alone. These then rose up, more than others, against genuine doctrine, without anyone provoking them, and were gathered together, and at length took counsel to call forth all, as many as they could, from every quarter except the eastern. They were not able to come there, because those there were protected by the Lord, and this right up to the Mohammedans at the western side, and to the Mohammedans at the southern quarter. Besides also, in the northern quarter, those who were upon the mountains and in the plains there. They sent out as many as 50 from themselves, to 100 places in all directions round about, in order that they might call forth those, there, present, and employ them as subjects, and those who remained there distributed by tens. These powerfully aided them, and sustained them in that rebellion, with the purpose of altogether destroying heavenly doctrine, because heaven was stated to be in charity, and not in faith apart from charity. Thus in man's life, which makes the man, and not in knowledge and understanding apart from life. On account of this, they promoted such rebellion, with the fixed purpose of destroying doctrine itself, although it was previously shown them that this comes from heaven and from the Lord, as also they acknowledged. For the intellectual can be enlightened with every person whatsoever, and thus what is true be acknowledged. But, since they were without any charity, or without good of life, therefore, they constantly acted as impious enemies against heaven and against the Lord. They also said that they know that it is from the Lord, and that they likewise know that all are left in peace, of whatever religion they may be, if only they acknowledge the divine, and, in the Christian Church, the Lord's divine. And do not do evil to others who do not do evil to them. But it was in vain, for they were remitted into their interiors, which were such that they were without any conscience, as also was proved, indeed, they did not know what conscience is. Such, then, were those who were in faith alone. Wherefore, all those, amounting to many myriads, an immense number, who were not in any charity, were discovered and hurled completely down from many mountains and plains, and were cast into hells. 5732. Yea, they were of such a character that they conjoined themselves with monks who have also been such. Especially those who have believed that they are Christ, and that they have all power and Christ none, and who have performed holy things in externals because they personated Christ. And in internals were such that they were in murderous hatred against all those who did not adore them as Christ, consequently as God, to whom belongs all power in the heavens, with these, also. The former ones conjoined themselves and acted in unison. 5733. At length, when the great bulk were cast down, those leaders who were of faith alone were reached, wherefore, certain of them became black like devils, from within and also without. So that they could no longer be recognized as men, but wholly as the blackest devils, and so were cast into hells, everyone, nevertheless, according to his own evil of life. 5734. This I am able to assert, that he who does not acknowledge the divine, and, in the Church, the Lord's divine, and does not live a life of faith, which is a life of charity according to doctrine, cannot be otherwise than cast into hell. For he divests himself of everything human. Man is such as his life, from head even to heel. He who is black as to life, is black altogether. Let them think howsoever they will, and let them persuade themselves against it in what manner they please, yet, nevertheless, it is eternal verity. Yet, let them know that men of every religion may be saved, even those who are in the doctrine of faith alone, provided only they live the life of faith, which is that of charity. And thus do not appropriate inwardly in themselves such things as are diabolical. The external signifies nothing, because, if this is separated, then it is their internal which constitutes the life, not the external without the internal. It has been commanded me to openly declare this to them. 5735. It was also searched out, by turning them to their loves, that they did not act on account of any zeal for doctrine, but from the delight of evil-doing. Likewise, that, since they commanded others in life, they were now also such that they were able to lead to evil, doing others who were like themselves. 5736. These are they who are called he-goats by the Lord. Of whom it is said that they did not exercise any charity, and that, therefore, they would go into eternal fire, for they are in the dragon, and constitute some part of it. They were in their mountains for a while. And there led an external life, for they were detained in that. But, when their thoughts penetrated round about, and infested all, so that they did not know what doing good was, then their externals were taken away, and it was shown of what quality they were. 5737. The last judgment of the residue of the Catholic communion. Above the head were many from the Christian world, who showed me that they were in greater light, and also in greater heat than others. And, inasmuch as there was there, and fell down thence, before my face, a flaming evil light, it was perceived, that perhaps it was not well with them, and that the light was false and the heat unclean. It was then discovered whence their heat and light was. 5738. The heat was borne in by those who were in the western quarter, by monks who believed themselves to be Christ, and wanted to be worshipped as gods on the ground that they possessed heaven and thus had power over the souls of men. And on that account behaved themselves in external form like saints, so that they might induce the simple to believe that they were in a manner gods. But when they were at length explored, they were inwardly profane. For every single one who was not willing to acknowledge them as gods they held in deadly hatred, and with such vindictiveness, that, in the last degree of their ferocity, they wished to kill them. Thus, they were inwardly devils. In order to seduce all others wherever they could, they devised arts so that they could let in heats, and this in divers ways and from various places, both good and evil. And this they effected by means of transfers, which can take place in the other life, for such things can be transferred to others. They wished, by this means, to induce a faith that they were gods. 5739. Those who infused the light, were also in the western quarter there, from two places upon mountains, upon a double one towards the north, on another towards the south. Those who were on the double mountain at the north, were also of the Catholic communion, and were similarly expert in the art of transferring the light from the place where the light was, also from the genuine truths of faith, which they had among them, which was permitted. But such ones were in the persuasion that there was a divine, but that all those things were from nature. Respecting that matter, they infused a deadly persuasion, which it was granted me to perceive. And they wished, by this means, to induce the faith that they were gods, and that they were able to give heaven to anyone they pleased. They thereby seduced many simple-minded ones who, being nevertheless good, were preserved. For they had a powerful persuasive faculty. Their intention was, as they were also forced to proclaim, that, when they had induced that faith, they would afterwards rule over the souls of all, and over heaven, because heaven is conferred by them. Hence it came to pass that that mountain opened itself in the midst, and swallowed them all, and those there were dispatched into the deepest darkness, which was now and then changed into infernal fire. Also, the mountain was immediately opened above, and from it, too, all of such a character were cast into the same gulf, and this even to many 100,000s. The like happened with the other mountain, which was towards the south, more in the western quarter. 5740. Men do not know what regeneration is. Many were explored, even those who in the world were more learned than others, as to whether they knew what regeneration is, since that is the essential of salvation. For the Lord says, that he who is not born anew cannot enter into truths, and elsewhere it is said, those who are born of God. But all said that it is baptism, because it is said by water and the Spirit, and that they do not know any other regeneration. But I marveled that they did not know what regeneration is, when, nevertheless, writers and preachers so often state that the old man must be slain in order that the new may exist, and concupiscences in like manner. That man may have new life, and the like. Which involve regeneration. Hence, also, I believe that they understood what regeneration is. But, inasmuch as they did not understand what regeneration is, they therefore invented justification, about which they say similar things, but with all kinds of differences, for example, that evils are not imputed to him who is justified. Thus, that he lives sinlessly, though he live in evils like any other man. The reason they did not know, is, because they insisted that man is regenerated by the truths of faith, consequently by faith alone, and not by the life of faith, which is charity. And, since they did not wish to know what the life of faith, which is charity, is, and did not make it a means of salvation, since, also, they did not know what spiritual love and affection are, nor, therefore, what it is to be led by the Lord. Therefore, they were in such ignorance about the very essential of salvation, and for this reason devised justification, and cherished such an opinion about it, as, that, when a man is justified evils are not imputed. From this the quality of the Church is manifest. What regeneration is may be seen in the Heavenly Doctrine. Point 271. 5741. It is not known what regeneration is. Many of the learned theologians were explored, in the other life, as to whether they knew what regeneration is, but no one of them knew. Most of them said, to be born anew through water and the Spirit, by which they understood baptism. Some called it justification. And I was exceedingly surprised that the more learned in the world did not understand this matter, which, nevertheless, is such an essential of the Church that no one can enter into heaven except he be born anew. According to the Lord's words in John, chapter 3. I was exceedingly astonished that they were unaware of this. When nevertheless, the majority know from the word how to describe regeneration, so that it appears that they know it thoroughly, as, for example, that the old man with his concupiscences must be slain, and the new must arise. And that in the new life he will walk before in white garments, and will see evils, and other like things. By which he who knows what regeneration is, if he is able to look no farther than to the words, believes that they must know what regeneration is, but they did not then say these things. It was asked whence it happens that they do not know what regeneration is, and it was ascertained that they do not know what charity towards the neighbor is, or, consequently, what the good of life is. And, inasmuch as they believe the good of life, or charity, not to be an essential of salvation, but only faith alone, even though a man were destitute of good of life. And that through faith alone, from mere mercy, heaven is given to those for whom the Lord intercedes, inasmuch as this is perpetually in their minds, therefore, they can yet in no wise know what regeneration is. 5742. The last judgment and the destruction of the old heaven and earth. The devastation previously described lasted for many days. And at length there appeared as it were a hand stretched out by the Lord over the heavens, and then began that battle between Michael and the dragon which is described in the Apocalypse. 272. On the western side, towards the north, there appeared as it were a combat, reaching, from the elevation thence, towards the heavens which were above the middle, which were very numerous. And where were vast numbers of angels not known to me before. They could be counted by myriads. In that entrance were dragonists, and they spoke with those, in these old heavens, and all then turned to them and listened to what they said. The heavenly doctrine, especially concerning the Lord, was then impugned by the dragonists, and then everyone who heard was reduced to the state of his thought about the Lord, in which he was in the world. And it was then manifested, that most of them rejected the Lord's divinity, saying that they did not wish to know anything about a visible God, but about the invisible. It was said to them that the Lord is also the invisible God. For he is one with the Father, and is in the Son, of heaven, and has been invisible in the world since his ascension from the sepulchre, and many more things from the word. But they were all unwilling to accept this. Moreover, inquiry was made as to whether they placed anything of salvation in the life of faith, but they said, nothing, only in faith, thus, in thinking alone, and nothing in willing and doing, that is, living. In a word, they were turned to all the quarters, and their quality searched out. And it was also said to them that they were dragonist spirits who urged these things, and to whom they give assent, and that the Lord teaches otherwise. But all in vain. This proceeded through all the heavens which had been gathered together since the Lord's advent, and all in them who were of such a quality as has been stated, were, after a tremendous battle, sentenced to be cast down. But, still, they insisted that they would remain there, because they have been there so long. 5743. Wherefore, the Lord was seen to descend out of the sun, as it were in a bright cloud, to the heights, and gave judgment that all of such a character should be cast down. And when he withdrew into the sun, they were also driven out, and this for a great length of time, successively, according to their connection with heaven. And, as to the larger part, they were thrust down into the western quarter, where the number was so great that it could not be reduced to computation except by taking hundreds of thousands as one. But, I am unable, to describe all and every one of the incidents of the battle, which was a temptation, and, indeed, the most grievous of all temptations, continuing almost to despair. The Lord held them in truth, but the devil in falsity, consequently, they were as if in internal collision, by which, also, 273 it could be evident of what kind the Lord's temptations were in the world, when he admitted the hells to himself. And of what kind the last, of the cross, respecting which it can only be said that they were unspeakable, nor could they be comprehended, or imagined, by any man. It was said that the Lord sustained them from earliest youth right up to the end of his life, and that he thus subdued the hells, and reduced the heavens and all things, in them, into order, also, that he, at the same time, glorified his human. Without which things, no mortal could be saved. 5744. The whole western quarter was full of such ones as had been cast down from the heavens on every side. And the earth there opened itself, and they were enveloped in a cloud so that they could not rise up any more. They were all such as did indeed acknowledge a God, and live morally well, but only thought of the Lord as of an ordinary man like themselves. Nor did they do good on account of God and because it is enjoined in the word, but for the sake of self and the world. Neither did they abstain from thinking and willing evil but only from doing evil, for fear of the law, of their life, of reputation, of honor and gain, who, in a word, whatever they did it for the sake of self. 5745. In the beginning, in the old heaven, all were picked out who had lived well, consequently, in the acknowledgement of the Lord, and were in a good life for his sake and that of the divine commandments. But, because these were few and the heavens immense, therefore many others were admitted, and, at length, all who have lived morally well. Happiness, also, was given them, and all things in abundance, so that nothing was lacking. And, at length, they began to admit others on the ground of mere piety, if only they simulated devotions, and likewise such as in externals only appeared upright and devout, though in internals they were most wicked. Angels, also, were sent to them by the Lord, who exhibited such things to them, but in vain. Wherefore, in proportion as the multitude of such a kind increased, so their interiors were at first opened, and they yielded themselves to them. But all the good were taken out thence and concealed in different places. These, afterwards, composed the new heaven. 5746. Thus perished the old heaven and the old earth. And all those were cast into hell who did not live the life of faith, which is charity. These are also called the he-goats, who were on the left hand, none of whom bestowed anything from internal charity, but only on account of what is external. These things lasted from the 31st of March to the 11th of April, when it was the feast of Easter, 1757. 5747. Those are all called Michael, who fought for the Lord's divinity, and, for the truth, that he and the Father were one, and thus that God is one, and who fought on behalf of the life which is called the life of faith or charity. For those who do not acknowledge the Lord's divinity, all, in heart, make nothing of spiritual things, or those which belong to heaven. They talk about God, but do not care for him, they go over to any opinion whatever of some evil spirit. Principally, at the first temptation. Those who were Michael were chiefly from the ancient heavens, who all remained steadfast, also of those who were among them from the Gentiles, and from infants everywhere at that time grown up. 5748. The western quarter, from the northern angle as far as to the forepart of the southern portion, was filled with these who were cast down, some, also, were elsewhere. The dragonists, however, proceeded out of a line from the southern portion, which we have before spoken, into the rear of the western part, as far as towards the north, in a curved line resembling a tail. But in the darkness there beneath that region. 5749. In a word, the heavens which were collected from the Christian world after the advent of the Lord, successively declined, as is customary on earth. At first, those in them procured heaven in themselves and worshipped the Lord, and thus also had heaven without themselves, thus, it was in its proper order. But, successively, the heaven in them began to be overshadowed and at length to be dispersed, and then they wanted to have the heaven which they knew, outside themselves, and they called this heaven, and then there was no longer any internal. It was also permitted them to have heaven outside themselves, and this consisted in amazing magnificence which was indescribable, in palaces, in colonnades, in galleries, in embellishments, in paradises, also in dignities and the like. And also in grandeur from multitudes of servants, thus, in dignity alone, and in external self-worship for the sake of these things. At length, when they were not able to have such things from the Lord, because they regarded themselves and not the Lord, from whom those things were, they provided them for themselves. Through fantasies and arts unknown in the world, which are innumerable. Thus they went on incessantly. Not that those who were of the first resurrection were such, but those who came afterwards, for as these came into heaven, the Lord, of divine providence, removed the former ones, or secreted them there, so that they should not be seen. Wherefore, when they placed all things in nothing else than external splendors and pleasures, then, at last, this judgment came which has been spoken of. 5750. Meanwhile, purifications were occurring continually. For those who in the world led an evil life, in adulteries and thefts, thus wicked atheists, were not admitted, but were cast into hell. The purification from such ones went on continuously. But yet the case is as with the blood in the body, although that is continually purified, still, it tends, notwithstanding, to the death of the whole body. Hence there is now a new heaven. 5751 to 5800. 5751. The abyss. The abyss into which the dragon was at length cast, which is treated of in the Apocalypse, 274, is completely and directly under the genitals. There appears there a great and spacious cavern, black and gloomy. Thither was cast the dragon himself, Bishop Benzelius, and many who adhered to him, who, as they arrived at the depth, were shut up in the midst. Thither also were cast those who were able to feign innocence, who, in the world, were with infants, and learned to play and act with them, and, yet, lived a wicked life and were prostitutes, so that they might serve those who were there. In a word, it is an immense gulf. It is the receptacle of the dregs of urine, not, however, of the ordure, for the reason that they all love falsities and mingle falsities with truths. 5752. Why those in the Christian world have not believed in the state of resurrection after death. The reasons are, 1, because they thought sensually about the life of man, and that only the body lives. 2, because they thought about man's soul as of ether, or as of wind, or as of thought abstracted from an organic subject. 3, because they have a similar idea about a spirit, also about angels, since, from a doctrinal taken from the literal sense of the word, they thought, that they would rise at the last judgment, when all things would perish. 4, because they did not understand what the internal man, consequently what man's spirit is, also, because they remove from their ideas thereof everything appearing substantial. 5. Because the majority, when any such thing presents itself, subject it to the thought as to whether it is, or is not, and then the sensual judges and concludes upon it. 6. Because such things are put under the midst 275 of the intuition, when they are mentioned. 7. They who do not do this believe, as do all the simple, and all at the hour of death, and all when they do not think about it from the things mentioned. 5758. 276 The Last Judgment, continued. It has been shown how it befell those from the Christian world. The leaders, who endeavored to destroy the kingdom of the Lord in heaven, were principally of those who were in faith alone. They were assembled with their prelates. And they decided that they would assail from every quarter those who acknowledged the truths of faith, or the heavenly doctrine. They dispatched emissaries, from all sides, 50 by 50, into 100 places, and allied themselves with the diabolical crew, and part of them remained and communicated with those and rendered assistance. Thus it was begun. But, at length, all such, and those who were like them, were cast down and dispersed. 5759. After this, those were cast down who utterly despised learning in the sciences, amongst them Eleazar, who were in great numbers. This, also, lasted a long time. 5759a. Those were afterwards cast out who experienced delight in the sufferings of others, and who devised unheard of contrivances for torturing others, by inflicting pain on body and mind, and holding the thought continually upon the pain. And sending those who also infused desperation likewise, those who inflicted weariness of life and the continual desire of liberation from the pain, or whatever ill it might be. Which two classes inflict such suffering and torture as cannot be described. Such, also, were cast down in immense numbers, besides some like them, who took delight in the torture of others. All, likewise, were cast down who communicated with those who were beneath, inasmuch as they were outside their own territory. For these were in the disposition of ruling and leading others, but did not attend to their own affairs. 5760. I saw those who remained collected into one, and they appeared together as one man. Those who were outside, this man, were cast out, those who appeared together as one man were those who were in charity. 5761. Afterwards, those were sent down, and not thus cast down, who were more in worldly things than in heavenly things, and in the world greatly regarded worldly things of various kinds, and consequently did not care for heavenly things. Thus, with whom worldly and bodily things prevailed. For these are not able to be in the heights, for they cared for nothing else than to look down upon and communicate with the lower places. All who looked down were sent down, because they had care for earthly things. Those, however, who did not look down, remained. There were various kinds of such ones, and I heard their sending forth and casting down for a long time. Thus, they amounted to countless myriads. They were let down into the plain, or the lower places, where their eyes and their minds were. And those who were evil, into hells. All these were those who were of the second resurrection. 277. 5762. In place of these, others, who, meanwhile, had been separated from those who were upon the mountains, and hidden and protected, even up till this time, were led forth by the Lord, and succeeded in the place of the former. These constitute the new heaven. They were all such as were in charity towards the neighbor and in faith therefrom, or, who were in good and had conscience from the Lord, and who, when there was anything evil, reflected, this is contrary to truth and good. Contrary to the divine precepts, contrary to God. And those of them who were from the Christian world, worshipped the Lord. This continued from the beginning of the year 1757. And the elevation of the good for constituting the new heaven, took place at the end of the month of April, and in the month of May. 5763. The 278 greater part, to the number of many millions came down because they looked down, and were joined with others who were without, which went on for a long time, whereby they joined themselves with devils, received protection from them, entered into alliance with them as with their own, were incited with lust to govern around them, and did evil to all those who they saw were without protection. All these did not belong to the mountain, they only went there and stayed among those who were there before, who had been well conducted and who were now taken away by the Lord and hidden in many places, so that they should not be seduced. Yea, in some places, those who came up have driven away all those who were there before, and put themselves in their places. Those who come up thus are of the second resurrection. They are also taken down and away, and the others are put in their places, and all those who died in childhood and who were brought up in the other life are also put in their places. These there form the new heaven and the new earth. 5764. Afterwards, those also were let down who were pietists. They were on the summit of a rock, in its midst, invisible to the rest. They lived a life of piety, but not one of charity. There were two kinds of these, one which was in falsities. 5765. The destroyed Babylon and old heaven. I saw and heard many myriads of spirits who were on the mountains and rocks cast down therefrom, and cast here into the deserts, there into the gulfs, and elsewhere into other hells. All of whom spoke with the mouth about God and heaven, but had the world in the heart, and this with spirits who were in Christianity. All these were cast down, and they looked about on the other mountains and on the other rocks. 5765a. And entered into society with them, in order that they might protect themselves against infestors. Also, they did not have regard to the one God, the Lord, who would protect them. Consequently, they desired to be secure and happy there from themselves and their own prudence, and not from the divine, a proof that they were of such a character in the world. Especially were those cast down who looked down from the heights towards the lower places, and in various modes and by various arts infested those whom they saw, and at length all who looked down. For those who did not look down, were not anxious for anything save for their own homes, and trusted in the Lord, who himself guarded them. These were preserved. 5765b. Moreover, those also, were cast down, who, by means of different arts learned in the other life, and in the other life well known, by various devices made themselves a heaven, as it were, not one that is felt with interior joy, but exterior. And that charms the external senses. Therefore, by means of various arts they made to themselves magnificent things, both as regards situation and the things which were there, and as regards apparel and other adornments, and as regards altars. They gathered to themselves all the sorcerers and contrivers who were able to present such things by means of arts, and thus also caused themselves to be instructed by them. All the upright and good they looked upon as simple, and wanted to obtain service from them. And inasmuch as they also desired to lead them astray, these upright ones were all taken away by the Lord and led forth elsewhere and concealed until this time. I could never have supposed that the number of such ones was so immense. There were many myriads. 5765c. Also, what I was amazed at, they were likewise in lofty mountain places, where they were only seen as a mist. And most of them believed that heaven was there, and also boasted that they were in heaven, and called themselves angels of heaven, although there was nothing divine with them. And these also believed that God rules only universally, and that they rule all particulars and every one of them. They were thus destitute of faith as regards divine providence, and made themselves almost gods. They did not regard the Lord any otherwise than as an ordinary man, nor did they think about his divine. Hence most of them were consociated, in disposition, with the hells. 5766. I saw that the faces of many were directed towards one who was not of such a character, but who thought not of the world but of heaven, and not of himself but of the divine, and especially of the Lord. And who believed that he possessed nothing of power from himself, but only from the Lord. When they saw him, they, to the number of as many as thousands of thousands, were so enraged, that they all banded themselves together to torment him in many ways. Thus they exposed what their disposition was opposed to the divine and to the Lord. All those who were upon certain mountains, to the number, as has been said, of many thousands, were noticed. 5766a. Those who were there, appeared in a glistening city, as if they were in heaven. But it was ascertained that they were such as above described, and that interiorly they were hypocrites. To wit, that they could talk of heaven, of God, of the truths of faith, but that still they did nothing good, save to themselves, that is, for their own sake. Some of them were shown to be hypocrites interiorly, some exteriorly. It was likewise shown that the interiors which are of the mind, into which the divine inflows, and which are open with angels, with these were fast shut, and the exteriors open towards the world, hence, they cared for nothing but such, viz. Worldly things. 5766b. These vilely, indeed most vilely, ill-treated him who was in such faith and charity, even to the point of cruelty, but, still, he was borne away from their ferocity by the Lord. All those from the 2 mountains which were at the right, within the sphere of Christendom, where was the word, were then explored, and were cast down. Thus those mountains were emptied of such ones. There were, moreover, round about, others, especially at the left, who appeared as it were very high above the head. These were examined, and were found to be interiorly hypocrites, and they in like manner were cast down. These, also, were most implacable enemies against those who did good from the heart, although the latter did them no harm, nor said any harm to them. Of such a character are all those who, although they know and speak truths, still do not practice truths. 5767. 279 Ascribing all things to immediate mercy, also merit to themselves, besides many other falsities. So that they had no inclination to know doctrinals and imbue the internal man with them, only they had been in a holy external, in prayings, in church-goings, in pious conversations. The second kind were such that they despised the neighbor in comparison with themselves, believing themselves alone worthy of heaven, and, in heart, condemning others who have not lived as they did. The latter and the former looked beneath themselves to those who were slow and wanted to govern all whom they saw there, thus their disposition was to rule, and it gave them the notion, that, because they were on high, they were angels. They brought on a heaviness in the interiors of the loin, at the right side. The pain from those who were in falsities terminated towards the urethra, that from those who were in the love of self, towards the anus. They said that they thought but little of the Lord, but not so of God, or the Father. They were also anxieties, wherefore, they ought to have been with each other, and not to inflict sadness upon the angels, who are joys. 5768. 280 At the back was an extensive plain. There, somewhat raised up, were those who made a profession of piety with the mouth, and spoke about God with the mouth, and prayed that he would be merciful, and by this means, also, accustomed their thoughts to such things. And likewise attended the Holy Supper frequently and habitually, and nevertheless, possessed nothing of the kind in heart. They lived an altogether worldly and evil life. They thought nothing interiorly about God, as they spoke. These were those who were exceedingly enraged against and wished in every way to destroy him, who was in faith and charity, of whom, above. 281 These, too, were all cast into the marshes beyond the plain. A part, also, were cast forwards into caverns. 5769. I likewise saw at one place, in the mountains and rocks, where the good were also mingled with the evil, how they were separated. The good were in the midst and consociated together. When inspected by my eye, they appeared as one man. All who were outside him, were such as could not be received within the society of the good, and they were rejected. 5770. The speech of spirits and angels. I have frequently observed, that, when spirits spoke with me, it was done in my mother tongue, or in other languages with which I was familiar at the time. They did not know that they spoke otherwise than they speak with each other. This is because their speech falls, with me, into my language, and is thus presented in words, when yet they themselves, at the time, are thinking from their own speech. It is also because they do not then reflect upon anything else than what belongs to me, and because they do not know any different. But when they turn themselves from me, they speak to each other in their own speech, upon which they do not reflect, inasmuch as it is natural and inrooted, for every man comes into it when he becomes a spirit. How much more prompt it is than human speech, has been declared several times before. 5771. It must be known, however, that some speak from ideas more fully, others less fully. And this according to their thoughts on the matter about which they are speaking. 5772. They are not able to utter a single word of a natural language which is with man, much less the names of persons which are in the word. But still they utter them in their own speech, which is of the thing, or of the thought about the person. The ideas about it, collected together, make up a word, but how this takes place cannot be described. It is the idea of that person which is expressed. 5773. All their speech flows from the thing itself and the affection of the thing, which is expressed sonorously as in the world. And since there is a similar speech with all, therefore, that speech comes from the inmost of every man whatever, and is produced according to the idea of the thing, still it is the affection which speaks. Or it is the affection, varied, formed or separated, which is the speech, and all affection is from the interior life. But still the evil are not able to speak of the things of heaven from internal affection, and express them in words. For the things of heaven are inscribed only on the life of angels. 5774. Real appearances in the other life, from comparisons. Heaven. Real appearances in the other life are circumstanced, comparatively, 1, like life, which appears to be in man, when nevertheless it inflows, 2, like wisdom, intelligence, faith, love being from man, when nevertheless they inflow. 3, like man existing without a connection with the Lord through spirits and angels, for, like the eye of the body seeing, in general, the body living, when yet it is the spirit in the body, so in very many other cases. 5775. Heaven answers to one man. It is certain to me, from many proofs, that the universal heaven in the Lord's sight is in the figure of a man, and that it is from this that angels are men, and that it is owing to the influx of the divine into heaven. Inasmuch as the divine makes heaven, consequently, angels are such from reception of the divine and not in the least from their proprium, likewise, that, therefore, the angels appear as men in the most beautiful form. For, as the general is circumstanced, so are the particulars therein. This is from the order of heaven, as is the case in the atmosphere, that the greatest in it is as the least and the least as the greatest. Hence it is that, we are able, to think, will and act in freedom, for all and every one of the things there correspond, and the things which happen according to the order and flow of heaven. It is the divine human which inflows into heaven and constitutes it. Before the Lord's advent, the divine human was that form of heaven which is the Lord from eternity, consequently, the divine itself, or Jehovah in heaven. Moreover, the inmost heaven forms the head, the second, the breast, and the first, the knees and feet. That there is, consequently, a correspondence of heaven with all and every one of the things which are with man, which has been much treated of, may be manifest. Hence it is implanted with man, everywhere, because from the influx of heaven, to worship the divine under the human form, save with those who have eradicated this inclination by self-intelligence. Hence also it is, that the angels who are in the interior heaven, and especially those in the inmost, or any as soon as they are raised into a higher sphere, are not able to think of the divine otherwise than under the human form. 5776. Heaven. The reason why all have a worship similar to their worship in the world, is because that is inrooted in the interior life, and they are at first let into it and successively removed from it. It is so with all in the universal globe. Idolaters are let into their worship, those who are in good are born to good, the evil to evil, so also Christians into theirs likewise, Catholics to the worship of their saints and images. Jews, Mohammedans, Gentiles, into their worship, and even to those, men, whom they have worshipped as gods. 5777. Babylon. I heard some saying that it is their intention to collect and gather to themselves all the riches of the world. This takes place through the multiplication of monasteries, and through the cunning in gaining ascendancy over men's souls, and by promises that they should be admitted into heaven. In order that, in this way, after they have scraped together all wealth, they would necessarily be acknowledged as masters, and that others must be their slaves. Also that they were absolutely unable to acquire a home for themselves in any other way, in a word, to subject the whole globe to themselves. Hence is manifest what the love of self is. This is plainly manifest from the fact, that, although they have their cellars filled up with riches from top to bottom, and although they have annual revenues, even to many thousands of gold pieces, yet they continually seek for more. And even from the poor, without compassion for orphans or widows. 5778. The spite of evil spirits, also influx. Heaven and hell. The evil spirits who are with man seek by many methods how they may seduce him, and it has been given me to know from experience how this matter is circumstanced. Those who are nearby, inflow variously with man, according to their situation in relation to his body. Those who are at the occiput, both those above and those beneath, chiefly inflow into the thought, and indeed into his interior thought. But those at the sides, or temples, both in front and above, inflow into the thought likewise, but into the sensual and external of it. It must also be known, that, when spirits speak to each other about a matter delightful to the man, or which favors his loves, the man is joyful, glad, and in a state of delight. Likewise, that when they speak of such things as are adverse to his loves, he is in undelightfulness and sadness, hence comes melancholy. For instance, when they are with the avaricious and those who are fearful for the future, and speak to each other about the loss of wealth and of such things as relate to its loss, and about the state in the future, the man becomes anxious. These appeared about the stomach in the abdominal region. Anxiety is from this source. So with all other matters. With those who think much against the neighbor, from deceit and cunning, there are genii at the occiput. Who, also, in an instant pervert all their thoughts of doing good to the neighbor and of God, especially of the Lord. With me, all these were observed. For I knew that I did not think from myself but from others, and, when wickedly, that it was from evil spirits, who, also, were then instantly detected. At one time, they devised this artifice. While associated with me they spoke about various things, and noted those which affected my mind and in what manner they did so. Also what carried me away into indignation, what into this or that affection, or desire, and I observed that they could discover some, but not others. It was allowed me to speak with them as often as I wished, and to refute them and drive them away. When they were driven away, the thought was changed. It was permitted me to notice, that, when spirits and genii spoke to each other in their own tongue, I heard nothing of what they said, but only when they spoke with me. But that I perceived the influx only through an affection in myself, and thought therefrom. Those spirits and genii, however, operate in this manner only into the external man, but the Lord and heaven into the internal. I also observed, that heaven inflows into the internal in a similar way, and that as the angels speak to each other, so the man is affected. Angels do not speak anything else than those things which are of wisdom, faith and love, and of happiness therefrom, these interiorly affect the man who is in them. It is hence manifest, that, so far as the external man acts as one with the internal, so far the man can be led by the Lord. For through the internal, the infesting things and evils which are introduced by evil spirits are dispersed, removed as hell is by heaven. It is otherwise if the external and internal man are not conjoined. I also observe that it is inevitable that the internal man should be closed with those who are in evil or in the delight of evil, because nothing of joy and of delight can be received out of heaven, for there is not any reception, in fact. So far as the angels operate, so far is such a one sensible of sadness and distress. For angels operate such things as are contrary to the loves of self and of the world. Hence it was also evident to me how the Lord reduces the external man to subordination to the internal, so that they act as one, and that this takes place through the whole life of man, consequently, how the regeneration of man occurs. And that it happens in countless ways. It was also observed, that, so far as man acts from proprium, that is, without the living faith that all good is from the Lord, what is from the Lord is not able to flow in, nor anything be arranged into order in the external man. Proprium is that which is contrary to the divine, it appears also as black, not receptible of anything out of heaven. 5779. The situation of those who are in the lower earth and in the heavens. Situation there, as regards the form, is incomprehensible. In heaven itself, which is in the lofty parts, the form is entirely heavenly, most perfect in the inmost heaven, and perfect, likewise, in the rest. But all the angelic societies there are arranged according to the form of heaven, and although they appear separate, yet nevertheless they are arranged according to the form, but no one there is able to compass that form. Of what nature it is may be somewhat comprehended from the form of the fibers in the human body, where such forms exist as surpass all understanding, as, for example, in the brain, where all things are arranged in series and bunches. And although those appear like a glutinous something and a snowy mass, still all things flow according to order, and put themselves forth into the nerves in such a manner that not the least thing is lacking. In order that everything of the will may flow distinctly into acts in the body. This may be seen in the cerebrum, the cerebellum, the medulla oblongata and the spinal marrow, in which organs are the cortical substances from which the fibers flow forth, for therein are the beginnings of all things in the body. 5780. Moreover, it may be seen from the serieses of the fibers in the body, how the case is in the ultimate heaven, in that there are in that heaven incomprehensible fascicles. As, for example, those which are about the heart, those which are in the lower part where all things marvelously unite together, where one fiber inflows into another and also entwines itself with others in a wonderful manner. Flowing in and flowing out and mingling itself with others and into others again, even into the ganglia, where they commingle themselves in a different way, and thence flow forth to the performance of their functions. How these things take place, nobody is able to comprehend, they are arranged according to the heavenly form. Similarly circumstanced are, the cardiac plexus, the hepatic and other plexuses, also the individual plexuses in every single internal organ. 5781. Neither can it be comprehended how the case is in the lower earth. There, also, are good spirits and evil, too, but as it were in layers, for the reason that the evil there may be ruled by the good. These are circumstanced as is the case in the bodily system, fibers from the cerebrum are adjoined to fibers from the cerebellum, which are consociated together wherever they go. This is because of the fact that man's voluntaries are ruled from the involuntaries, for good with man always rules evil. Such is the form there, wherefore, it is incomprehensible. It cannot be described in any other way. For the whole heaven corresponds with all and every one of the things that are with man. 5782. That which the eye sees in the nervous structures, is so little in comparison with those things in their interiors which man does not see, as scarcely to amount to anything. 5783. There is a communication of all things in heaven, just as there is a communication into all things there. For, when the will acts, then a communication takes place with all and single the things in it, in inmosts through willing, in extremes through doing. In which actions there is almost nothing in the whole body which is not a participator, and in some way cooperates. 5784. Appearance in the heavens. Heaven was seen, also palaces there, and it was said by some that, they had been, to the place seen, that they ascended thither because into heaven, but that they did not see any one there, and very few houses, and those not magnificent. The reason was that they were in externals, and, when, the interiors are not open, then those there cannot be seen, and, also, because those who are in interiors see more magnificent things than those who are not so much in interiors. For all things increase in perfection, and are presented to view, according to the interiors. Exterior objects do not then appear in that beauty in which they are with those who are in interiors. Magnificent promenades were seen there, shining lampstands, and lamps in exquisite order. 5785. Scientifics avail nothing, if the rational has not been cultivated thereby. There was a certain one, Leeuwenhoek, 282 more celebrated in experimental researches than any man in Europe. He said, in the other life, that he lived a wretched life, because he had only performed experiments there, i.e. on earth, and that with much labor, but cultivated nothing rational by their means. He said, that, in the beginning, he believed that he should be accepted in preference to all others, but that he is still stupid. Angels spoke to each other about this matter, saying, that if man only cultivates the rational in any kind of way, he would still be able in the other life to be amongst such ones as possess some charm of social interaction. Since, in the other life, the rational is what speaks, but not the rational as regards the scientific faculty, for then, the memory is closed. They said also that if he is in good and in the affection of truth, his rational is then perfected. 5786. Those who are cast down out of the heavens, Babylon. The former heaven. The casting down out of the heavens lasted a long while, and those cast down reached to myriads. All those were cast down who were in the love of self. They were explored by being turned to lower places, because they then wanted to lead all whom they saw. For this takes place in the other life in another way than in the world, for thoughts are connected there, and one leads another, by means of thoughts, in a wonderful manner. They are able to deprive him of his thoughts and to introduce their own, and thus to place themselves in him, and in this way to drive him whithersoever they will. They are likewise able to introduce various things, and compel him to think such things and to will such things as are altogether foreign to him. All those who are in the love of self, want nothing else than to mount to the higher places, and look down into those within reach, and thus infest them. These never submit themselves to the Lord. They believe that they do all things from themselves and not at all from the divine. When they look upon anyone who worships the Lord, they become as it were mad, and endeavor to destroy him more assiduously than any others, they cannot bear his fear. All such ones, on being turned towards me, became such, and held in hatred all things which have been written about the Lord. 5786a. At length, those also were cast down who did not acknowledge the Lord as God, but only the Father. Their sphere was felt with me. All these, also, who are from the Christian world, do not worship any God, neither do they care for the life, only for reputation. They do not know what it is to be led by the divine. For they have not any idea about God the Father. These, too, were cast down. 5786b. They sometimes stand and operate into each other. Some know, from art, many ways in which they may thus injure others, cast them into the marshes beyond the boundary, bringing them into darkness, and through fantasies lead them into ways and streets and many other places. In order that, the victim, may lose his way, so that he may finally come to some cavern, or to the infernals. And how to do many more things thus. I saw that some in this way deprived another of life, so that he lay as it were like one dead. They also inflict pains, anxieties, fears, and thus rule over others. Wherefore, they go upon mountains and rocks, in order that they may see the lower places far and wide, and thus infest. Most of the cities, there, are on the slopes of a mountain or rock. Those who are congregated in society, go forth thence and act thus. These are their pleasures, in fact, to rule and hurt others is their inmost joy, for those who are in the love of self do not love the neighbor, but hold him in hatred. This appears manifestly in the other life, because there they act according to their interiors. Some who are of such a character speak with the evil below, and they know how to bind the minds of these to themselves so that they cannot be released. Hence there were consociations of such ones with the hells, wherefore, they were cast down. There were such ones in the cities, and they were bound by the evil, but such are easily known afterwards, for the evil have them bound to them. Which fact betrays itself to others. 283. 5789. 284. It must be known that all spirits with whom the love of self is inrooted, believe that heaven stands on high. They do not know that it is in the interior, and that the internal is the high. Wherefore, they mount upon the rocks higher and believe that thus they are in heaven. And the more so since they are then in the delight of self-love, for thence they are able to look round on all sides, and, by means of the thoughts, to flow into and rule over whomsoever they see below. The scope of their sight is very wide, even to the surrounding mountains to a great distance. They speak with those there, and send forth subjects 285 to them, through whom they are conjoined and form alliances. They also conjoin themselves, with them, that they may thus prove more powerful. When this is done, they then begin unitedly to lord it over all who are round about, and to subject them to themselves, some also they attack openly. And they effect this through punishments and various methods well known in the other life. I saw some such societies in the highest places, where I, also, supposed the angels of heaven to be. And they ruled all round about, and all who were below themselves, whom they see there clearly. The extension of the sight is circumstanced there as in the world, in the respect that the higher the standpoint, the wider it is. There was one who knew better than others how to arrange those societies according to order, so that one could do scarcely anything. He arranged them thus, so that scarcely anyone within view was able to do anything from himself, but only from them. Their arrangement was into a form opposite to the form of heaven. Hence all things which were below were disturbed, but they were restored by the Lord. All such ones, however, were cast down, even from the highest places. I wondered at this at first, because I supposed that those there were angels, when, yet, they were such ones. The love of self is of such a nature that those who are in it, seem to themselves to be on high, when they are in the enjoyment of their fantasy. 5787. 286 The speech of spirits. The speech of spirits is according to the nature of a matter, likewise the words and the sound, for the nature of every reality is inscribed on man. As, for example, the nature of the ether on the eye, and the nature of the air on the ear, and so forth. Wherefore, men, likewise, speak according to it, for man was created to the image of all things of the world. Hence, the nature of a thing, and of the sound agreeing with it, is also in certain words of language in the world, all conjunctions and notions, and analyses, which inhere in languages, are therefrom. Hence it is, that, in the other life, everyone who pleases is able to speak with any. Vowels, also, are according to the nature of a matter, as, a, e, I, o, u, as is manifest from the celestial angels, u involves all things, and so forth. That men in the world do not speak according to the nature of the thing, but by various and different languages, is because man is not born into the nature of reality, but into ignorance of all things, and learns to speak. Which cannot take place according to the nature of a thing. He thinks, also, exteriorly, in the sensual, which is perverted. In a word, men see otherwise than as the things themselves are, and believe them, i.e. their impressions of things, to be realities, but the things themselves they either do not see, or, if they see them, they believe them to be fantasies, or not to be as they are. 5787a. That the angels in the heavens speak according to the nature of a matter in heaven, but those who are in externals according to the nature of the matter in the world, and that yet they are understood, is because there is correspondence. But the latter speech is, on that account, material. 5789a. I saw some so high up that you would have said, they reached, to the stars of heaven, when, nevertheless, as to the body they are not there. It must be known that everyone in the other life, no matter where he appears, is yet in that place where his ruling love is, and that they who are on the heights, are, notwithstanding, in the lowest places, as has been frequently seen by me. For they were in hell in a moment, although appearing on high. This has been proved to me, when I have wished to know, since they infested me, whence they were. It is hence manifest that a place is prepared for everyone who comes into the other life. All these were cast down. They were first examined by being turned to the lower places. Then, from their ingrained disposition, they wanted to inflow into others, to lead them, to rule over them, and to do them injury. They were cast down, to the number of many myriads, and this for a long while. 5790. All these are of such a quality, that they take away the government of the Lord from every one whom they assail. For they arrogate it to themselves, and rise up even to the point that they believe that they are gods, and that the divine is not anything, but that the Lord rules universally and they in details. Thus, that they are deities, and that this is heaven. They say that ruling is heaven, because this is the very delight of their life. They therefore never submit to the Lord, nor receive anything of obedience, they wish to do all things from proprium. 5790a. Those who are not such keep quiet in their own houses. They are content with their own possessions, and perform the duties enjoined upon them. These are the ones who enjoy heavenly gladness, because it is in themselves and not outside them. I spoke with some who were such, and said that if they wished to rule others, and over subject spirits, by their eyes, it would be as if one fiber in the body wished to arrogate to itself all things of the will, and not to obey the will save from itself, and that if many fibers did thus, all action would stand still utterly, would not receive the influx of the will, but would separate itself and utterly destroy lower things. Inasmuch as these observations fell into the ideas of the spirits, they acknowledged that it was so, but still they did not desist, for the love is what actuates every one there, and it is vain to try to change it. For a man, or spirit, is from it, and is nothing else than his love. 5790b. The majority of such ones are hypocrites. As long as they are able to rule, they acknowledge the divine, but as soon as they are deprived of dominion, they deny it. They carry this denial in the heart, the acknowledgement they carry only in the mouth. It is well known that there are such also in the world, especially among the Catholic community. They adore the Lord with the mouth, and affect sanctity to such a degree that merely at the presence of the host when it is borne round, and when they exhibit that symbol from the altar, they compel all to fall upon their knees and to be in the holiest worship of him. When, nevertheless, in their heart, they deny him, even saying that the Lord has no power, because it has all been given to themselves, thus, that the Lord rules by virtue of them. It was shown, also, that a certain one was taken up out of hell, and power was there given him over many. And it was said that he would enjoy that power if he acknowledged the Lord, and then he acknowledged with such great fervor as scarcely anyone could exceed, but, as soon as he was deprived of dominion, he denied him. Of such a character are all those who adore the divine for the sake of dominion. 5791. Hence it came to pass that they allied themselves principally with hypocrites, because they are able to simulate angels of light in the external form. Which also they themselves confessed, namely, that these were those to whom they bound themselves, and although they knew that they were such, still they loved them and consociated themselves with them. When, also, these were examined, they were hypocrites, for he who desires to rule is nothing else, he is not able to acknowledge the divine in heart. 5791a. The majority who are of such a character go up into mountains and rocks. And, when they come there, they seek nothing else than to be able to gain preeminence over others, thus they decline to be in any employment, saying that they do not know how to do anything else, and that they were of such a nature. When inquiry is made as to what sort they were such as performed no other functions than solely to rule over others, and that they are good-for-nothings and idle, but wish to be honored by others. And when they do not obtain this, they betake themselves outside the society, and look down and domineer over all whom they see. They also do evil to them, because they love no one but themselves. Such are to be found for the most part in Germany, Sweden, Denmark, and elsewhere, but there are few in England, because there they give attention to their domestic affairs and business concerns. 5791b. Such ones are cast down, to the number of myriads. This occurs by the following means, namely, that the Lord separates the good from them, consequently, takes away their communication with the good, separated from whom they appear such as they are. Previously, they are not known, and, when they are shown as they are, it is seen that they are good-for-nothings, caring for naught but doing evil, wherefore they are cast down. Such ones never care anything for wisdom. They speak as if they understood all things, but they do not possess an intelligent idea about any matter. They suppose themselves to be wiser than all others. 5791c. Great part of these were such as rushed off to every place where they found delight, and so went from one place to another, forsaking all home duties. Thus, also, they bore away from others the delight of their life, as do societies of friendship, and drew it to themselves, whence, others, who had delight from uses and in their duties, were reduced to a wretched state. 5791d. And they did this, because, in the world, they did not tie themselves down to any calling, save for the sake of honor and of gain, and thus of pleasure, and did nothing on account of use. The greatest part of them are such as seek posts in courts and kingdoms. Such ones, because they are good for nothings, in the other life rush off wherever there is said to be enjoyment. All these are cast down, in order that they may be reduced to a state of undelight and wretchedness, but, still, in such wise that they may at length perceive somewhat of delight in performing uses. When, also, these come to others, they enter their homes and stay there, although those who dwell their object, hence, the rightful owners go forth out of the house, partly of themselves, partly are turned out by those interlopers. 5792. I saw these and others, not cast down, but sinking down, and the hill, or mountain, parting asunder in the midst, also, I saw these cast down thus into the depth. They ascend the mountains in various places and by various arts, and also summon and receive magicians and the most deceitful, who defend them and whom they post around them. The greater part of such ones do not ascend by ways outside, but inside. For they are cities within cities. Communication occurs through opened ways when, all, constitute one society. The open way is a descent through a path, which I also traversed, and their ascent is by ladders from one city to another, which is not quite like it. Most of those of such a character ascended by ladders from the lower places to the higher, hence so great a multitude. I also descended by ladders from a town into a town. When they are at the top, then they do evil to all who are round about. And when they are found out, they descend and conceal themselves in caverns and other places, which they approach by winding about, for thus they escape detection. I saw such ones when they descended and entered into their own cavern. Which, also, they barricaded round about in various ways, they also secured themselves, by means of wicked sentinels. 5792a. Some were of those who even attended churches and the Holy Supper. But only by reason of habit contracted from infancy, hence, from a certain pleasure, and thus on account of external sanctity. Of which sanctity it was said that it does not promote any other use than to prevent the man being forgetful of the things which he learned from infancy, and thus to prevent him becoming worse. But does not in any respect cause him to become better and be reformed when, nevertheless, man ought to be perfected and to become better daily. For, in this way, the sanctity becomes holy, for thus the good which he does contains in itself such things as he imbibes, which were not with him before. 5792b. Most of these employed fantasies for constructing for themselves an imitation of heaven, as regards buildings and magnificent surroundings. They knew also how to inspire through such evil spirits as they took and placed round about. Also, by means of magical arts, themselves, and through the spirits with whom they communicated. They made nothing of communicating with infernals, and many similar things. 5792c. It was ascertained that almost all these took delight in ruling and in making gain, and none of them in use. So that they had no pleasure at all from use, but the whole of it from dominion and gain, also, that they regarded only those things from which they had joy and happiness, so that they were corporeal and natural, not spiritual. For they who are delighted in a good use, and in honor and gain only as means to use, are in a spiritual delight which delight infinitely surpasses, natural. These things were told them. But they did not understand, not even what the delight of use is, except use were honor, dominion, and thence the license of doing whatever they wish, consequently, the evils, which are many, of those two loves. There were some who desired gain and wealth for the sake of honor and dignity, or rather that they might be promoted, or that they might be honored. There were some who desired honors on account of gain. There were some who did so for the sake of display, in the matters of houses, gardens, clothes, retainers, banquetings and the like. These things they accounted as use. But still not on account of the use of employment for their country, the church, or the fellow citizen, consequently, not for the sake of the neighbor, but for the sake of self. Such spirits are round about everyone in this globe of earths, because almost all who come into the other life are of such a character. Wherefore, these were all removed, and in their place succeeded those who were reserved by the Lord, who experienced delight in uses, of whom is the New Jerusalem. What kind, in general those were who were in the former heaven, see page 270. 287. 5793. What it is to live as a Christian. That it is not difficult in the heavenly doctrine, as it was in Babylon destroyed. Two things are requisite: 1, to believe in the Lord, that is, to believe that all good and truth is from him. 2, to live an honest life, consequently, to shun outward evils, which also are contrary to the civil laws. 5794. A Christian lives as anyone else in external form. He may grow rich, but not by craft and trickery. He may eat and drink well, but not place his very life in those things, and find his delight in superfluities and also in drunkenness, that is, live for appetite. He may be well, and even, according to his condition, handsomely, housed. He may associate with others, like other men, amuse himself in their society. Discuss the affairs of the world and the various things in domestic matters, in a word, without any difference in externals, to such an extent that no difference is apparent. Neither is it necessary that he should appear devout, so as, to go about, as it were with a sorrowful countenance, and with shaking head, and with sighing, but that he be cheerful and merry. Nor need he give his goods to the poor, except so far as the affection of the neighbor prompts him. 5795. He ought to be a moral man, and a good one. But, with him, the moral man, because he reflects that all good and truth is from the Lord, is a spiritual man. Not so, however, with those who do not believe in the divine, but regard self and the world in all things, or with whom moral life is for the sake of self and the world. Their moral life is natural, and not in the least spiritual. 5796. With the truly Christian man whose faith and life is of such a quality, the internal is altogether different. It is turned towards heaven. The Lord leads his will, or love, and gives him the affection of good, that is, the faculty of being affected, or made glad, by reason of good. He also leads his understanding, so that he may be affected with truth, and so that, immediately he hears it, he is also gladdened, and it is implanted in his life. And, so far as he learns the truth, so far it abides in him, and, by its means, he is led by the Lord. For he who does not know what good and truth are, cannot be led by the Lord. A man is led through that which he knows. The Lord inflows into those things which he knows, and so leads his affections and thoughts. This is understood by being affected by truth for the sake of truth, and by good for the sake of good, and loving truth and good for the sake of life. It is not that he reflects therefrom that he will now implant it in his life, this would be from proprium, but the Lord leads him, through those things which he learns, from affection or love. 5797. The reason he is in freedom, is, because he is led to good in such a way as to be affected by truth and good, and thus as to be led in it by the Lord, and, then, he is led away from thinking and willing evil. Also, not to will evil, but good, is freedom, and this freedom is from the Lord. These are averse from, and they shun, evils, wherefore, to think and to do them, is, with them, compulsion. But, with the evil, doing and thinking evils is freedom, and thinking and willing good is compulsion, and to be of such a character, is to be a slave. 5798. The way which leads to heaven is the same way, as far as the cornerstone, as that which leads to hell. I conversed with angels respecting the fact that it is believed that it is difficult to tread the way to heaven, because so many things must be done and all lusts forsaken, besides many things more. Wherefore, as occurs in the spiritual world, the matter was shown by means of a road, which signifies truth which leads. A road appeared at the right, where both the good and the evil trode. It was the same road. But, when they reached to a certain distance, there was a great stone, in shadow, which the good saw but not the evil. From that stone, which is called the cornerstone, a road led to one side and another to the opposite. The evil went on the opposite side, which was behind and sloped downwards, but the good went the other way, which inclined upwards. The latter led to heaven, the former to hell. That stone signified the Lord and his divine human. The evil did not acknowledge it, the good did acknowledge. It appeared that the evil fell upon it, because the stone was in shadow. Hence was shown that the moral life which both evil and good lead is the same, but from a different source. The evil do it from an infernal source, the good from a spiritual source. The evil who travelled it, were those who led a moral life like the moral life of the good about the cornerstone, see Matthew 21 verse 42, Mark 12 verses 10 and 11, Luke 20 verses 17 and 18. They who fell upon the stone said, that, when they fell, they lay as if dazed. When they got up, they said that they did goods as much as the others, they were permitted to enumerate some of these, and that, therefore, they were equally entitled to enter heaven. But they were merely goods of civil life in external form. For the interiors, which were of the thought and of the love, were opened, and they were vile, and also defamatory about God, especially about the Lord. They angrily declared, also, that they were not able to do good of themselves. How, then, could they travel the way leading to heaven? But they were told that it was within their power, not to think evils about God and about the Lord, and thus to shun such things as are against the word and against doctrine, and against the doctrine of their faith. And when they shun evils of thought, then, from the Lord, good affection and consequent thought inflows, and thus they are brought into good by the Lord, and so far as they are in this, so far they come into the affection of truth. 5799. Of what nature magic and fantasies are. I saw one known to me in the world, Frederick, 288 at that time, King of Sweden. He drew to himself all whom he could and showed them favor, and this up to hundreds, all who were able to do for him what he desired, furnishing both gold and many other things which he possessed in the world and at heart preferred. Especially procuring him women and any of the female sex whom he saw. The sorcerers who were with him knew how to make many gestures, by different expressions of the face, by the bowing of the body even down to the knees, and by numberless other devices which could not be detailed. By which means they procured themselves influx and communication with those who were above. They knew, also, how to direct themselves higher up to such ones as there was correspondence with. 5800. Besides this, the correspondences they possessed were with those who were above them, and through these they practiced magic. So that magical practices are abuses of correspondences. They practice them also in another way, by means of a broad linen band over the head, and so forth. 5801 to 5850. 5801. Others practice magic by means of written characters, by which they know how to direct themselves to their hells, and likewise to the good, whom they thus conjoin to themselves. 5802. There is magic with those who are round about, magic with those who are below, magic by means of words, and, the worst kinds, from the word, fantasies by means of thoughts, fantasies by means of various affections. In a word, there are innumerable kinds. 5803. Sorcerers who look downwards and abuse correspondences, appear to shine in the forehead, some for a considerable distance around the mouth, those who practice other magical arts have wands. 5804. Faith alone is not possible. It was said by angels that faith alone is not possible. Spirits who were in the principle of faith alone were indignant, and rushed through every place where good spirits and angelic spirits were, and inquired whether it was not possible, and they rushed through as many as 10 or 14 such places. And it was everywhere answered that it was not possible. They perceived this from a spiritual idea out of heaven, and it was nowhere otherwise. At length, they took refuge in this, that faith is not indeed possible without love. And thus they wished that faith alone should be the medium of salvation, and not love, because they were such from the world. They were, therefore, left to themselves, in order that they might reflect what is the essential medium of salvation, whether love or faith, also, whether this is faith alone. 5805. The way in which countless spirits, united in one, are reduced to order, compared with chaos. Babylon. I saw several thousands of spirits united in one, so that spirits were seen throughout a large space, as far as the eye could reach. They were of those who were cast down from the mountains and rocks into the plain. And it was said to me, at that time, that all are thus united at first, and that it is afterwards infused into them from the Lord, whither each one must betake himself. Also, that he becomes acquainted with this, like one who goes from home and returns home. When this takes place, and that is inspired into everyone whatever, they separate from one another, everyone to his own abode. And they are then in order, and dwell according to the laws of order. 5805a. This was compared with chaos, because all things were similarly thrown in there, and afterwards all things were reduced into order. In which respect it is comparable with the blood, which is first collected into the heart, and is thence distributed to all the viscera by means of their arteries, it is also comparable with the sinus of the liver. Into which all things are similarly cast, and afterwards, through the ducts, into which they are carried, are reduced into order. The like happens everywhere in the body, and in like manner also in the thought, which comes forth immediately from the will. This is in such a state, but it is reduced into order in the understanding, and distributed. 5806. What fantasy in hell is. All things which appear in the hells are non-real, but they appear as it were real, because those there are themselves in fantasy, and not in thought from faith. This was shown to me in a night vision. I saw something changed into a man, who infested me somewhat, and I wanted to be separated from him, and it was given me to observe that it was not real. But, still, I saw it most clearly and manifestly, and I was conscious of it, as it were, just as in wakefulness. I prayed to the Lord for help that I might be liberated. It was then said to me, out of heaven, that it was fantasy, and I still believed, but I was astonished, because it appeared as it were in day. A little while afterwards, I awoke. And from this it was given me to know what the fantasy with those who are in hell is. 5807. The separation of Christians and Gentiles. The Lord has betaken himself to the Gentiles. The Lord's divine. For a long time, I have suffered pain in the breast, by reason of an influx out of the Christian world. They inflowed, and infested the heart and lungs there, some the heart and some the lungs, and then, at the same time, the mind, in various ways. This lasted for many weeks, perhaps months, and I was reduced to extremity, so that I did not know, on account of the suffering of the heart and the mind, which way to turn. At length, it was brought to an end, and inquiry was also made from whom this was. It was from Christians. And, it was ascertained, that the infestations of the heart and lungs streamed out from those on high, who said that they believed in 3 persons. Those, also, were separated according to their faith. And to all were given ways of their own, so that they might go forth out of heaven, and descend to their own places. 5808. The exploration lasted for hours, and there were brought from the Christian world, 1. Those who believed in Father, Son and Holy Spirit, 2. Those who acknowledged the Lord, but thought nothing about his divine. 3. Those who were in the belief that he was one with the Father, but in a different manner, for, in a word, some, who believed, in one way, some in another. Those who acknowledged the human and rejected his divine, as, for example, the Moravians, inflicted pain in my right arm up to the shoulder, and the Socinians inflicted a bruising of the bones of the breast. In a word, Christians were examined as to what faith they were in about the Lord, and about his divine, and his conjunction with the Father. Some of them thought comparatively sensibly, but only a few. They were all felt by an influx into the breast, and by various sensations of oppression. 5809. I was next separated from those in the Christian world who were on the left hand, and was brought by the Lord to the Gentiles, who were exhibited as to the kind of faith they possessed about God. There were, 1. Those who worshipped an invisible God and a visible God, 2. Some who made of these, 2. Some, who made of them, 1. 3. Some had been instructed by Christians that God was born a man, and therefore received the Christian faith. But, when they heard that Christians distinguished the divine into 3 persons, they went away. Many made of the 3, 1, believing, that, although Christians said 3, they yet thought 1. 4. There were some who did not understand what born from eternity meant. They were told, and they comprehended very well. 5. Some, who were the best, believed that God was holy man, and that this truth is implanted in everyone. 6. Some, who lived several ages ago, thought in themselves that God was born altogether a man, but, because they did not know where, they inquired and heard that it was in Jericho. And, being satisfied, they held fast that notion and esteemed it holy. As often as these thought about God born a man, they saw a brilliant star in the air. 7. The wiser of the Gentiles, from those who are in Africa, think becomingly about the Lord's divine human, and are wise. They also possess a book, which is their word, but it is not like ours. It is written, in like manner, by correspondences. It was written through illustrated men. These are in Africa. 8. It was stated to me, that there is a book, among the Mohammedans, which is in their hands, and is common there. In which some pages are written by correspondences, by reason of which correspondences there is some light from it in the heavens. These were all felt, as to their quality, through influx into the breast, and also through sensations, agreeable and disagreeable. 5810. I was next brought to those who were from the ancient churches, some of whom worshipped an invisible divine and a visible some in one way, some in another. Afterwards to the most ancient peoples, who are in the acknowledgement of the divine and of divine things, manifestly, just as those matters are revealed to me. They examined these and approved. 5811. The idea of the divine. The idea about the divine conjoins, because it enters heaven, where everything divine is, and the idea of the divine is possessed from divine truths implanted in affection, thus the man's interiors. The greater the number of genuine truths implanted, the fuller is the idea of the divine. Apart from divine truths in a man's idea, there exists no idea of his, i.e. the Lord's, divine. 5811a. One said, it was Dalborg 289 who said it, that he had sought, but did not find, anyone who possessed the idea of a divine human. But he was then conveyed over to those who had the idea of a divine human, who consisted for the most part of converted Gentiles, and also of Africans, who had one so just as to exceed belief, wherefore he said aloud that there were entire regions of them, and they were in heaven among the happy. He was carried through many regions, higher up and lower down, and there was also granted him an influx out of the superior heavens, where all are in that idea. 5812. Babylon destroyed, and a flood. The modern Nephilim. In the western quarter, towards the north, were some from the papal religiosity, who were the worst of all, and who miserably and savagely treated all who were not willing to acknowledge them as deities. I pass by their atrocities, some of which have been described before. They had their emissaries everywhere, who endeavored to seduce all whomsoever they could, by betaking themselves above the higher places, from which they could look forth upon the lower ones and rule. And, wherever they came upon any diabolical spirit in the world of spirits, they adjoined themselves to him and wrought evils. Their arts are more numerous than can be described. Before their deceits and cruelties, however, came to a height, or were consummated, they were destroyed in various ways and immediately cast down into hells. But their number still increased, for days, and they held out with such stubbornness that they would never leave off. They saw hells and torments before them. They were warned that such a lot awaits them. They saw those of their own number cast out, up to many thousands, and tormented, but all in vain. Several times, the surface where they dwelt was overturned, but still they took no notice. Such obstinate wickedness, from the love of self, were they in. At length, the last judgment came upon them, and they were overflowed as with waters, and were all plunged in the hells, even to myriads. In like manner, those of the same sort who were in the higher places went away into the northern quarter. They, also, were overflowed. Some of them were cast into the hell where the Nephilim are, because they are like them. Some of them appear bald. Some hairy all over. The ones who were bald were those who were inmostly in evils, the ones who were hairy, those who were wholly in falsities. 5813. The following day, there occurred, over a great part of the northern part, a flood, which proceeded somewhat to the east, and immersed all there who were in evils, for they would not desist from fighting against the divine. It commenced from the papal crew. Some mountain dwellers also were immersed. It is not permitted them any longer to ascend the mountains, from where they are, or to traverse the path over the mountains and be borne away. But they immediately entered into the hells whence they came. 5814. Those who are in external holiness. The last judgment. In a mountain in the northern quarter, were many who, in the world, had been in external holiness and not in any affection of truth. They frequented places of worship, devoutly listened to preachings, attended the sacrament of the supper, read the word and emotional books, but yet were not in any affection of truth. Being scarcely willing to hear about spiritual truth beyond merely the first rudiments of theology. Investigation was made as to what they thought of the Lord, and it was ascertained that they had never thought of his divinity, but only of the human, just as if he were only a man like another. And that his divinity consisted in the fact that he was loved by the Father. They operated into the lower ribs of the left side, and inflicted pain. They were cast down from that mountain, to the number of many thousands. And it was told them that they might serve for the ultimates in the Lord's kingdom, which correspond to the heels of the feet. A heel, also, appeared, which touched their faces. They were so foolish that they were worthless. 5815. The majority of them were examined as to what sort they were. And it was ascertained that they were not in any affection of truth, and that they did not want to perceive what was true, unless one who had authority, or concerning whom they had the confidence that he understood the matter, said it, so that with them, truths were scientifics without any discernment, consequently, like soul without sense. It was also discovered that they believed they would be saved by reason of external holiness, although they had nothing at all of internal. These, because they were of such a character, were removed into the southern quarter towards the western, to the number of myriads, and a region was allotted to them there, but under the earth. The reason it was under the earth, was, because they had been able to serve as a fulcrum to the infernal crew, especially to hypocrites, and to those who were able to seem Christians in externals, when yet they were inwardly devils. Hence have the infernal crew their power. For this reason, they were concealed under the earth, so that those of them who do anything from the heart, might serve for the ultimates of heaven. Those who believed that salvation consisted in prayers and in devoutness alone, and have been diligent in these things, and have also lived well, were collected into one and dispatched into a city which is at the southern quarter. Where those are who have lived a Christian life. At first, they believed they would receive heavenly joy, the nature of which they did not know, wherefore, whatever they desired was given them, both feasting, and society, and dwelling in magnificent abodes, and the like. But they said that that was not the heavenly joy to them which they had hoped for, but they were never able to find any other joy than being at their devotion and at their prayers. To them this was their joy. It was, therefore, permitted them to dwell with the good in that city, to their enjoy social interaction, and to seek their joy of whatsoever sort they desired. And if they did not obtain it, they might then be in their devotion, and at the same time in company with others. With these things, also, they were content. 5816. After this, all who were in that heaven were let down. And it was shown that those in the mountains and hills raised themselves up thither by means of fantasies, and that they were not there, for they appeared, before the angels of heaven who were with me, below me, in their own places, and not above. Because these did not see them where they were by fantasies, but where they were in the body, and this was beneath such ones, on the level of the ground. When they were seen there, they were also hidden in a cloud arising from their falsities, and afterwards in the ground. And thus were covered up, in that place, those who were not so bad, to the number of many myriads, and those who were bad, below these, in a similar depth, which was seen by me. When I looked from angelic sight, upon those who appeared in the mountains, those who previously appeared above and on high, were all beneath. The evil, when so seen, were quite deep in the hells. Those who were thus hidden under the earths, were mostly those who were good, these were round about under the world of spirits, others were about the southwestern quarter, others to the northwestern quarter, and so forth. 5819. 290 All those who, in the world, acknowledged the Lord's divine and lived well, especially those who acknowledged the divine human, were preserved in heaven. But the rest, who did not acknowledge the Lord's divine, and for the most part thought of the Lord no otherwise than as of an ordinary man, were let down from heaven and cast down. Many who did not acknowledge the Lord's divine in the world, wished to acknowledge it in the other life, but in vain. They did it with the mouth, but not in heart. 5820. They cast themselves forth into the mountains, the evil, on account of the lust of ruling, for they were thus able to look around and to rule. Those not evil ascended because they supposed that heaven was there. 5821. The arrangement of the heavens in order. The last judgment. Finally, the heavens were arranged in order. 1. Those were led forth who thought of the Lord's divine, and whose ideas were open, and they were distinguished into classes. 2. In like manner, those who thought of his union with the Father. 3. Those who, when thinking of the Lord, thought only of his human and not at all of his divine, although they knew, yet did not think upon it. 4. Those who thought of 3 persons of the divinity, and were enraged against all who did not believe similarly to themselves, these, too, were distinguished into classes, and so forth. For the chief thing of all is to have the idea of his divine, hence his conjunction with heaven, and salvation. 5. Next, those who acknowledged the Father only were perceived as having no God, and were rejected outside of heaven. 6. Those who did not believe the Lord to have been from eternity, but only his, i.e. God's, born Son. 5822. Those in Western India, who knew nothing about God. I was conducted, in spirit, to those who knew nothing about God in the world, who were said to live in a certain island, near Western Africa, but still lived a fairly moral life amongst each other. They did not appear like men, but like monkeys or apes, some like dogs, but, yet, with an almost human face. They seemed thus to my eyes. I also stated that they were such. There was a certain one from the Christians who was governor over them. And I spoke with him. He said that they appeared to themselves with a human face like other men, that they obey and love him, and execute labors, also, that they are modest, but that they are not able to grasp the things of religion. But, afterwards, when a nearer communication with Christians was granted, it was perceived that they also receive somewhat of religion, and that thus they are capable of being reformed to some extent. By reason of the fact that they have led a moral life, in obedience and in industry. Which things are plains, for heavenly things. 5823. The fallacies of the senses in spiritual things, in a summary. A fallacy of the senses in natural things, is, for instance, that the sun, and likewise the starry heaven, appears to be borne around the globe, and the earth to stand motionless. Also, that nobody can stand on his feet who is diametrically opposite to us, as, likewise, that a ship cannot be borne around the globe of the earth, besides numberless others. 5824. Fallacies of the senses in spiritual things, are, 1. That man cannot appear as man after death, nor enjoy the senses as before, still less that angels and spirits can. 2. That the soul is only a vital something, purely ethereal, of which none can have any idea. 3. That it is only the body which feels and sees. 4. That man is like the beasts save that man is able to speak from his thought. Also, that beasts are similarly able to think. 5. That nature is all, and the first from which all things are. 6. That man makes the attempt to think, and learns to do so, by an influx of interior nature and its order. 7. That there is not a spiritual, and if there is, that it is a pure natural. 8. That man is not able to enjoy any blessedness, when cut off from the delights of the love of glory, honor, gain and the pleasures of the world. 9. That conscience is only distress of mind on account of non-success, and arises from infirmity of mind, resulting from infirmity of body. 10. That the Lord's divine love is the love of glory. 11. That there is no providence. 12. That all things flow from self-prudence and intelligence, besides other like things. In these is the man who is in the love of self above others, not so much so he who is in the love of the world. 5825. The English and Dutch in general. The English. They are of a different nature to the other nations in Europe. Interior light, lux, appears with them, which is such that those who think about God and religion receive spiritual truth more quickly than others. They do not let those things down into the natural so much, since this is not so largely occupied and filled with the loves of the body, and not so darkened. Hence they have quite an exquisite perception when anything is said from reason, and possess interior sight, which is the sight of receptive intuition. This is apparent with them in the spiritual world, wherefore, also, in that world, they are in the midst amongst the Christians, for, there, those are in the midst who are in interior light, lux. 5826. The Dutch. These are very penetrating, but they adhere to their own doctrine, not receding unless they are fully convinced, and if convinced in matters of faith, they still turn the back, unwilling to recede. They excel in judgment from natural light, lumen, from which they estimate affairs in the world and in business, very accurately. Their light, lux, in the other life appears more obscure, because their spiritual is immersed in the natural. The reason is, because their thought is constantly in business. 5827. Those who are in faith alone and not in life, of what quality they are in heaven. Those in faith alone persecuted me. They assembled themselves together and inflicted violence. And thus they thrust me into a state like that in which they were, as regards the respiration and the pulse. And then I was in, as it were, a non-intelligent and non-voluntary state, which was entirely overflowed with waters, in a perfectly dark cloud, and then I perceived that I had scarcely any communication with heaven. It was told me that there was such a communication of heaven, with them, as was like that which shipwrecked persons have with the water, or like the life of fishes relatively to the life of birds, or comparatively so, in a word. The communication is so dull, that, when angels look at them it is like looking at those who are under water, whom they do not see at all, but only know that they are there. 5828. Those in faith alone, they become heathen, of no religion whatever. The dragon. Those who have confirmed themselves in the doctrine of faith alone, and have cultivated only doctrine, and have enjoined nothing of the truth and good of life, since they have rejected all moral life and good works, saying that they avail nothing. But that no evils whatever are imputed, because the Lord fulfilled the law, these, again and again, became rebels. Wishing to totally destroy heavenly doctrine to such a degree that they at length chattered blasphemies against the Lord as regards the human, that he was as they were and no better. And more things which they do not utter on account of the scandal. They were at length explored, and it was found that they have enjoined nothing of Christian truth and good of life. Then, doctrinals, which were only scientifics and matters of memory, were taken away from them, and they were thus left without them. They appeared, also, to be without clothes, because clothes signify such things. And then they understood nothing at all, not even justice or right, and were altogether like Gentiles who had no religion, inasmuch as they lived without religion. Those who have been their spirits, were cast into a certain gloomy gulf in the south, where they are in darkness, and were thus removed out of the world of spirits. 5829. Others appeared towards the front, who only knew doctrinals by memory, and did not think about them at all. These were in like manner despoiled of their clothes. And it was as if only the outermost garment was taken away, and they became like heathen, of no religion whatever, and were cast into a gulf which was in the eastern quarter, near to the southern, where the dragonists are. These were all dragonists, both the former 291 and the latter 292. The latter ones inflowed into the beating of the heart, but the former into the respiration. In a word, all such live in the world as it were without religion, inasmuch as in their whole life they think nothing about the divine in the things they will and do. Merely thinking and talking does not constitute religion. 5830. The state of those who are in the hells. Those from one hell were sent forth to the number of several hundreds, for the purpose of being transferred thence into another, and it was then permitted them to act according to their nature. Immediately, they mounted up, by means of fantasies, to the higher places, and, looking down thence, strove with the utmost assiduity to extinguish conjugal love wherever it was, which, also, they derived from struggling aloft. And afterwards they attempted to commit evil. It was then recalled to their memory, that they told each other, in hell, that, if it were permitted them to get out, they would live as wisely as others, and, nevertheless, they are now acting the infernal crew more than the rest. Afterwards, I wanted to speak with them, but they were not able to understand, because they were in fantasies, just as in their hell. They were so severely tortured at any discourse in which there was the light of truth, that they fled before the torture. This occurred several times, to the end that I might be confirmed in the truth that those who are in the hells cannot bear the light of truth, consequently, intelligence and wisdom, but, if they are kept in it, are tormented. They said that I hurt them. I answered that I wanted to bestow understanding, and that this was what tormented them. I then clearly perceived, that he who once comes into hell stays there to eternity, and that he can by no means live where intelligence, thus where the light of heaven, is. They also stated that they would 1,000 times rather live in hell than out of it. It was also ascertained that they had no other delight but that of harming everyone whom they could see, so far as they dare and are able. 5831. Those who are cast down from on high and from heaven. All were explored as to whether they looked down from on high into the lower levels, and roundabout, and all who, from lust, looked down, were cast down. The reason was, because their minds were thus spread abroad into other places than those which are of the society, where they are, and there was fixed in their purpose either mere curiosity, or else the lust of ruling and also of injuring others, which they durst not attempt as long as they are in a society. This lasted a long time. They were thus cast down from the former heaven, and the societies of heaven were thereby purged. It was frequently said to them, that, in this way, they appear to the evil spirits who are beneath, who know how to adjoin them to themselves. And when they have once adjoined them, they cannot be separated, thus admitting the infernal crew within society. Those who perform uses, and love the good of the society, do not know what looking round and down is, there is resistance when they think it. All, moreover, who are of such a character, as this last, are invisible to all roundabout. For they thus turn the back upon such things. They look down, roundabout, in different ways. There are those who look across their own territory, and the majority cherish in the mind, ruling over others and injuring others. This happened thousands and thousands of times. Thus they were cast down out of the former heaven. In this way were the dragonists cast down, likewise, those who were in faith alone and not in any life of faith, also many others. All who look down are of a disposition foreign to the dispositions of the society. 5832. Marriages and adulteries. I saw a vast crowd driven into deserts outside societies. They were those who regarded adulteries as of no consequence, not only from a principle in thought, but also in acts, amongst whom were many endowed with high rank. And it was said that they were all no longer like men but like wild beasts, inasmuch as they have put off the human nature through the fact that they rent asunder and profaned the society of marriage. And consequently made nothing of the divine commands, nothing of the civil laws, nothing of rationality which is founded upon these, on which account they cannot be said to be like men, but as wild beasts. For, when that bond is ruptured, then the human is banished. The idea of them was like that of the vilest rabble, which divests itself of humanity, and can be no longer tolerated in society. They were cast out into deserts, so that they might live according to their nature, lest they should have anything in common with spirits. That such is the case with spirits, can be known principally from the fact that all who are in the hells are in favor of adulteries, and all who are in the heavens against adulteries, and the more so, the more interiorly in the heavens they are. Hence it may be known, that the rational is destroyed with those who have been adulterers from principle and from life, neither did these know what is the distinction between man and beast, except that man is able to speak. Hence, also, it was manifest, that these have destroyed their human rationality and nature with themselves. It was stated, that, as regards adulteries, and the principles about them in the Christian world, it is as if hell is opened and received, not so outside the Christian world. 5833. The Pope, also Sixtus V. I spoke with the Pope who was recently dead. 293 He was in the west towards the north, where there is ordinarily a council. He was instructed in detail about Babylon, what and how impious they are. He was exceedingly astonished, that so many even of the inferior monks made themselves Christ, and with so great a persuasion, supposing that himself only was that. He spoke about Sixtus V. saying that he had been Pope in the world for 5 years. 294 He wished to see him, wherefore he was summoned from the hell where he was, which was not far off, slightly backwards towards the north. Having prepared himself, he, i.e. Sixtus, appeared before him, and he recognized him from his portrait in the world. But Sixtus V scarcely spoke. He earnestly desired to get away, and was borne down to his own hell, where, sometimes, he is set over those who are there, in order that he may hold the impious crews of the Babylonish race in check. And it was said, that, if he does not observe the prescribed laws, he is punished. 5834. Mary. Mary, who had been the mother of the Lord, was seen. She appeared somewhat at the back, in white, and spoke but little, save this about the Lord, that she now worships him as God, also that he was born of her, but that he became God and put off all the maternal human. And she was utterly opposed to anyone's acknowledging him as her son, because, in the Lord, all is divine. 5835. Sensual men, they appear learned and intelligent, even in the other life. I spoke with some about a certain one who appeared to them intelligent because he was able to reason from the memory, and from a somewhat interior natural memory, hence, his discourse appeared as if it proceeded from intelligence. When yet there was nothing at all from any intelligence, but only from such memory. His intelligence inwardly resembled as it were some ebony thing, round which those things flowed according to the order of speaking in the world, and yet it derived nothing from intelligence, because it was of such a character. It was Peter Ribbing. They were told that it appeared to others like intelligence, because the intelligent imbibe these things in their intelligence, and so they believe that it also proceeds from these in like manner, when yet nothing is farther from the fact. Thus they, i.e. sensual men, are able to deceive others, even the intelligent, and to snatch a name for being intelligent, especially in the natural world. But those in the spiritual world who have interior perception, are able to perceive that nothing of life underlies it. But that they are tinkling sounds affecting the ear, they are able, also, to deceive, those who interiorly receive those things in intelligence. The former, i.e. the sensual, do not know what intelligence is, they believe it is intelligence to be able to speak and reason in that way. Such are all who are in the love of self and self-intelligence. And they are inspired by that fire to speak according to the manner of the intelligent. 5836. Continuation. I spoke with a certain woman who believed herself intelligent because she knew how to talk on certain moral and civil matters like an intelligent person. But it was perceived and said that still that was not from intelligence. Because, when she learned these things, she imbibed them from those whom she thought intelligent, or even from books helpful to intelligence. From these she took up the idea that she also spoke them from intelligence, but still it was not so. 5837. The resurrection. I have spoken with acquaintances after death, with some, after 3 days from death. I have spoken thus with Silverstrom, 295 with Polhem, with Breidabem, 296 with the Consul of Justice. 297 and with others known to me by repute, after several weeks. They attended and witnessed their own funerals, and saw all things there. 5838. The Reformed. For a long time, even throughout the period of a year, I saw how all the Reformed were purified, according to their nations, and this in marvelous order, according to affections and the genera and species thereof. The purifications took place in various ways, principally through the presence of the evil, consequently through a kind of fermentations. 298 hence appeared who were in the delight of that evil. And these were then separated from the others, and cast down thence into the different quarters, principally into the northern and southern, where they were arranged in societies, and this in low-lying places, the evil, into marshes and ponds. All those who went out from their own societies 299 and looked around them, inasmuch as they were of such a character that they did not care for the delight and use of the society, were cast down, the majority into marshes and ponds, consequently below the earths, lest they should look around them and conjoin themselves with the evil. For, those who have been such, for the most part infested those who were round about, because, they were, then outside the society, believing that they were thus in freedom. And, when anyone supposes himself to be in freedom, he then comes into his interiors, not being restrained by external bonds as in society, wherefore, they came immediately into a different state. Those who are such that they desire to inflict annoyances and evils on others, are eager to go out from their societies and thus commit evils in safety. Then, certain of those who went out, attached themselves to evil spirits beneath. The evil spirits, by their arts, bound them to themselves. When these entered a society, they were bound to the evil spirit, for he who is once bound to them, is kept bound by them, wheresoever he is. Wherefore, evil spirits communicated with them within the society, and thus they were able to injure the society, for which reason, when the society began to be vitiated by them, it was purified from them in various ways. This lasted a long while. There were also some who hid themselves in lower places, and rose up and behaved similarly, and afterwards returned, but all of such a quality were found out and driven forth. 5839. Some, also, were skilled in the arts of looking down below themselves into the very houses, and seeing and hearing those who were beneath, and likewise at the sides. As these acted similarly, they were all sought out and driven forth. They occasioned an itchy irritation in my body. They were all such as did not take pleasure in any use for the sake of the use, but performed every use for the sake of a living, and for the sake of honors, reputation and profit, as ends. In a word, ease was their delight, and they who love ease more than use, collect evils in their spirit. For they do not determine the mind to use, but to such things as are in the world, thus, to basenesses and evils of every kind, from which they are readily withheld, if they delight in uses. Such purifications of the nations of the Reformed lasted a long while. It was permitted them, as before, to as it were mount up to the places where there were previously similar ones, who constituted the former heaven. They were afterwards vastated, and then arranged in order by the Lord, so that they should traverse a road which led to the society suited to them, or to the marshes and hells, from which roads it was not permitted them to deviate. And if they did deviate, they were punished. Those who turned aside had the lust of inflicting injury, or of setting themselves at liberty so that they might be able to commit evils, wherefore, there were guards at both sides of the road. And he who went outside the guards was punished and cast into his hell. Of what nature the explorations were, was clearly perceived by the angels by the turnings to the quarters. They were very numerous. 5,840. Conversation, with the Babylonians about the creed of Athanasius. I spoke with these, several times, about the creed of Athanasius, and showed them that they have from it this doctrine, namely, that the Lord as to the divine is one with the Father, since we read that he, in like manner, is eternal, infinite, omnipotent, and many other things. Also, that the Lord's divine is in his human, since it is stated, that, like as the soul and body make one man, so the Lord's divine and human make one Christ. Likewise, that these two are not commingled, but that the divine took the human to itself. I remarked, also, that it is manifest from this that the Lord's divine is in his human like the soul and the body, consequently, not separate, and that he thus had power of his human from his divine, which was in him. And that, consequently, they need not have said that he had power from the Father, since it was from his very self, inasmuch as his divine was like the divine which is called the Father. 300 And it was said, too, that the Lord's soul actually was from the divine which was the Father, since he was conceived from him. So that the Father's divine was actually in him, and, so, if they wanted to separate the human from the divine, it would be like separating soul from body. When they heard this, they could answer nothing, seeking various things in order that they might explain, but they were not able. They said that they abide in those decrees which issue from the consistory at Rome. But it was inquired whether they have there changed any of those things which are in the creed of Athanasius, and they replied that they have altered nothing at all. Hence was shown that they have arrogated to themselves the divine power of the Lord. 5,841. The last Pope, 301 He has acknowledged the divine in the Word. I spoke with the last Pope, 3 weeks after death. I spoke with him for several days, and showed him, by many evidences, that, in the Word, and in the smallest details of the Word, there was a spiritual sense, and that it is thus most holy. When he had attentively listened to each of the things advanced, he confessed that the Word is divine, and that he did not know this in the world, because, then, he had only investigated it according to the sense of the letter. In which he did not see anything divine, and that he, therefore, then believed that those things which the Pope pronounces in consistory are equally divine, and that, consequently, the Bull Unigenitus 302 was so. He now confessed that the Word is the divine itself, and that a declaration in consistory ought never to produce anything which does not agree with the Word 1758, May 21st to 25th. 5,842. The Holy Supper I spoke with Christians, and also with those of the Babylonish communion, about the Holy Supper, and remarked that they believe in the material presence of the body and blood of Christ. And it was said that those who go to the Holy Supper, do not think of that presence, but only of the holiness of it, i.e. of the supper. They inquired whether anyone thought otherwise when he went to the Holy Supper. And it was ascertained that scarcely anyone did. It was also said that this is from the Lord, lest they should be in such an idea. Likewise, that from this it may be known that nothing but holiness inflows out of heaven, according to the correspondence. It was also stated that the Lutherans, with whom the doctrine is that they, i.e., the body and blood of Christ, are in, with and under, the bread and wine, 303 never think about this when they partake, but only about the holiness. 5,843. The last Pope, Benedict XIV. After 3 weeks from death, it was permitted me to speak with the Pope, and at that time for 4 days, about many things in the spiritual world, especially about the Lord, that he is the God of heaven, and has not given any power to any man. Because power belongs solely to the divine. He was also instructed about the remission of sins, about heaven and hell, about man, that it falls out to him according to the life in the world, and very many similar matters. And, at the time, he seemed to understand them all, and also as it were to believe them, for he so spoke. For this reason, some cherished the hope, respecting him, that in the world he may have been a worshipper of the Lord and in the affection of truth, and thus that he might have been able to be of use with the people of that religion. But he was of such disposition, that he spoke in accordance with the affection of another, and very politely and adroitly. When it was supposed that he accepted the instruction, he was left to his own love and its derivative principles. And, when he was so left, he acted in unison with the most crafty of his religion, countenancing and instigating the destruction of those who were of the reformed religion, but clandestinely. And, inasmuch as he was allied with the most wicked, he also endeavored, and this in many different ways, to totally destroy those who ascribed all power to the Lord. And he was told to desist, because he is now in a world where there is no respect of persons, but whoever does evil is punished. Still, however, he persisted, believing that nobody can do anything to him. But, when he persisted, he was punished like the rest and indeed grievously, in a cavern where was a rigorous punisher, and, because he still continued such, he was cast towards the west. 5844. Inquiry was made as to what he had been in the world, even according to his own confession, 1. That he esteemed the word as of no account, and, when he read it, ridiculed many things in it, as not at all divine. Many passages also were recited by him, in regard to which he spoke with derision, saying, that it was only so written according to the style of the time, in a word, that nothing of divinity is to be found in it. 2. That he, in consistory, speaks more from the divine than is spoken in the word, so that he extolled his own utterances in consistory above the word. 3. That, for this reason, he confirmed the bull unigenitus, and persuaded people to accept, in which he had done in many ways, of which he instanced some, and had gone farther than it went before. 4. That, for this reason, he loved and honored Jesuits more than others, of which matter, also, some things were said, as to how he did so. When he was told that a large part of them were devils, and was likewise shown this by many being gathered together to him, so that he might see them as they were, yet, he still loved them as before. 5. He also said, that, as regards the saints, he thought that they had more power than the Lord, because they are inspired by God the Father in what they do, but that the Lord abdicated all power and conferred it on the popes. Also, that, although without power, he still ought to be worshipped. Thus was ascertained of what quality he had been, and therefore that heaven was entirely closed to him, and that he acted in union with hell. For, to him who destroys the word, places a papal decree above the word and denies all power to the Lord, heaven is fast closed, and hell is open. 5845. With the former pope, however, or the predecessor 304 of this one, all is well. For he was not of such a character. 5846. That last pope, who has been described, associated himself with the worst of his religion, who were sorcerers, and he likewise, 3 times, sent forth the worst sorcerers of them, 1. To destroy a spirit who was in favor of the Lord. 2. To the reformed, to seduce them, and, likewise, he himself wished to learn more about magical arts. He also sent forth other exceedingly bad sorcerers, to work evil. And, when he was discovered to be such, he was reduced to his interiors, consequently, into fantasies. For the interiors of such ones are fantasies, since they think nothing about God, but about themselves alone, and about the worship of themselves and about intrigues. It was then still more clearly seen what he had been, namely, that he at first reverenced the word, but afterwards despised it utterly, and accounted his own decrees divine. That he believed himself to be wiser than all others, because he was more crafty, as also was shown, that he was able to enter into the interior affections of others and to see them. Also, that he reverenced the saints more than the Lord and made them deities, and that he dearly loved the maliciously cunning, and, for that reason, the Jesuits. 5847. Afterwards, he was led down towards the western sea, 305 at the part facing the south, and as far as to its extremity, where he stopped and said that he wished to be in that place, because the most crafty were there. But, still, he was brought down from thence into the west, and from there towards those who were in the remotest mountains, 306 who were the Neapolitans and the worst ones of Italy. When he was there, he also said that he wished to be there because they are the most crafty of all, asserting that he was more cunning than they. There he discovered a certain saint, who was a most powerful sorcerer, and who was then brought out from hell in order that he might speak with him. That saint, who was the powerful sorcerer, declared himself to be a pope. He spoke with the other, and wanted to determine, by competition, which was the more cunning, and it was ascertained that this one was equally cunning. He was afterwards brought farther down, as far as somewhat into the north, and was brought back, for a long while, through various zigzag ways, thus, to a part where were the worst hells of the Babylonish people. For the reason that he loved such things, and also in order to attract and imbibe them, thus, that he might apply himself to hells suited to his interiors. Thus he was brought back to the remotest boundary, or to the extremity, of the western sea, and there, of his own accord, plunged himself down amongst the worst of those who were in the western sea. 5848. Those who reason about truths, whether a thing is so, they do not arrive even at the first threshold of wisdom. There are those who reason about truths, whether a thing is so, or not. In this case, one speaks and reasons about a subject from his own science, and from his own store of confirmations, another, in like manner, undoubtingly believes his dictum to be the truth. Thus, both hold out in confirming their own and in refuting the others, for every falsity can be confirmed so as to appear like truth. Hence, they are at a standstill, nor are they able to advance farther. But, whoever is in truths, as are the celestial angels, does not reason about them, but sees them, and, consequently, they advance from one truth to 1,000 others, and see them. The latter, which flow, and are derived, from the former, when heard by the spiritual angels, appear as incomprehensible and ineffable matters, inasmuch as they are not in the truth which is the subject, as was a celestial angel, who supposed the spiritual to be as wise as the celestial, since they were able to speak in a similar way about visible external objects, and to describe them. 5849. Wherefore, he was let down to those who thus reasoned about truths, and heard them. He then said that he would never have believed there was such darkness with them, he wanted to say, insanity, because he saw nothing of truth, not even any little speck of truth. And then he perceived, for the first time, by experience, what is the distinction, so that he could also know the distinction of the happiness of the celestial, from wisdom, and of spirits, from reasoning. 307 The delight of the latter, from reasoning, was communicated to the celestial angel, and he then said that their delight was so silly that he could not describe it. But it was remarked, that it was their delight, and each must be left to his own delight. Hence he perceived the difference of happiness. Inquiry was made, whether such are able to receive wisdom among the wise, as many do, and it was said, that, so far as they are in good, when they are kept in that good, and when, in the meantime, confirmed falsities are laid asleep, which also occurs in a miraculous way, they are able. 5850. Hence was manifest of what quality Christians at this day are, by this, that they distinguish churches according to truths, and dispute about those, and do not trouble about good, namely, that the majority of the learned, there, are of such a quality. Still, however, the same ones are able to perceive truths when they are turned to those who are in truths, and speak with them from ideas, but not, when not from ideas. When the spiritual thus speak, they are still not in fantasies. 308. But if they are in evil, then, when they are let into their interiors and come into hell, they are in fantasies, for, then, their falsities stand forth in forms which appear as if real, when, nevertheless, they are illusions. Everyone there who is in falsities, believes those things to be realities, but he who is in good, if he should see them, would stand aghast. There was a certain one who confirmed himself against the conjunction of the churches by virtue of the goods of charity, because, he was, opposed to syncretism. 309 But it was told him, that, if he took syncretism from the truths of faith as a principle, and distinction of churches according to them, he would never come into light. But that, on the other hand, if he should take the good of charity for a principle, he would come into light, which, also, by means of infused light concerning good, he confessed. It was Pastor Wolf. 5851 to 5900. 5851. Why the years signify obedience. The reason the ears signify obedience, is, because, with the celestial, with whom internals are open, all things which they hear about truths and goods, enter into their will and life, and hence they do them. Therefore, those things which enter by the ear are, to them, obedience. With the spiritual it is otherwise. The things which they hear enter into the memory, because internals are not open with them. Those things which enter the life vanish from the memory, they are as it were implanted and natural things, of which they do not know the source. It was afterwards perceived, that that which enters only by the eye, enters into the understanding and lays itself away in the memory, but those things which enter by hearing, enter into the understanding and at the same time into the life. Into the understanding, because through truths into the life. 5852. A conversation, with Babylonians about the Lord. I have often spoken with these about the Lord and about his divine power, which they have arrogated to themselves, asking whether they are able to think about the Lord without at the same time thinking about his divine. They at first believed that they could, but they were shown that it was according to the doctrine of their church that his divine and human were so united as are the soul and body, according to the creed which is called Athanasian. That, namely, like as the soul and body make one man, so the divine and human make one Christ. And, moreover, that they are not two persons but one. I asked, whether, therefore, they are able to think of a man without a soul, or are able to separate it, i.e., the soul, except the body be no longer the man's. To this, they could answer nothing. 5853. Furthermore, I asked, whether the power they arrogated to themselves was not divine power. And, moreover, why they say that the Father gave that power to his human, when, nevertheless, the divine in the Lord was like the Father's divine, for, according to the same creed, just as the Father is eternal, infinite, uncreate, omnipotent. God and Lord, so is the Lord. Also, why they do not say that that power is from him, and many similar things, to which they were unable to answer anything. That that power is divine, was also stated before. For to save man is divine, for the operation of the divine with man is the influx of good and truth through which is salvation. 5854. They said that the divine then inflows and instills good and truth. But I told them that they are not aware that the operation of saving man by the influx of good and truth goes on continually in the world and afterwards to eternity, and that an evil man cannot by any means be saved. Because that is contrary to divine order. They were also asked what they now believe about the Holy Spirit, since they are in another life, where they can be instructed respecting it. They said that they now know that it is the divine in heaven, and that it must be pronounced, to be, the holiness which is imparted to the angels. It was, therefore, demanded of them, whether, since they know that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Lord, they did not thence believe that that divine proceeds from the Lord, and it was pointed out that this is according to the creed. But, although they were unable to deny this, still they would not agree to it, because they have robbed the Lord of all power. 5855. Conscience. I have often perceived, and also heard, respecting those who are in the other life, that they are unaware what conscience is, thus, scarcely one in 1,000 knew. The angels wondered whence such ignorance was. But the reason was disclosed, that the man of the church makes good, and thence works, of no moment, and he who makes these things of no account, cannot by any means know what conscience is. For conscience is grief that one has acted contrary to the divine commandments, also that one has thought contrary to them. Hence is manifest the quality of the Christian world at this day, that it is almost destitute of religion. For, he who possesses religion, and loves divine things, has conscience, for he experiences pain if he had thought, intended, and still more if he had done, anything opposed to the divine. He who has not life for an end, never knows what conscience is, because he has for an end faith only. He inquires what conscience is, and nevertheless he does not comprehend. For his belief is, that a good work contributes nothing to salvation, when, yet, these things are of the life. And the knowledges of faith which are supposed to be believed, are, if not implanted in the life by willing doing them, only in the memory. 5856. The destruction of ethereal spirits by Mohammedans, Babylonians and Reformed. A roving crew of Mohammedans, who were in front in the western quarter towards the southern, began to look towards, and hence to infest, the Christian world. And they had communication with a most wicked Babylonish crew in the west, who were clever at etherealizing themselves, so that they could not be observed by any. With whom, also, some of the Reformed communicated, who, likewise, were skilled in the art of rendering themselves invisible, so that they could be seen by none, though they were among them. 5857. The Mohammedans, conjointly with the Babylonians, began to obsess my left ear, and to place gangs of spirits round about, so that they might accomplish their aims. But they did this so insensibly and unnoticeably, that it scarcely came to the sensation. Still, however, they were instantly discovered. And the Mohammedans, who were at the front in the west, were destroyed by the earth where they were rolling over them, and were thus cast down into hell. 5858. Afterwards were discovered the Babylonians who made one with these. They were in a dark corner among the anterior mountains in the west, where is the woman upon the scarlet beast. And a little to the front of those mountains where the Neapolitans and Sicilians are. 310 and, likewise, the mountain upon which the chief ones had their dwellings was there. They invented that art, in order that they might render themselves altogether invisible to everybody, even to one beside them, and this with eminent skill. And those who were upon the mountain were able likewise to hurl themselves upwards, and also to remain in the air, so that they could make themselves aerial beings in order to escape all destruction. But destruction came upon them. And, for several minutes of time, that faculty was taken away from them and they were cast into gulfs and hells roundabout. In the next place, visitation came upon those who were stationed in front and rendered the former ones assistance. And they, also, were cast into hells. The judgment advanced beyond, to those who were farther inwards, and this for a great distance. First, towards the north, and afterwards in a straight line farther into the west, where the Sicilians were, who were all skilled in that art. And they, in like manner, were deprived of that faculty, and were cast into hells near there, in which it appeared fiery and exceedingly dark. 5859. Among these, also, were some who were so expert in that art, that they were able not only to render themselves invisible, but also to bring it to pass that no one could tell where they were, whether in this quarter or in that. They supposed they would thus be secure, and that they could commit every crime without the possibility of discovery. Both the former and the latter communicated with some in the mountains at the front. And all who made one with them were cast into hells. There was, amongst these, a plot, that, when there was a sufficiently great multitude of those like themselves for them to make the attempt, they intended to destroy all things. This, also, they confessed. 5860. These were preserved, to the end that, through them, all in the Christian world also who were able to render themselves invisible might be discovered, for, through such ones, they are found out. For there were, in the Christian world, among the Reformed, some who ascended by avenues known only to themselves, into societies where the good Reformed were. And there, as soon as they saw any, they hid themselves, by making themselves invisible, so that those who were in the society did not know that they were there. Since these had communication with those Babylonish wretches, they were all discovered, and cast down out of the societies from every direction. They belonged to many societies which looked westward. That art of theirs, by which they rendered themselves invisible, was found out. It was a unique art, which could not be learned, save by some who had contrived various schemes in the world. Others were not able to render themselves such. 5861. At length, the destruction reached to the Mohammedans who were forwards at the west, and they were all swallowed up by the earth which was under them, for they looked to the Christian world, which was forbidden to them. 5862. In a word, there was a vast multitude of Babylonians, such as were, of the Reformed, set up a pain of the hinder part of the loins, round about. 5863. There was a certain one who appeared at the left, in the plane of the sole of the foot, whom I believed to be Vice President Rosenstolp. I conversed with him on various subjects, about the Lord and on other matters. He embraced all things, as though he were a good Christian. All who heard him supposed that he was such. From his gait and the paths he traversed, nothing else was apparent. It turned out, however, that he was a hypocrite and crafty. For he produced pain in the teeth and temple, and operated under the feet, somewhat towards the genitals, but, still, he so bore himself that he was believed to be a good Christian. When those things 311 were accomplished, he declared that he did not believe that they had occurred. He was, therefore, told to go thither and see, and he went to the dark angle beside the Sicilians, a little to the front, and there sat upon a seat and talked with those of the most wicked who remained there. 5864. By this conversation it was discovered what sort he was, namely, that he was a most wicked spy, in that he plotted with them in what way they might assail. When the time should be favorable and that he should not be so much as seen, he should direct. And, also, that he had directed that which was done around my ear, besides many other things. It was thus discovered, that, although he appeared such, or was able to bear himself like a Christian, he was still a most crafty spy, and also plotter, whom, for that reason, those there obeyed. Those who remained were then gathered to him, to the number of several hundreds, and, after they were assembled, they were told to go away. And then they proceeded to the right along the northern line, into the west, beyond the Sicilians, and there entered into a most dark cavern, stretching under the north, and on the way were deprived of all their art. In the meantime, that execrable spy told them not to go thither, but somewhere else. But they replied that they could indeed, but that still they could not, inasmuch as they wished to go thither, and that they were totally unable to arrest their steps, at which he marveled, because it was contrary to his belief. He saw all those who entered that place. 5865. After this, he was asked what he now deserved, on account of such grievous wickednesses. He said that he could not at all be dislodged, he trusted in his art. But he, then, was commanded to go to that place, and he went, nor was he able to stop himself. He went on as far as to the cavern into which the former ones entered, and passed beyond into the west, near by the north. And then they came out of hell to meet him, and greeted him and called him friend, and when he came to that part, where it was fiery, 312 he entered there, supposing that he could go out when he wished. He trusted to his intelligence. But, as soon as he entered that place, he said that he was altogether robbed of his arts, and could now do nothing at all. In the hells, there, all become profoundly stupid. And the more stupid, the farther they are removed into the west, near the northern line. 5866. Those of the Reformed who saw him, said that they have never seen such a one who could so completely deceive others. And all those who saw him were cast forth from the societies, for no others were permitted to see him but those who were such as were to be cast out. 5867. Conrad Ribbing. For a time nothing was heard of him. But at length he was brought out and led into his interiors, and thus into the delight of counseling how evils may be brought about, which he did so cleverly that scarcely anyone else could do it more cleverly. Into this delight of his, there inflowed all who were in like delight, in the western quarter, and also some of the celebrated and the obscure in the Christian globe, below and above. He did this also in secret, and so contrived things that all approaches were seized, so that the channel of the influx from the Lord was obstructed, even from the highest plane. He held my thought bound, for nearly 2 hours, in atrocious adultery, which, also, was contrived clandestinely, with abominable art, by means of a puppet from a female profaner. But I was, at length, gradually liberated by the Lord, and the leader, Ribbing, was first cast deeply into a hell, and, being afterwards taken out, was brought to the hell of the stupid, where Lagerberg is, in the angle of the north and west. Hence was manifested, that such as attempt evils in secret, without fear on account of the divine, and delight in the possession of a keener understanding than others in such things, become more stupid than others. 5869. 313 Those who are above impart light to those who are underneath, when they agree. It was observed, at different times, that the evil who are below, see clearly, as in light, all the approaches to others, and in every direction. Whence they know how to obstruct the passages and to obsess, and how to plot abominations. That light they have from no other source than from those who are above, or on high, and look round about. Namely, those who are on high within the Christian globe, where there is light. These, from where they are, see all the approaches. And, when they look toward the evil, and experience delight in that which is done by the evil, then their sight is communicated to the evil, and the evil see all things round about as plainly as they do. Such ones are on high as are possessed of the delight of ruling over others. They are of various dispositions, and their lust shows itself, so far as they look downwards and round about, from on high. Those who are beneath, can see nothing around them, only in front, as occurs with men on earth then, they see only where they go. It is otherwise when such ones are above as, their delights have communication with. 5870. Lang. He had confirmed himself in favor of nature by denial of the divine, beyond others. He appeared so hard as entirely to bend back everything divine. But, inasmuch as he realized that he was in the other life, and that they who acknowledged the divine were able to come into heaven, he therefore began to listen to, and learn, such things as are of the church. He then appeared to be drawing a common truck behind him. After a time, however, when he was almost vastated, he again began to listen to the truths which are of the church, supposing that he would thus become better. But there then appeared such a truck with a devil sitting in it, and, when he wished to turn him out of it, it seemed that the devil wanted to swallow up his face, wherefore, being terrified, he fled away. But the truck with the devil in it followed, so that he did not escape until he rejected those truths, and he was at length driven like a beast, by the devil, into the hell in the angle of the north and west, and became stupid. 5871. The state after the last judgment, as respects spirits. Societies of heaven were formed, according to all the genera and all the species of the affections of good and of truth most accurately distinguished. And, likewise, corresponding infernal societies. All spirits, before they are vastated, are now conducted along through paths leading to the societies of their life, that is, those which correspond to their interiors. Nor are they allowed to turn aside in any other direction, and tarry in other places, much less to form to themselves societies according to life in externals, as formerly. 5872. All are conducted along appointed paths. Nor is it permitted them to turn to the side. The like, also, happened to the Sirens, likewise to the Babylonians, everywhere in the West. They go direct to their hells, without delay. 5873. It was ascertained that those who are interiorly evil, want to turn aside and tarry in places under which are those who infest the good. For their interiors make one with the infestors, and their delight is to be together with them and to injure the good. This latter delight is ingrained in them, wherefore, they perceive delight as soon as they are above infestors. Whence the delight is, they do not know, but it is the delight of inflicting injury. They had this craving for a long time, nor did they suffer themselves, except reluctantly, to be conducted along paths away from those infesting spirits. That they wish to remain in that part where they are sensible of the delight of doing mischief, underneath, has been proved to me by much experience. They perceived that I was annoyed by the evil. And, then, they always wanted to be above that place, and were compelled, by force, to retire from it. In a word, all now proceed by their own ways to their own societies, thus, it is not allowed to tarry and form to themselves any semblance of heaven overhead. 5874. In consequence of this, man now enjoys freedom of thinking rationally. For, men, were before infested by evil spirits, who instilled evil affections, the evil who were above allied themselves with these, and thus took away the freedom of thinking rationally. 5875. Moreover, for a long time such ones as were able to conceal their interiors and make themselves appear good, were admitted into societies, but societies were continually purged from such. They were found out in many ways. Especially were they detected by their wanting to look down into the places below, outside a society, or by peering about inside a society. These were all separated and cast down. They were detected in different ways, respecting which much can be said, and cast down, either in an instant, by being turned to their own loves, those treated thus are vastated, or, by being commanded to go away. And they are thus brought down to their own places. 5876. It was, for a long time, permitted them to cross over by the high places, for the reason that they all want to mount on high. But it was not so allowed afterwards, save to some through whom societies are to be purified. 5877. The hell of the profane. I saw that there was a hell, which was in the north near the west, into which many of the profane were cast. And that the profane were transferred from that to another hell, very far away, in the angle of the west and south, because the hells of profaners are there. 5878. Profaners induce a terrible oppression in the breast. 5879. Who the dragons are, in a summary. By the dragon all those are meant who are in the knowledge of doctrinals and of the word, and not in the life of charity. Those who are in the knowledge of doctrinals and of the word, and at the same time in the life of charity, are Michael. 5880. Those who, solely owing to birthplace, are in no knowledge of God or of religion. There were some who appeared to me in sleep, now like men, and again like a certain kind of birds, with whom, also, many as it were ludicrous things occurred, such as are characteristic of sleep, by confining those birds in a cage, and so forth. At length they appeared like men. When I awoke, it was shown me that they were men born in a certain island in the West Indies, who had no knowledge of God whatever, consequently no religion, but, yet, lived sincerely and amicably. It was said that, at first, in the other life, these appear as if not possessed of rationality but that, still, since they have not adopted any principles contrary to religion, inasmuch as they have been in ignorance, they are instructed in the other life almost like children, and gradually perfected, so that they become better than those who were born in a religion in which there are falsities, by which their good of life has been formed. It was shown that they were in such an affection of truth as is not surpassed anywhere else. This was shown by the fact that they wished to serve others, but reply was made that they were not able, because they did not understand anything. Some riches were then given them. These they presented to a master, but this, in order that he might take them as servants, and they be thus instructed how to live. 5881. The life of charity with man. It was perceived, that, in the Christian globe, man is by no means able to be in the life of charity, unless, when thinking about the Lord, he thinks of his divine. To think about his divine only when one is in the doctrinal, and not when he is thinking apart from that, is not thinking of the Lord's divine. Nor does a man think of the Lord's divine when he prays the Father for the sake of the Son, he does not then have the Lord in his idea of the divine. It was also perceived that everyone, who, when thinking of the Lord, thinks about the Lord's divine, is in the life of charity, for him the Lord leads. 5881a. It was observed, too, that many declared charity and not faith to be the essential of the Church, believing that thus they would be saved in preference to others. But they who said this from a principle only, and not from life, do not in the least differ from those who are in faith alone. A certain one said that he understood that he, since he believes in charity, has the life of charity, just as he who believes in faith has the life of faith. Hence it was manifest that they believed life to dwell in anyone, apart from actual living. 5882. The new heaven. I saw that those who were reserved by the Lord were taken up, to the number of tens of thousands. And they who were taken up, appeared like a mist rising up from the ground, when the heat of heaven beats down upon it after rain. 5883. Those who, by sincere speech alone, are able to win over the simple, and bring them on to their side. It was shown by many things, and for a long time, that sincere speech alone, or that which has the ring of sincerity, could deceive the simple and those who were in externals. This was shown, for a considerable time, in the case of Lars Benzelstierna, who was able to draw to his side entire multitudes and companies, solely by a tone of sincerity, and, through conjunction with them, to inflict injury upon whomsoever he wished. He said nothing else but, "Do me this favor." 314. Nor did he state any reason. It was hence manifest, how innumerable they are who attend only to speech, and not at all to reasons, from which, also, it could be evident in what way hell is able to deceive such ones. 5884. The same was also done by others. It was only necessary for them to speak in a sincere tone, and, although they, i.e., the simple auditors, heard and saw that the speaker was a devil, they still countenanced him. This happened with Peter Skånström. 5885. The like occurred with a certain exceedingly bad devil, who drew a multitude after him, nor did they question whether he were a devil or not. It was shown them that he was a devil. But, when he spoke in a sincere tone, they still adhered to him. Another one, Eric Benzelius, was able to attract through simulated affections, another, by honest words and a sincere countenance, for example, Falker. But all these were separated from the rest and transferred where they might learn not to render aid to devils. They were, however, for the most part, lazy ones who took no pleasure in any kind of work. 5886. The Moravians. The Moravians appear at the left, near the sole of the foot, and also, above the head, those who act with them. The latter suppose, that, when on high, they are in heaven, for which reason, they push their way thither, by fantasies. Regarding the former, it was believed that they were almost Socinians, since they have not any idea of the divine respecting the Lord, but only of the human, that God the Father acknowledged him as his Son, and called him so, because he took upon himself to save the human race by the passion of the cross. Because this was discovered, they were enraged, and made common cause with the evil who desired to inflict injury upon me. 5886a. I afterwards told them, that they ought not to do so, but to no purpose. Wherefore, those above were cast into the north, in order that they might there form a certain society in the midst in that part, thus at a distance from the Christian globe. Those who were below, were likewise conducted thither. But, when they were there, they were, even then, not willing to desist, but, together with certain ones remaining above, incited the Babylonians to inflict injury at the back. They were, therefore, taken thence farther away to the northern angle, and there dispatched into a cavern which stretched obliquely under the west, so that they should not any longer harm others who did not agree with them as regards religion. 5887. The quality of those who are like Abraham Skånström. Many of these were seen and noticed, the greatest part above the head slightly to the back. And they were found out by this, that, as soon as they observed any who wished to commit adultery, spiritually, they conjoined themselves with them, and brought the filthiness of adultery close at hand, wherefore, as many as did so were cast forth into their hell. They were such, that, wherever they came, they were received into the company of the upright. Because, as respects external appearance and speech, they did not appear to be such, but still they were found out by their taking pleasure in inflicting harm upon all persons whatsoever, for the politeness they displayed was merely exterior. It was previously seen, also, that they were able, by means of fantasies, to hurl themselves from place to place, from one height to another. 5888. The quality of those who are like Karl Broman. One was exhibited who resembled Karl Broman. And, although he knew that a person was a friend, he yet set to work to bring evil upon him, and this stubbornly, wishing to destroy him. He did this solely for the reason that he hoped for profit. Or else he favored him by whom he thought to obtain the reputation of wealth. 5889. All who looked down, even the good, were separated from the rest. It was before shown, from experience, that those who looked down were separated from the rest. This also took place in the societies of heaven, where the upright and good are. Those who did not belong to a society, were not able to help looking at those things which were beneath, because they were not in the bond of the society, wherefore, also, they were separated from it and led away to their own society. Some to lower places first, others not to lower places first, some by roundabout ways, in order that they might be brought back into their own reigning affection. 5890. Simple compassion. There was a spirit who stood near, a little above, and inflowed into the lids of the left eye, which seemed as it were to discharge teardrops. It was hence perceived that he was a spirit who was in external compassion. I afterwards spoke with him, below, and he said that he often felt such compassion for the poor and wretched that he shed tears. But, on being asked whether he gathered together the knowledges of truth and good which are of the Church, he said that he did not apply himself to learning those, but still that he was in external devotion. Hence an intimation was conveyed to him, that he was not in internal and genuine compassion, which does not exist except through the knowledges of good and truth. He inflowed into the left breast. And a certain painful sensation, almost such as comes from those who are in external devotion, was felt. He said that he has been in heaven with the angels, but does not want to return thither. The angels then said that he came to them, imagining that he could stay with them, but they told him that he was not able to endure them nor they him, because it was perceived that he was only in the external. 5891. But, that if he wanted to be there, he might perhaps be able to be in a certain quarter of the society where the simple good were. He also withdrew thither, and mingled with those who were there, but they were not able to endure him. One or two of them went to a certain governor, saying, that it was better that he be told to go somewhere else, because his compassion was moved towards everyone whatever, and he did not inquire whether it was of use. But that they see, first, of what quality those are to whom they are to extend pity, and thus in what manner they shall pity them, with discrimination. In consequence of this, he was told by the governor that it would be better for him to go away to some other society where were those like him, and that he would there enjoy the delight of his own heaven, which, also, he did. He had no wish to harm others. 5892. Conrad Ribbing. He began to counsel the wicked, it being unknown who he was, wherefore, he was let into his nature. Still, however, in such wise that he was, at the same time, similar in externals to what he was when he had given such counsels in the world, and when he spoke, in the world, from an interior discernment of a matter, as he was accustomed to do. Owing to his being continually in seclusion at home, because of his inability to seek company elsewhere, on account of his feet. And owing to his being engaged, at the same time, in such business transactions as required him to think deeply, and also owing to his being puffed up by interior love of self and by cunning in schemes. He then began to contrive artifices roundabout, with interior cunning, by means of which he allured very many, whom he posted for destroying the good whom the Lord protected. And it was marvelous that, I was, speaking with him, at the same time, respecting various things, which he also clearly apprehended. And, since he persisted, and, could not be dragged away by any warning or fear of hell, he was, therefore, grievously punished several times. He said that he wished to desist, but that he was not able. He was told that arises from the fact that he had no fear of the divine, nor did he think of him. After this, he desired to go into hell, in order to see what it was like, wherefore, it was permitted him to go wherever he wished. He went far away into the west beside the north, to the profoundly wicked. He was asked to stay there, but was not willing, because they were crafty. He discerned this, and, therefore, went to a place farther off in the same direction, and stopped there. They were evil there, but not so wicked as those who were at the front. 5893. On coming to that place, he was let into his interiors. Which state was pleasing to him. He then said to them, that they were to give him whatever they possessed, which, at first, they refused, but afterwards, by the force of his thought, and by promises to return it, he prevailed. Next, he wanted them to do exactly as he wished, which, also, he obtained. After this, he distributed of those possessions to everyone according to his arbitrary preference, much, to him who favored him greatly, to another, little, according to the degree in which they were pleasing to him. By this was manifested of what character he had been in the world, and how he had thought from the lust of the love of self. He also confessed that he had so thought, namely, that if he had absolute power, which also he coveted in the highest degree, he would do thus with all, he would take possession of all things of theirs, and give to everyone, according to their doing, altogether and blindly, as he ordered. Thus, also, was manifested, that he esteemed himself, as regards intelligence, before all others in the world. 5894. When, therefore, those in that hell complained of the loss of their possessions, he was there most severely punished, as to the face and body. This being over, he was let out and put into his external, he was put in remembrance of such things. And he confessed that he cherished such desires in himself. But not even so did he desist, he was prompted to various passions, and also to revenge. And it was ascertained that he was continually in the purpose of taking revenge upon those who spoke anything, even if it were nothing bad, contrary to his love, and that he cherished revenge even to the death, and sought how he might injure him, i.e., his enemy, unawares, even by the authority of his official position, besides many other things. Wherefore, he was driven towards the southwest corner, afar off, where such are, into a hell there. When cast down, he seemed, at first, to be enveloped in a cloud. 5895. What ones are exceedingly far off in the west? It was observed, that, beyond the most wicked of the Babylonian communion in the west, there are hells by degrees not so atrocious, also, that the wickedness is lessened by degrees till you reach the Mohammedans and Gentiles. And this for the reason that there may be equilibrium. 5896. Fantasies. What fantasies are could be evident from a certain one who was in fantasies. For he seemed of himself to mount into a chariot, and the chariot to be changed into an elephant, he also seemed to himself to be seated on the elephant and the next moment to be thrown down by the elephant's trunk, and also to be trampled upon. After he rose up, they, i.e., the bystanders, spoke to him, saying, that those things were visions and not realities. He replied that he knew they were visions, but that, still, since he saw them with his eyes, and felt the pain of the trampling and of the throwing down, it cannot be otherwise than real. The spirits reasoned with him, at considerable length, that it was merely a vision, but yet he could not be convinced that it was not real, because he actually saw and felt it. It was Jacob Benzelius. 5897. A spirit cannot refrain from doing as his love directs. A certain one who was in the lust of revenge and in self-love, plotted many things for destroying those whom the Lord protected. His attempts were numerous. Other spirits afterwards spoke to him, asking why he did so. He said that he could not help it, because he was in the thought of revenge. They asked why he did not think of the consequence. He said that the lust carried away the thought of that, so that it was swept aside as it were of itself, besides many similar things. It was hence observed that he thought as he did when he had been left to himself in the world, and but that external bonds had there restrained him, he would, then, have acted similarly. For he did not now think of his position and the loss of it, for he had no recollection of that, but only of revenge and of the possibility which there was, through his being able to summon many to his assistance, and through arts, of accomplishing his purpose. This also was Jacob Benzelius. 5898. The sphere of the Lord's divine. At the back were many who leagued themselves together to destroy those whom the Lord protected. There were many of these leagues. They began, moreover, to assail their victims, but it was immediately noticed that those whom the Lord protected were engirded by the sphere of the Lord's divine. That sphere unfolded itself towards those who assailed, and some ventured to enter it. But they were, thereupon, instantly penetrated with such anxiety of heart that they became like those who struggle in agony, some, throwing themselves down on the ground, writhed like serpents, I heard them crying out that they would never do such things again. A certain one, Lars Benzelstjerna, rolled himself along by a long course towards a hell in the west, and plunged himself deeply in. 5899. Cats. Some, when explored by the angels, appear as cats. They are those who are able to be in the sphere of the divine without being tortured, at which I marveled. There was one such in the sphere mentioned above, and interiorly in it, nor did he retire. It was also told me out of heaven, that such ones are able to ascend into certain heavens and stay, nor can they be driven away by the angelic sphere, like others. But there are some there who command them, by word of mouth, to be gone, and thus they go away. Those who so command are in power from the Lord. The reason that such are cats, is, because those are cats who have been in external worship and have lived morally, and also attended church, and listened to the sermons, but have given no heed whatever to the things that were preached. And who thus did not imbibe any knowledges of truth and good. To which they had paid no attention, but only to the speech without the sense. Such, moreover, was B. Aaron, Stjernkrona, who merely sang, Amen, but paid no attention to any knowledges. 5900. What ones also are serpents? Those also are serpents, who, in the world, have lived alone, and have thus pondered over the various things which happened in the world, and have not divulged their thoughts to anyone. Those who thought ill of their country and neighbor act similarly to serpents, and, also, when explored by the angels, appear as serpents. They are at the back, and their purpose inflows at the hinder part, between the loins, and the worse ones, as far as to the genitals. Those who have not divulged their thoughts, and yet knew how to comport themselves according to the received etiquette and external propriety, are admitted into societies of the upright, because they do not exhibit their thoughts. But, still, they go out and act in league with the wicked, and return, nor do they say what they have done, only that they have enjoyed themselves. Gustav Benzelstjerna. 5901-5950. 5901. Those who look about them, and are not so much on high, what of harm they introduce. There were some spirits from Utrecht who were in a society, not particularly evil but not at all in thoughts. They were in a place almost level, not on high, and frequently sallied forth and thus looked around from all points, and this from inquisitiveness. I conversed with them, and they spoke without any intelligence. To such a degree that I could not listen to them. By their looking around, they called forth spirits from every quarter, and when they turned themselves from them to me, those spirits operated into me and introduced evil, and sometimes wickedness. The spirits of the society considered that they were guiltless, because they did not introduce the evil themselves. But it was shown them that they furnished light, and thus the means, to those who did, and that, apart from such direction, they would not have known me. As, also, they still brought about evil, like those who call forth the evil spirits, and inflict harm in conjunction with them, all those female spirits, who went forth from the society were cast out. Similar ones from the same country, corresponding to these, were also overhead, these, likewise, inflamed with the desire of looking down, were enraged against me, and were instructed by a certain foreign spirit how to make an opening beneath them. And then, by looking in, they called forth execrable spirits from whom issued wickedness. It was hence manifested, that it is not permitted to anyone to go forth and look around him, beyond his own territory. 5902. The means of going out of his own society, or town, and to ramble about there, is given to every spirit. Those who love use for the sake of use, never wish, they do not even know how, to look around them beyond their own territory. Nor, inasmuch as they have no such purpose, have they such a view, wherefore, the territories elsewhere do not appear to them. It is different with those who do not love use for the sake of use. With these, the desire of seeing things outside is ingrained, and they do it. These, also, are the ones from whom all societies are purged, and they are cast forth to some other place, according to their life. 5903. Hypocrites. When hypocrites ascend into the heavens, and converse there with the wise respecting the things of the church and of heaven, they appear in the eyes of the angels, there, of a hideous countenance. But they think they appear of a handsome countenance, and say that they so appear. But, still, the angels see them as they are inwardly. To the simple, however, they appear of a countenance which they adjust in agreement with their description, wherefore, as they have such an appearance, they are instantly cast down. 5904. Those who are able to turn aside thoughts. There are certain women, in society, who perceive the singulars of thought, and they are in that kind of malice that they then instantly turn them aside in some other direction, so that the other is not able to remember. They also know how to involve in obscurity, and thus to cover up, that which they have turned aside, so that he, i.e., the other person, can with difficulty bring it back to remembrance. But, as these, women, are malicious, they are all rejected. 5905. Those who see at night, and not by day, like certain birds. Many of the spiritual are not able to see those who are in an interior heaven. And, if they see them in the dusk, as it were, of evening, and then do not see them otherwise than as unlovely. Some, also, see them as one sees an object in gloom, which he sees under another form determined by fancy. The same ones, in the light itself in which the interior angels are, can see little, if anything. It was told them that their eyes are such as their thoughts, inasmuch as, with spirits, the thought and the sight of the eye make one. It was hence manifest, that everyone's sight in the spiritual world is such as is his intelligence. It is the same with those who are in hell, the sight of their eye corresponds to the thought. And, since the thought is thought of falsity, hence, also, the things seen are fantastic. For they believe falsity to be truth, wherefore, the sight does the same, and they actually see those things which are not, just as if they were, which is the reason that mere fantasies are there, and nothing real. 5906. The spiritual were indignant at its being so said and shown, and supposed that they saw quite as clearly as the interior angels, because their light appears equally clear to their eyes and not at all in shade. But this was illustrated by comparison with birds of the woods, which see and sing at night, and which then see clearly, but in the light of day shrink away, because, then, they do not see. The nightingale 315 was instanced, possibly there are many others, but infernals were compared to night owls, horned owls, bats 316 and the like, which see clearly at night and nothing by day. 5907. Whither Jews turn themselves. It was permitted me to observe whither they turn themselves. It was backwards from the Lord, directly to the west, where there is a thick darkness in the place of the sun of the world. And certain ones, nearer to the north there, stated that some see the thick darkness. Those who are towards the north there, in the west, see as it were a vapor, and persuade themselves that their Messiah is in it, and that he will shortly come out. 5908. Illustration. That divine truths are of such a nature that they are not perceived save by an enlightened person, and are rejected by an unenlightened one. Was manifest to me from the following experience. The books about heaven and about the last judgment were given to a certain spirit to read through, and examine as to whether what is therein is such that it can be printed in Holland and sold at a profit. As I believe he was one who had held such a post in Holland when he lived in the world. These are such that they are able to see very clearly whether they are of such a character, thus, too, whether they will be acknowledged as true or rejected as false. He read them through, and said that he found in them such things as could be printed with every advantage, but, after some interval, he read them again, and said that they had no merit at all, and would be accepted by nobody. It was hence plain, that, the first time, he had been in enlightenment, and saw the things which were there from the light, lux, of heaven, but that the second time he saw them from a light, lux, resembling natural light, lux. It was also manifest therefrom, that divine truths are in clearness, and are pleasing, when read in the light of heaven, and are in shade, and are consequently unpleasing, when in natural light, lux, with other writing. To which the light, lux, of heaven is not necessary, it is different. The same books were given to another who was also of such a quality, and he gave an almost identical report. 5909. The Holy Supper and Luther in relation to it. Inquiry was made whether anyone from the Popish communion, or from a Christian people, when he partook of the Holy Supper, thought of the Lord's body and blood, according to the doctrinal. And all confessed that they did not, but only about the holiness which they are receiving. Papists also were questioned, and they said similarly, namely, that when they partake of the sacrament of the supper, they had not that material idea. 5910. Luther, also, was questioned, whether at such times he thought according to his doctrine, which is, that, the Lord's body and blood are, in, with, and under, the bread and wine. He said that he thought of the holiness, and not according to the doctrine. He stated, moreover, that he wished to think according to the doctrine, and that, as often as he was so impelled, he was tortured in mind, and, therefore, he never afterwards thought in that way. 5911. Persuasion and Luther. It was said by others that the affection of truth constitutes the church with man, and the affection of truth cannot be given from the doctrine of those who are in faith alone, inasmuch as they have no doctrine of life. But the former ones replied that still they are in the affection of truth, namely, of their own truth as regards thought respecting those things, not knowing that the affection of truth looks to life and not to thought only. Nor yet knowing that that affection which looks to thought alone is the affection of its own glory, or of its own advantage, which, in relation to truths, is filthy, or, that the faith of that affection is either nothing, or is persuasive. Having heard these things, Luther rushed out of his dwelling, because their speech was pleasing to him, and he was at the time in the same idea, and in such a persuasion. 5912. That the thing was so, that the truths which teach could not be seen, because it, i.e., the persuasion, smothered the understanding of those who were at the same time in externals. They saw that it was false and that there was nothing of confirmation in it, thus nothing from rational light, but only from persuasion. He had contracted this through the circumstance, that he had believed that whatever he thought was indubitable, because in the world men followed him, and, his doctrines, were received in whole kingdoms, and, thus, owing to the fire of glory, wherefore, no other reply was then given him, because nothing can be answered to such a persuasion until the persuasion is dispelled. There is no interior understanding, wherefore, he became a turtle dove as to countenance, peaked from the fore part of the brain towards the mouth, so that he appeared like 317 at the mouth, as also he confessed. This occurred because he drew forth nothing, from, the will but only from thought. 5913. At length, when, his, persuasive, ardor, cooled down, I spoke to him about persuasion and persuasive faith, saying that it chokes the understanding of others, and that it also exists with evil men who have confirmed themselves in falsities. As, for example, who have confirmed themselves against the divine in favor of nature. Something was said respecting the persuasion of such ones, and respecting Nephilim. Also, that persuasion does not exist with those who are in a genuine affection of truth, but that, in place of it, there is intellectual light, along with its reasons and confirmations, which are then simultaneously presented. It is different with those who are in persuasion, for, if their reasonings and confirmations were to go forth they would perish, for they are all opposed to heaven. Luther said that it is not allowed him to be in his persuasive, and that as often as he comes into it he is tormented, and therefore he desists. Also, that when he apprehends that his persuasive may insinuate itself, he flees into a chamber where it is dispersed, but that still it is allowed him to confirm his own doctrine, by reasonings. It was said that the reason this is so, is in order that those who come from the world, and are in a similar doctrine, may come to those who are in the like, and this according to the order of heaven. 5914. Afterwards, I said various things to him about the good of charity and faith therefrom, and this in intellectual light. On another occasion, also, I spoke for 2 hours. And, at that time, angelic spirits were associated with him, so that he might be able to perceive the things that were said. And then he acknowledged them, and confessed that he had been in falsity, but that he was not able to enter farther into these things, and this for the reason that he had confirmed himself in faith alone. He proceeded so far as to wish to make those things of his doctrine, which also he attempted, but in vain, since he was then entirely darkened as to his understanding, as also was told him. He was, therefore, removed. And there were taken away from him the angelic spirits who had been adjoined to him, and so he returned into his doctrine and into his natural lumen, consequently into his life wherein he had been before. 5915. Luther was fonder than others of arguing and of confirming by reasonings, and said that he rarely comes across such as were able to debate with him concerning his doctrinals, thus, lamenting that he was rarely able to be in that delight. It was, therefore, told him, that the reason he is such, is, because he hatched his dogmas from his thought, and also meditated continually about the connection of things with his principle. And that they who do so, love to argue, and to present and listen to, such things, in thought. The reason others are not like this, is, because they learn doctrinals, but do not ponder the connection of other things with the principle, except when they do it from others and not from themselves. They, therefore, do not let themselves into interior thought. For they who are only in confirmations of a dogma, and also let themselves into confirmations of the connection, of other things with it, not from themselves and from their own thought but from that of others, do not see them. And those who are learned think only of the confirmation of one thing, thus, they do not have the mind diffused to other things, like their leader. Besides this, the followers have thought but little about such things save when they have been preaching and teaching, and, in the interval, of worldly and bodily matter, he, however, continually, from morning even until evening, wherefore? As he said, when those come to him who are able to debate, they do not long stand against his reasonings, but, after a short stay, retire, because he wearied their thoughts. 5916. Still, he is preserved, although he had been in falsities of doctrine, because he, still, spoke much in his conversation about the good of life, and thus because he had been, notwithstanding, in some good of life. He was told, also, that, as often as he had been in the good of speech and of life, he had not thought from his doctrinal respecting faith alone, which happens also with others, as has been proved by various experiences. 5917. There are two states of man, especially of a learned man. With men who teach and who reason about divine truths, there are two states. One when they are teaching and thinking from doctrine, the other when they think in themselves apart from doctrine. While they are in the former state, they are, not, then in a state from themselves, because only in thought from doctrine. And, as long as they are in this state, they know nothing else than that the things they are saying are true. At such times, they take the things they say from the memory. But, when they are in the second state, they are then in themselves. And they think from their will, or love, consequently from their life, and then they do not think anything from their doctrinal. This state is the proper one of a man's spirit, because he thinks from his will, or from his love, therefore from his life. The former state is not his proper one, because it is apart from the will, which constitutes the very life. After death, therefore, a man remains such as was his second state, because that state is the state of his life, but the former is not the proper state of the man, because this state is merely a state of thought from the memory. In the latter state, the former state is laid asleep, and, in that state, he is urged to speak as he then does by the love of fame. Many examples may be given of those, who, in their proper state, have thought against the divine and against all things of the church, but, in the former state, while they were preaching, have thought nothing else than that the truth really is as they, then, declared. 5918. With those, who are in the doctrinals respecting faith alone, and still in some good of life, there are also two states. When they are in their doctrinals, they are then in their light, lumen, and as it were in their wakefulness, being in the enjoyment of talking about the affairs of the church. But when they are by themselves, and think within themselves, then, inasmuch as they are in some dim good of life, their ideas are also in shade, and then comparatively, as it were, in a sleep. For they then think, apart from the doctrinal ground, that the good of life saves man. This was the case with Luther. He was in the joy of his life when he was able to argue, and the more sharply, the greater his delight. But, when he thought within himself, apart from a doctrinal ground, he was in obscurity, and then he pondered about life. 5919. The Lord, as conceived, among the Africans. The Africans with whom there is a revelation, do not know, respecting the Lord, that he was born a man, but they know that God is a man, and say that he himself created himself man. On hearing this, it was granted me to talk with Africans, to whom it was stated, that it is true that Jehovah himself created himself man, because from his own proper power, he had made his human divine. 5920. Melanchthon and the persuasive faculty, also Calvin. The origin of the leak. I conversed with Melanchthon, and a little with Calvin, but the latter withdrew, because he was not such, as Melanchthon, for he led a Christian life. But Melanchthon confirmed himself in faith alone, and was scarcely willing to hear of charity in the good thereof, wherefore, his thought was full of things of such a kind, and hence he acquired a persuasive, which, indeed, was not strong, but still such that it extinguished intellectual life in others, so that they were not then able to see truths in any light, as previously. And, as his species of persuasion, which appeared snow-white, was of such a nature, therefore, when he was not able to convince people concerning faith alone by arguments, he fixed his eyes upon them, and directed his persuasive into their eyes. And thus they were unable to bring forth anything in opposition to him. They told him, however, that this is an artifice, in order that they may not perceive what they did before. He, therefore, went away from them, knowing well that he employed such artifice. Wherefore some complained of him. He also directed such persuasive into us, and in a similar way endeavored to overshadow the light of truth. 5921. But, as this was perceived, it was said that the persuasive is of such a nature, and that in the spiritual world it is wholly forbidden to speak from the persuasive, but from reason, and so from truths themselves. To these observations he replied, that he knows how to present such persuasive. Wherefore, as it was forbidden, he was conducted hither and thither, in order that this persuasive might be taken away from him. But he was for some time protected by those who were in a similar situation with him, whereby they, also, were separated from others. He came to me in his persuasion, and there exhaled from him as it were the smell of leeks, Hvitlock 318, and the pungency strongly affected the left eye. Hence was evident to which ones the smell of leeks corresponds. I also spoke with him about the persuasive, saying, that it is given in connection with those things which belong to the church, and also which are opposed to it, also, about the hell of the Nephilim, of what kind their persuasive was. Likewise, that some of the Papist communion, who are in the persuasive of their religion, are cast therein, and so forth. It was also stated that all who employ persuasion are rejected, and, for the greater part, are cast into that hell and round about in that region, but that those who are able to refrain suffer great severities. 5922. Melanchthon stayed for several days after this, and was behind, at the left. He was partial to places from whence his life was somewhat communicated. And it was then evident that he has been a hypocrite, for he induced great pain in the temple and teeth, on both sides, respecting which I spoke with some, who said that he declared that he loves the life of good and also leads it. When, notwithstanding, from his principle of religion, he utterly rejected it. It was also said that he preached, several times, and, when it was about faith alone, that the church was not willing to listen to such things as he said. Wherefore, he had refrained from preaching in that manner. 5923. It was next shown, how he procured for himself communication with heaven by abuse of correspondences, namely, that he extended some red thing in front above the forehead, as it were, concealed, 319, and that he made it into various forms. Whereby, a communication being established, he spoke with certain ones there, and was rebuked, because such a thing was magical. Besides similar things, other like things, also, were projected into the air. He said that he ascended into that heaven, and that when he came thither, he saw nothing. But, when his eyes were opened, he saw magnificent things, but that he was immediately compelled to descend. This was permitted, in order that he might know what heaven is like, because he had thought deeply about it. But, after some days, he began to act in unison with the malignant who secretly infested me, by instigating those who were above to persist therein. Wherefore, he was next cast back among those who are in faith alone and dispute from falsities, where there is gnashing of teeth. 5924. The Lord, as conceived, among the Papists. I conversed with a certain one respecting the Lord, as to whether he has thought about the Lord's divine. He said that as often as he was in doctrine with discernment, he knew the Lord's divine was equal to the divine of the Father. Thereupon, inquiry was made of the Papists, whether they have thought about the Lord's divine. They replied, that they had not, and, when it was urged that yet this is of their doctrine, they turned away. The reason that they do not reflect about the Lord's divine, is because they have transferred all his divine to themselves, saying, that that power was conferred upon his human, by the Father, and not by himself. And, even if conferred by himself, that the divine was in the human itself as the soul and the body, and that they were not then able to separate them. 5925. Those who are in good and not in truths. There were certain ones on high, who might have been supposed to be among the angels. But they turned themselves away as often as they perceived truths arising from affection, and then, at the same time, countenanced the diabolical crew, which was beneath, by consenting with them. By this they were detected and they were cast down. They were capable of being among the lowest in the heavenly kingdom, if they can be separated from the diabolical. Their quality was exhibited, by the turning of the hinder part of the head, towards us. And that part appeared extremely becoming on account of the hair being as it were combed, by which good was signified, but they were not willing to show the face, saying, that they are unwilling to do this, because the face is hideous. It was stated by others, that their face was almost a monstrosity, from protuberances and lumps. Hence it was evident, that the intellectual conjoined with the voluntary appears in the face. This was, a proof that they were averse from knowledges. 5926. Faith. I spoke in the presence of Melanchthon concerning faith alone, that a spirit is not a spirit save from his good or evil, and that his whole bulk is as are his goods and evils, both as to the face, and as to the body, and the speech. For from the speech is heard what he is, and that thus he has faith in the same degree that he has good, but of what degree and quality he is as to life, was also shown by living experience. Of what kind his spirit is, was shown, which can take place in the spiritual world, and then his whole inward nature appeared such as it is, as regards good. And it was also then shown that he has no more faith than as much as proceeds from his good, and that the residue which he called faith, is in front outside of him, as it were in the skin. Many said this. And a certain one who previously believed that faith alone does exist, and salvation thereby, advancing, cried out that he now saw that no one has more faith than he has charity. Wherefore, they, i.e., such spirits as Melanchthon, should be called cutaneous spirits. 5927. The Lord. I conversed with angels about the Lord, saying, that his divine was from eternity, for the doctrine of the Church from the Word teaches, that he was born of the Father from eternity. Hence it might follow that he was not conceived by the Father, but that he was conceived by his own divine, and thus could not be termed, in the world, the Son of God, but his own Son. 5928. Those who make the Lutheran religion of the life. There are a few who make the Lutheran religion of life, for they have no doctrine of life, but of faith alone. But, still, those make that religion of life who think, from faith, that, after they are justified, nothing of evil is imputed to them, and that good of life contributes nothing to salvation. These, when, from faith, they frequently think thus about the acts of their life, make that religion of the life, and it is ill with them in the other life. Nor can they be amended, inasmuch as the spirit is such as the man was, in respect to life from faith. There was a certain one who underwent a certain temptation, and, in consequence thereof, thought thus about his evils, and made no account of good. He became such that he was incapable of receiving any truth, wherefore, he was separated from the rest. He was in a society of the good, and dwelt in the boundaries there. And when he came towards the middle, they perceived annoyance, as it were an impediment to thinking about good. 5929. The influx of those that are in evil, who are on high, into the dragons beneath. That the evil, by means of fantasies, also ascend on high, and then believe that they are in heaven, has been stated many times already, for of these consisted the former heaven, which perished. Those are in these places who look down to the lower parts, and also some who do not look down. Both sorts like the places, there, because those who infest the upright, and commit disgraceful acts, are diametrically beneath. Since these things are of their love, and they have a communication with those who are diametrically beneath, therefore such places are agreeable to them. These they choose, they go to them in order that they may be in their delight. Some of them know that such things are beneath. These are they who look down. Some do not know, because they do not look down, but, still, they are then sensible of the delight, and love to stay above the place. And then, at the same time, they cast down an abominable influx of the affection, or love, of such things, and thus inject it into abominable affections and thoughts. But they who have not been in such things in the world, are removed from such abominable influx by the Lord, for, on a higher level, things act very extensively into lower things. Wherefore, as such ones had constituted the former heaven so-called, they were all cast out. Those who have been in faith alone, or in no doctrine, but merely knew something of the sense of the letter of the word, cast down a sphere of abominable adultery with an aunt, and with a daughter-in-law. Which adultery is from the lowest hell, with which they have a communication. 5930. How spirits are explored by being turned round. When any spirit comes into a good society, investigation is then made, in various ways, as to what he is. And also by turning him round, so that it is seen what he looks like in front, or as to the face, and what he looks like as to the back part of the head, and if he looks as it were becoming as to the back part of the head, he is then received. The reason is, because the face may deceive, but not the back of the head, for it is into the back of the head that the affections which are of the love inflow. Wherefore a spirit is manifested as to his love, in the back of the head. But there are spirits who know how to deceive others, by the artifice of turning the back of the head to a good society with which they have procured to themselves communication. Wherefore such a one then appears as it were becoming, even as regards the back of the head. But, if the same spirit be turned round to the other side of them, so as not to be able to turn the back of the head at the time to that society, he then appears such as he is. 5931. How that which is from heaven is received by those of the Church at the present day. I heard that many have looked into my books on heaven and hell, etc., and yet have not been satisfied, wherefore, they leave them alone. When, nevertheless, they are arcana of heaven. As I wondered at this, many Christians now in the world, differing as respects life, were instanced, some who do not care for such things, some who care little. Some who are in worldly pursuits, which they prefer, some who attend churches only from habit, some one way and some another, and it was discovered that there are very few who receive anything which is from heaven. And that many nauseate and reject it, so that this is the character of men in the church, at the present day. 5932. The state of those in hell. It was granted to see into a certain hell, where they were not so very evil. I saw many there in a chamber towards the front, and another chamber within, leading out of which was an apartment for a judge, who was there alone. Thither came a certain one. 320 a lover of self. And when he came thither he placed himself upon a kind of throne, believing that he was admitted there in order that he might be the judge. But the crowd, there, went behind the throne, and some crawled across beneath the throne, along the length and breadth, in consequence of which he became, as it were, invisible, not only to me, but also to himself, and almost insensible. He knew only that he was there. They also made fun of him, by sitting near him and over him. At length, the judge came out of his room, and seated himself upon that throne at the right-hand side, and there then appeared as it were a fieriness in the right cheek, and then in the left cheek also. Which was a sign, not only that he was the judge but also that he would administer judgment. He inquired whether anyone had committed evil. Some were arraigned and sentenced to punishment. The rest were commended and let go. The judge tolerated everything as regards making fun and having their jokes, only they must not do evil to anyone. They fear him exceedingly, because he possesses power. It was also seen, in what manner they seek out those who do evil, and, when they discover them, keep them in restraint. They go with a sort of banner of a round form, which shades of from dark to white, and with this they make search. They are thus led to those who do evil, and they let down that banner upon such a one, and he then lies under it, nor can he stir from thence, and this even until he has been judged. This hell, however, was among the milder ones. 5933. Signs of the conjunction of a man with heaven. Nobody can be conjoined with heaven, and therefore with the divine, save by such things as are of the word, and thence of the church. A man who is not in these, no matter how morally, that is, sincerely and justly, he lives, still has no conjunction with heaven. The reason is, because man becomes spiritual solely by the things which are of the word and the church. And all who are in the heavens are spiritual. To become spiritual, is not only to know those things, and to speak of them, but also to be affected therewith, thus to live according to them. The life of a man according to these things, and for the sake of them, makes the man spiritual. Then, first, is there effected with him a conjunction with heaven. But, if a man acts sincerely and justly for reasons pertaining to the world, gain and honors, and on account of the civil laws, he does not become spiritual, because the end he proposed to himself is worldly and bodily. And the justice and sincerity derive their existence and essence from that, which is not spiritual, but worldly and bodily. By much experience it has become certain to me, that they who have not, by goods and truths carried right into the life, acquired for themselves spiritual life, are not admitted into heaven, because they have no conjunction. But that they are rejected. This, too, every one may see by intuition from natural light alone, namely, that nobody can be conjoined with the spiritual, thus with the angels, unless he be spiritual. And that nobody can become spiritual save by the goods and truths of the church. Also, that knowing those things and talking about them is not spiritual, but living according to them, inasmuch as nothing enters into a man save what is of his thought, from affection or love. To these observations must be added, that nobody can become spiritual unless he acknowledge the Lord's divine. Everyone must have knowledge of his God in order that he may be conjoined with heaven. For the divine of the Lord is what constitutes heaven. Wherefore, the first of the church, is to acknowledge the divine of the Lord, and that apart from him there is no salvation. 5934. The Lord alone does everything in the heavens and on earth from his omnipotence. That the evil were above. There were some who ascribed the Lord's power in ultimates to men, to those who are in faith in him, and very many were in this notion. Many societies, also, above me, on heights and places still higher, but it was shown that the Lord alone affects the thing, and not in the least man. He also filled many in the lowest places, and for the most part such as were in evil and in a pernicious faith, with his divine in ultimates. These, in like manner, acted in agreement with the ultimate divine. And he thus cast down many societies in the higher places, as also they saw. I also saw that, it was done, independently of me. They believed from this that all were capable of being saved, even those who are in hell. But it was stated that they are not, because then they would not be in the freedom of thinking, willing and acting, consequently not in their life. It was shown that the Lord's divine power in ultimates can fill those who were in knowledge respecting the Lord, although in a pernicious faith. They who are not in this knowledge, are not able to receive. Hence it was manifest, that it is the Lord's omnipotence alone which does a thing, and not in the least man, spirit or angel, also, that it is his divine in ultimates, because he made his whole human, even to the ultimates, divine. What I wondered at, was, that not only those who were almost directly overhead were in evils and made one with the wicked round about, but also those who were above them, and also those who were still higher. As far as the third and fourth degrees of height. The worst were those who were highest. Here they were entirely in favor of hell, and said that the devil rather than the Lord has power. They who were next below these, said that the Father possesses all the power, and not the Lord, not otherwise acknowledging a divine of the Lord, than, so much as he receives from the Father. Also, that now he receives nothing, because he wishes to possess all things. These, when dispersed, appeared to be dispersed into nature, by which was shown that they acknowledged nature as the Father, and so forth. 5935. Vastation. After a spirit has completed his time in the world of spirits, he at length arrives at the last period, which is his vastation. He then appears, for the most part, such as he was in the world, and is set at liberty to go whither he pleases. And thus he reaches a place where all conjunction with anything spiritual is taken away. He thus becomes, as it were, silly, and casts himself into hell. 5936. Women who preach. Women who think in the way men do on religious subjects, and talk much about them, and still more if they preach in meetings, do away with the feminine nature, which is affectional. Owing to which they must be with married men, they also become material, so that affection perishes and their interiors are closed. They also begin to develop a tendency, as regards the thoughts, to take up with crazes. Which takes place because the affection, being then destroyed, causes the intellectual to be crazy. In outward form, indeed, they are still able to appear like other women. In a word, they become sensual in the last degree. Woman belongs to the home, and she becomes of a different nature where she engages in preaching. 5937. The last judgment upon the reformed. This lasted for a considerable time, for the reason that they have the word. And they were cast out in various modes. Most of them who were not before cast into hells or raised up into heaven, climbed on high, upon some mountains, where there were many expanses, and all there who gazed about or looked through, were cast away from that place. Part into byways round about and below, and part into hells. They continually formed leagues, so that 20, 50, or 100 societies leagued themselves together, one crew with one lust, another with another. Some of the confederacies were discovered and cast down, and this even to myriads. Some of the confederacies appeared like bundles which were cut asunder with knives and pincers. On being cut asunder, they were unrolled as of themselves. Some confederacies were rolled up like parchments, and were unrolled. Some were borne across like clouds. Some fell down into the abyss. The greatest part betook themselves from thence, by marching into hells, and so with much variety. They who were at the back, lay in wait for the affections and the thoughts therefrom, for the most part when there was a state of despair anywhere, where, also, similar things occurred, and so forth. 5938. Papists who wished to betake themselves to the Christian world. Many of the Babylonish crew burned to kill the reformed, dispatching to them spies, whom they sustained from their places, and this in various modes by forming leagues. But they were punished most grievously, by the destroying of everything human and by being rent asunder, and were thus cast into hell. But yet, even so, they are scarcely deterred, for they burn with the passion of destroying all the reformed. Which passion burns very fiercely with them at the present day. 5939. There are many things which bring about whoredoms and adulteries. All degrees of criminality correspond to such things as are spiritual sins. I will mention two. Those who are in faith alone and do not trouble about life, produce adultery with an aunt, and with a mother. At the presence of these spirits, such a thought occurs. Those who worship piously and devoutly in churches, and at such times think solely about God, and not about life, to these adulteries with a sister correspond. Such a thought occurs at their presence. Another execrable adultery is produced by those who talk much about God, and yet have no scruples about cheating men, and, if they could, about robbing them of their possessions. These, in their place, commit adultery with their maids, whom they change frequently, and thus with whomsoever they please. Those who are in the love of self, and whose love is to rule over others, are sodomites. 5940. All things from the spiritual world are affections which are of love. There were spirits with me, who were in thought as to what faith and love are. But, for an hour's time which passed they thought respecting affection, which is love, in this wise, that the universal heaven is arranged according to the variety thereof, and also every one of the societies there among themselves. Also, all and every one of the things which are with man, in his understanding, consequently all things of the body, because these are material forms belonging to the will, and hence to the understanding. Moreover, that there is nothing at all else, which lives and forms and acts. Consequently, that there is no faith at all apart from it, since faith apart from it is formed from the affection which is of the love of self and the world, and then it forms that faith as it does worldly scientifics. And reigns over it in a similar way. For it produces it in a like manner. Hence it is, that there is with them nothing of truth, no rational sight, nor aught of life, in the things which pertain to the Church. It was also ascertained that the varieties of affections which are of love, are indefinite and manifold, and that few come to the knowledge of man. Also, that the government of the Lord's providence is through them, thus through good into truth, or through affection into thought. 5941. Those who are in the celestial kingdom, and the genii. Those become of that sort who do not reflect upon any subject, but sometimes remain as if they do not think, and suppose that, if they do not reflect upon the matter, they do not think at all. At such a time, the affections which are of their love are varied without their perceiving it, which also appears in the changes of their minds, and sometimes in their faces. In consequence of this, they believe that they do not think at all. With those who are in the spiritual love of truth, which is perceived by delight in listening to preachings and other disquisitions, upon the truths of word, of heaven, and of the Church, when these think. Good affections from the Lord through heaven are varied, and perfected daily, they being ignorant of the fact and according to these they live. But with those who are in the love of self and of the world, evil affections, which are numerous and antagonistic to the neighbor, are varied, these become genii. The first and last named perceive a delight in sitting as it were without thought. This is their repose and refreshment. They are also able to think from the understanding if they see anything, but not with penetration, also from the memory of such things as have met their sight, but not about matters of faith. When they are together they also speak but little, and when they wish to say anything, they first exhibit it in dumb show. For instance, if they are going anywhere, they first go to a place which looks thither, and point, and afterward say. They show many things by representatives, as, for example, when they meet with anyone spiritual, they represent a ship with such things as correspond. If that spiritual person is crafty and evil, they surround the ship with serpents. So in 1,000 ways. 5941a. Those who acknowledge the Father only, and pass by the Lord, are turned to the loves of the body and of the world. All persons whatsoever, in the other life, are fixedly turned to their loves, thus either to the loves of heaven, or to the loves of hell. Those who acknowledge the Father only and not the Lord, inasmuch as these cannot think about the Father under any form, are unable to be turned by the Lord to himself. Hence there was with them a looking around on every side, which is contrary to order. Wherefore, they can only be turned to the loves of the body and the world. They were likewise turned thus, in the life of their body and, for that reason, they have not any religion in their spirit. Some look above them, in the sky overhead, or the zenith, at one, as it were a man, whom they say is the Father. But these also are in like manner without determination, of loves, wherefore, they who have lived well are turned by little and little to the Lord, as a sun, or as a moon, but those who have lived ill are rejected. Determinations to loves are all in the face. Sometimes those who are turned to the Lord are remitted into the idea of a God overhead, and then they are not in intelligence, but in a sort of stupidity. The greatest part are at such times in ideas of natural thought. 5942. Influx. I have perceived, with others as well, as myself, an influx sometimes of sadness, at others of cheerfulness. And have perceived that there were spirits beneath, who sought out whatever of sadness is with me, and spoke of those things to each other. Moreover, I have heard it. And hence the undelightfulness that was with me formerly, was perceived in me as undelightful, at these times, and so forth. 5943. The speech of angels, exterior and interior. I have been in company with the angels, and it has been granted to become acquainted with their speech by experience. There are 4 kinds of speech, like as there are 4 kinds of angels, a material speech of visible objects, and an interior speech of visual things, which are speeches of the understanding, or of the thought. There is a speech of the affections of the body, and a speech of the affections of the heart, which are speeches of the will, or of the affection. Some who were able to be in the speech of the affections of the body, conversed with me, and expressed my affections when relating to the body, in suitable terms. At which I was astonished that they were able to express these in terms, and perfectly suitable ones, and the exterior and interior affections of the body without exception. They were delightful and charming, and conjoined with many affections which were expressed. Certain spirits from a distance heard and understood. But I, being in the natural state, did not hear the words, but I perceived the affections which they uttered in the words. This speech cannot be understood by those who are in the visible things only, as they also said. But it was told them that there is also a speech of the heart, which is a speech of love to the Lord. These afterwards spoke with the former ones, and said that they did not hear, nor were they able to hear the words, but that they perceived the things which they uttered, from affection, as I did when the former ones spoke. Regarding the former speech, it was said that it was indeed similar to the speech of visual things, as regards the words which the letters compose, but still that each letter is uttered differently, namely, according to the affection. And that there is also this difference, that other words are unintelligible to those who are in visual things alone. But the speech of visual things consists in speaking and expressing those things which are seen by the eyes, and describing them, and this according to visual and intellectual ideas. For example, houses, palaces, gardens, men's clothing, and many other things. This speech is both exterior and interior. The exterior is material or sensual, the interior is natural, or intellectual. I afterwards heard spirits conversing with angels of the interior heaven. They said that they heard speech with the ears, but yet did not comprehend, because things which were of interior wisdom were expressed by their words, and, inasmuch as they did not understand these, therefore neither did they the words. 5944. The tree of knowledge. Few are aware what their having sinned against God by eating of the tree of knowledge signifies, and they who are spiritual are not able to know this, but only those know who are celestial. This was made clear by the following considerations. 1. For instance, anyone is able to think well from the analytical faculty implanted in every man, and from its rules, which are innumerable. And afterwards he desires to think from metaphysical and logical rules. Immediately he, in thinking, wishes to think of these, and afterwards from them, his former faculty perishes. 2. In like manner, when anyone is able to bear himself with propriety, so that nothing is deficient, if he afterwards learns the rules of etiquette from science, and regulates his conduct, and moves his body and face, according to this, then his natural faculty perishes, and he regulates himself from simulation belonging to proprium. 3. The case is similar if an excellent dancer afterwards wishes to learn rules, and dances according to them, still more if he wishes to dance according to a knowledge of the muscles. 4. In a word, so far as a man wishes to think and act from science, which resides in the memory, so far he acts from his intellectual proprium, but so far as he does so from affection, so far it is from a different origin. As respects truth and good, so far as he thinks, wills and does these things from science, which is of the memory, thus from mere mechanical compliance, so far he acts from the intellectual proprium, thus from evil, the proprium is evil. 5. It is hence manifest, that, so far as a man is led by the Lord, so far he is led by affection within him, and by means of innumerable laws almost all of which are unknown, if he, then, desires to act from science, at that moment. The former faculty, which is from the Lord's divine influx, perishes, and there exists a state from proprium, which is from evil. 6. This is meant by the Lord's words, let your speech be yea, or nay, what is beyond, is from evil. 5945. Faith is of charity, and as to essence is charity. I have been in conversation with certain Englishmen. It was believed that in the world they were bishops. I spoke to them about faith and charity. They supposed, from the opinion they had adopted in the world, that faith could be given without charity. Also, that faith was prior to charity, because, the latter was, from it, we conversed, also of other matters relating to justification by faith. Their discourse was exceedingly clever. They said that faith could be given without charity, not only because doctrinals from the Word can be believed in, for example, that, a man can, believe that there is a God, that the Word is divine, and the like. Which, except they were believed, they could not have been received by man, in life and heart, for unless there be faith, said they, how can they be received, wherefore, they enter by faith, and unless there were faith they would not enter. Hence, also, they concluded that faith can be given without charity, and that if faith can be given without it, it is saving, without it, since man is then led through that, by God, away from evil and in good. So that there is then the presence of God, which they declared to be justification by faith alone. But it was shown them to the life, that there was no faith, unless there were at the same time charity, but what they believe to be faith, is, manifestly, merely the knowledges that there is a God, a divine Word, and many more. And that knowledges, although they appear as it were of faith, still are not of faith, also, that these are the first things with man, and that they do not become of faith, before man is in charity. They appear as if believed, but yet, interiorly, they are not believed. And, therefore, the faith of these things gradually recedes as the man begins to think and will wickedly, and they also themselves recede from the man's spirit after death, because they were not rooted in charity. It was also shown that that faith is what is called historical faith, which is that a thing is believed to be so, because one of whom they held the opinion that he was learned had said so. Such a thing, also, is foreign to the man himself. For that which is another's in oneself is not one's own. And, moreover, there are things unknown, which, as they stated, must be believed notwithstanding that they are not understood. From this it was manifest to them, for the first time, that these things were not of faith, but merely knowledges, and that knowledges were the beginnings by means of which faith is, because charity is. But they repeatedly insisted, for a long time, that it is still faith, and that it ought to be prior to charity, and if prior, that it is therefore in God. But it was shown to the life that charity and faith were a one, and so far as man is in charity, so far is he in faith, and thus that they both, namely, faith and charity, exist together. But, since faith as to essence is charity, exactly as truth as to essence is good, therefore, so much of truth as has life, consequently as is in man, or appropriated to him, so much is there of good, which is the conjunction of these into one. This truth is only the form of good, for good, while it exists in shape and form, is called faith, consequently, one does not exist without the other. Whether you say faith, or truth, it is the same thing, and whether you say good or charity, it is the same thing. Moreover, this is as it is with man's thought and affection. Thinking apart from affection is impossible. For the very essence of thought is affection. Man can, indeed, think whatever he knows, but this is from natural affection, which is the affection of glory, of reputation and of honor. This affection, however, does not cause the thought to become spiritual, but there must be spiritual affection, which is called charity. Besides, so far as man is in charity, so far is he enlightened and sees the truths which are of faith. These he acknowledges from illustration, but never from natural affection, concerning which above, from which if he acknowledge them, it is by virtue of the light of confirmations, which light counterfeits the light of truth. But is an illusory light, for by it falsities can be acknowledged equally with truths. For example, that there is no God, and that the Word is not divine. The evil who are of such a quality, and have confirmed themselves in those falsities, appear to themselves to see them as in the light. Such light is there with those who have confirmed in themselves that faith alone is saving. Moreover, the faith of charity, or the faith which as to its essence is charity, is continually perfected by such things as confirm. For it always sees many more truths from spiritual light, and these all conjoin themselves to the good of charity, and perfect it. They who are in natural, but not in any spiritual faith, believe that it is easy to receive faith, if not in the world, at any rate in the other life, saying, Can I not believe as soon as I hear and see that it is so? Thus do many of them think in themselves. But after the life in the world, the same persons, if they have not received spiritual faith by a life of charity in the world, are incapable of ever receiving it afterwards, as may be plainly manifest from this. That all persons whatsoever who come from the world, are at first adjoined to good spirits and angels, and instructed in every manner, and they, i.e., those spirits and angels, say, show, and confirm by ocular demonstration that a thing is so, but, yet, not one of them receives it, they reject it as in the world, for the reason that, their faith is not in them, but outside them. Besides, if anyone were able to believe in the other life when he hears and sees, then would all be saved, which is also a proof that there is no faith unless there be life, or charity. It should be known, moreover, that, so long as man is in knowledges only, and not in any life according to them, he is in his proprium and led by self. But, when he is in a life according to them, and to the same extent, he is elevated out of his proprium, and is led by the Lord. This man does not perceive, but still it is so. And so far as man is led by the Lord, so far is there good in him, or good is what he wills and thinks. But it should be thoroughly known, that nobody can live according to the knowledges from the Word, except from them he reflect upon his thoughts, intentions and deeds, that is, examine himself. And abstain from evils and do good as from himself, otherwise, there is no reception by man. And if there is no reception, there is no conjunction with the Lord, therefore, neither can he be led by the Lord. 5946. The Africans. I was brought by the Lord, through changes of state which went on for about half an hour, in a southerly direction, as far as to the wiser African sort, and it was granted me to converse with them about various matters. And from my discourse with them, it was granted me to perceive that they knew the truths of the Church in themselves. They ran over the things which I knew, and stated that they knew all these, and more. I imagined that they were of those who indeed perceive the truths of the Church when they hear others utter them, but still do not talk about them, but it was noticed that these likewise speak of them. I also spoke to them about the knowledges which are representatives and correspondences. Of these they knew little, but it was shown them what these contribute to wisdom and happiness, to wit, when they are conjoined. Various things were pointed out respecting that matter, which things also delighted them much. I was also informed where their best ones are, namely, at the side towards the sea, occupying more than half of the region, with almost this form, map of Africa, namely, the best of them are in the whole tract, D.E. But the worst are towards the Mediterranean Sea, H, and at the Cape of Good Hope, F. So that the kingdoms of the best are D.E., but they who are towards D.B., that is, towards Asia, are not wise, and are infested by those who come thence, because they speak things which they do not perceive. It is like this almost to C. And those who are still worse are towards A, where Egypt is. They stated that in that great tract D.E. they all worship the Lord, and are taught by many who communicate with the angels of heaven. That the communication is not through speech by the angels, but through interior perception, and that these are their instructors, whom they perfectly discriminate from all others. They also stated that those from Europe are not admitted to them. And that if they come thither, and are not willing to be their servants, they are sent away from there, by a road at B, and that they are sold by them, in order that thus they may be safe from infestations. When any of the papal religion come there, they say that they are saints, but they are immediately examined, and they perceive that they know nothing about truth, still less perceive it. Wherefore, they are either not admitted, or are sent towards Asia, like the rest. Next they received the word and read it, and on reading it they perceived nothing of holiness at first, but afterwards more and more of holiness. And then they gave it to their instructors, who said that they have it but have not disclosed the fact. The instructors stated that they dictated it to the men in Africa with whom they have communication, just as the Lord guides them. Hence it is evident that there is now a revelation there. Afterwards, also, the work on heaven and hell was given to them, which they likewise accepted and preserved. In like manner, also, the ones on the last judgment and on the earths in the universe, and likewise those on the white horse, and, lastly, the doctrine of the New Jerusalem. In order that they may take thence those things which they consider useful. Tranquility prevailed there because they were in order. Certain ones attended on Christians, with whom is the word, and observed that they perceived nothing of truth from good. And they were led to certain Englishmen, and perceived that they do not receive it, a few, do so, from a certain intelligence, but scarcely anyone from perception. Furthermore, I was conducted in spirit to others in Africa. And this region is known to Europeans, and in the maps is called Ethiopia, where a noble race dwell in tents. 5947. Influx of the word into heaven, and communication with the Gentiles, Gentibus. Africans who dwelt in Abyssinia, belonging to Africa, were with me. And it was stated that there are in that land many psalms composed by a pious man, which are sung in their churches, which psalms were written in a style similar to that of the word. And as the spirits from that country were unaware that our word had an influx into heaven, their ears were opened to hear a certain psalm being sung in a church of theirs on earth, and it was granted me to hear also. They sang about the one God, the Redeemer of the human race, and those spirits were then touched with affection of heart to sing it in like manner. And presently their ears were closed, so that they might not hear the singing of those from the earth, which still continued, and then the spirits were affected with great joy from the singing. They said that they have such joy sometimes and intelligence also, but were unconscious that it was from that source. It is similar, also, with the word. I also perceived at that time, by communication, the joy of the angels who are in the Christian heaven, from which it was manifest that there was a communication of the whole of heaven, originating in the Christian heaven where the word is. And, thus, that it is the word from which are wisdom and interior joy. The communication is like the communication of light, and like the communication of all the viscera in the human body from the heart and lungs. 5948. The last judgment upon the Reformed, also, piety. The judgment upon the Reformed lasted a long time, inasmuch as, through the word, they had communication with the angels of heaven. Therefore, the bringing of them into order continued a long while, and also because there is communication thence from them with the nations round about, for light is diffused thence. All of them who did not possess a delight of some use, since they could not otherwise than permit their thoughts to wander round about and be determined to evils, were unable to be in society with others. For the Lord inflows into the delight of every single good use. On this account, all these longed to go forth from the society where they were, and to look about them and communicate with the evil. Wherefore, they all went forth from the societies, and, as soon as they were outside their society, they began to hold communication with the evil and to plot various evils. They were, therefore, cast out, and this continued a long time. Amongst them were also very many who have led a life of piety, and hence believed that they ought to be received into heaven in preference to others, but as they have not loved any use, they also were cast out in troops. They were detected by the fact, that, when they inspired into my back, they inflicted a fluctuating pain, and a varying palpitation in the breast, both on the pulse of the heart and that of the lungs. Amongst them were Oliville and Rosenstolp. And the latter, as he had acted unjustly for friendship's sake, and persisted in so doing, inflicted pain in the temple, in the surrounding bones, and also somewhat in the teeth. He was completely natural. Oliville was still more so. They who have led a life of piety, and have had for their doctrine that charity is everything, and have, nevertheless, lived without performing uses, merely praying piously, attending church and the like, these produced pain in the right arm, and the right great shoulder blade, and struggled up higher than others. They were cast out in troops. They were full of indignation that their piety and charity were of no avail. I suffered many things from the latter and from the former. And all of them, according to their delights of the love of self and the world and according to their delights of doing evils, were cast down into lower places, where they at length reject piety. The separation of papists from the reformed, also, occupied a long time, and to all and each of them ways were appointed along which they should go to their societies. The main point of all was the arranging in order according to the idea of the divine, and the arranging of the good according to the idea of the Lord. This was ascertained in various ways. Those who have called themselves sons of God, and brothers of the Lord, were driven out, and were taught that it is unbecoming to say and believe thus. But that they may be so called by the Lord, and not say it themselves, for they are all servants. 5949. The Russians. Tsar Peter was seen, and I spoke with him in a dream. He afterwards appeared among the Russians, and then was shown of what quality the Russians are. Since they believe that he has power over their lives and their professions, so that they are not theirs but are his, as they also acknowledge in his presence, I heard them with the Tsar, who said that all things of theirs are his, since the country is his. I contended, however, that they are not his, and that their riches are not his, but theirs, also that he has no right over their lives. But that, in proportion as they give of their means, to that extent, are they entitled, to the protection of the kingdom, and no farther, and that their life is from the Lord, and that they are under the law, and the Tsar, also, is under it. It was also shown, that, when the Tsar wanted to possess all their belongings, they give him even everything, they worship him as their God. Moreover, it was shown that they do not inflict any pain on the right temple and the teeth, as Christians do, which I wondered at. They were on that side, and yet I felt no pain whatever from them. They are free from the love of self, but yet they are thieves, and, in order to obtain money, risk and do everything. 5950. The profane. The profane have their hells in the west, a great way off, towards the south, deep down there. When they become profane, they are no longer men, for they appear, in the light of heaven, as scorched mummies, wherefore, they are not spoken of in the feminine or masculine gender, but in the neuter, that. 321 By degrees, they lose human life and become like spectres, and appear to themselves to flit in the air, now as females, now as males, now as infants, in different forms. One female was seen flitting about in this manner. And at such times she has not a vestige of thought, for she is in infernal fantasy, whence she so appears. She was also seen as a man with a blackish face, in the dark. In this manner, likewise, the face of the profane is by degrees darkened. 5951 to 6000. 5951. The English. The English are of such a temper, that, if anything is written which is not approved by those of whom they have once formed a favorable opinion, they see nothing in it except the letter, or sense of the letter, and not the general sense. Or are like one who hears a speaker and attends only to the words of the speech and its eloquence, and not to the speaker's meaning. But when anything written is approved by those of whom they have formed a favorable opinion, they do not then see the sense of the letter, but the general sense. They are, then, as it were an illustration regarding the thing written, so that the approval, of those they esteem, confers illustration on them. Hence it is, that, when anything is commended by these, it is procured by thousands. But, if not commended, it is not procured by anyone, scarcely by one in the whole kingdom. So like are they all to one another. 5952. The Greeks and the Mohammedans. The Lord. There were with me many from Greece, who dwell with the Mohammedans. They complained about the Mohammedans, that they often tell them that they worship three gods, but they reply that they worship one God, and that the three are one. But yet they persist that there are three whom they worship, since they name three and think of three, but they still reply that they worship one God. When they ask which God of the three, they reply that they worship all together. The Mohammedans do not desist from this infesting until they reply that they are merely names of the one God, then they become silent. Afterwards, there were with me Mohammedans from that part. And they inquired concerning the three names of the one God. I thereupon stated how the case is, namely, that Christians have derived this from the sense of the letter of the word, where three are mentioned, when, nevertheless, they are the names of the one God. They said that they also had the word, but read it very little. They believe that our Lord is the greatest prophet, but I said that he was born of God, and that this is clearly asserted in Matthew and Luke. They said they were totally ignorant of this, and that they have believed him to be the son of Joseph. I afterwards related why the Lord came into the world, not in order to reconcile the human race to the Father, but to make the human divine, and thus to keep the heavens in order even to the last, and also the human race, to which, but for this, the divine could no longer reach. On hearing these things they were silent, and many acquiesced. I also stated, that, in the word, prophet signifies one who teaches truths, and also the doctrine of truth, and, where it relates to the Lord, divine truth itself. They asked why Christians are not taught from the word, that there are not three gods but only one. I said that they remain in the sense of the letter of the word, and cannot be enlightened because they imagine that faith alone saves, howsoever they live, and that, therefore, they cannot be conjoined with heaven and enlightened thence. This, also, the Mohammedans perceive to be the case, saying that they live according to the precepts of their religion, and that these are the laws themselves. And that not to lead a life according to the divine laws, but merely to regard the civil laws, separately, is foolish. 5953. A wing upon the head, that, those who appear thus, are messengers. There appeared to me a single spirit with a little wing at the left side of the head, and they said that those sometimes appear thus who are sent by one to another, with letters or messages. Hence was evident whence the ancients derived their custom of representing a wing on the head of Mercury, who was the messenger between their gods. 5954. Conjugal love. I conversed with spirits respecting marriage and its love. And it was stated that conjugal love is so far love, the two are one, and so far there is delight, also so far they have wisdom, and so far they have heaven, and so far they are men. As they are in the love of the married partner without adultery or any lasciviousness of that kind. This was also confirmed by angels and good spirits. Hence it was inferred what was the quality of those who are not in conjugal love, namely, that they are in all respects like sows and hogs. This was confirmed by one who was such appearing like a sow, and eating excrements with gusto. 5955. A he-goat, or the he-goats. There was a conversation about the he-goat of the she-goats in Daniel, and it was said that it was faith alone. In order that they who did not believe that this is meant by the he-goat might be convinced, a certain one was seen, who was in faith alone more than others, and whom all knew to be such. And he then argued and defended faith alone, and said that charity avails nothing. He appeared before many, not as a spirit but as a he-goat with horns, and seemed at that time to act in a similar way to that described in Daniel. Whereby all were convinced that by that he-goat, and by the he-goats in Matthew, chapter 25, nothing else is meant. 5956. Skill in calculation in the spiritual world. They calculate also in the spiritual world. They have business transactions there, and have servants who render an account, and they give these charge of what they sell and buy, and enter it in journals, or books, as is done in the world. When they inspect these books, they compute and examine the entries so skillfully, that, what men in the world do in several days and weeks, they accomplish within a quarter of an hour. They instantly see where there is an error, and where there is deception, or neglect. I was not aware of this previously, nor could I believe it. But still they took up the accounts which I had with a certain one in the world, and at once saw that the thing was correct. This arises from the fact, that spiritual sight is such that it can traverse in a moment what the sight of the body would in a period of time. Hence it is that their servants are faithful, because they can immediately find out where there are frauds. 5957. A certain monk who lived in the Dark Ages, in the year. There was a certain one, who came on the left, and looked into the places where there were monks who lived in the Dark Ages, which places were in front, deep down in the west. From this circumstance, and afterwards from conversation with him, it was granted me to know that he was from thence. He stated that, when the last judgment took place, he fled away, and afterwards wandered roundabout. And others said that he was as one demented, speaking little, and, when questioned about divine truths he knew nothing at all, so that he was completely stupid, although he had been a long time in the other life. He said that he came from the world in the 11th century, and that he now wished for his companions. Hence was manifest of what character are spirits who are destitute of divine truths after so many centuries, and that they remain as they were, and become more stupid. 5958. Faith alone and justification thereby, it can never be conjoined with charity. The author of The Duty of Men. I conversed on several occasions, with him, who wrote in England, The Duty of Men. He is similar to what he was in the world. Thus, earnestly meditating, as in the world, on this matter, that he wishes to conjoin faith alone and justification thereby with charity towards the neighbor, for he knows that, in the word, mention is often made of love, doing good and works. He believes that man, through faith alone, at length comes to charity, also, when he is justified, since there is then a certain tendency to good, and he supposes that that tendency exists through faith alone. That through that he is then led by God, and that then, consequently, merit is not placed in works, also, that faith alone affects conjunction with God, and that God therefore leads first to charity, and afterwards in charity. He still constantly ponders on this, and always desires to approach, and also seems to himself to approach, even close to the conjunction. But, when he is there, his eyes are open to see where he is, and he then sees that he is in a path far removed from conjunction, and that the path he has taken, has, through ratiocination, been filled with falsities which have appeared as truths. And he also frequently heard a voice from the angels, that he is not in the way of truth, and that the conjunction can never take place. He is then shown by the angels that there is a beam, and as it were, a barrier, that separates, which can by no means be penetrated, and that such an obstacle opposes men forever. But still he continually goes on meditating. He told me that in the world he saw another way, which is that of charity, and that he wished to go that way, but was dissuaded by a certain celebrated prelate. Also because if he did not take the way of the doctrine respecting faith alone and justification by it, his book would not meet with acceptance. Wherefore, he pursued that course in his meditations, and, by various appearances, it then seemed to him that he established the conjunction, but that he now sees, because he is in different light, that it is ever to no purpose. I conversed with him also by spiritual natural ideas, and showed that the thing was impossible, and the appearance from the experience of many things, was owing to this, that they who had led a life of charity, but have adopted from their clergy the doctrine about faith alone, entertained that opinion only in the memory, but still did not lead a life according to that faith, which life is, that afterwards evil does not condemn at all. And good avails nothing, since it is from proprium, and thus merit is in it. These did not think this, nor, therefore, that justification is by faith alone, but were merely acquainted with the dogma. Inasmuch as there is conjunction in the case of these, therefore experience has been taken from them, and he added this to his confirmations. I spoke much with him about this matter, showing that conjunction exists with these, and by no means with those who lived according to the doctrine respecting faith alone and justification thereby. And it was shown that if these also had known genuine truths as to the memory, still there could never be conjunction. The life of charity is to practice good, sincerity and justice, from religion, thus, because it is commanded by the Lord in the Word. By that life conjunction takes place, because application is made by man, and hence there is a reception. Man ought to lead that life as from himself, but still to believe that he does so from the Lord. For man in the beginning, because he is in darkness, is not able to think otherwise than that it is from himself, when, nevertheless, it is from the Lord, inasmuch as the Lord is constantly present and gives to man so to live. So far as he applies himself, and so far as he applies himself as from himself, so far the Lord inflows, and so far the man receives, and so far he is conjoined. But faith alone excludes all such reception. Wherefore, conjunction never occurs, for he places everything on the side of God, and nothing on the side of man, and man cannot be moved by God thereto, when he lives from a principle of faith alone. And with these who have applied that faith to the life, believing that evil does not condemn, and, that, one cannot do good of himself, and hence thinks neither of evil nor of good, as of himself. He who has lived thus to any considerable extent, can never afterwards be led to the life of charity, and thus to conjunction, for he has perverted his rational and spiritual, as to which he is unable to be turned back again afterwards. It is otherwise with those who have merely known these things, but have not lived according to them, or have not imbued their very life itself with that falsity. 5959. Athanasius. I spoke with Athanasius. He said that he does not know his God, that he seeks the Father, seeks the Son, and seeks the Holy Spirit, thus the three, and never finds, consequently, that he is unable to find his God. He complained bitterly about his lot. The reason is, because he had confirmed himself in the opinion of three persons. But the rest, who have merely heard these things out of his creed and have not confirmed themselves in them as he did, if they had led a life of charity, are at length determined to acknowledge the Lord as the only God. Wherefore, it is the Lord's providence that few think about it, but merely hear those things from that creed, and hold them lightly, and do not confirm them. 5960. Gog and Magog. There were some, nearly over my head, who placed everything in the reading of pious books, and were full of prayers, and sang psalms, believing that all worship consists in those exercises. These, as they were above me, obliterated all understanding of the word as to the internal sense, and also dulled the spiritual affection of truth, and scattered round about, below, were many of the like religion, who as it were obsessed me. I then conversed with them, and they said that they read only such books, and that they have officers who make visitation to them in their society, to see whether they are diligent in their reading. They were asked whether they do not learn truths. They said that they do not trouble themselves about them, supposing that they inflow from God, independently of reception, and thought regarding them thus, without putting themselves to the trouble of learning knowledges. I replied to them, that, without truths, man is empty, and that readings and prayings by those are like sound from a vacuum, and that they ought by all means to learn truths, and to be engaged in work, and not in such idleness. It was also perceived that Gog and Magog were such. Moreover, it may be evident what Gog and Magog are, from Rosenstolp, who had read the word, Scriverus's edition, diligently, had attended church and prayed fervently, and nevertheless knew nothing at all of scarcely a single thing. Nor had he understood the word as to a single point of doctrine. His life also was unjust, since he gave judgment in favor of his friends. Hence he appeared like a log, vacant and destitute of spiritual life. It was also perceived that such ones are Gog and Magog. 5961. The dragon. All those are dragons who confirm falsities by the word. Those constitute the head who are in external piety and not in internal, or who place the all of salvation in external worship. Those the body, who affirm that charity is the chief essential of salvation and do not live a life of charity, those its hinder part who postulate faith as the sole means of salvation. Those its tail who merely read the word, and place salvation in that, and are not in any doctrine, saying that the word in the letter is doctrine, but are thus able to defend whatever they wish. I spoke with those who placed the only means of salvation in reading the word. They were overhead, and said that they take great care that all in their society are diligent in reading the word. But I told them, that this does not save, but that they must live according to the word, and that nobody can live according to the word except he be in the doctrine of truth from it. Otherwise, they do not know how they are to live, for, from the sense of the letter of the word, they are able to defend everything that belongs to their life, be it what it may, and this to protect falsities. It was shown also what is the nature of the word in the letter, but that those who are in doctrine from the word, see the word and read it, quite differently. They consequently understand it, and are thus able to become rational, otherwise, this cannot take place. It was shown, also, that the reading of the word is not attended to by the Lord, and therefore does not promote salvation, unless they are in the life of truth, and that they cannot be in the life of truth, except they be in doctrine from the word. For the Lord regards man's heart and soul, or love and faith, and according as these are, or as is the quality of the man, in such a manner is the word attended to and received. The reading of the word, apart from these, is mere sound destitute of rational or spiritual thought. This they perceived at the time, because it was declared to them by means of spiritual ideas. It was said, that it is these who constitute the dragon's tail. They said that they derived their opinion from this, that they knew that every single thing of the word has conjunction with heaven. But it was replied that they have that conjunction with the man who reads it, and such a conjunction as is his quality from the word, as they may know from the fact that the word upon a table has no conjunction. Consequently, not with one who reads it, any otherwise than according to its quality in his understanding, and affection of life from it. Moreover, there were others who made charity the only means of salvation, but yet did not know what charity is, and did not live the life of charity. These occasioned pain in the right arm. There were also some who made both charity and faith means of salvation, as they also explained, but yet did not live the life of charity. These corresponded to the adultery of a sister and brother. All such as are dragons correspond to filthy adulteries, of which in Moses. They who make faith the only means of salvation, correspond, perhaps, to the skin of the dragon. 5962. Dippel and Gustav Benzelstjerna, who are able to cleverly asperse others but can see nothing of truth. It was believed that Dippel had been able to observe matters keenly, for the reason that he wrote, with acuteness, in opposition to many, and appeared in these productions as though he understood the matter better than the others. But he was examined, and it was found that he is incapable of seeing anything of truth, in fact, anything of a subject, but merely to asperse others, wherefore, the things which were from him were ridiculous and foolish. As may be manifest from the fact that he said fire pertains to spirit, and many other absurdities. As they believed that he possessed the understanding of a matter, therefore Gustavus Benzelstjerna was called forth, who scrutinized Dippel, and said such things about him as he could not but take to himself, and these things were stated so acutely as could hardly be surpassed, and, nevertheless he is totally unable to weigh any matter. Hence was manifested of what quality those are who can cleverly asperse others, namely, that nevertheless they see nothing themselves, and that the delight of aspersing is such as may be compared with the malice of the infernals. Which is also so clever that it might be believed they are able to weigh matters. But yet it is the farthest removed from the insight of truth. 5963. The Russians, they are not so wicked as the rest in Christendom. They are in very great subordination, believing that all they possess is not theirs but the Tsar's, because the kingdom is his. Wherefore, whenever he pleases, he takes away from them whatever he wants, and they acknowledge what they have, and give it, and, in like manner, when officers say that they act by his command. In the other life, they retain that faith, and live in the same subordination, but, with the difference, that all their possessions are not the Tsar's but God's, given to them to apply rightly to uses. Wherefore, if they do not employ them aright, or when they do so improperly, that is, if they are evil, then part, or the whole, is taken away from them, according to the wickedness, and abuse, or use for evil, as also happens. They are sometimes told, when they place the heart too much on money, to give part of their riches to the poor or needy, and, although they are very unwilling, still they are told that it must be done, as it is by God's command. And they do it. But, then, after a time, they receive some more, for they are blessed. Sometimes, they are told that they will, have to, go forth from their places, because they are evil. But they then think and say that there are evil persons with them, and that these make them evil. Wherefore they seek them out, and, when they find them, cast them forth into the sea, whence they never return. Thus freed from them, they remain in their possessions, wherefore, whenever afterwards they notice that they begin to be evil, namely, to covet the goods of others and to devise certain arts for plundering others of their property, they then apprehend that there are evil persons in the neighborhood, from whom, therefore, when admonished, they purge their society. The evil are found for the most part in well-known places, principally on the seashore. Russians have been with me, several times, and through them the evil from the Christian world were kept away. They were in obedience, and were modest. So that they were much better than those. The reason is, because they can be kept in a good affection, owing to the fact that they are in obedience and subordination, and do not aspire to high places, and thus can be withheld from the will proprium. But they are scarcely at all intellectual. 5964. The Word in Heaven. Certain societies there possess the Word, written, as regards many things, according to the spiritual sense. Where, instead of names of persons, kingdoms and places, there are words which are not understood save by their wiser ones. For those words involve numerous arcana of the matter signified by the name, which no others can unfold but those who know those arcana, and, in the proportion that they know, in the same proportion they see. For words and writings in heaven, are of such a nature that a single word can comprehend many such arcana as are in the inmost heaven, for they are enwrapped in that word, by vowels as regards the sound, and by consonants as regards the sense. 5965. Hence may be manifest of what sort writings, also, are in heaven, namely, that there are words which contain more than those who read know, for they said that, instead of Egypt, Assyria and other countries, are words which are not understood. Except very obscurely, in their place. But that, as soon as they come to a knowledge of the things which they contain, they see clearly the many things in a word, according to their understanding of the matters which they contain. There are such terms from the Lord here and there in the word out of the inmost heaven, sometimes written in a like style, but then there are their arcana in the sound of the vowels, and the flow of the consonants, which also have their sounds thence, with a variety according to the matter which is contained and manifested. Sometimes, also, the letters of the words are written by curvatures, which also contain arcana of heaven. This was heard from those where the word is of such a character. By them the word is esteemed holy on this account, for they know that even infinite things are thus contained. 5966. Those who were in the former heaven. Such as were in the former heaven, still endeavor to flee away to the places where those like themselves were. But inasmuch as those places have been given to angels, therefore they are now unable to force themselves so far, but are removed in the ascent and carried away by different routes, and thus, by degrees, lower and lower. And at length to their own places where they are to be. 5967. I have often conversed with those who were such. They mostly possess such a nature that they wish to lord it over others, wherefore, from the more lofty place where they walk, they look down and rule those whom their eyes encounter, some in this way, some in that. I spoke with such ones, and they said that they explore other people's intellect, or faculty of understanding, judging and perceiving. They gave them documents, or, as it were, diplomas, 322 that they were of such a quality. Which, documents, when seen, appeared as if they were from heaven. Owing to this, the right was granted them, by certain others, of filling many offices. These others were Cederstedt and Jacob Gillenborg, who possessed the judicial faculty, but, as to will, were cupidities of self and the world, influenced by no affection for truth, justice and right. Save from the desire of those things originating in proprium, which desire not only animated, but also enlightened them. For, such ones are able to enlighten cupidity with regard to civil matters, and also a little in moral matters, but they blind it in spiritual matters, on which account they are still devils. Some desired nothing else than to inflict hurt upon others, under the pretext of exploring their quality. Others do it in other ways, but these were all cast down, and the remainder of a like nature were compelled to go along ways that lead to their hells. 5968. It was shown them, to the life, that they were not on heights, but in hells. That they appeared to be on heights, was owing to their fantastic sight, which is like that of those who walk in dreams, for, when that sight was taken away from them, they at once appeared in hells. This was seen frequently. 5969. Many, also, of them, led the thoughts of men who were beneath, both when they thought in private, and when they were in their business. Their delight was as it were to be in these, and to cause them to think, but they were all cast out. They were told that every one ought to think by himself, and, as they are in such an order to the end that they may think in society, round about and beneath, that, therefore, all ought to be led by the Lord. Also, that they were unable to be thus led, if they thought in them, wherefore, such ones were cast out. 5970. Faith separated from charity. There was a certain spirit from England, in whose presence I read the prayers used in England before the Holy Supper, so that he might see thence that, in England, it is not faith separated, from charity that is acknowledged, but charity, and that he who is not in that comes into condemnation. That spirit, after that prayer had been read, stated that he had not believed other than that all those things are faith, wherefore it was said that if those things are faith, then faith cannot be separated from life. He thought over that matter, and said that he had, indeed, had some thought about faith, but now perceives that faith is the same thing as life. After that, he talked with certain preachers about that matter, and wished to know whether faith was not, in this manner, living. They, inasmuch as they thought differently, could reply only with difficulty, that it can now be separated. But, since this was contrary to the prayers, they said that the learned do not so believe. That spirit rejoined, do they not, then, come into condemnation, according to those words? They wished to say, no, but could not. Wherefore, they said that, while they are reading those prayers in church, they then believe that those are condemned who do not thus live. They wished to speak of justification by faith alone. But he was unable to understand what justification is without such faith as is contained in those prayers. They also wished to say that those prayers were for the vulgar, or for the simple-minded. They thought, that, by means of that religion, these might be held in bonds to live well morally, but they did not dare say this, because the principle that religion is for the vulgar is atheistic. They then withdrew, and consulted together about that prayer, and some wished to alter it into agreement with their doctrine respecting faith separated and justification thereby. But they heard, that, if they were to do this, they would be cast out of the church, and be condemned according to the words in the prayers, that is, as they proclaim, to hell. 5971. They then reasoned, and investigated whence it is, that, notwithstanding all this, faith separated, or faith alone, still appears as faith, that is, that they do not perceive anything else than that they believe it. But they were answered that this is the faith of memory knowledge such as there is with children, or the faith of authority, because their leaders have said thus or thus. And that this faith appears as if it were faith, but yet is not, since it is destitute of will and understanding and destitute of mind, destitute of understanding, because they say a thing must be believed although they do not understand it. And destitute of will, because they remove the deeds or goods of charity, and such a faith derives nothing from the man or his life, because a man's life is the life of his mind. This, also, is the reason why they who have lived ill, when they begin to think from their own mind about what ought to be believed, reject religion and become naturalists, but those who live aright receive faith and believe. For, of a certainty, the science and cognition must precede the faith. They, however, reside in the memory alone, and thence in the thought, for the reason that the good of charity is able to operate upon the truths that are there, and adjoin them to itself, for good must have such objects. Since it cannot operate into emptiness and vacancy, and form good. Neither, consequently, spiritual faith, which is one with charity. 5972. Churches and preachings. In the churches everyone knows his place. He goes to it as if he knew it from knowledge. But it is from influx from the Lord that he believes that his place is there. Nevertheless, all taken together form as it were one man, as regards its separate members, the head, the breast, the arms, loins, feet. They are not, indeed, aware of this, but, as such is the arrangement of heaven, and greatest and leasts are in a like order and consequently in a like form, therefore this is the case. From this cause it comes about that they all listen to the preaching with unanimity, as one man, as may be manifest from this, if the preacher says anything which is repugnant, they then all in their minds reject it, that is, do not receive it. The preacher also observes this, for he then experiences such a resistance that he is scarcely able to utter those things, and this with variety according to the resistance. But, when they receive, the preacher is, as it were, in his enlightenment, and speaks, teaches and confirms those things with ease. When there is resistance, the preacher knows, indeed, that it arises thence, but yet he turns himself this way and that, namely, to those who are in the head there, to those who are in the breast, to those who are in the loins, and to those who are in the feet. Those who are in the feet do not perceive so readily as the rest, for which reason, he is, indeed, able to say before them whatever he wishes, but he cannot long restrain their sight. Wherefore, he is compelled to try, by various things and in different ways, what they will listen to, and when he finds out what it is, he then urges this preaching. When anyone is present, even if outside the church, if he only hear, and looks at the congregation, then the thoughts of all are varied, and are held fast to listening to the truths. If these are not preached properly, or the preacher wavers, labors, or breaks down, still when he comes to the truths and teaches them, all the hearers then acknowledge and receive. This has happened with me. It was granted me by the Lord to look thus, and then the preacher acted in this manner. Hence it was evident, that the Lord arranges all in church through angels and spirits, and above, or outside of them, according to the disposition of the hearers, and according to their unanimous reception of truth. I afterward spoke with a certain one to this effect. He said that they hear and receive whatever the preacher says, from a delight, and that consequently there is rarely any resistance. But he was told that delight, acquired merely from habit, admits whatever is said, yet this delight alone is of no effect, for it neither teaches nor amends them. But if the delight be that of learning truths, from which source the delight of the affection of spiritual truth arises, then this delight does teach and affect, and so promotes amendment in various ways, for it passes into the life and heart. And by it the Lord then leads man, even when he does not know. 5973. Faith and Love. A conversation took place with certain spirits, about faith, and they were told, that faith and life make one, consequently that, as the life is, such is the faith. They were also told that they may believe that faith justifies if they wish, if by a justified man is also meant one who is in life. Since they say that good works are the fruits of faith, and that with him who is justified there is a tendency to good, or that faith confers life. But granting this for the sake of the argument, can they then believe that there is faith when there is not life? Or that there is faith apart from its fruit? Wherefore, fruits and faith make one. What is faith without fruit, except like a tree having leaves only? The Lord compares it to a fig tree in a vineyard, which makes the land unproductive, and must be cut down, also here and there, in other places. Wherefore life, which is the fruit, must accompany faith, in order that it may be faith, otherwise, it is not a saving faith. There is, also, no justification by faith before it is also accompanied by life. Be it so, then. Let them say either that faith or that life saves, or let them put either this one or that one in the first place, but let them know, from the foregoing considerations, that one cannot exist apart from the other. They wish to defend faith separated, saying that along with faith there is given a tendency to do good, and that thus faith works. To which the reply was given that this tendency, according to their doctrine, is one effect of justification, or the third act, and the question asked, what is to be thought of those who have not yet arrived at that degree? Some said that they are condemned, others, that still they are saved, out of mercy. 5974. There was then a talk about those who, in the last hours of life, appear to believe, and then take the sacrament of the supper. It was asked whether those who have lived a bad life, and appear thus to believe, are saved. There are many examples of those who say that such are saved. They replied that they are saved through faith, and that the evils of their past life are not imputed. But it was shown them that this is false, by the cases of many who have been in such appearance of faith and yet were condemned, for with such the past life returns. And it was asked whether they knew an instance of those who have lived ill, and in the hours near death have received their faith, who, when they recovered, have not lived afterwards just as before. They then produced certain ones at the back of the evil, and these evils stated that the others afterwards recovered, those behind them inspired them to speak so, falsely. From this it was evident that such examples, especially in England, were not genuine, although certain ones falsely so declare. It is different with those who previously lived a Christian life. 5975. Then love was mentioned. But most of them did not know what love is. It was asked whether they knew and, as some who have acknowledged faith alone were willing indeed to hear, saying, however, that they are not anxious about knowing, since faith alone saves, they were told. That it is often mentioned in the word and by the Lord, that it is doing the commandments, for he said, "It is he who doeth my words that loveth me." And, he who doth not do, loveth not. 323. It is also said by Paul, that, should there be the greatest faith and not love, it is still of nothing. 324. But they did not at all understand these things, because they were unwilling to understand. From this it was evident what is the quality of the Church at the present day. 5976. All the evil are opposed to the Lord, according to the degree of their evil, but not opposed to the Father. Frederick Gyllenborg. There was Frederick Gyllenborg. From boyhood, he acknowledged God, and remained in the acknowledgement, but burned with the love of ruling and of possessing everything in the world. He had a similar longing in the other life, frequently praying to the Father to give him what he covets. I often overheard his prayer, always for himself, and also according to the doctrine of the Church, which he applied. But he prayed to the Father, and he was answered by a certain Spirit, in various ways. After his prayers, however, he always went away and gathered to himself bands. And, when he secured them, he went along with them to destroy me, which also he usually attempted, by blowing into my breast. This he did, after his prayings, repeatedly. When he was told that he ought not to do so, but that he should abstain from it, since I am protected by the Lord, he always replied that he could not, no matter if they said that the Lord and the Father together wish it. He said that I hinder his ruling, consequently, that the Lord does, whom, therefore, he not only utterly despised, but also persecuted. One night, when he persisted in the blowing in, there were some thousands of spirits from above, out of every quarter and corner, who looked at him and me when he did so. And not one of them was willing to defend me and drive him away, or exhort him to desist, but they perceived a delight in looking on at it, according to the character of their evil. For this reason they were all driven away in the morning, by my saying, in a comparative way, that what anyone does to one whom the Lord protects, he does to himself. From this and many other experiences it was made known, that all the evil vilify and persecute the Lord according to the degree of their evil also, that they approach the Father. Inasmuch as they also believe that they may obtain all things by prayers, even evils. 5977. Prayers avail nothing unless there be life. This is from experience of 2, Rosenstolp and Frederick Gyllenborg. Inasmuch as the latter inclined to piety in his youth, he afterwards engaged in prayers, as formerly, and believed, that, he could have obtained everything through prayers. Wherefore, also, he frequently prayed to the Father, in many different circumstances, in order to obtain what he wished. Reply was also made by a certain spirit, but, yet, he immediately, returned, to his plots and his purpose of doing evil. And that he might be allowed to do this was what he sought so often. But in vain, because, his petition, was not attended to. To that he was afterwards brought, according to his life. 5978. The Lord, that he is almost entirely rejected in the Christian world. It was heard that some spirits got up tumults. And amongst them were some who, in the world, regularly attended church, and listened to preachings every Sabbath, so that it could scarcely be credited that they were of such a character. This tumult was inquired into, and it was perceived that they were demanding in a fury where the Lord was. And, when he was supposed to be in this place or that, they rushed thither, and dragged forth from thence any spirit whom they believed to be the Lord, and endeavored to treat him cruelly, wishing, with all their might, to butcher him. They did this with rage, and for a long time. And, afterward, they demanded where anyone who acknowledged the Lord was, and him who said that he did, they wished to butcher. They thus proceeded from one person to another. It was thus proved that the Christians of the present day were worse than the Jews. These were Benzelstierna and many others. 5979. Adultery with an ant. An ant came up who was in Sweden. And those who were in that society stated that they were immediately sensible of sodomy, adulterium cum meo, being perpetrated on me, and complained about it. A certain devil also excited that form of adultery below. She was then exposed, and this lasted for the space of an hour. The adultery was at the hinder part, at the extremity of the spinal marrow, where they wished to enter. It was then stated, that this adultery, which I had also perceived previously, answered to adultery with an ant. They said that those, who perpetrate it, were such persons as have completely confirmed themselves in the belief that, through the Holy Supper, all sins are forgiven them, and yet have led an evil life. 5980. The King of France, 13th day of December, 1759. Louis XIV, who had been King of France a long time ago, suddenly went under me, and descended by means of ladders to a place below me, a little towards the front, and spoke to me from thence, saying, that Versailles was there. Exactly such as it was, in France, in his time. A park, moreover, in front. Chambers, as it were indistinctly seen by me. In a word, it was then altogether like Versailles, exactly as it was at that time, and is at the present day. And then it was perceived that he fell as it were into a sleep, and there was then silence around him everywhere, like as when they watched over him in sleep, lest he should be awaked. I also, and those about me, were in a similar silence, and this for about 2 hours. Afterwards, having awakened, he told me that he had spoken to the now reigning King of France, and that he exhorted him, in various ways, to desist from the bull unigenitus, which he has laid before Parliament. He told me some things which he said to him, amongst others that he must entirely abandon it, and that unless he did so misfortune would befall him, and also he showed himself to him, in a vision, for a short time. He stated that, the king, was reposing in bed at the time. This happened in 1759, on the 13th day of December, near about the 8th hour. 5981. Obsessors. There are many spirits who wish to obsess others, and when they find other spirits who desire this, they possess them, and, as it were, enter their whole body, and thus completely obsess them, act through them, speak through them. And those who are obsessed tremble violently as though insane. This was observed in a woman, who went to a place where there are obsessors in great numbers. It was in the northern quarter, and she was possessed, and, as it were, raved, and flung herself about in every direction, and shouted out, supposing it all from herself. The obsessors were also seen to depart through her lower parts. There are many kinds of obsessors. Those obsessors who aim at enslaving the minds of others by a mode of entering into their affections, surpass all the rest. Those who aim at, and have practiced this, are obsessors in the greatest degree. Such as General Levin and his like. These are all sensual and corporeal, although they do not appear so in outward form. Moreover, all those are in the desire of obsessing who are so sensual that they can be withdrawn from natural things only with great difficulty. 5982. Obsessors are recognized from their entering into the separate thoughts and affections, even the most minute, and continually conjoining themselves to them. Thus did the fury who was with me. Those of them who are upright correspond to the nails. 5983. How greatly the love of ruling is opposed to the Lord. Fred, Eric, Gyll, Enborg. How much hatred he cherished against the Lord was evident from this, that, from the time he entered the other life, he began to entertain hatred towards those whom the Lord protected, consequently against the Lord himself. Then he began to pray to the Father, and to show by various arguments that he was authorized to rule, principally in order to kill me, which, also, was as often forbidden him, but yet he attempted it in every possible way. And this more and more, until, at length, he wished nothing else but to consign me to slaughter. He enticed everyone by his arts and persuasions. He gave command that they should do me harm. At length they were sent in crowds, and infested me long and severely, in the breast, by breathing in their respirations, which he himself did also, and likewise was frequently punished, but to no purpose. At length, when he was unable to look at me, he persuaded crowds to infest me in that manner, from the places, and at the distances, where he was. After many punishments, he at length suffered the last and hardest, but, yet, during this punishment he said he would rather die than desist from killing me, even when he was almost spent. So that the delight of his hatred against the Lord was so great as to surpass the love of life. As often as he returned to himself he said that he had nothing against my person, but that, still, he could no how refrain, because it was such a great delight. He was told that this is opposed to the Lord, but he had no regard for the Lord whatever. Hence was evident how great a hatred against the Lord inheres in such love of ruling. 5984. At length he was stripped, and let down into a cavern where they are who are being vastated, among those who sit nearly half dead, and on whom a tablet is fastened in front, whereon is written what they are, which the passers-by read. 5985. Faith separated from charity. There are some who have been in faith alone, Calcin, Ius, and others, who, when they have heard that there is no such thing as faith alone, and that doctrine, is a damnable heresy, have wished to prove by reasonings that faith produces charity or good works, and that, meanwhile, no evil is ascribed to one, who possesses faith, because he is justified. This heresy answered to conjunction, as it were conjugial, with a hermaphrodite. And it also inflicted pain on the left side about the loins, and consequently infested the nerves there, an injury which renders a man almost unable to walk and get up. 5986. Roads and the laying out of them also bars. It is granted spirits to go and proceed along roads, which they see, and everyone sees a road in agreement with his affection, and the thought thence. But yet, many ways are blocked with crossbeams which it is not allowed to pass over, because those above and those below then suffer. Some experience chokings, some pains, for lower and higher things are so arranged by the Lord that there is also a mediate influx from higher into lower and so forth. 5987. Certain Zinzendorfians, who, more than others, believe that whatever their doctrine dictates is true, do not see those crossbeams, because they firmly believe that it is not so. I saw one of them crossing the roads through the crossbeams, without having seen them. It was also stated that the reason he does not see those crossbeams, or bars, is because he believed himself to be sincere and true, when, nevertheless, he was insincere and false, wherefore, he was driven away. It was Levi, 325 the printer. 5988. The Moravians. For a couple of days I was with the Moravians, who are not in the place below, at the right, where they were formerly, but a little in front on the same level. And there was a certain leader, who seemed to be Zinzendorf, at some distance to the left. When it was stated what the truths of the Church are, they applauded with one mouth, and this as if they endorsed them. It was perceived, however, that they did not at all endorse them but were, even at the time, obstinately and stubbornly in their own doctrine contrary thereto. Still more did the leader thus applaud, in order that it might be believed that he had done so from the affection of spiritual truth, but yet he remained in his own doctrine. They stated that they behaved thus, in the world, in order to attract others to them, and that when they conjoined themselves with them in that way, they disclose, but very cautiously, as many of their secret tenets as they appear to receive. This secret tenet of theirs has been threshed out, namely, that they utterly deny the Lord's divine, and make his human meaner than the human of another man, also, that he was not conceived of Jehovah God, but was a bastard. That he did not rise again with the body, but it was stolen away by the disciples or others, that, when he was transfigured, it was a vision induced by certain spirits. And many such things, that are recorded of the Lord in the Word, they deny, pervert and profane, thus, the Word of the New Testament, also, at the same time. The Word of the Old Testament they do not attend to, as if for them it were not the Word. These abominable secrets they were compelled to divulge, in order that I might know of what quality they are. On account of these things, they were told that they are devils, and worse than the infernals, all of whom deny the Lord, but not in so execrable a manner, by acknowledging and profaning. That, therefore, those who have confirmed themselves in such accursed and execrable tenets are worse than those who are in the hells, and that their lot cannot be a different one. As regards their stating that they loved the Lord because he was accepted by God the Father as his Son, on account of the passion of the cross, they were told that such love is not in the least effective of conjunction. Save with certain of the simple-minded in the lowest heaven, who do not know their secret beliefs, but only perceive from their mouth that they love the Lord. Also that they must shortly be separated and plucked away from them. It was added that the love to the Lord which conjoins, is the doing of his commandments, as himself teaches, and not such love, as theirs, since there is no conjunction with such execrable deeds as are in them. And constitute the life of their spirit. 5989. But that, still, those can be saved out of that congregation who did not confirm themselves in such things. And, yet more, those who were ignorant of them and believed that the Lord was worshipped among them in the chief place, and that there ought to be life also, together with faith. It is, also, now related that they have basely slain some of their number who denied such things, averring that they would consequently divulge their secret tenets, and so their congregation would perish and they could no longer be among Christians. They were told that they who acknowledge the Father as Creator of the universe are in the hells, but none of those who acknowledge the Lord, and that all in heaven acknowledge the Lord. Also, that, since they thus deny and profane the Lord's divine, and at the same time the Word also, they who have confirmed themselves in this become the worst in the hells. They believe, that, when they have their faith, consequently if they receive their secret doctrines, they are justified in living, and that then all things they do are good. Even that evil is good, which they also explain in an abominable manner, such as killing those who are opposed to their religion, also defrauding, stealing and the like. Because they pervert, the commands forbidding, those things, by sinister interpretations. After this, they secretly plotted murder against me, and were in company with assassins, and in concealment under me, they also attempted it. Afterwards, all of them were called together and explored as to whether they were at one in believing that the Lord has a human only and not a divine, and whether they entirely rejected the whole of charity. And it was found, by thorough search, that there were also some of them who did not hold any such execrable dogma, and were ignorant of those abominable secret tenets, wherefore, they were assembled together and classified. And they who held those execrable dogmas were at 2/3 part, these appeared black, but the 1/3 part who were not like this, appeared as somewhat of light, in which was a something fiery. When they were separated, then those abominable ones were given in servitude to many, and they took of them, servants, and thus it came about that they were never together, nor formed any congregation for, in that case, they would plot abominations. The rest were also classified, and sent to suitable societies, although they wished to be together, but this is forbidden. 5990. It was also mentioned concerning an organist with whom I lived, that he too was infested by them, and that they likewise wished to slay him because he did not approve their abominable dogmas, but that, for many reasons, they did not dare. Also, that they had with them those who would have disclosed it. Thus he was delivered from their fury. 5991. How spirits are explored by the paths they frequent, and also, from their seats in the house. Spirits are explored in various ways, especially by being turned round and by inspections in the back of the head, where, if wicked, the explorers perceive that they are of an evil affection. Moreover, they are distinguished by the paths in which they walk, for they at once know to which quarter those of such and such a quality incline, for to those who go about ways are opened, and they go nowhere else. And both good and evil are also aware whether, or not, the paths they follow are allowed to others. 2. They are also aware what their quality is, from their habitations in the town. For all dwell in it according to their quality, this is known, from the quarters, and from distance from the center. 3. They stand in like manner in assemblies, and, 4. Sit in like manner in church. 5. They sit in the same way in the houses. Everyone knows his seat in a room, and is known from it. 6. They dwell in their houses in the same manner, for they go to that part of the house which corresponds to their quality. 5992. The Lord put off the human from the mother, so that he was not her son. The following are confirmations: 1. That he discarded the name of mother and called her woman, John 2, 2, that he called her woman, and not mother, from the cross. 3. That he also said, when she and his brethren stood without, 326 that she was not his mother, and, 4. That he was not the son of David, in that everywhere in the evangelists where she is styled mother. It did not proceed from the mouth of the Lord himself. And, 5. That Mary conversed with me and said that he was not her son, because wholly divine, see above, number 5834. 5993. Zinzendorf. I spoke with Zinzendorf and it was granted me to show him his enormous errors. It was also granted me to see and hear from himself of what quality he is, namely, 1. That he is a very powerful persuader. And that his persuasiveness is by protestations that he knows the arcana of heaven and that nobody can enter heaven unless he be in his doctrine, dreadful protestations and of such a nature that they enter into the soul. Although he is in the greatest falsities. 2. That he speaks with all according to their own religion, thus pretending that he is of a similar doctrine. He said that he attracts in this way, and afterwards implants his own secret doctrines. Observing, at the time, first, whether they are accepted. 3. He said that his faith is, that the Lord was born in order to be adopted Son of God. And that he is the adopted Son of God. At first, he believed that he was only adopted because he submitted to the passion of the cross, for, that his divine is such as the divine is with other men. But that it is now somewhat greater in amount, because he was born in order to be adopted. 5. The Lord's divine from conception, he denies. He admitted that it is so written, but, still, they, i.e. the Zinzendorfians 327, do not believe that it so took place, thus, they are in a sort of Socinianism. 6. They are unwilling to divulge this secret doctrine, because they would in that way be called Socinians, or Arians, and their communion would perish. 7. He attributed sins to the Lord, and held that he was not a greater man than others. 8. He depreciated those things which the Lord spoke in the evangelists, saying they are obscure and have scarcely any meaning, and that Paul spoke much better than he. 9. That he pays no heed to the Old Testament and all the things which are contained in it about the Lord. When I brought forth therefrom certain passages concerning the Lord, he did not want to hear them, as if they were things of no moment. 10. That he spurns the whole life of charity because, according to him, it contributes nothing to salvation. He also said, that, in relation to life, God is not to be thought about, this he condemned. 11. He was altogether in favor of faith separated from charity. Inasmuch as he believed that only he and his adherents would enter heaven, because they were alive through faith, and consequently that he would come into heavenly joy, he was asked what he believed respecting heavenly joy. His belief was that it is a joy passing comprehension. He was told that all joy is of affection, and that this joy is of spiritual affection, since on this is inscribed heaven with man. And, so far as there is in it anything of natural affection separate from spiritual, so far it is not the joy of heaven. He also believed that he would enter the highest heaven. He was told that heaven is denied to none. Also to enter heaven, if he so desires, as also he can do if he choose, in order that he might know from experience what heavenly joy is. Wherefore, he prepared himself and entered a society where heavenly joy prevailed. He entered a house, where he sat in the delight and pleasure of glory. But that delight was communicated to the others in the society, wherefore he was led into that house, and it was commanded that they should go out of the society, because, owing to this, the affection of their life and the delight thereof began to be impaired. It was stated that an intruder did it. On his being explored, it was found that his desire for glory had its source from self, in that, in the world, he was so great that he established a complete church, and therefore was more deserving of heaven than others. He supposed that there was no idea of merit in his thirst for glory, but yet there was, on which account he went away. The same sort of thing happened in many societies, and everywhere he was ordered to go away, because he blunted and destroyed their joys, also for the reason that he despised all others that were not of his religion, believing them to be dead. It was stated that genuine glory is the glory of uses separated from self-regard, thus solely for the sake of the use. This ambition is heartfelt delight and inflows, not from self and its own flesh, but from the Lord through heaven, and that he was not able to be in this glory, because, in the world, he had rejected the whole life of uses. He was told, moreover, that if he should seek it daily he would never find it. He stated that he spoke with his brethren about heaven, and that those whom he found, said, that they did possess heaven, but possess it now no longer, and that they seek, and do not find. They were told that the reason was, that such persons, along with many others, previously formed to themselves heavens, which are meant in the Apocalypse by the former heaven that passed away, which, also, perished at the time of the last judgment, and that no such heavens would be tolerated hereafter, but that all enter wherever their life, or spiritual faith, draws them. 5994. Peace in the world, would that it may be. I saw chariots in a long train along a road. It was stated that peace has now been made on earth. This was seen on the 12th day of June, 1760, in bodily wakefulness. 5995. Zinzendorf and Dippel, continued. In a dream, Zinzendorf was looking at me, and then, at the same time, Dippel, who appeared like a wild stag chained up. Zinzendorf saw him, and loosed his chains, and set him on to me. He rushed with fury, desiring to mangle and destroy me, but he was then mangled by others, and then I came to a huge dog, also chained up, which likewise was to tear me, but he rushed upon the stag which was above me, and roughly handled him. Afterwards, that enormous stag was chained up elsewhere. The stag was Dippel. He appeared thus, and chained up, which also was an appearance, because he is not allowed to go about, and destroy people by his persuasion, as he did in the world. Zinzendorf said that he had loved him, but had discovered that he afterwards receded, and was of such a character as to want to tear and devour all, which, also, he had done by writings of a virulent nature, and, was, opposed to all. Such was his disposition. It was said by me that his style, when he confuted others, was as if full of knowledge and intelligence, but, that, when he disclosed his own sentiments, he was almost idiotic, as where he discoursed of systems, religious topics, and other matters. The delight of his life was to refute all and to excite disturbances. Moreover, the Zinzendorfians say of themselves the like of what the Lord says of himself, namely, that they are the sons of God, that they are adopted, that they are without sins, that they are the life and the truth. That God is in them as he was in the Lord, that by doing in deeds is meant such a life, consequently, that no thought must be exercised concerning evils and goods of life, and that no evil in them is regarded by God. They are unwilling for the goods of life, or good works, to be the fruits of faith, because life, they hold, is attended to by God, but faith and works count for nothing. They make all good works meritorious. The goods which they perform to one another they call good offices of friendship. They call their life blameless, because it is alive through faith. 5996. A cadaverous breast originating from the violation of marriage, thus from that kind of adultery, irreprius, also profanation. Whithersoever he went within the sphere surrounding me, he stank like a corpse, and inquiry was made whence this arose. And it was ascertained, even from his own confession, that his lust had been to violate marriages by inducing the persuasion that there was no sin in so doing. And especially did there dwell in him the lust of persuading and enticing to adulteries those women who otherwise would be chaste. He had also perpetrated this, wherever he could do so without loss of reputation and where nothing of the affair could transpire to his wife. Such violators are in the cadaverous hell. But especially his stench arose from the fact, that, when a young man, he had loved his wife well and detested adulteries, but had passed into the contrary afterwards and approved adulteries, and from this there was profanation of conjugal love. Hence, chiefly, that stench. He was also twice cast into the hell where the violators are, and they acknowledged him at once. When he looked upon any one, he brought forth execrable spirits at the back and side, who, by means of fantasies, presented, as it were, the abomination of a wife in the act of whoredom. This stench occurred afterwards as often as he was along with Frederick Gyllenborg, the reason. 5997. The simple understand things which the wise do not. I have written in the explication on the Apocalypse, some things which belong to the interior intelligence, as, for example, respecting the celestial, spiritual, and natural man, and respecting goods and truths in their order. A certain married woman, who had lived in the inn with Tissula Bodima, 328 with whom I conversed when I had finished, was in simple faith from the heart. She understood everything clearly. But a learned man who was there did not understand, indeed, could not understand. It was so with many. 5998. How evils and falsities are removed, and goods and truths insinuated, with the good, also, the reverse. I observed that spirits are led through various ways and into various places, before they arrive at their fitting place. And I was afterwards instructed by living experience that the evil are led to good societies with which, by means of truths of the word which were with them, they have had communication in the world also, that they are unable to remain there, and depart with aversion. Consequently, those societies are freed from them. And they are afterwards brought to evil societies, with which they are charmed, and with these they conjoin themselves. Thus, truths and goods are removed, and evils and falses procured, until, at length, they come into their reigning love. The good, on the other hand, are brought to societies not good, from which, since they do not accord, they withdraw, and so are separated from them. They are then brought to various good societies, and with them they are conjoined. When they depart from these they are in conjunction with them, and so continually until they come into their reigning affection. This was seen by me in the case of a certain woman who was in a house where were good women of various kinds, with whom she did not remain, but still acquired a communication with them. 5999. Libraries in Heaven. I was admitted into a library where was a great number of books. Those who were there were not visible to me, but yet conversed with me. They said that there were there books of the ancients, written by correspondences. In the interior of other libraries were books written by those who were of the ancient churches. And, still further in the interior, books for the most ancients, wherefrom the communion called Enoch had collected the correspondences which were afterwards of service to those who were in succeeding churches, which are to be styled the ancient churches. There was a vast number who studied the books, and some of them become learned, many, intelligent, and others, wise. There appeared places, or repositories, more and more bright, for interior libraries, but to me and to them, in a dimmer light, because we were incapable of penetrating those depths of wisdom which are there. And, besides, those who are in exteriors are not allowed to enter into the interior parts for various reasons. The places in these libraries were divided into many repositories, according to the faculties of those who studied. And there are also libraries in the heavens elsewhere, but not public ones, as in that place. In the heavens, those who study also have a communication with those in those public libraries, and are instructed from thence in matters of doubt. Also, at a distance to the left, are libraries, likewise divided into repositories, and they are in great number, according to all the varieties of studies and hints of learning. Those who pursue theology, study their own doctrinals, but still are thence led to perceive the doctrinals in a different manner, for they are bent, by degrees, to truer conceptions. But the bulk of those there do not arrive at intelligence, but at learning, as also they themselves confessed. At the side, are those who do not study in this way in order to become intelligent and wise by studies, but reflect from those things which they have imbibed through outward objects and sciences. And who, therefore, do not care to read books, like those who choose only books which serve the mere memory, such as dictionaries and summaries, which are for the memory alone. It is granted these to think, and it is given them by the Lord to apprehend what things signify, and it is granted them to arrive at many conclusions which pertain to intelligence. The reason is, because they have not such a memory as the others have, but, for them, there is thought. Those who were of the moderns were explored as to whether they can receive, and hence believe, that there are books and libraries in the spiritual world, and scarcely one of the learned was able. It was stated that they had there, from the ancients, very many things respecting correspondences, and explanations of the word by means of the internal sense, and that the most ancient sages, there, were in the inmost rooms. 6000. A spirit is his own affection, and faith is such as is the man's affection. I spoke, with, a certain spirit who had been King of England, 329 a month after his death, remarking that a spirit is his own affection, as may be manifest from this. That his face is changed according as another speaks in agreement with his affection or in opposition to it, indeed, if altogether contrary to it, that he vanishes, and does not depart through the door, nor is it known how. It then appeared that it was granted a certain spirit to change the affections in another, in many ways, and that his face was varied in a similar manner. It was granted him to shape affections which were in him. And, at length, when he suggested things contrary to the reigning affection, the other no longer appeared. 6001 to 6050. 6001. It was afterwards presented to sight, in the case of a certain spirit, what, and of what nature, is faith, namely, that it is entirely different, various and multiple, according as it is conjoined with affection. Consequently, that it is such as the affection is. And that, when adjoined to an evil affection, it is base, hideous and dreadful, and still is believed to be faith when, nevertheless, there is no faith unless the truth of faith be conjoined with spiritual affection, or with the good of charity. These things were also represented, and it was thus clearly shown what faith alone is, namely, that there does not exist faith alone, which is also saying, but that it is either persuasive faith, or historical faith. Yea, that it is an adultery, or conjunction with a filthy love, as with self-love, etc. 6002. Discourse with Englishmen about faith. Most of the English bishops and priests are unwilling to hear anything else than that faith alone justifies, and that faith alone produces good works. Nor are they willing to give up anything of this error, since they have confirmed themselves therein by various arguments, and because they care for the world more than for heaven. By reason of that error they believe that faith alone produces the striving after good. They are not aware that it is the will that produces this, and that thus everything they do is accepted, good, and made alive, because the man is in righteousness. Hence it is that they believe that the evils of their life are not imputed to them, and that they are not able themselves to do the good of life without its being meritorious. Hence they think nothing about life, neither about the evil nor about the good thereof, yea, they do not know what evil and good are, save what is in the commandments of the Decalogue. Hence it is that they do not know what charity is, or what the neighbor. For, inasmuch as they believe faith alone produces good, they declare everything to be good that characterizes them, and that they have no need to think about the doing of good. When their prayer at the Holy Supper is read before them, they hesitate, and at first say it is the fruit of faith. But, as this is contradictory, they say that it must be thus stated for the people, who are unacquainted with the deeper things of the Church. On this account, they were told that only the clergy are in that monstrous faith, but not the people. They also say, that man is swayed to good, like a stock, inasmuch as God operates it, while man is ignorant or asleep. 6003. But it was shown them, that man is not like a stock. For he continually receives from the Lord freedom to think good and truth, and that it appears indeed as if it were the man's, although it is the Lord's in the man. Also that man, from this freedom as it were his own, ought to turn himself to the Lord, and do good on account of eternal life. But this they did not acknowledge. They said that nothing is of man. But it was answered, that this is granted to man as his, to the end that he may be able to receive that which comes from the Lord, and without reception, which is a reciprocal thing, there is no communication, or appropriation. Moreover, it was granted them to ascertain, by investigation, that there is exactly so much of faith as there is of the good of such will. They were told that they receive the spiritual affection of truth when they cultivate the good of life, and that they also then receive enlightenment to see genuine truths, because good loves these and conjoins them to itself. Otherwise, they receive nothing but falsities, and are in darkness. They say that those who are in the Lord do not commit evil, and they conclude from this, that, inasmuch as they have been justified by faith, there is nothing evil in their life. This conclusion is false. This takes place when good of life reigns with man, and this cannot reign, except man, for the sake of the Lord, heaven and eternal life, abstains from evils and cultivates good. Man is then initiated into that good, and is conjoined with heaven and the Lord then begins to operate good in the thought and in the will. He causes the man to reflect upon these, and his intentions, and upon the deeds from them. And when man comes into that state, from reflection, then does that state become a reigning one. But that state can never become a reigning one, and so man be led by the Lord, through faith alone. For that induces the belief that he cannot do good from himself, and that, therefore, evil is not imputed to him. 6004. Let whoever will, think whether or no any man is able, from freedom, to purpose good and evil, and whether he has this freedom or not, although it is not from himself but from the Lord, by whom it is continually given to man. As if it were the man's. The Lord wishes to use this, in order that there may be reciprocation, and that it may be inrooted in man, and as it were appropriated to him. This is the same as that which the Church enjoins on everyone, namely, to examine himself, his thoughts and intentions, remarks and actions, and perform repentance, and live a different life than formerly, so that sins may be remitted to him. Ought, or ought not, man's will to be thus present as if it were the man's? Or, does this take place, if he be led like a stock, and if he hang down his hand and believe that influx into himself produces effort, while the man is unconscious, or asleep? If they ask what doing good is, the reply is, that it is to have as one's end the good of church, of country, of society, and of fellow citizens, for their sake and for the sake of good. Thus, it is doing good because it is commanded in the word, which is for the Lord's sake, and not for the end merely of self-honor and gain. This latter end rules, when anyone lives according to the doctrine of being justified by faith alone. But the other end rules, when he lives according to the doctrine of charity. Then, also, man has faith as respects the Lord, the Word and eternal life, otherwise, he has nothing but a persuasive, historic faith, which also is dead. The good of life is that which produces faith, because good is the life of faith, for good loves truth, and conjoins it to itself. And so far as truth is conjoined to good, so far does it operate and conjoin itself to good, not from itself as truth, but as from the good possessed at the time. For truth from good conjoins itself, but not truth without good, because that is dead, it is like a body without a soul. 6005. It is an arcanum not previously known, that the Lord conjoins good with truth, in the spiritual mind, or in the spirit of man, and what is transacted by the Lord in that mind, does not come to the open perception of man, save only obscurely. But this perception becomes gradually more manifest when man cultivates the good of life, which takes place in the natural man. This is meant by the Lord's words to Peter, 330, He that is once washed needeth not to be washed except as to the feet, for, so far as a man performs goods, so far the conjunction of spiritual good with natural takes place. This is brought about by a moral life, as above described, and it takes place as often as man thinks and wills good as from himself. Such, also, is the meaning of the Lord's word in the Apocalypse, that he constantly knocks 331 at the door, and that, with him who opens, he enters. This opening occurs as if from man, but only if he acknowledge that it is from the Lord. That the Lord moves man to think and will good as of himself, is the very essential of reformation, for thus it is appropriated to him as his own, or thereby it enters his affection, and becomes of the love. This is reciprocation. The learned clergy affirm everything which the laity say about good of life, saying it is the fruit of faith. But, in themselves, they believe differently, namely, that good should not be performed from any manifest will, because this, since it is from man, is evil, and because he thus arrogates good to himself. Wherefore, they do not think anything about good of life, from a spiritual origin, but merely from a natural cause, as above stated. Hence it is that the faith of the clergy is so different from the faith of the laity. Of what sort the difference is plainly evident in the other life, where priests who have believed in agreement with that doctrine suffer severe punishments, and those who have lived according to it are damned. 6006. Freedom. I heard some spirits talking, and then perceived, from the Lord, that without freedom there is no reformation, for the reason that if a man be not in freedom, he is not in the hearty affirmation of the matter in which he is kept, and consequently has no extension of thought and intelligence. For he then believes that to be true in which he is, and does not see opposing considerations. In a word, he is not in spiritual equilibrium. He who is in this, can be led by the Lord to scrutinize a matter on both sides, and so to see everything in a rational, and thus in a spiritual, manner. 6007. Discourse with Englishmen on faith, also an idol. It was permitted to those of the English who said that faith alone saves, and have lived in a life of evil, to make an idol in the form of a man, and they adapted everything thereto in an exceedingly artistic manner. And as they were unable to adapt everything, there was a Swede, Arnell, who assisted. At length, the idol was made, with a form similar to the spirit of a man, but still it was destitute of life. 6008. Spirits who induce a horrible drowsiness, scarcely a dream, and not a wakeful state. I had fallen several times into a state of sleep, sad and horrible in character, and, in that horrible state, thought, for there is, at these times, such drowsy thought, and, on awaking, I saw spirits, principally of the female sex, at some distance to the front, who sportively fenced with the hands, like persons fighting, and then darted into a house in front. There was an atmosphere of a fiery appearance, and the spirits were of a similar color. They appeared naked. And it was told me that they were of those men who were unwilling to learn anything, and hence had no affection of knowing and doing anything at all, on which account they became stupid, and hence induce such stupor as above described. They are forbidden to go out of the house at the front, but still they go out. Certain industrious spirits are placed before them, but they sometimes put these into that state of drowsiness, which they call putting into the bag. They cannot be cured by punishments, as they forget punishments. If there are any who do not forget, they are separated, for they may be in some measure reformed. In like manner, those of them who say that they are quite willing to do something. The rest are sent to desert places outside of societies, where others like them are. 6009. Ulrica Eleonora. On the 15th day of August 1761, there appeared to me at morning tide, a handsome carriage, in which was a man magnificently clothed, and also soon afterwards a certain maiden, as it were a maid-servant, with a very commonplace countenance, having something in her hand. It was Ulrica Eleonora in that state, unaware, at the time, whence and who she was. When the carriage drove past, the man invited her to come up to him into the carriage, which she was reluctant to do, but, being pressed, she did it. That man was from Germany, from a certain duchy there, and had died when a boy, and, like her, had studied the word, and had loved the knowledges of spiritual truth. Thus the two were conveyed through various societies, and so put on the states befitting them, and also the associate, or conjugal, states. Thence, they were conveyed, to a magnificent palace. 6010. The love of ruling. It has been made known to me, by much experience, that an inexpressible pleasantness, and as it were sweetness, dwells in the love of ruling. In the case of Charles XII. When he was married, there was a struggle between him and his wife respecting the power of ruling, and I was then told that they called the delightfulness of that love their heaven, when, nevertheless, hell is in it. 6011. The progression of truth, or faith, from science, to understanding, after that, from understanding to will, and from will to act, from conversation with angels. I spoke with angels about the progression of truth to good, thus of faith to charity, to the effect, that angels experience joy when man, as infant and boy, learns and imbibes truths from affection, thus when truths become of science. And that they experience still greater joy when, from science, it becomes of the understanding, at such time the joy is experienced by the angels in the Lord's spiritual kingdom. There is still greater joy, when truth, from the understanding, becomes of the will, the joy then is to the angels in the Lord's celestial kingdom. And when, from will, it becomes of act, then is there joy with the angels of the three heavens. How much joy, and how great delights, dwell in that progression, cannot be described, because it is ineffable, for thus man enters more and more into heaven, and becomes a heaven in the least form. This I perceived, while I spoke with the angels, from the progression of the delights of conjugal love, even to the very ultimate effect, from which man is procreated. Such is the progression of conjunction with heaven, that is, with the Lord, and such is the new creation of man, and the formation of heaven, or of the angel, in him, for heaven is the form of divine truth thus progressing. Hence man becomes a love. And in no other way is the marriage of truth and good established in him. 6012. New heavens 332 which perish. It was told me that such heavens, in which the interiors are evil, although those there are good, are formed even after the last judgment, but in a diminished form, but yet they are in their turn destroyed, and afterwards destroyed of themselves. Through the proximity of good angels. For, when the angelic heavens are near at hand, there then no longer exists a connection with them, as previously, but they collapse of themselves. This is how it occurs hereafter. They said, that those who are in those heavens, or societies, are gradually lessened in number, and for many days go away. It was granted me to see one such heaven formed by Catholics, in the western quarter towards the south in a middle distance, which was dissolved. They were composed of about 800 to 1,000. There was a certain one of them with me. Namely, one who was at Rome from Uppsala, he had embraced the Catholic religion. 333 I spoke with him, and indeed quite agreeably. But still he communicated those things to the Catholics, and afterwards went to that society. By which means communication was effected with the society in which I am. And hence, they were exceedingly disturbed, so that they ran about, hither and thither, saying that now their judgment, or dispersion, is come, and thereupon also began to go forth from every part of their society, which was a city. From every direction. The monks told them to remain. But they replied that they wished to remain but could not, and that some force from the interior, which they could not resist, impels them, and also that the same force separates them, and drives some hither, and some thither, thus. Everyone to his place. Whence that force came they did not know, but it is manifest that it is from the interior. That, namely, it was from exterior delight that they wished to remain, but were driven from interior, which was now open to them, and which the exterior delight was not able to resist. And when they went somewhat away, then also came the delight of going away, this being according to diminution of the former, exterior, delight. It was stated that they were not of the common people, but of such as, in the world, did nothing but go into society and chat, and so spent the time, even whole days, in pleasures and amusements. They also said, that there they did nothing else than seek company in order to chat there. They ate, they also played on instruments, sometimes they danced, so that they spent their whole life in pleasures. They said that the monks persuaded them to do so, because they also lived such a life, saying that they are now in heaven, and that it is allowed them on that account. But the better ones of their number said that if they live such a life, they must shortly be dispersed, and that they ought to be engaged in work, doing something useful at home. But they replied that they have attempted this, but cannot do it, because to them it is unpleasing and depressing. But, of those who were engaged in any work, a part remained in straits, and part were sent into good societies. I afterwards saw similar dissolutions of commenced societies occur in many other places, so that this is constantly going on. It was hence manifest that they all go away to places suited to their dispositions, according to their externals, but that they are afterwards let into their interiors, and in this way their societies are constantly being dissolved. They also said, that they observed that they had influx from lower spirits, when they were together in that society, and that, if they received any from higher ones, their delights were disturbed. 6013. Those who are in fantasy. Calcenius. I saw him doing from his place to a certain one, ch. Alls, 12, with a certain companion. He appeared exceedingly dark on top of his well-dressed head, and his companion black as a demon. And when he came to him, i.e. to Charles, he said very pompously that he does great things, and greater than a certain other one, and, when explored as to what he did, there were some things which he had raked together, which were filthy and ordurous. Inasmuch as he saw these things from fantasy, he believed that they were greater and more splendid than anything that others in the world did. Afterwards he returned, and said that he sees many things, which, he said, were magnificent. When, nevertheless, there was not anything for whatever occurs to his thought, this he sees as if it were real. He became thus, because he believed in the world that man disposes all his affairs from his own proper power, and not that the divine does it. And that in the world the natural, and not the divine, was all, although, when he preached, and reflected upon those things which he preached, it appeared as though he believed in the divine. But it was persuasive faith, which is in the memory, and it was his faith, because these things were the means of honors and emoluments. Afterwards, Char. Les. 12 became like this. And he said that he sees in thoughts and forms, at one time armies and battles, at another, other marvelous things, exactly according to the thought of his spirit. And that he took delight in them, just as he delighted in his thoughts, even filthy ones. It was also stated that others near him did not see anything. 6014. Some things relating to the progressions of faith. 334, 1. There must be, first, information from preaching, reading, and the word, hence the science, or knowledge, of the things to be believed. 2. Inquiry from the word and from preaching. At last, confirmation from the word, that is, the intelligence of these things. 3. That there must not be doubting. And that, if there is doubt, it is some temptation, after which, if man conquer, faith becomes confidence, and he conquers by the understanding being led captive under faith. 4. Finally, that there arises the effort to do good. But nothing thereof is from man, and it is as an influx. 5. When in that state, he is justified, and nothing condemns him, and then is appropriated to him the Lord's merit, and then the Lord reconciles him to the Father. 6. Especially is saving faith a confidence that God had sent his Son, from which faith, all the residue of faith flows forth. 6015. A place where sensual spirits are. Char. Les. 12. Far away in the north, near the west, is a place where those are who are merely sensual. They say that they know all things, and that they see more clearly that others that a thing is so and not otherwise, for example, that it is nature, and not God. From which all things are, and who scoff at those who talk about such things as they do not see and touch. There is a hell within the hell there, where the more deeply sensual are. Certain ones were sent thither to see the places. They stated, that, in their chambers, they saw almost nothing, some saw something dimly. Those who were there, said that they see everything clearly, and the more sensual of them say that they see still more things there. This they highly value, there, for such are all the more sensual. There were tables, chairs and the like. Charles, 12, who was sensual, and spoke as they did, was sent there. He is also their judge. When he came inside, he was naked, and wished for clothes. He was told that clothes were hanging on the wall. He took them, and so left the former things. 6016. Cruelty, Eric B. and Zelius, the son. There was a certain one, Eric Benz, Elias, the son, who was cruel, for he took delight in injuries and killings, when he saw them. He was among such as were cruel, with whom I spoke. They said that they lie for a long while, and have lain here for a considerable time, as though half dead, until that cruelty is quenched, and afterwards they are as it were resuscitated. They are without discernment, wherefore they have no noses. And some have an insufficiency of nose, for they are incapable of possessing perception. Thus, also, it was with him. Their places are in the extremity of the west, above the lands there. 6017. The Moravians. I was with Moravians who confessed their errors, and began to be willing to receive truths, because they see that they are in a miserable state, and that thus it did not turn out as they have believed, namely, that they would enter heaven in preference to all others. I spoke with them concerning the Lord, whose divine they were not yet willing to accept. They were willing to call him God, just as men, as, for example, in the case of Aaron, 335 have been called, but scarcely as angels 336 have been so spoken of. They acknowledged that life avails, and not faith alone, and that good ought to be done as of oneself. Respecting baptism, I said that they had made it of no account, but still retained it on account of the Reformed. And that the Holy Supper was, with them, a mere form, nor did they account it holy as others do. 6018. Clothes and the correspondences of them. When C. Charles, 12, came into the place of the sensual, he appeared naked, and wished for clothes. He was told that clothes were hanging on the wall. He first took trousers, next a shirt, then the remaining garments. By this means he divested himself of communication with those who were not sensual, and acquired communication with the sensual. And, consequently, he became sensual. The like happened with another, Wolf, who appeared to himself naked. But other clothes were bestowed on him, by means of which, communication with those with whom he might not communicate was taken away, and communication given with those with whom he might communicate. Their clothes correspond to them. I have experienced a similar thing in my own case, and perceived that, when naked, I communicated with those who were of the celestial kingdom, and when I lay in my shirt, I communicated with those of the spiritual kingdom. It was also granted me to see that they obtained garments according to correspondences, which they could change, and that by the putting on of clothes, communications were varied. Especially is this the case with hats and bonnets. But these are magical tricks, which are abolished. In one word, everyone is clothed according to the state of his understanding. 6019. Charles XI and his Queen. When I was in the state of the Spirit, at night, I was led by a companion to a certain house which was well constructed of wood. And I believed, the occupant, to be, the wife of Charles XI, but she was, at that time, the wife of some priest, but still was alone, apart from her husband. She dwelt there, and, when I entered, I saw on a slab a piece of needlework done by her. It was a beautiful work, and then my companion spoke with her, about some ordinary matter, which related to that neighborhood, about which she gave him information. But it was such a matter as I was unable to recall in the natural state, it was peculiar to the spiritual state. Afterwards, I awoke and spoke with her, in my natural state, and stated that I had been conducted thither by the Lord, by means of that companion, on account of evil spirits, who, in time of sleep, seek me out and then waylay me. And I afterwards said who it was, that occasioned this, namely, that it was Charles XII. At the mention and idea of him, Charles Shee's wife, recognized him, as having been her son, and called him Karl in a motherly tone. After some talk about the state of his boyhood at court, it came into my mind that the Queen of Sweden had been the mother of children whom the son, c. Harls, 12, survived. And, after I spoke of the two daughters, and about their lot and state, her husband, Karl 11, came into her memory, wherefore they met, and acknowledged one another, and associated as husband and wife. This happened on the 22nd day of January, 1762. 6020. The purification of societies after the Last Judgment. 1. Evil societies which have been destroyed, assemble in the former places, because the former way leads thither, but they are afterwards collected to the number of several hundreds or thousands, and borne away to their hells. And this lasted until those places, and the surrounding ones, were filled with good spirits. Then, the evil are no longer able to be there, because they are distressed, and therefore they retire. It seemed to me, that there was a society of Catholics where there was still a pope, but only as their high priest, and that they appeared naked. They all complained of this. But they were told, in reply, that this happens, because, above, and at the sides, neighboring, spirits, approach who are in truths, and then, by influx from these, they appear naked. For the reason that they are destitute of truths, and know scarcely anything, nor even wish to know. It was shown me that they sit at a fireplace, and talk together, and neither read the word, nor wish to learn anything of truth, although truths constitute angelic wisdom and the happiness of the wise. It was further stated, that, if they were to appear clothed, it would not be so actually, but would arise from their delusion, which is permitted them. Afterwards, they began to be distressed and desired to depart, and also did depart, and some were taken away, those being left behind who were in any affection of truth, and those who were engaged in any study, or in works. 2. Societies are purified in various ways, and in 1,000 places, for instance, by c. Harls, 12, to him were conducted persons of various natures and evils, whom he posted round about, as if for a siege against an enemy. And they were then taken away and borne to their places, so that they departed to their own place, or places. 3. It was shown me that they are collected on a plain, to the number of several thousands, and that there is then inspired into every one of them the desire, along with an effort, to depart by their own ways to the places appointed them. Thus it is from instinct, although, to them, it appears as if they knew. 4. In other places, societies are purified in other ways. For instance, a certain military commander enters a society, and sees who is to be taken away, or expelled from it. Towards these he turns a baton, such as commanders are wont to have, and which they hold in the hand when they go in advance, and when he turns it towards anyone, then is everyone to whom he has turned it expelled. Thus, too, it is done in other ways. 5. It is wonderful, that, when they are to be separated, they appear together in societies as though they were in one place, although they are in different places. This is for the reason that likes are then associated with their likes, and so on. It is also wonderful, that those who are of a similar disposition, when they come to a particular place, know no other than that they are the same with those who were there before them. They also have a similar tone in speech. But when they come to another place, their state is changed. 6. Societies are also purified by evil persons being led in thither, whence arises a fermentation, as it were concerning which see above. 337, 7. They are also separated in this manner, lewd women, who are almost like sirens, and have learnt to produce simulated affections, institute a society, through affections, to perpetrate, or wish to perpetrate, evils. They are also separated in this way. 6021. The Lord, a conversation with Mohammedans. The Mohammedans are exceedingly averse to three persons in the divinity, as thus there would be three gods. When, therefore, Christians and Mohammedans talk together about God, the latter say that Christians make three gods, but when the Christians reply that they have one God, the Mohammedans are indignant and demand which of the three is truly God. Then some reply that God the Father is, because he created the universe. The Mohammedans say that, in that case, the other two are inferior gods, and are merely so styled. But when they that the three are equal, they retire, and despise Christians as of little, and indeed of scarcely any, judgment in spiritual matters. A certain one had a manservant of the Mohammedan religion, whom he also questioned about God, saying, What do you believe about Christ? He answered, that he is the Savior. And what about God? He replied, that he is the Creator and upholder of the universe. He then inquired whether or no God saved. He said that he did save. What, then, did he believe about Christ? Was he God, or not? He said, that he was God. Then he, i.e., the master, said that thus there are two gods. Then the servant left him, saying that he made two gods, therefore he was unwilling to be his servant. After a time, he, i.e., the Christian master, understood, that, by Christ, whom he called Savior, he, i.e. the Mohammedan servant, meant God the Creator as regards salvation, thus the same, and not another. Thus Mohammedans who are saved acknowledge the Lord to be one with the Father, and almost hate Christians because they make three gods. In like manner the Jews laugh at Christians. Especially because they make three gods, when yet every one knows that God is one. So, also, the Roman Catholics ought to be ashamed that they have arrogated to themselves divine power. 6022. The Papists. The Papists also send out emissaries to entice and seduce all whom they come across, even sending to the Reformed, but they are punished. They also sent out to the Muscovite Russian Tsar, Peter, two who knew how to insinuate themselves into his passions. They were also now assembled in the consistory, which is overhead, in the south, where the cardinals were, as before, 338 in a chamber behind them. There were many in the consistory, and in a chamber at their back, but, as they allied themselves with devils to slay those whom the Lord protects, they were destroyed. Those who were in the chamber behind them, were sent away through a cavern into hell, and also many of their fellows who were above them, in a higher place, those, also, who were in the consistory were dispersed, and cast into their hells. They, i.e., Papists, likewise assembled themselves upon mountains in the west, at the southern quarter. The hills upon which they were overturned, so that the upper parts became the lowest. Thus, also, were these cast into hells. For the reason that they had been in league with those in the consistory, for perpetrating that evil. This happened in February, 1762. And similar things happen, from time to time, till the lands round about, and the houses belonging to them, are occupied by the faithful. A council is still held in the west towards the north. There also occurred the overthrow of those who assembled themselves in the north towards the east, because they, too, associated themselves in the perpetration of that mischief. Moreover, in the west, in a higher place, are Papists who are not evil where, also, there is a Pope who acknowledges that all power belongs to the Lord, and is preserved. This is also in order that newcomers from the world may be received. Who adore the Pope there? 6023. Those who are in faith separated. When those who were in faith separated, of whom there was a vast number, were disjoined from heaven, they then appeared at the back in the west, in order that, from there, they might stir up many to seduce others. Some appeared like he-goats, some like dragons, but beneath all the heavens, and immediately above the earth, there. And they were removed thence by degrees, according as they were surrounded by others who were in the life of faith, about whom they complained. According as they were surrounded, however, they receded more and more, because they were distressed by the newcomers who were in the life of faith. Their leaders went before, and proceeded to desert places, where there was scarcely a bush, but only sandpits and rocky wastes, which correspond to such religion. In turn they were taken away thence, some to be instructed, some into hells, according to their life. After several days, I observed that they who were in faith separate, conjoined themselves with evil spirits and with devils. When this became manifest, visitation took place, and it was perceived that they had conjoined themselves, because they were opposed to life. The angels talked together about this, and when they, i.e., the faith-alone spirits, were taxed on the matter, they argued fiercely in favor of faith, that justification was from it and not in the least by life. But when it was shown them that everyone is allotted heaven according to his life, and that all religion is of life, also that a spirit and angel is such as his life is, and that that alone is examined. It being known that his faith is such, as that is, then, being proved to be in error, they were removed, and came to those who were in the life of faith, with whom they wished to associate themselves. But these said that they appear livid, like corpses, and that they see nothing of life in their faces, wherefore, they were not received. Then was opened a chasm, which appeared dark and had a rock in front. Into this they descended, saying that the rocks are only in front and at the back, but between the rocks is a valley, where there is some straw. Their dwellings are there. Thither descended the others who had been above them. For there is very often an upper expanse of spirits. They were most of them clergy, and said, at first, that they there perceived nothing of truth. 6024. I spoke with them as to whether there is anything of will in those things they call faith, when charity is separated from them. It was ascertained that there is not, but that will is therein when charity and faith make one. For instance, that God sent his Son to save the human race, in this, with those who have separated charity from faith, there is not perceived anything of will, but merely thought from the memory. It is such, consequently, as is dissipated in the other life. The reason is, because the will is not reached and opened, unless something thereof, i.e. of the thought, pass into act, or into deeds. For it cannot be opened by mere thinking, unless the thinking pass into doing, which takes place by willing. In any other case, the will is laid asleep, and of no account, because not called forth or formed. It was granted me to speak with those who were in separated faith, as to whether they can say fruits of faith. They stated that the last step of justification is the tendency to do good, and that there they stop, because, if fruits were added, they would be from the man. Then merit is in them and they are not good, because, also, after that stage, nothing of evil is imputed to man, whatever he does. They said, also that, therefore, those fruits are from the Lord, and do not appear to the man. This takes place by application of the Lord's merit, which makes every work of the man to be good, consequently fruit. This do they rave. It was inquired whether that tendency is not will. They say that it is not will, which is man's but is something of God's in the will, which, therefore, is also imperceptible. They are exceedingly careful that faith be not conjoined with good works, because if they are conjoined, faith is not faith. This is the reason why many have written of their conjunction, but in so mysterious a style that it is only intelligible to the learned. This is the study of the learned, from which it is manifest, that they pervert the whole word and all those things which the Lord commanded concerning good deeds. Hence it is, that preachers who have had faith of this kind in the world, are not able to preach in the spiritual world. For, although they are forced to preach life and good deeds, still it is heard from the sound of their voice that they do not understand any other good deeds, or works, than mere moral and civil acts. And thus their idea is discerned from the sound, wherefore, they are not allowed to preach any more, save only those who, in the world, understood spiritual works. At that time, all were assembled, from every side, who have been in such thought concerning the fruit of faith. They were for the most part clergy who were more learned than others. The rest, who believed in simplicity that good works were the fruit of faith, were not assembled with these. Those learned ones, also, were congregated below, at the left, near hell, and were borne about to their places according to their life. Nor was it permitted them to preach any more. The reason was, because such a principle in the thought, enters the will, and all the acts of the will, unawares to the man. I also saw such persons in hell. Many said that, concerning the fruits of faith, they did not think anything else than that faith produces them, just as a tree does fruits, and that man ought to think about the works which he has done, and which he is going to do. They said, further, that there was with Adam such freedom that he was able to do good from himself, but that this was not the case with his descendants, and that this also could be proved. It was told them, that, just as no one can do anything from himself, so also can no one believe from himself, and thus that the case is similar, and consequently there is no faith. But the most learned of them replied, that still we possess freedom of belief, or freedom of faith, from the Lord, but not freedom of doing, or the freedom of charity, which, with Adam, was free determination. To say that this is destroyed, is insanity. 6025. Those who deny the Lord's divine. Adlerheim's sister and her husband, and M. Aria, Palm. I spoke with these. They said that they studied theology in life with the highest zeal, and, owing to these habits, in the world, I expected that they would be saved more readily than others, since they studied piety more than others, thinking upon divine things, speaking about them, and living according to their thoughts and faith. But I marveled to find that it was not so in respect to their happiness in the other life. I therefore spoke with them. They said that they denied the Lord's divine. Whence it came to pass that they called in question the holiness of the word, especially of the evangelists. They were therefore told, that, owing to this, they could never have received any truths out of heaven. These proceed, and inflow only from the Lord through the word, and, in the Christian world, principally through the word of the evangelists. I added, that to deny the Lord's divine, and to despise the word, is to sin against the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is the divine truth, that is the word, teaching the Lord's divinity. They were tested as to whether they had any truths, and it was seen that they had none. Also, when they obtained any truths, they were turned into falsities. In like manner as regards their works, it was seen that they were not done for the sake of the word, but for civil and moral considerations. Similarly respecting the Holy Supper, and many other things. I told them that to apply oneself to theology and piety, is of no avail, unless the Lord and the word be acknowledged. It was perceived, seen and heard, that their arms were destitute of strength, so that they swung dangling in every direction. Also, that they were in extreme poverty, receiving but little food, at which they were astonished, and that they heard from others falsities which they embraced, but could not recede from them. Sometimes, they were allowed to be in a certain society into which all the reformed who can live a moral life are admitted, also for the reason that they may be instructed concerning truths. When these are able to lead a moral life in externals they are tolerated, but when they begin to seduce others by false principles, they are cast out from thence. In that society, the interiors of the thoughts are closed, as previously in the former heavens. They believe that the Father, apart from the Son, is the only God. And they either see the Father on high, or receive a reply from some spirit, either good or evil, who says he is God the Father. It is owing to this that they fall into falsities of every kind. They said they did not comprehend redemption by the Lord, and that therefore they denied it. 6026. In the other life, all who acknowledge the divine think of God as a man. All who did not in the world deny God, and who acknowledged God with some faith, do not think of God otherwise than as a man. Those, therefore, who have worshipped God the Father, see some spirit whom they suppose to be God the Father. Thus Fr. Edric, Gyllenborg, thus Secret, Airy, Karlskrona, and thus all the rest who acknowledged God. Wellink was the one who boasted that he was God the Father. Thus all those who see a spirit on high over the head, think that it is God the Father. I asked someone why he believed so, when, nevertheless, in the world he had entertained a different idea about the Father, as of the universe, because of his being the creator of the universe, and did not then think of him as a man. Whereas now he does think of him as a man. He was told that this comes from the influx of heaven because the universal heaven is as one man, and this from the Lord, who is man, wherefore, the divine proceeding is also man. And this, in form, is heaven. Hence God cannot be thought of otherwise than as a man. 6027. The marriage between the Empress of Russia and de la Garde. 1. They 339 were together, getting acquainted, and liked each other. 2. Afterwards, she was informed about his relatives and travelled to the society in which they were, to that of Arkieblad, where there was easy entrance and where she was honoured. Afterwards, to that of Count Fersen, but there was no admittance there, and it was said that these spirits were such that, though they did not deny God, the word of God and theology, they did not think about them. 3. Before this, de la Gardie was separated from his wife, with whom he had sometimes had intercourse, but latterly, seldom. He referred, however, to the council, to see if he could get a divorce. And they examined, and found that there was no similarity as to affections, and so they were divorced. 4. Afterwards, the Empress spoke with her female predecessor, 340, who then was with her dead husband, and was found to have no great intelligence. But it was said, that, since she had got the power, and had learned the language well, she had secretly advised with two, whom others did not know of, and had decided on their advice. It was shown how these had entrance at the side, as it were, and so came up in a chamber, where no one else was admitted. But, afterwards, they fell somewhat into disgrace, and kept away, after which she openly advised with several. She was vexed about what had happened, but could do nothing. Her husband was quite addicted to drink. 5. Afterwards, the Empress came to speak with the bishop in Lubeck to whom she had been engaged. But she was not pleased with him, particularly as there appeared with him a pretty-faced woman, who was his mistress, whom he loved much and whom he had not abandoned in the world. It was afterwards shown where his home now was, which was down in hell, where it looked bad, and he had low work to do, as is usual there. Thereby her fancy for him was dispelled. 6. She afterwards spoke with one from Holstein and Mecklenburg, who had courted her, to observe him. But she found dissimilarity, and would have nothing to do with him, as also was the case in the world. 7. Afterwards, she travelled round and came far from her place. And then, as often happens, she did not know where she was, nor who she herself was. On the way, she met Count de la Gardie, and accompanied him, both unknown to one another, when they again found pleasure in each other. He accompanied her about to a way which went homeward, when, by accident, they were separated. A second time she also travelled about, when I did not see what took place. A third time she travelled the same way as the first. And then, also, of the divine providence, she met de la Gardie, and then they saw, as is usual, that the one was destined for the other, loved each other well, and were then carried home each to his own society. 8. The Empress was placed at the head of the best society of Russians, who loved her well. Ex-Emperor Peter 341 then took leave of that society. Where he afterwards went to, I do not know. He had with him 2 Jesuits in disguise, who had influenced his mind so that he could not leave them, and who secretly tried to lead him to the Catholics. De la Gardie came also to govern a fine society. 9. The last time she was accompanied home by de la Gardie. Then de la Gardie came to her palace, and then it was decided between them about the marriage, they having been together long enough. 10. When it was decided on, an angel, in beautiful white garments, was sent from here up to heaven to get a priest from there to marry them, which was done in this way, simply that he asked both if they consented, and, when he had heard that, he wished them the grace and blessing of God. Nothing more. This happened on the 5th of March, 1762. 342 Then he travelled to her behind 4 pair of horses, splendid. 11. Afterwards, congratulations were received, 1. From small children who were brought from heaven to speak to them, which so moved her that she went into another room and wept from heavenly joy over their speech. 2. When she returned 8 older children came and made a very pretty congratulation. When they went away, she kissed them all. 3. Afterwards, adults who had died as children and been reared in heaven. 4. Lastly came such from the Russian nation as also had been reared in heaven, and brought their congratulations. 12. Finally, there were heard short congratulations from the societies in heaven one after the other. Although short, they were pretty, according to the order of the provinces there, and were continued to, the number of, from 100 to 200 or 300, one after the other. And there were yet many who wanted to congratulate, but as it took a long time, many together made one congratulation, and so on. Music was also heard accompanying, in order, the affections of the children who had been there. 13. A feast was afterwards held, which was splendid, at which were 30 persons. 14. In the morning, after they had slept together, they sat down together in a carriage, when I saw him changed, wearing the red night ribbon. And then they travelled to his home. When they reached there, the house was changed into a beautiful palace with many rooms, at which he wondered much. They went about these, it was beautiful everywhere. Afterwards, they went into the upper story, and found servants, who belonged to the society, whom she at once recognized, as usual, and there were many rooms in which, as yet, nobody was, a kind of sign that the society was likely to increase. 15. Afterwards, there came some who were permitted to make representations, and who with beautiful representations represented the government. 16. They then travelled to her home, in the former place. 17. Their love grew so strong, that she desired to be one with him even as to body, which also took place, and they found it agreeable that it can be so when desired. Then they seemed to be lifted up, as it were, from the mass of people. Thus they can be one, and be two as to body, yet with one life. 18. De la Gardie has been of such a mind that he always used to speak of useful things discursively, both carefully and vivaciously, and of many spiritually. Thus, to speak understandingly, and not from memory only. 19. It was afterwards shown how those are who do not deny God, the Word of God and theology, but yet do not think about them. I was carried downwards to some of them, who were complaining quite a good deal that they are inwardly honest, and have within, as it were, something that pains them. They get good things to eat, as was then said, cream and fine food, but it does them no good, all good things have no effect with them. After a while, they take up some work, but as soon as it is done it comes, undone, again. They eat horseradish with enjoyment. 20. Afterwards, they 343 went round in a carriage within the society, to show themselves, as is done in the world. 21. She was seen afterwards, and was thoroughly good-looking. 22. However. And, afterwards, it was stated, 23. About the Emperor Peter, that he had been at the head of that society, but had allowed himself to be influenced by 2 disguised Jesuits, as was found out, who had communication with their council chamber, very high up in the south. And thus he left, and went down to the less good of the same nation. She would not offend him, and spoke with him, but he took leave of his own accord. 24. Afterwards came Queen Ulrica, with her consort, to visit them. He spoke first with the Russian Empress, and was shown all honor. Afterwards, Queen Ulrica first to de la Gardie, and then to the Russian Empress, and she made her speech at first simple, afterwards more and more interior. Which was answered in order, and somewhat more. 25. On the 25th of March both were in a state of innocency together, and went about, and were seen about by many, as small children. It was also afterwards permitted King Louis XV to be in a state of innocence, and he seemed to others as a child of 5 or 6 years, and he went into a wolf, which fled away, and to a lion and sat down there, which threw itself round from point 344. 6028. State of C. Harles, 12, also L. Rs, and J. Acob, Benz, Elias, 345 R. Lagerb, Berg. 346, 1. C. Harles, 12, was a most profoundly evil man, and diametrically opposed to the divine. Which being discovered he was at length cast down into the extremity of the west, and let down very deep. He became wholly as it were bony. 2. L. Rs, and J. Acob, Benz, Elias, were both such as could receive nothing of the divine, but only the extreme efforts from hell. They were at length cast down into the west, deeply among the devils. 3. R. Lagerb, Berg, was, as it were, destitute of life, appearing as if half dead, and there was, as it were, a winged beast round about, which held him in check. For the reason that he had denied the divine, as it were a living thought concerning the divine was inspired in him, which he received well, and fully understood. Thus he became alive. And thus he was instructed that they who acknowledge the divine have life. I am unaware of his subsequent lot. 6029. Those who do not think about the divine, but still do not deny these things. There are some who do not deny God, or deny the word and the doctrine of the church, but still do not think anything about them, because they immerse themselves continually in worldly matters, as, for example, count furs, n. In the other life, these dwell in places some distance under the earth, and are there inwardly tormented, as if penetrated with pains. They have comforters, but all is in vain. These give them cream of milk and eatables, and entertain them with music and amusements, but still the poignant sufferings of mind remain. They assign them duties, but their sufferings constantly return. They change their locality, but similarly suffer there. They betake themselves to duties and labors, but, when these are finished, they relapse into those pangs, so that they lead a wretched life. The reason is because they have no conjunction with heaven, nor yet with hell. 6030. How magic, jugglery, and the like, are removed from the evil. All those who have been exalted to honors, or emolument, in the world through artifice, and have in consequence persuaded themselves that divine providence does not govern the little details, or something else. And who have hence believed that arts are of more avail than providence. These, since they had believed but little in the divine, learn, in the other life, to operate by correspondences in various ways. Some learn to do this by means of garments or turbans, devised according to their art, or by various motions of the liquids, or by directing the sight to certain quarters where they know there are societies corresponding to their intentions. And thus to procure to themselves the power of doing according to their pleasure. Others learn how to stir up societies by means of sayings from the word, and by 1,000 other modes which are more or less magical. They believe that they have ability and power, so far as they acknowledge these things. There was Ernstrom, who manipulated such things more cleverly than others. He and similar ones were seen by me, near a certain gulf of burning sulfur, such was the appearance, and, there, such things are taken away by means of dreadful torments. They are there put into places which correspond to such things, and are dreadfully tormented, and they are then compelled to confess all those things, both the societies and intentions, they have resorted to. And, at the mention of each, they were tormented until they did not in the least desire them, so that they as it were rejected them of themselves, and this with every single one. There were about 100 such persons whom he was compelled to detect, and remove from himself in that manner. In this manner those evils are taken away. Afterwards, when they are raised up thence, they appear as if not in their right mind, and without any enjoyment of life, thus like those who know and wish to know nothing. Such was Ernstrom, and he confessed what faith he entertained about God, it was one of falsities. 6031. From these things it was manifest, that no evil can be removed except it be first called forth and the man do not will it. Thus are such societies first removed from him. It is also manifest that man must reject evil of himself, and that, except he do it of himself, evils are not removed. Which is contrary to the notion of those who believe that works are of no account, but faith alone. These also believe that God forgives all sins without any cooperation of man. When, nevertheless, without his cooperation nothing of evil is removed, for wounds cannot be healed unless they be laid bare. All the punishments in hell are for no other reason than that evils may be actually exposed and known. And they are punished until they do not will them. 6032. The influx of good from the Lord affects nothing if man does not do good as of himself. Faith. This was often told spirits. Nevertheless, in order that it might be confirmed, it was granted a certain evil spirit to be led, from heaven, to do goods. He also did goods, but as he did not do them as of himself, he was like one who is led by another, almost like an automaton, which indeed is moved, but still receives nothing. By which was shown that there is no reception, appropriation and conjunction, through good which man does not receive in his will, or his affection, of himself, for the Lord is agent, and man reagent. If the reagent receive without reaction as of self, the influx of good passes through, nor does the man become better than before. This is in opposition to those who separate faith from charity. This may also be illustrated by the fact that an evil spirit cannot be withdrawn from evils save by punishments. There was Cedarstedt, who did evil, and wanted to withdraw himself from it, because he feared punishment. 347 But, since the evil accorded with his nature, he could not withdraw himself, as in various ways he tried to do, because he was in evils as to his love. But when punishment is inflicted, he is then so far coerced by the punishment, that he does not will evil, and when he does not will it, he then, of himself, casts away the evil, that is, the society which is in the like evil. Which society is then separated from him, but only until he is no longer in fear of punishment. This, also, is the reason why there are punishments in the spiritual world. Hence, also, it may be concluded, that man cannot be introduced into any heavenly society, unless he, from the will, desire good, or flee evil. 6033. Man's nature cannot be taken away after death, but it may be broken and subdued. Man's nature is the delight of his ruling love. It was seen that a certain one, it was Archbishop Jack, O.B., Benz, Helius, wished that all the principles of his doctrine on faith alone, which were false, might be removed, and genuine truths be given in their stead. This was done. But he was stupid like one who had known nothing at all. It also happened in his case, that societies of the spiritual world were removed from him. On their being taken away, he became so stupid that he could scarcely become more stupid. And he could not recover any life of the understanding until he returned to his societies, into which was the extension of his thoughts. Hence was plain that man's thought, and hence his intelligence, depend on communication with societies. And that man is not capable of being reformed by their removal, consequently, that neither are sins removed instantaneously, but that this takes place by other means, namely, by punishments, temptations, vastations, and many other things, also. That man ought to reject those societies of himself. It was observed that the nature still remains, no matter how much man is warned in the other life. Is made game of. This occurred with Archbishop Jack, O.B., Benz, Helius. He was in the delight of ruling. And, in order to rule, called out others to go with him and seize cities. But as often as he called them out, and wished to advance with them, he was mocked. He became black, monstrous, an animal, etc. on seeing which they drew back. This happened hundreds of times, and he has often confessed that he was insane, but yet he immediately returned to the same course. It happened, with a king of England, that, for 2 years, he was deluded by his followers, who worshipped him as a deity higher than another man, and he often admitted that he was insane. But still, up till now, after 1.5 years, his nature remains the same. I saw the punishments of the wicked, and that, through punishments, they rejected societies of themselves, and that man ought thus to act as of himself, and reject evils. This has often been seen. 6034. The love of ruling, and the love of possessing the goods of the world. Frank, the father, was seen, as it were destitute of life, but yet his flesh seemed like that of a living man. It was believed that he had become as it were a man, by art, yet without the life of thought. But he afterwards spoke, saying that he is the father of the Franks, 348, and that he is at times destitute of the life of thought, and that when his spirits approach he lives for a time. The cause of that state was stated, namely, that there was in his disposition the love, or lust, of ruling over all things in the world, and that spirits recede from him, because he wants to govern them. And when new ones approach, his lot is wretched. Some are as if silly, like Gustavus I, some are as it were bound, some in some other condition. There were also seen others who burned with the lust of ruling, who were as it were insane, destitute of reason. For example, C. Harles, 12, Eyre, I.C., Ben, Zell, Jacob Benz, Helius, Governor Gyllenborg, and others, who live a wretched life, because it is not permitted them to discharge any function, inasmuch as they regard themselves and do not look to uses. Consequently, neither can they be led by the Lord. There is also Dean 349 Bredberg. Also, afterwards, were heard at once, from every direction, many together saying that they live miserably, and can do nothing but some low work, to which they are compelled, and by which they are kept in bonds. I afterwards spoke, with, the Father Gyllenborg, who had been of such a character that he desired to possess all that he saw. He, too, was in a wretched state performing work, namely, making his clothes and the like. Afterwards were heard many together, who were similar, saying that they are come to the greatest poverty, and at length they seek to do work, in order that they may have food and be clothed. On this account, they then come to a place under the earth where they labor at various things and, according as they labor, they are clothed and fed. They who are in those loves, especially in the love of self, appear insane. And as often as they laugh, they perceive that they are insane, but still they return to their insanity, nor do they ever desist. They also believe that insanity is intelligence, and craft, prudence. Although they are insane, yet are they most cunning, some in the highest degree. But their condition comes to be that they are destitute of intelligence and the life thereof. They are as it were silly, not knowing what they are doing. They are at last reduced to servitude. I told them, on many occasions, that they are worse than brute animals, and so they are. 6035. What the quality of a spiritual state is relatively to a natural state. The spiritual state in which all spirits and angels are, has numberless features, which do not fall into natural ideas, and hence cannot be expressed. I was acquainted with it, but still was not able to describe it. Now, it is granted me to know of what character that state is. 1. Let there be an example. 350 It is known that there is a difference between the female and male sex. This difference they perceive with its varieties. Yeah, the same difference comes into all ideas, into gestures, into speech, and all such things can be expressed in spiritual language. The same difference comes into the decorations of the houses. So that one can see, by them, that the sex is there expressed. In the same way, it shows itself in that which is outside, so that one can see that it is like the kind of that sex. In the same way, in every piece of furniture in the houses and so in everything that is thought of and seen. 2. Wherefore, also, all chambers in houses are formed with windows and all furniture, there, is according to their uses, according to that of wives, of husbands, of virgins, of children's, of manservants. Even so decorations on ceilings, on windows, on doors, so that their uses are at once perceived. 3. All affections, good and bad, are also presented in effigy, and this with all their varieties of species, so that every species has its own effigy, separate. And all such things can be infinitely varied, and at the same time keep its general likeness. 4. In the same way the conjunctions between the affections, with more things without limit. 5. In the same way in everything one thinks about, from one thing to another, for example, difficulties, facilities, exertions, affections, uses, and everything else, they can be thought about clearly, they may be written down, they may be drawn up. They may, to a dot, be rendered in effigy to the sight, and be seen. 6. All such things cannot fall into the ideas of natural thought, unless the rational exists from the spiritual. 7. The variations of all that is seen, are relative according to, situation in relation to the quarters, wherefore, also, all know their places and sit, in them. 8. In the third heaven innumerable more things are presented, thousands of which appear as one thing in the lower heavens. 9. They are able to express the genera and species of aromas, by ideas, and by words. 10. They are also acquainted with diseases, from correspondence. They have medicines which correspond, and whereby also they are cured, nevertheless, everything is from a spiritual origin. 11. The whole character of a thing, person, or place, can have a name assigned it there, and from the hearing of the name, the quality, together with many things which are therein, is instantly known. This cannot take place in the natural world. 6036. Hell seen, by me. Vice President 351 Jarn wished to see someone in hell, which also was permitted. He entered the first. In that one there was, as it were, a flaminess. Candles appeared to him, and this because those ones were in self-love. Thence he entered a second, where appeared those who are black there, a charred blackness. From thence he entered a third, and in that they seemed like persons buried in shrouds. They appeared pallid, like the dead. He asked them if they were dead. They said that to themselves they appear to be alive, but that they are such to the eyes of others. It was similar in the former hells, those there appear to one another like men, but in the light of heaven such as described. 4. He afterwards went through a long void, and came to a cave, where they did not see any spirits. They were invisible like flying spectres. They were those who were able to cast themselves out into other places by means of fantasies. When he came to the end of the cave, he looked back and saw them sitting. Some were old men with beards, some with a face nothing but beard, and others were deformed after other fashions. He spoke a few words with them. From this, 5thly, he proceeded into another hell, where appeared, as it were, a horrid fieriness, and those there, as it were on fire. And they were such as were, from simulated affection, able to put on various affections, and at the same time to represent various things by fantasies, as, for instance, useful and elegant articles. But, as they went to excess with the fantasy, they were affected with weariness at presenting these things any further. In this, hell, was air, ic, benzyl, ius. And after this he, i.e., Vice President Jarn, was gone, and came forth into daylight. 6037. Falsities have not any power against truths. It appears as if those who are in the hells, and the evil in the spiritual world, have great power, wherefore, in the word, they are called powerful, mighty, strong, men of war. But their power is in the falsities of others, by means of countless arts, and feignings of truth, etc. Hence come temptations and many other things, from which the appearance of their power arises. There was a certain evil spirit, who, owing to this, believed that he had power over truths. It was Abr, Ahem, Shans, Ram, and he wished, by reason of that confidence, to prevail against truth. On this account, he cast himself upon the truths which were with me. But I looked into his mouth, from truths, and thereupon he became altogether like one dead, and so lay, and was seen by many, and then, at the same time, was tormented most dreadfully. 6038. Rats. Those who are rats, are able to feign good affections by the countenance, tone of speech and gesture, so that another would not at all know otherwise that they were most pious and chaste. And this was shown before priests, in whose presence certain ones held up a book, and fashioned their countenance and eyes to great devotion, and looked to a good society, and drew forth doctrinals therefrom. And, at length, they breathed into the priest's affection of devotion and piety, so that they could scarcely believe otherwise than that they were of such a character, and yet they were devils in a great degree. 6039. The thought of truth where there are falsities. Luther. I spoke with Luther, and observed that he desired to think in opposition to faith alone. But I perceived that he was not able, because falsities filled the thought and prevented it. The sphere of thought seemed filled with confirmations of faith, which did not permit the entrance of truths in opposition thereto, so that falsities must first be removed before truths enter. This he, also, observed. And, on that account, he reflects upon the reason why he should still be in those falsities, although he had heard so many things which were contrary to them, and which he had also acknowledged. And when he desired to remove the falsities, he perceived that the delight of love, arising from his having invented and defended them, prevented, wherefore that, too, must also be first removed. He was born from one society to another, and also to that one where he was in truth, but he was not able to stay there, because it was contrary to the delight of his pride. He said that he had prayed God that he might understand and manifest the truth, but that he received answer that it would be given if he were able to receive it. 6040. Melanchthon and Luther. There came a certain one from the northern quarter, near the west, at a very great distance there, where the more crafty are. It was a devil of the more crafty and malicious sort. When he walked, his walking was heard as heavy and lumbering. It sounded like the walking of a bear, and, for several days that he was about me, he did many things in a malicious manner. I did not know who he was, but he was discovered. He came to Luther in his chamber, and there sat down immediately in front of him and spoke with him, saying that he knew him, and that he spoke with him in the world. He also disclosed very many things which he then said to him, from which Luther knew that it was he, i.e., Melanchthon, and that he discussed with him many things concerning faith alone, apart from good works. Luther asked what was his present condition. He stated that he is at times in a vaulted chamber, and at times in hell, close under a judge. And that, when in his chamber, he is clothed with a toga lined with bear skin, which protected him from the cold, that sometimes, he writes many things there, chiefly on faith alone. Also, that, as often as he does, he prays to God that he may write well, and then things are dictated to him by angels respecting the goods of charity, but when he reads them over he understands nothing, wherefore he rejects them. At times, however, he is in hell, under a judge. There, like the others who are there, he is in mean work. He was in a powerful lust of punishing, and also ill-treated many. He was frequently punished. I heard the judge speaking about his being punished. He has great fear of the judge, because he is very powerful. 6041. Calvin. Calvin was in a society of heaven, but a long way from the middle, of the society, and was still in such church doctrine as he was in the world. He converged with me, and said that he had corresponded with Luther about faith and good works, and Luther paid attention and that he had shown that, if faith alone were adopted, then things which are in the word would be contradicted. And yet these must be conjoined. Also, that Luther had hesitated on reading his books, and had replied that if he received works, he would not recede far from the papists. And afterwards they communicated by letter, and Calvin remained in faith accompanied by good works, but Luther in faith alone, believing that faith does indeed produce them as a tree does fruit. And saying that there is a conjunction, but he did not think about it as his followers have done. He wrote to Calvin, that he could not establish works because they are from man, from whom is no good, and because there is merit in them. Calvin was received in his society, because he was upright and did not make disturbances. I heard this from one who was governor of the society. 6042. Melanchthon and Luther. It was further said, that there are many articles in his, i.e. Melanchthon's, vaulted chamber, 352 which are uncouth and repulsive and, when he sees, that, with others who write, there are more elegant things around them, he asks the reason. And it is stated that it is because they think of good works as well, as of faith. When he hears this, he also wishes to think of them, but, as he cannot, he prays God that he may be able. And then something inflows from heaven, as if dictated, which he writes, but, still, when he reads it afterwards he does not understand it, and, yet, his chamber then appears adorned with various things, but they are soon removed. Many come to him from other countries, especially the English, but he does not admit them, on account of the unsightly things in his chamber. He has, however, discovered how to produce appearances of decorations by fantastic art. But these are removed while he is speaking, and things appear as usual, wherefore the visitors go away and do not come back. Afterwards, Luther obtained a vaulted chamber in the neighborhood of Melanchthon. But it was more elegant than Melanchthon's chamber, because he constantly spoke of works which man should do from obedience, although he did not place any saving efficacy in them. I heard, several times, concerning him, that he wished to reject his principles in the separation of faith and works, and that he has tried to, but to no purpose, because the dense cloud which appears in his mind must first be dispersed before truth, or light, from heaven, can enter. The like was said to the Zinzendorfians, some of whom wished to discard their own separation, of faith and works, and endeavored to adopt their conjunction, but they were told that they could not, because falsities, which must first be scattered, block the way. And, also, that they are like the 5 virgins who had not oil in their lamps, who afterwards purchased oil. Luther related that he was told by an angel, from the Lord, to beware of faith, alone, because there is nothing in that. And therefore he avoided it for some time, and recommended works, but, yet, he went on to separate the works from faith, and therefore execrated the Epistle of James, and rejected the Apocalypse. 6043. Zinzendorf and the Moravians. I spoke with him. He was reduced to the state of his life when he journeyed into foreign regions and taught, and, therefore, he now also goes about to societies, and preaches, but he said that he is not received anywhere. He is also forbidden to come near his followers. He confesses himself an Arian, saying, that the Lord is the adopted Son of God. He can hardly be brought to say that the Lord was born in order to be adopted, although this is proved by the fact that he was born of God. This he now denies, but says he is adopted. Good works, he is not merely averse to, but even detests. He preaches God the Father, but, inasmuch as many presented themselves and declared that they were God the Father, he refrains from looking to him, wherefore, as he said, he knows not which way to turn. He reviles the word of the Old Testament. He cared little for the evangelists, only for Paul's epistles. He was brought to some of his followers who had died in the world some time previously, and saw that they do not know anything of truth, and are in an almost miserable state, merely in hope and expectation, often between hope and fear. Their hope is owing to their persuasion, in the world, that they, more than any others, are the living. When they wish to receive truths, falsities which cannot be shaken off block the way. They know that the sensation of which they boasted in the world, was from spirits of the same sect who were with them. They are ingenious and clever at falsifying the word, and, to the apprehension of all, twist it from its meaning, which occurs when they assemble together in their meetings. That they are Arians, is one of those arcana of theirs which must not be revealed. When they say that they, more than others, are the living, it is asked where the truths are, and where the goods, through which and from which their life is. They say, in faith. Then it is asked what of truth there is in their faith, and what of good. It is customary for them to say in their preachings, believe that you approach heaven, and so far as you believe you approach, so far do you recede. And thus they do not reveal what it is, but they mean that they acknowledge the Lord's divine equally with the Father's divine, and that they do good works. Those who divulge their esoteric doctrines and deny their sect, they want to kill. And, if they do so, they excuse it because it is for the sake of the truth, and, by reason of that hatred of theirs, and perhaps on account of his intentions, Zinzendorf withdrew himself somewhat from them. On account of their falsities and non-goods, they wholly close heaven against themselves. All that they call truths are falsities. They are not willing to admit that faith operates goods, but rather that all things they do are good through their faith. They say that the Lord ought to be loved on account of the passion of the cross, but ought not to be worshipped. That the Holy Supper is merely a memorial of his passion, and that they attend it out of obedience. They live together, apart from others, since they did so in the world. And, when they are shown by others that they are in falsities, and what things are true, they go away saying they do not want to be convinced. 6044. Those who are in faith alone. I spoke, with Jack, O.B., Benzel, I.U.s, concerning faith alone, and said that, at the present day, the summing up of the faith of all is, that, from trust and confidence, they believe that Christ was sent by the Father. And that he redeemed us through the passion of the cross. Also, that in that summary and in that creed there is not a particle of truth, and that with those who confirm themselves in them these things are falsities. He acknowledged this. And, in order that he might know that it was so, he was sent into the plains, and was held in that faith, and then he saw nothing but sand and stones, and no grass at all. He sought, but found none. Grass signifies somewhat of truth. He mentioned this to others. And when he thought about the confirmations of that summary, of faith, then serpents appeared, which wanted to fly at his feet, hence he was convinced, by experience itself, that there is nothing whatever of truth in that faith. Plains, however, in which dwelt some who were in the like faith, appeared at a distance. These had grass, shrubs and trees, and buildings wherein they dwelt. They were joyful in mind, and were industrious in their labors. But they acknowledged that they only knew that creed, but had not thought beyond the sense of the letter of the word. And, inasmuch as they did not go deeper than this in their thought, they were also able to receive some truths. They said, also, that, still, they had thought of God in their life. Afterwards, Jacob, and Zealous, was deeply grieved, being desirous of receiving truths, and thus of rejecting falsities, but unable to do so because falsities and evils therefrom hindered, for, when these are in the mind, no truths at all can enter, also, because the whole man becomes such as he is from his falsities and evils. It was likewise stated that he who is in such, is able to think, even, about divine things, nothing save falsities and evils, yea, nor yet in moral and civil life, inasmuch as these form his understanding and will. He said, moreover, that it is astounding that man does not think of God in eternal life while in the world, when yet he becomes such, as he is in the world, to eternity, and those who are in the falsities of evil and in the evils of falsity cannot be in any society of heaven. Also, that he is miserably lodged, miserably clothed, and miserably fed, and he must live in hell with such as were infamous, thus continually in misery. 6045. The idea of God. I spoke with certain ones concerning God, and remarked that they believe that God is everywhere, and that therefore they have no need to determine the sight to God in a particular place, as it is said. But it was rejoined that the divine proceeding is everywhere, just as the light and heat from the sun are everywhere, and that, since the divine proceeding is, God also is, but to wish, by means of such an idea, to turn themselves where, he, thus, is, as being without bounds, is to acknowledge nature as God, and also to become foolish, and shackled as to thought. Afterwards, all the intellectual sight, becomes so, wherefore, it is granted to almost everyone to see some one sitting on high, splendidly attired. And it is permitted to worship him as God the Father, because the majority have had, in the world, an indeterminate idea of the Father, because he must not be seen under any form. This is granted them, in order that their idea may be determined, and they may not become quite demented. To others, God the Father, as it were, appears in other places. It is, Wellink. Yea, sometimes, Satan, appears. Which, also, is permitted on account of men's insanity as regards the idea of God. Some see, not far from that pretended Father, a Son of the Father, who obeys what the Father says. 6046. Those who are in faith alone. I spoke with those that are in faith alone, who are outside of heaven. They say that they are becoming fewer by degrees, and that they go away and do not return, not knowing whither they are gone. And a certain one who returned, stated that they dwell amid sand and stones, and are in huts like peasants, apart from one another, and that they have but little to eat, or food. The reason is, because food corresponds to intelligence, which they have not, and sterile ground corresponds to lack of intelligence and of the affection of truth, and thus to them. They stated, that, when they go out and see others at a distance, they are afraid to speak to them, because there are also robbers there, but these dwell in the caverns of rocks. These, also, are of such as are in faith alone, but craved for robbers' plunder, as it were. They did not regard these, depredations, as wrong, but they fear those, robbers, for they do them injuries, and capture them, in order to enslave them. Wherefore, when they see any spirits, they inquire whether they dwell in huts. When they say they do, they wish to enter their hut before they do, and to go forth from it, and thus they first accost them, and converse. Thus they retire. Such is the lot of those who are in faith alone. A certain one, a priest in Moria, was sent thither, and reported that there is not a shrub or a blade of grass there, but gravel, and that they live thus. But, what is wonderful, they were delighted to remain there, so that they were unwilling to live anywhere else. The reason is, because plants, shrubberies, and the like, in fields and gardens, correspond to the intelligence of truth, which they shun and hold in aversion. 6047. Houses and the rooms in them. Duker. He was with me several weeks, and was insane, by reason of the loftiness of his mind. He was afterwards let down into his house, where he had been previously. He had quite a large house, and room, for domestics. And a certain one spoke to me from the house, and said that the apartments there were distinct, in such fashion, that in one chamber he was a senator, in another a general, in a third a chief, 353 in a fourth a captain, and so on, in one chamber. However, not in any great dignity. But he loved to be in the chamber where he was a senator, and, in that, he became inflated in mind, on which account, there, he was insane, but yet he loved that chamber more than the others, although he was insane there. Therefore, he was brought forth therefrom, and he wished to serve C. Harles, 12. He also did insane things, so that he was a devil. 6048. Melanchthon. Melanchthon went forth from his prison, and spoke with a certain one who had read his writings. And then came Englishmen, and they also spoke with him, saying, about faith alone, that they do not know what it is, or whether it is anything. They inquired of him what it was. He said that faith is believing that God sent his Son, and, he, suffered for our sin. They said that this is merely a matter of history, what besides? He said, that, by virtue of that faith, they possess eternal life. They asked, in reply, whether he has eternal life, and he could not answer anything, save that he is going to have it when all are saved. They stated that infernals are never saved. They said, besides, that they hear preachers about faith alone, and about justification, and that when they hear, it sounds in their ears as though it might pertain to wisdom, because they speak beautifully and cleverly. But yet, when they go away, they know nothing that the preachers said, nor do they comprehend. 6049. Palm and Wolf. The material idea with spirits and angels. All those who have not believed in the Lord, by acknowledging his divine, and have not lived according to the precepts of religion, in the other life think materially. On this account, they are unable to think spiritually, that is, abstractly from space, time and persons, from which the ideas of natural thought arise, consequently, not like the angels of the higher heavens. For, to think spiritually is to think apart from these things. These, i.e. those who think spiritually, ascend above, and as it were leave those things beneath them, so that they do not appear. Certain ones who thought much in the world, such as Polhem and Wolf, inasmuch as they did not live a life of religion, were not able to think otherwise than materially. The attempt was made, in the case of these, to separate material things, but to no purpose. Hence it is, that, in the other life, the same persons speak the spiritual language, but yet so mingled with their vernacular tongue, that the nation from which they are can be readily distinguished. But all those who speak spiritually are in the same language nor can they be distinguished. 6050. A conversation with Englishmen about their preachers. I spoke with Englishmen who were in a society of heaven, and, in fact, about their preachers. They stated that they are not fond of the elegance of their sermons, when these are doctrinal, because they do not know or understand what they say. The sermons have a fine sound, and so please those who are not in the spiritual love of truth, but not others. They tell them to leave out such things, since they do not learn anything. For they speak so that they, the hearers, suppose that such things are true, but yet do not know whether they are true, especially when the subject is the effort to do good. They inquire of them what they mean by this, whether the effort is merely latent, or whether it is manifest. They say that it is latent. They rejoin that they are aware of this, because the Lord operates many things in secret. But does he, or does he not, operate thus manifestly? Then the preacher dares not say anything else but that it also occurs manifestly, but that this is because the affection of doing inflows. When they inquire, further, whether therefore good ought to be done as of oneself, or not, this they also conceal under the oracular statement that man must take care not to act from himself, and thus that so far as it is of man it is not good. When asked whether man may act as of himself, the answer is that the case is similar. They were told, however, that, if man does not act as of himself, he receives nothing, and there is no reception, and hence no appropriation. But here they stop, when speaking to those who have a spiritual idea, and, the latter, carry their point. But preachers who have confirmed themselves in this, in the world, do not recede from their doctrine, inasmuch as they teach in such a manner that the hearers are not able to think that it is or that it is not so. Consequently, their discourse is ineffectual. Wherefore, those preachers are at length removed, and sent among those who are in faith alone, who have nothing of truth or of good in the life, but only in thought, together with pride of scholarship. They afterwards teach that there is manifest operation. But not manifest operation, and when they speak of operation, they again so involve, adjust and connect their arcana, that persons scarcely know other than that they mean manifest operation, but still they do not mean that.